The naked young man standing here is named Baphomet. A few hours ago, he was a demon king, the final boss of a massive tower. Anyone who climbed this tower wanted to conquer its highest peak and kill him. But over the years, no one had ever succeeded. With his ruthless nature and extraordinary power, anyone who climbed the tower to this point was mercilessly beaten to a pulp by him. Regardless of age or gender, to Baphomet, humans were nothing more than trivial toys. Even the strongest hunters who knew of his power and made it this far would end up begging for their lives after a brief fight. Baphomet was the ruler of this tower, a professional tormentor of the humans he saw as nothing more than toy dolls. Whenever someone came to kill him, it was when he felt most excited and happy. But it was also a time of ultimate despair. Why? Because until now, no one had ever been worthy of being his opponent. The humans who climbed this far were played with by Baphomet for a while before being broken and ruined. Most importantly, Baphomet could only linger at the top of this tower. That door would never open for him. In other words, Baphomet could not go to the world of humankind. He could only wait hopelessly until some human came to open the door and continue the fight. But people didn't come here every day, so Baphomet always had to figure out how to pass the boring time here. Baphomet was all alone here, and he absolutely could not open that door himself to get out. Baphomet was truly angry, resentful, and sick of this place. He didn't understand why he was the only one locked up here in loneliness, waiting in Vang. Just then, a phone that had fallen from a human rang. Baphomet was extremely curious about this strange item, and an idea suddenly popped into his head. When the next hunter came to the tower, as usual, he beat the guy until his face was black and blue, but didn't kill him. Baphomet wanted to ask him how to use this phone. Seeing this, the hunter enthusiastically instructed Baphomet, first explaining that the phone could be unlocked with facial recognition. Hearing this, Baphomet cleverly lifted the phone owner's head to unlock it. How smart. Next, the hunter showed Baphomet how to use the camera to save precious moments. He even demonstrated by taking a selfie with the tower's demon king as a memento to show off to his descendants. After that, the hunter continued to show the demon king other phone features like listening to music, the only neurological stimulant allowed by this world government. There was also watching movies, surfing the web, playing games, and countless other phone features. Seeing that Baphomet had become quite proficient, the hunter thought his job was done and slowly tried to sneak away. But this was the Demon King's domain. It was true that his usefulness had ended, but so had the hunter's life. Baphomet was very interested in this human toy. It became his pastime in this boring tower. Looking at the mountain-like pile of corpses he had slaughtered, Baphomet thought he might be able to find some interesting items on these guys. No sooner said than done. The first item he rummaged out of the pile was a notebook titled Masterpiece Collection. Baphomet read through it, but didn't understand a single thing, so he immediately tossed it aside. And so, he kept rummaging and finding one ordinary human thing after another, things he was seeing for the first time in his life. Occasionally, there were human items like this wedding photo of a bride that allowed Baphomet to look in and see life in the human world outside. Letters and messages continuously appeared on the phone, but Baphomet wasn't bothered by them. The more important issue for him was that the more he learned about the human world, the more he longed to see that real world, not just imagine it. The human world has a belief that God can grant people wishes. If God really existed, Baphomet also hoped he would grant him a wish. This sudden, sentimental daydreaming felt a bit unfamiliar to Baphomet. Just then, the tower suddenly roared, which meant someone had climbed to this highest floor. Baphomet returned to his seat. He no longer felt any eager anticipation. After all, the upcoming toy would soon be broken anyway. But the reality this time was completely different from what Baphomet thought. The one confronting him this time was unlike other hunters. It was the hunter Zevin, a hunter with real power. Just from stepping into the tower and facing him, the power radiating from the boy made him so surprised that he exclaimed, wondering if this moving toy in front of him was really all there was to it. The two swung their swords and began to charge into close combat with each other. With just a few simple sword strikes, Baphomet could already feel a real difference. This was the very power he had been waiting for all this time. It had to be said, it was absolutely top tier, off the charts. Amazing. Fighting with Zevin made Baphomet feel truly excited, a feeling of joy and happiness that he had long forgotten. This was exactly what he had been waiting and searching for all this time, an explosive and worthy battle that he had always craved, an interesting fight. Truly interesting. The only thing was, the more they fought, the more Baphomet was gradually overwhelmed. The last blow sent him straight to the floor. For some reason, Baphomet felt a sense of jealousy towards this toy named Zevin. The battle grew more and more fierce. Baphomet, having regained his strength, launched a relentless barrage of attacks at Zevin. Zevin was no pushover and immediately countered with similarly powerful sword techniques. His strength and masterful skill gradually put Baphomet on the defensive. In all these years, this was perhaps the first time he was about to lose to an ordinary human. Unwilling to accept defeat, Baphomet immediately unleashed all of his power. After all, as the Lord of the Tower, he couldn't be defeated so easily. He used magic to create dozens of sharp weapons that shot straight at Zevin. But with just one light, decisive sword stroke, Zevin easily dealt with all of them. Not content with physical attacks, Zevin also launched a psychological one. So what if you're a lord? You're still trapped here. Hearing this, Baphomet froze instantly. Zevin seized this opportunity, raised his sword, and delivered a finishing blow to end it all. But Baphomet still refused to lose, continuing to use magic to counterattack. Just an inferior toy daring to think it could defeat the Lord here. But what Baphomet didn't expect was that Zevin was no ordinary toy, defying everything. At some point, he had rushed forward and dealt a fatal slash to Baphomet's neck. Looking at that face and extraordinary power, Baphomet knew that Zevin was a true human, a free and strong human. He also wished to be like him, longed to escape this place, and truly wanted to become a human. Suddenly, a strange system appeared. The screen displayed the main mission: kill the hunter Zevin. The reward for this was that his wish would come true. Zevin's sword had now pierced straight through Baphomet's body. He had successfully cleared the tower, and it would soon collapse. It seemed like everything was over. But if that were the case, there would be no story for everyone to watch. In the final moment between life and death, Baphomet seemed to get a power buff and rose once more. Then, with his own hands, he coldly and decisively stabbed through Zevin's body, successfully ripping the heart right out of his chest. In the end, Baphomet killed that bastard and came back to life. After the tower collapsed, construction workers came to clean up, and seeing him standing alone on the rubble, they approached and asked, "What's your name?" Baphomet had completed the mission to kill the hunter, and his wish to become human had come true. In this world, hunters are the ones who fight against monsters that exist in gates and towers. However, back then, their status wasn't very high. The phenomenon of dungeon breaks occurred more and more frequently. It happened when a tower wasn't cleared for a long time and collapsed. As a result, monsters would escape from the gate and cause the world's population to be decimated. After that incident, humans began training hunters to deal with the towers. And Baphomet at that time was the ruler of the Abyss Tower. Most hunters who came to conquer it died at his hands. Then, in the end, the one who was captivated by humanity decided to become a human. However, when the Abyss Tower collapsed, everyone mistakenly thought that Baphomet in this human form was the sole survivor who emerged after clearing the Abyss Gate. From then on, everyone wanted to witness the heroic power that Baphomet possessed. But the problem was, for some reason, upon becoming human, Baphomet had lost all his original powers. And so, from then on, Baphomet went from being a badass, formidable ruler of towers, to being labeled the scammer of the century. Then, life's twists and turns led him to become a leader in the quarries behind the dungeons. At some dungeon quarry on Earth, this white-haired young man named Griffin was a new recruit in the quarry mining team. He was being given a tour of the dungeon by the team leader, who briefly introduced the work here. Actually, Griffin had visited this place a few months ago, but looking at it now, it seemed much bigger than before. The team leader said it was all thanks to the hunters who had expanded this area after they defeated the monsters. As for the job, Griffin would be responsible for working in Sector D, where the most gemstones are found. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, "Everyone, make way, the big boss is coming through." The big boss mentioned here was Baphomet, and these were the underlings who revered him as their boss. The team leader then leaned close to Griffin and whispered a warning not to associate with that group, because they were criminals who had escaped down to this quarry, and they would readily beat up anyone they disliked, especially this Baphomet guy. Hearing this, Griffin felt a little scared. Having people like that work here was a bit unsettling, but there was no other choice, because the contractor really liked Baphomet, as he was very good at this job. Soon it was payday. The team leader happily handed out an envelope to each person corresponding to their work for the day. Of course, Baphomet's share couldn't be forgotten. He also said that he had moved that thing to the other passage. Hearing this, Baphomet was slightly startled, and his body trembled slightly, which caught Griffin's attention. After receiving their pay, Baphomet's underlings cheerfully suggested taking him out to enjoy something. Suddenly, one of them curiously asked Baphomet where his daily wages went. The mention of this made Baphomet tremble with anger, clutching his head in frustration and screaming. All of his wages were poured into a damn quack named Terra. Back when Baphomet was labeled a scammer and pushed to the bottom of society, he was injured and had to go to the hospital for surgery, but had no money to pay. So she offered to let Baphomet owe her, but advised him to sell his body to earn money to pay her back. And in the end, Baphomet had to slave away working in this quarry to get money to give to that quack. But thinking about it, this was actually a good thing, better than when Baphomet would get his picture taken and filmed for that national fraud show every time he showed his face outside. Although not everything was absolutely perfect, some things happened down here that annoyed him. A few guys here had recognized Baphomet as the fraud from the media and kept trying to pick fights. Baphomet didn't even bother and ignored them, but the more he ignored them, the more they pushed it. Give them an inch and they'll take a mile. In the end, unable to stand it anymore, Baphomet jumped in and taught those guys a lesson. He beat them to a pulp. Anyone who came looking for trouble was properly taught a lesson by him. And thanks to that coolness, one by one, they stuck to Baphomet and made him the boss of the criminal group. Not to mention, this wasn't the human life Baphomet wanted. What he craved was to live a cool life, using his power to kill monsters like the hunters, not to fight some thugs. Even now, Baphomet didn't know why he had lost all his power. Perhaps it was because he had become human. Baphomet wanted to be human because he wanted to be strong and free, like the guy who almost killed him in the tower. While lost in thought, the words of an underling startled him a bit. "To me, you look much cooler. What's so great about those hunters? Those guys are just ordinary like us. If we awakened, they wouldn't stand a chance." What Baphomet's underlings said wasn't wrong, but to him, being a cool and strong hunter was still better. Hunters in this world also made a lot of money and were quite famous, always living in luxury and lavish mansions. Baphomet's young disciple thought that those hunters only got those things through luck. After all, money earned from hard work was much more valuable. It's true that those who don't know the value of money are the ones who get it easily. Seeing his underlings joking around so cheerfully, Baphomet suddenly smiled. He himself didn't know why he was like this. He could only confusedly explain that seeing everyone happy made him happy too, which made them all look at him with bewildered eyes. They even wanted to bet on who had what it takes to make their boss smile so happily. Baphomet then suddenly realized this was exactly the feeling he had before. It was identical to the feeling of playing with human toys when he was in the tower, specifically the feeling of enjoyment. Baphomet was enjoying the fun of being with his brothers, friends. Perhaps he was craving power to have fun like he did in the tower. Baphomet was like a child entering the world for the first time and feeling simple joy despite no longer having power. However, since coming here, Baphomet's group of underlings didn't know his name and just called him boss. Baphomet also didn't talk or get close to anyone, so the whole group really wanted to know his real name. Baphomet said that he used to have a name, but doesn't use it anymore. Hearing this, the young disciple was surprised and immediately gave a thumbs up, feeling that his boss seemed to have an incredibly cool history. The young disciple asked Baphomet if he wanted to use his name instead, as his parents had put their heart and soul into thinking of that name for him. But now the name and the person were two different things. Baphomet asked what his name was. Just as the young disciple was about to say it, suddenly, with a bang, a shocking explosion erupted. The entire dungeon was now engulfed in a sea of fire. The sound of the explosion mixed with panic screams. Baphomet could only stand there, frozen and dazed, not knowing what that terrible noise was but wanting it to stop. A moment later, after Baphomet had regained his composure, he clutched his stomach in pain, realizing he had just been injured. Looking at the chaotic, devastated scene before him, Baphomet was both shocked and amazed. As his hand fumbled around, it accidentally touched something on the ground. Looking over, he realized with a heavy heart that it was the burning corpses of his underlings. Once again, the toys were destroyed. Baphomet had only just felt a little human warmth from his cheerful group of underlings, and now it had suddenly come to this. In pain and resentment, he collapsed, angrily shouting, "Which bastard did this?" A little later, as the explosion subsided, the real culprit turned out to be the new recruit, Griffin. His true identity was that of a hunter-poacher who specialized in attacking and stealing spoils of war. The two hunters in charge of this dungeon found out and immediately ran over, wanting to combat him. In a fight, 2 against 1, you're bound to get hurt. But Griffin showed no signs of fear, because to him, what the world knew was only half right. Griffin was a B-rank hunter, while the hunters in charge of this dungeon were only C-rank. So even with the overwhelming numerical advantage, they had no chance of defeating him, and besides, they couldn't just abandon the civilians and run. Therefore, this hunter suggested his partner run outside to get help from other hunters while he held Griffin off. Just as he finished speaking, a sharp blade flew from nowhere and cleanly slit the hunter's throat. His partner screamed in terror at the sight. Finally, unable to hold back, she grabbed her weapon and charged at Griffin, wanting to teach him a lesson. Griffin just stood there calmly and smirked contemptuously. As a hunter, you shouldn't get agitated. You'll only die faster. Then, somehow, with just a slight turn of his hand, he managed to injure the female hunter unexpectedly. At that moment, a group of people stepped out of a spatial gate. They were Griffin's fellow poachers. He pointed at the collapsed female hunter and told them he had cut her throat for talking too much, and that they could have their share. Hearing this, they revealed their perverted nature. One creep wanted to take her eyes, another wanted to have his way with her. But the leader here was Griffin, so he ordered his underlings to capture her alive and sell her for money. The female hunter screamed in despair and fear, while the hunter-poachers began to divide the spoils they had collected here. The female hunter's incessant, loud crying made them feel extremely annoyed and gave them a headache. Just then, the head of the hunter from before was thrown at Griffin by someone. It was none other than Baphomet, who had beaten one of Griffin's underlings to a pulp when he wasn't looking. A few minutes ago, while Baphomet was still lost in shock and despair, the system panel suddenly appeared. The screen displayed a hidden mission. Feel anger on behalf of the human race. The reward is the power you desire. Which insect dares to break my toys? In the quarry, Fomet walked forward step by step. He pressed his lips together, his face cold and emotionless. His target was the sword stuck next to the male hunter's corpse. Fomet reached out and grasped the hilt. The blue system displayed a stark white exclamation mark. It announced that when using a weapon belonging to another, its efficiency drops to 0%. Efficiency percent. The system seemed to be malfunctioning. It gradually changed from a blue display frame to red. The 4 words, "a system error," appeared disjointedly on the display frame. When the sword was completely pulled from the ground by Baphomet, the display frame turned red. It revealed Baphomet's passive. Weapon Master has been activated. The steel weapon skill is automatically activated due to the activation of the Weapon Master passive. Immediately after, Baphomet sped up, a flash of white light flared. And just like that, the head of that accomplice left his neck. It flew high and past the hunter-poacher, who was smoking, landing right in front of him. Baphomet asked, which bastard was it? The hunter-poacher was startled. His mouth fell open, the cigarette dropping to the ground. He turned his head. Baphomet stood behind him, his face emotionless as he swung the sword. The warm, red liquid sprayed out. He looked straight at him and said he had broken his toys, the wretched insect. The surprised hunter-poacher didn't understand and asked back, toys? The two accomplices in front of him were terrified and wanted to back away. Baphomet stepped on the corpse he had just felled, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He looked straight at the hunter-poacher, his lips moving. He asked him, "Are you a survivor?" He pulled up the corner of his lip into a smile, not understanding what he was saying. Baphomet glared at them and asked, "Was it you guys?" The hunter-poacher cupped his hand around his mouth, mocking Baphomet and saying, "Aren't you too old to be playing with toys?" Baphomet didn't want to waste any more words and charged straight at him. The two accomplices blocking his path were scared and wanted to retreat. He angrily yelled at them, "What are you bastards standing there for? Get in position." He was a little surprised, wondering to himself, "Baphomet, is that thug a hunter?" He laughed ferociously and said to Baphomet, "Let's see what this bastard's got." The accomplice in front of him gripped his weapon tightly. The other one gritted his teeth with a determined look. Baphomet remarked, "So much prey at once. This doesn't happen often." The two accomplices, not knowing any better, rushed forward to attack Baphomet. But in the next moment, with a single sword stroke, Baphomet sent both of their weapons flying, to their utter astonishment. The still bloody sword in Baphomet's hand stabbed straight towards the face of one of the two accomplices. The other one was startled and terrified by his speed. He only had time to glance over and witness the scene of his accomplice letting out a single scream before the sword in Baphomet's hand pierced through his head. The remaining accomplice, furious and enraged, shouted, "Damn it, you bastard," and rushed to attack Baphomet. Baphomet kicked the dead accomplice away and powerfully withdrew his sword. He glanced at the accomplice attacking him, easily catching his arm. He looked chillingly cold at that moment. The blood-soaked sword in his hand swung up. As soon as the sword came down, the other man's head was severed from his neck. The warm, red liquid sprayed everywhere. Half of Baphomet's face was shrouded in shadow. He looked up at the hunter-poacher in front of him, his gaze extremely sharp and cold. The hunter-poacher remained rooted to the spot, still in the mood to smirk. The corners of his eyes curved, flashing with a cunning look. He felt a bit of excitement in his heart. He thought to himself, "This guy, you're good." He gripped his weapon and rushed towards Baphomet. He raised his hand and easily blocked with his sword. Their weapons clashed and vibrated. He laughed, looking interested. He said Baphomet was better than he thought. He asked him what his rank was. Baphomet glared at him and didn't answer. Their two weapons scraped against each other, creating a streak of light, and they both withdrew their weapons at the same time. He guessed Baphomet was C rank, but then he verbally denied it. No. He laughed loudly, his whole face seeming to contort, making him look even more terrifying. He said excitedly, "You're even above C rank." A flash of a sword strike streaked past Baphomet's neck. He leaned back just in time to dodge it. He realized there was a new scratch on his cheek. Blood flowed down from the wound. He fell silent. In the quarry, the thieving hunter kept rambling on. He asked why an Essa hunter like him was hiding out here, acting like a thug. "Don't tell me you have some ulterior motive here too." He mockingly said sorry for bothering him. He rested his weapon on his shoulder, squinting with a smile, saying that whatever the case, that's all he would ever know. He gripped his weapon and charged toward him with a sinister look. He said confidently, "Because now you're going to die." Baphomet calmly held his blood-soaked sword horizontally, his eyes warily watching the man before him. A beautiful, curved sword strike was unleashed, so fast it couldn't be seen clearly, only tracked by the flash of white light that it left behind. Baphomet was surprised when another wound appeared on his shoulder. Immediately after his cheek, it came so unexpectedly he couldn't react. in time, but didn't stop there. The next location was his thigh. Baphomet raised his arm to block, and a gash appeared on his bicep. Just a moment later, numerous slashes were dealt, and with them, wounds continuously appeared on Baphomet's body, but none of the strikes hit any of his vital spots. That thieving hunter curled his lip into a cold smile. At some point, his sword had separated into segments connected by steel wires, looking as if it had transformed into a long, sharp whip. He continuously controlled the wire to whip Baphomet repeatedly, which was why so many wounds had appeared on his body. He was confident Baphomet couldn't fight back and thought to himself that this chain sword was specialized for dealing with bastards who relied on their physical strength. It was even more effective when used against those with no experience fighting hunters. He considered him a valuable resource, so he would make a point of cutting his head clean off. Suddenly, Baphomet's eyes lit up. He swung his sword, easily knocking away the chain sword that was rushing toward him. The thieving hunter was a bit stunned. He didn't understand how Baphomet, who had been standing still and taking the hits, suddenly managed to block that attack. Immediately after, he launched 2 more attacks, and Baphomet still blocked them. A red display box appeared, indicating that Baphomet's outburst passive had been activated. If he lost too much blood, Baphomet would stand still on the spot, his arm moving continuously, and he easily blocked the thieving hunter's moves. The system again displayed information that his skill would be increased by 15%. His eyes shone brightly. None of the thieving hunter's attacks could touch him again. The grave-robbing hunter was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. He wondered what? He suddenly blocked all of his moves? He muttered, "Are you kidding me?" A punch flew straight at him. Baphomet punched him, sending him flying backward and slamming straight into the ground. A loud noise echoed as earth and rocks flew in all directions. He leaned his back against a cracked rock outcropping and groaned softly in pain. Baphomet gave him no chance to fight back and continued to charge forward to attack him. Startled, he hurriedly raised his weapon to block. Only now did he feel a sense of dread, gritting his teeth to defend himself. He thought to himself, "This bastard is too strong." Baphomet suddenly lifted his sword, lessening the heavy pressure on him. Immediately after, another sword strike came down. The thieving hunter was lucky enough to jump away, just in time to dodge. The boulder he had been leaning against was shattered by Baphomet's single sword strike. His attack having missed, Baphomet glanced at him, his expression now looking truly terrifying. He gripped the sword in his hand and charged toward him without hesitation, startling him. He didn't expect him to be so unhesitating. He thought to himself, "You think your physical strength is superior to mine." He struggled, gritted his teeth, and spat out enough. He shouted loudly, "Stop it!" At the same time, the sword in his hand also turned into a long whip. He thought that the more strength he used, the more tired he would get, and then he would be the winner. Just as he thought, he was just a B rank who fought recklessly without any decent skills. Baphomet ducked down to avoid his long whip attack, his eyes in the darkness shining frighteningly. The thieving hunter still thought that if he was a little patient, he would be done for, but Baphomet just stared at him with a ferocious expression. He suddenly emitted a terrifying aura. The thieving hunter felt his hair stand on end from his gaze. His face turned pale, unable to contain his terror. He held his weapon, standing frozen on the spot. The terrifying feeling of facing a monstrous beast completely took over his mind. He wondered, what is this? What am I fighting against? Now, it's like a monster. In that moment he was stunned. Baphomet rushed forward and raised his sword. His arm fell to the ground. He was stunned, his face deathly pale. The warm, red liquid just sprayed everywhere. Baphomet glared at him. He said, "That arm is for those who were always pushed onto the battlefield." He remembered the underling who led others to bully him when he first entered the quarry. He had once winked and smiled at him. The thieving hunter glanced at his severed arm. Hot blood splattered onto his face. Unable to accept the pain, he screamed, cursing him as a bastard. Immediately after, another sword swing, and his other arm was also severed. Baphomet remembered his bald underling who always had a squinted smile. He said, "This arm is for the bastard who is always silent." The thieving hunter screamed wretchedly. Along with it came another slash. Fresh blood gushed out. Baphomet remembered the underling with a chubby round face holding a chocolate bar. He said, "This left leg is for the fat guy who always brought food." The thieving hunter, having lost a leg, could no longer stand and fell to a sitting position on the ground, his whole body trembling from the pain. He whimpered in fear and begged Baphomet to stop. Baphomet stood before him, unwavering, and said, "And the other leg." He remembered the scene before the brown-haired underling was blown to death in front of him. His speechless expression as he told him his name was Shamanu. Hot blood sprayed out again, accompanied by the thieving hunter's terrified scream. He stared so hard it looked like his eyes would crack, his face contorted in pain. The thieving hunter, having lost all 4 limbs, lay in a pool of blood. Baphomet stood over him, looking down. He gripped the sword with both hands, aiming it straight at his neck. He said, "And this is—" The man helplessly let out terrified hisses. Through his gritted teeth, he looked up at Baphomet, his whole body trembling, unable to believe he had been defeated and tortured to this mangled state. His voice trembling, he said, "What the hell is this? Who are you?" Baphomet ignored his question, slowly lowering the sword toward his neck and continuing, "The price for pissing off me." The thieving hunter's face was filled with extreme terror, cold sweat covering his face, his mouth continuously uttering unclear syllables. Baphomet didn't let him say any last words. He thrust the sword down hard and then decisively pulled it out. The red liquid sprayed out. His entire face was shrouded in shadow. Only his eyes in the darkness shone menacingly. When the sword plunged into the grave-robbing hunter's neck, Baphomet felt an unprecedented, intense heat. He gritted his teeth and pulled the sword up. Blood splattered everywhere. His whole body felt uncomfortably hot. He frantically hacked at the corpse of the thieving hunter in front of him. Blood splattered all over him, making him look extremely terrifying. That red notification display appeared again, stating that those who always crave power will suffer a heavy consequence. Every cell in Baphomet's body seemed to be screaming in a frenzy. He almost lost control and became the monster Baphomet from the tower, no longer a human. He needed a human to offer themselves up to him. The display indicated that this state was due to the Berserk debuff. The bloodlust trigger had been activated by the outburst. Baphomet held his sword in one hand and clutched his head with the other. His body screamed that it was too hot. He needed a human, not these chunks of meat, a living person. Suddenly, behind him, came the groan of a living person. His soulless eyes shone frighteningly. He had found what he needed. He turned his head and walked toward the female hunter lying collapsed on the ground, the blood-soaked sword in his hand pointed at her. In his bloodthirsty frenzy, he recognized that she was a human, a living human being here. Something in his head was screaming at him to kill them. Baphomet hesitated, standing on the spot, his entire face shrouded in shadow and deep malice. That thing screamed that he was a creature born to slaughter humans. Killed him. He slowly raised his sword, controlled by that damn sound in his head. Suddenly, someone else appeared in the quarry, and it seemed like it wasn't just one person. Someone spoke up, reporting to a manager. He said there was someone alive here. Baphomet was drawn by the sound of that person's voice. The sword in his hand paused. His soulless eyes glanced toward the source of the sound. He heard him continue, but the situation is very strange. One survivor is trying to kill another survivor. The manager asked him if there were any corpses or jumbled flesh and blood around. He picked up the radio and continued to report that he looked a lot like the person they were looking for. Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly clapped him on the back. It was the manager he had just called. He said, "I'm here now, so you can put the radio away." After speaking, the manager looked toward Baphomet, who was holding the sword, and was a little surprised. After seeing his face clearly, he said the person they were looking for didn't look like this. Baphomet had almost lost his self-control. His mind only registered that there were humans in front of him, 2 of them. After realizing there were 2 of them, he charged without hesitation, sword in hand, ready to attack them. The manager said he thought they had seen Baphomet's face somewhere before. As he finished speaking, he realized Baphomet was charging to attack them. The glasses he was wearing glinted. The person who discovered Baphomet widened his eyes in shock. A red glint flashed in Baphomet's eyes. He roared with fury and said, "Die." Suddenly, a slender, glowing hand appeared in the air right in front of him. That hand brought its thumb and middle finger together. Baphomet paused, not understanding. Someone lamented, "Do you have any idea how hard it was to capture you alive? I can't let you die just yet." Immediately after, that hand flicked him in the middle of his forehead, telling him to sleep tight for a while. Baphomet, who was charging at the two people who had just appeared, suddenly froze. He was flicked on the head and thrown backward. Next, he fell backward onto the ground, completely unconscious, to the utter confusion of the two who had just appeared. Baphomet was in a daze. He wondered what that hand was. In his head, it was as if a voice was calling Baphomet. He saw himself in the form of a goat-headed monster, sitting upright in the tower. He sat there, listening to his followers call him Lord Baphomet. They promised to serve him forever, to serve him forever. Baphomet extended his hand and ordered kill. Kill all of humanity on Earth. He was a warmongering monster who loved to slaughter. He wanted all of creation to kneel before the name Baphomet. Suddenly, someone said he was a frog in a well. A sharp sword plunged forward. Red blood splattered everywhere and stained the blade. He saw himself in a human body, pierced through by Zaven's sword. Zaven's entire face was shrouded in shadow. He said, "You probably never knew this back when you were the ruler of the tower." Zaven's face gradually became clear, his expression frighteningly cold. He spoke the truth that he was just a weakling. Baphomet gritted his teeth, unwilling to accept it. He heard Zaven say the weak deserved to be sent to hell. The nightmare jolted Baphomet awake. His whole body was stiff, not yet fully conscious. His eyes were wide open, darting around. He wondered, what was that? He knelt on one knee on the floor, looking around and muttering, wondering where he was. He was clearly at the quarry. Suddenly, a voice echoed through a machine. The person asked if he could hear him. "You're finally awake." Baphomet listened to him, not understanding anything. Elsewhere, the person speaking to Baphomet smirked as he heard him ask who he was. He didn't answer Baphomet's question, but instead said a cryptic sentence. "A rare miner, sir." Baphomet seemed to realize something and glanced in a certain direction. The other person continued to ramble on about how no wonder his face looked so familiar. He was the miner who was caught trying to illegally destroy the Hell Tower, right? But for a miner like that to coincidentally kill the hunter we were looking for, are you trying to lie again? His face was shrouded in shadow, his mouth opening and closing as he spouted a load of information. He asked Baphomet if he was the one who killed that hunter. Baphomet fell into deep thought. His mind quickly latched onto the keywords kill and hunter. He thought to himself, is he talking about that bastard whose limbs I tore off? He stood still in the room, his face dark and his expression unreadable. The other person said again that he had investigated a bit about him and found nothing, as if he had no name or real identity. He read the information they had gathered, that no registration information or hunter status could be found. But he had strength on par with a hunter. Could it be that this person hadn't registered as a hunter or was in the process of awakening? He once again asked what Baphomet's identity was. Baphomet's face darkened, and he didn't answer him. Seeing his reaction, he said again that they would decide what to do with him based on the answer he gave. His sentence was cut short when a punch suddenly flew forward. Baphomet, who had been standing motionless, suddenly struck out, punching the black glass panel on the wall, creating a small hole. Baphomet's fist remained on the glass, and the cracks on the panel spread out from the small hole. He said coldly, "Stop rambling. Why do you ask so many questions?" Behind the glass, the person who had been questioning him was stunned into silence. Baphomet maintained his stance in front of the glass and said, "If you want to know someone's name, you should introduce yourself to them first. But you're locking me in this cage and leisurely watching me from behind a thick wall." At this point, he couldn't help but curse him as a despicable bastard. His voice echoed throughout the room. He asked again, "A miner? Who was it that made me this way?" "It was them who first approved of me in the name of a hero." "And the hunter you were chasing?" He admitted he was the one who killed him. He asked, "So what about him? Am I supposed to sit here and reflect on my actions?" At this, he glared angrily, his expression becoming more ferocious. He asked him, "Why should I? He was the one who pissed me off first. So it doesn't matter how many times he comes back to life, I'll kill him that many times." His face was terrifyingly grim. It was as if he was looking straight through the glass at the other person, saying with unconcealed malice that he would cut off his limbs and grind him into tiny pieces without leaving a single trace, so no one would ever know he existed. At this, he asked the person behind the glass, "What if I did the same to you, you gutless bastard?" He hadn't even finished the last word when the person behind the glass couldn't help but pull at the corner of his mouth and let out a laugh. His laughter echoed through the machine throughout the room where Baphomet was locked. Baphomet pulled his fist back. He didn't know why he was laughing. Immediately after, he heard his confident voice reach his ears. "You think you can kill me?" Only then did Baphomet come to his senses and understand. The other person put both hands in his pockets, appearing before him with a confident air. The door to the room slowly opened. He smiled and said, "Now then." He laughed, his eyes curving. He said, "I've shown my face. What are you going to do next?" The moment he saw him appear, Baphomet froze. He reminded him of Raven, the person who appeared at the end in the tower and destroyed him. Raven's cold eyes and demeanor at that time. The two of them gave him the exact same feeling. A faint sound, and Baphomet vanished on the spot. He charged to attack him without a moment's hesitation. A flash of light appeared right in front of him. The person in front of him didn't dodge at all, but instead smiled with a confident look. A powerful collision took place in the room. Many parts of the floor were cracked, and dust and debris flew up, obscuring the view. Baphomet lay on the ground, his eyes wide open, panting heavily. The other person laughed, confirming that he had truly awakened. He used his hand to restrain his fist, while his other hand squeezed his neck tightly, and said, "That was a nice move." Baphomet struggled, finding it hard to breathe. He thought to himself, "He's too strong." He maintained his hold on Baphomet. Behind him was another person, his subordinate. He stood straight with his hands behind his back, turning a blind eye to his actions. He said he should introduce himself. They belonged to a secret government organization created to stop criminal hunters, called Roju. His subordinate bowed his head slightly to look at them. He heard him say he would get straight to the point. The hunter he killed was the person they were looking for, and he would have been killed as soon as he was captured. He smiled with squinted eyes, saying that his crime was committing inhumane acts. He had disguised himself as a deadly hunter who preyed on other innocent hunters and illegally trafficked their organs. The hand squeezing Baphomet's neck tightened further. He gritted his teeth, his body trembling, but the other person didn't seem to care. He said there was a superstitious rumor among the rich that if you eat the organs of an awakened person, you will gain a powerful body and an immortal life. Baphomet, unsure if he could hear, used his free hand to try and pry his hand off his neck and push himself up, but it was clear he wasn't as strong as him, so it was all useless. He said they were very grateful that he had helped them get rid of that burden, but the fact that he had killed people was undeniable. He had slaughtered 5 people. They had examined the bodies, and the work was very clean and neat. The killer must be a highly skilled individual. He asserted that a newly awakened person was not capable of creating such a scene without any hesitation. Although there were some individuals with a natural talent for killing, from his experience, such cases, he narrowed his eyes to observe the expression on his face and continued, usually belonged to veteran murderers whose hands are stained with the blood of thousands. Baphomet gritted his teeth, his face trembling from overexertion. He heard him say that because he could only find information about him being a con artist, he had tried to stir things up to find out what kind of person he really was. Listening to him ramble, Baphomet only felt annoyed, his mind a sea of red. The other person was still engrossed, saying, "Should I tell you my impression of you?" While Baphomet was struggling with the thought that it's so hard to be human. He answered his own question, "You are very dangerous," while Baphomet was wondering, "I'm not allowed to just jump up and beat up guys like him?" He was unaware of these thoughts of his. He said, "You were truly born with the heart of a demon. If we don't stop you, you might one day become a criminal hunter that we are forced to eliminate." At this moment, Baphomet just wished he could have been like his old self from the start. He wished he had a more unrestrained body. He remembered the image of the hunter raven in the tower. He thought him too. looking at the person rambling about how he thought this cancerous bud in Baphomet's mind. He had already lumped the two of them together. He thought that this guy too, they will all be crushed under my feet. The hand restraining Baphomet's fist was suddenly withdrawn by him. He laughed in the shadows and said, needs to be eliminated. His hand, spread open in front of Baphomet, looked as if it could crush him at any moment. For some reason, he felt helpless and unwilling, and he couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the towering high-rise building, that was the headquarters of the Hunter Management Center. Inside, quite a few people were waiting for service. The clear voices of the professional female staff inside echoed continuously. They said thank you and wished someone would soon grow stronger. Then they warmly asked if that person wanted to continue paying the fee for the rented gun. The female employee called number 122. She looked at the person who had just appeared before her and gave a professional smile. She greeted him and asked how she could help. Baphomet had been changed into a different set of clothes with a bandage on his face. He looked straight at the female employee and didn't answer right away. He recalled the scene from before. The person who had just choked and restrained him brought his face close to his and smiled like a cunning old fox. He pointed his index finger at his chest and asked, "Are you scared?" He got up from on top of him and said that even they wouldn't dare to do anything so reckless. And besides, he quite liked his personality. Baphomet raised a hand to rub his aching neck, glaring at him warily. He heard him say that with a talent like his, he could probably handle any problem. He didn't understand what he was talking about. Immediately after, he seriously made an offer that he should become a hunter under Roju. That talent for killing of his should be dedicated to Roju. Back in the present, he looked at the female employee and said he was here to register as a hunter. The female employee smiled and said she understood. She requested his ID and the results of his hunter ability assessment test. He remembered the man in glasses had said they would make a small change to his identity and would also contact other agencies to help him pass the ability assessment test. After a few operations, the female employee smiled and said the check was complete. Thank you. Now, please register code name. She further explained that it was the name he would use as a hunter. He remembered the man in glasses had instructed him that the policy of creating a completely separate code name was to distinguish between ordinary people and hunters, and that he couldn't register without one. In the present, the female employee asked if he had any ideas for a code name in mind. It has to be different from your real name. If not, they could suggest a few. In Baphomet's mind, he remembered what the man in glasses had said before he came here. He said that in this industry, many businesses have to operate in secret because this industry already attracts a lot of attention, but he should try to go there without drawing too much attention. Baphomet smiled and thought to himself, he will regret giving me this chance. I will become stronger than anyone, and he looked straight at the female employee and smiled, then said the code name Baphomet. Baphomet was confident that he would make everyone tremble when they heard his name. A wolf with fur as white as snow was opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. It was as ferocious as if it wanted to tear its prey to shreds. Right after, with a knee strike, Baphomet easily took it down. The other wolf behind was poised to pounce, wanted to take this opportunity to attack him. Baphomet seemed to have anticipated it. He quickly turned around and fought the wolf with his bare hands. Immediately after, he easily grabbed the wolf, and with an arm takedown, he instantly and gently defeated it. Behind him, there were still several wolves growling menacingly, not daring to advance. They knew they were no match for him, so they wisely retreated. A huge paw of the beast stomped on the ground, making it tremble. In the forest, the Wolf King's two eyes glowed as its massive body gradually appeared. It reached out its hand with sharp claws, wanting to attack Baphomet. He suddenly raised his hand, asking it to wait a moment, which made it freeze in surprise. It stared at him with eyes wide as if they would pop out. Baphomet raised his hand to the air, wanting to try using his summoning magic. He stood there and said, "Come to me now." But the thing he was waiting for did not appear. Nothing in the forest changed at all. Standing in front of the Wolf King, he looked like he was acting like a clown. He held that pose and wondered, isn't it coming? The Wolf King probably thought it was being toyed with by him. It lost its patience and swung its arm down strike. Where he stood, right after, as if realizing something, it flinched, its eyes wide open. It stood motionless, looking down at the human who had just landed a punch on its body. With just one punch, its entire body, its internal organs, seemed to have been shattered and blood splattered from its body. With this overwhelming power, it clearly had no ability to resist. Baphomet stepped out a magic portal. He thought, just as expected. One of his hands was in his pocket, the other was open. He looked at his palm, feeling a bit disappointed, because his power had not yet fully returned to him, and for this, there was currently only one reason. He looked at the bright red display in front of him, on which was written hidden quest complete, wrath in the name of humanity. The reward is the power you seek. He raised a hand to his chin and fell in a deep thought, pondering the phrase, the power you seek. He understood that he had just killed that petty criminal, so it was understandable that only this much power was restored. But that's a matter for later. Baphomet looked at the red display before his eyes, thinking with some annoyance, what the hell is this? It hasn't left me alone since I was in the tower. Why do I have to let this bright red thing order me around? Baphomet raised a hand to scratch his head, then walked forward. He thought irritably, even if I have questions, no one will answer them for me. Anyway, I know what I should do next. Already, he raised his hand and clenched his fist, then thought about his power. If my power has disappeared, I just need to get it back. It's that simple. I'm already too used to climbing up from the bottom of society. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying and dreadful energy behind him. The unknown thing emitting that dreadful energy laughed creepily and asked if his name was Baphomet. Baphomet gritted his teeth warily and whipped his head around, wanting to know who it was. It turned out to be the man with glasses. He angrily asked him, "Are you trying to get attention?" Baphomet put both hands in his pockets and walked closer. On the phone screen that his subordinate handed to Baphomet, the man was seen roaring. He said what kind of psycho would take the Tower Lord's name as a nickname. Baphomet raised an eyebrow and asked what's this about. His subordinate said awkwardly that the management was calling. The man with glasses, who was also the manager, said, "I told you to stop doing things that cause a public stir. I know you have a personal grudge against the group that called you a fake, but why is every rumor about you like a horror story? Your reputation is so bad now that not even dogs and cats on the street would touch it." Baphomet raised a hand to pick his ear, with a look on his face as if to say, "I hear nothing. I see nothing." The manager on the other side wouldn't let it go. He said, and another thing, the investigation results for the Hell Tower are out. The hunter named Raven was the one who conquered that place. Baphomet's hand, which was picking his ear, froze at his words. He opened his eyes wide, jolted awake. In the dead silent space, only the manager's incessant nagging remained. He said the situation has therefore gotten worse. Who would have thought a top hunter from Korea would have to sacrifice himself to destroy Baphomet? So now they're trying to find a way. Suddenly Baphomet spoke, saying 2 words, so what cutting him off? His mouth opened and then closed. He asked, "Are you saying I have to cower and grovel in front of everyone I meet?" I thought it was something serious, but I'm used to hearing that nonsensical gossip. I'm not interested. His expression at this moment looked incredibly cocky and was just asking for a beating. He said, "Let them gossip. When I get stronger, tell them to check under their beds when they go to sleep. A monster will come and visit." On the street, he stood with both hands in his pockets. Facing the phone screen his subordinate was holding to look at him. He silently watched to see how he would react. The man's slightly contemptuous voice came from the phone. He clicked his tongue and said, "You're all talk. Do you really believe you'll get through this?" Hearing him ask that, Baphomet was silent, not understanding what there was that he couldn't get through. Seeing his indifferent reaction to this matter, the manager didn't want to advise him anymore. He said, "If that's the case, then you should be ready to face the consequences of your choice." He said he'd see him at Jeju Island, then hung up. At Jeju Island, Baphomet's eyes widened as he looked at the scene before him. His eyes shone brightly. It still felt unreal. Looking at the deep blue sea in front of him, he was surprised and wondered, "Is that the sea? It looks just like what I saw on the phone." His manager's subordinate tapped on his phone and said, "We should get a taxi now. It starts in 2 hours." In just a moment of inattention, Baphomet had run closer to the sea excited like a child. He joyfully exclaimed, "It's the sea, oh my God." His manager's subordinate looked at his back, speechless. Baphomet was still engrossed in the sight of the sea. He marveled, "It stretches on forever, it's so amazing." His manager's subordinate glanced in the direction where Baphomet was playing. He thought to himself, he's not someone to be trusted. Knowing that, does the manager still want to keep him? He didn't understand the manager's decision. He remembered when it was just the two of them. The manager sat on a chair and told him, "You know full well, Tiang, this job isn't for ordinary people." He interlaced his fingers, rested his chin on them, and smiled, saying they need someone flawed enough to be easily manipulated. He said that no matter what, he would always keep an eye on Baphomet. If he does anything stupid, I myself will. He stopped there and didn't say more, but what he meant next was clear without being said. Up ahead, a man and a woman appeared, walking together. They seemed to be having a very happy conversation. Suddenly someone said, "Blue eyes," causing the blonde-haired, blue-eyed man who was talking to the woman beside him to stop and look in the direction of the person who had just spoken. Baphomet appeared before them. The terrifying aura he emitted startling them, so much their eyes widened as if they would pop out. The two of them froze, not daring to take another step. He looked at the man with a searching, studying gaze, as if he had just seen a strange creature. He couldn't help but ask, is this the different species that Toy was talking about? Their appearance is indeed a bit. Before he could finish, he was grabbed by the collar by Tiayong and dragged across the ground. He said, "Let's go and stop embarrassing our country any further." Being dragged away, Baphomet was not angry at all and was even in the mood to wave goodbye to the blue-eyed man. The incident happened so fast that the two tourists didn't even have time to understand what was happening before it was over. That day was a beautiful day. At a high-rise building on Jeju Island, Tiayong introduced to Baphomet that the orientation course for new hunters would be held here. Baphomet stood opposite Tiayong with his hands in his pockets and asked about the orientation course. Tiayong explained that it was a training program to help new hunters adapt quickly. Baphomet didn't understand and asked why go to all this trouble. Isn't it enough for hunters to just kill monsters? Tiayong patiently told him that it's because the number of powerful and influential people in this strange field is higher. He suddenly stopped talking and said forget it. He meant it's a law enacted by the government. Unlike other countries, hunters here are hired directly by the government. So how they use hunters is their prerogative. Tiayong handed an ID card and a phone to Baphomet and told him to take them. He took them and said in surprise, "This smartphone." He asked uncertainly, "Is it really for me?" Tiayong said yes indifferently. He said, "Of course." Baphomet's mood improved considerably. He held the ID card in one hand and the phone in the other, smiling happily. He heard Tiayong ask him, "So normally I'll call you Shaman Yu, right?" Baphomet looked at his ID card, which had the name Shaman Yu on it, and fell into deep thought. He remembered the echoing voice of his brown-haired subordinate before he exploded in front of him. He had asked him if he would use his real name. His parents had put a lot of thought into it, but he never got to use it. Tiayong pointed his thumb towards the door and looked at him, saying that's it. He reminded him it's almost time. You should go in. Baphomet thought Tiayong would go with him. He said, "You've been monitoring me this whole time, haven't you?" Tiayong thought to himself, "You're pretty sharp." Under his expectant gaze, he looked straight into Baphomet's eyes and told him to just go inside and you'll see. Baphomet's eyes darkened. He was displeased, but didn't say it out loud, his mind only circling around his phrase, and you'll see. In a large auditorium, the manager stood at the podium. He said, "Welcome, hunters," and then introduced himself as the host of today's course. He smiled like a cunning old fox and said his name was Ma Xianan. Baphomet looked at him on the stage and thought to himself, is that what he meant? In the cafeteria area, a few hunters were walking around the food counters, getting their own food. Baphomet suddenly spoke up, asking what the hell is going on here. He glared at the manager, who was also Ma Xianan, standing next to him, and asked, "Aren't you part of some kind of secret intelligence team?" Ma Xianan broke out in a sweat. He hurriedly told Baphomet to keep his voice down, people will hear. He explained that on the outside, he is a member of the center, a hunter manager, and asked Baphomet again, "Do you understand?" Baphomet bluntly mocked him, "You're pretty good at deceiving people." He smiled without any shame and said that it's less boring than being the hypocrite of the century. Baphomet asked displeasedly, "What did you say?" He tilted his head slightly toward the few people who were covering their mouths, and gossiping nearby, then told Baphomet to look at them. He said they've been making Baphomet the topic of their conversation for a while now. He said their friendship has probably grown much stronger from having to struggle against Baphomet. Every single one of them looked at Baphomet with malice. A man among them asked the person next to him, "Isn't that the fraud over there? He still dares to drag his body here? What's more, he even took the code name Baphomet." Baphomet looked at them indifferently. He heard them call him a psycho. Ma Xiaonan raised a hand to cover his mouth and whispered. He put on a troubled expression and said, "That's how it is. Don't act like you know me at all. I don't want to get dragged down because of you." A girl with short, shoulder-length brown hair waved and called out to Ma Xiaonan. She said cheerfully, "Manager, over here." Ma Xiaonan immediately turned around. He said, "Yes, and I'll be right there," leaving Baphomet standing alone with a plate of food. Baphomet turned his face away. He didn't care and thought, "That's fine. I can't be bothered to care anyway. Enjoying the food is much more fun." Ma Xiaonan looked at Baphomet sitting at a nearby table. Seeing his joyful expression, his whole body radiating a pink, rosy light, he wondered why he was so strangely happy. He asked himself, is he trying to grin and bear it? What a patient person. But anyway, it's a relief to know his spirit is so strong. Suddenly, something happened that startled him. Even his eyebrows knitted together tightly. A group of hunters appeared out of nowhere, surprising him. He looked at them and wondered, what? Why are A-rank hunters here? The group of them walked in arrogantly. A bad premonition rose in Ma Xiaonan's heart. He trembled, his face covered in sweat, and asked what's happening. Why are A-ranks? The short brown-haired girl who was looking at them turned her head to look at him in surprise and asked, "What? Haven't you received the notice?" She said a few A-rank hunters will also start their special training course today. Ma Xiaonan asked, "Isn't it next week?" She replied that they kept postponing the date, and it ended up being today, so it's understandable you couldn't keep up. She asked, "But isn't this a good opportunity? The new hunters can learn more from them." Ma Xiaonan broke out in a cold sweat and forced a smile, saying that's right, everyone can learn more. He thought of Baphomet and understood, except for that guy. Baphomet was completely unaware of what was happening outside. He stared intently at the lavish pile of food he had just gotten, his eyes sparkling with happiness as he said, "This is..." His cheeks flushed, he smiled happily, and remembered that there seemed to be a toy on the phone that helps take pictures of food. It really made him curious. After all, when he was a demon, he didn't need to eat anything. He stared intently at the dishes and thought, I've tried kanji and ramen, but I've never had dishes like these. What should one say at times like this? That's right, Baphomet remembered. He picked up a spoon, his eyes crinkling into a smile, and said, Bon appetit. Before he could finish, someone took a glass of water and poured it straight onto his head. Everyone in the cafeteria turned their heads in unison, shocked. The person who had just poured water on his head spoke up, mocking him, Aren't you the infamous Baphomet? Baphomet was stunned and couldn't react. Someone asked, Who is that? The troublemaker raised an eyebrow and looked at Baphomet provocatively, saying it's a pleasure to meet you. I was very curious about how formidable you would be, but it turns out you're just an ordinary person. Someone answered the person who was curious about his identity. He is Leon, an A-rank hunter. His companion came over. That person called him Bang Ji-Huan and asked, What are you doing? Baphomet sat at the table, his whole face drenched in water, but he had no reaction. Bang Ji-Huan's companion tried to stop him by saying he was being rude. Everyone is watching. He gritted his teeth angrily and said, How can I act like nothing happened when I meet this bastard face to face? Bang Ji-Huan's companion apologized to Baphomet on his behalf and criticized him. You're not entirely innocent because we lost many comrades because of that very Baphomet. That person said you operating under that code name is no different from you mocking the other hunters. A cold drop of water rolled down Baphomet's cheek. He glared, looking very angry. The other person was oblivious. He was still busy advising him to choose a more suitable name. Before he could finish, Baphomet took the food tray from the table and poured it straight on a Bang Ji-Huan's head to his stunned disbelief. Everyone around was shocked and couldn't believe their eyes. Ma Xiaonan suddenly slammed his head on the table. He looked as if he were dead, his soul wanting to escape his body. The short brown-haired girl standing next to him asked worriedly, What's wrong with you? Bang Ji-Huan gritted his teeth in anger. He hissed through his teeth, What the? He grabbed Baphomet's collar and said angrily, Are you tired of living? Baphomet looked at him with an indifferent expression. He opened his mouth and said, "You making a big fuss over a name? Don't worry. He won't be resurrected just because I'm using his name." These words from Baphomet only made him angrier. He asked, "What did you say, you son of a bitch?" Baphomet looked straight at him without a trace of fear and said with a smile, "If you care so much about your comrades in arms, why didn't you kill Baphomet a little sooner, instead of going around proclaiming how weak you are?" Bang Ji-hwan's companion peeked out from behind Bang Ji-hwan and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Baphomet ignored him and focused only on mocking Bang Ji-hwan. He said, "I get it. Could it be that you're too weak, so you couldn't even if you wanted to?" As soon as Baphomet's words, "Am I wrong?" were finished, the rage in Bang Ji-hwan's heart reached its peak. He widened his eyes and glared at Baphomet. "You son of a bitch, have you said enough?" Bang Ji-hwan said, with a terrifying expression. He clenched his fist, wanting to attack Baphomet. A blue screen indicated that the strength enhancement skill that increases physical power was activating. Ma Xianun frowned in surprise. He didn't expect things to go this far. Bang Ji-hwan glared angrily at Baphomet and hissed, "Baphomet, that monster killed him." He remembered Raven once laughing and telling him, "Your fists are really powerful, just blocking them is a problem." Raven had once said friendly that with it, he would surely pass the promotion test easily. Bang Ji-hwan swung his fist to attack Baphomet. He shouted, "It was the one that killed Raven." Baphomet looked at the attack, rushing towards him, and hesitated, not knowing whether to dodge or block. He thought to himself, blood will be shed one way or another. Suddenly, someone appeared and stopped his fist. That person reminded Bang Ji-hwan, "Fighting here is against the rules." Bang Ji-hwan's fist stopped right in front of Baphomet's face. He glanced at the person who had just stopped him. Even Baphomet wanted to know who would step up to help him. He turned his head to look at that person and was startled. It was a familiar face. The gossiping hunters also recognized him. Someone said in surprise that Hunter, the person sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Who is it?" He replied, "That's his younger brother." Baphomet's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The person in front of him, with a cold demeanor, looked exactly like the hunter Raven, who had been killed by Baphomet in the tower. He heard the gossiper say, "He is Hunter Raven's younger brother." A question rang out, "Raven's younger brother?" Mixed with his surprised gaze, others also wondered and gossiped. "Raven has a younger brother? You don't know? He's very famous." A handsome young man who looks exactly like his older brother, the youngest A-rank hunter, Griffin. Ji-hwan frowned. You, along with another A-ranker standing behind, also showed surprise at his appearance. "Long time no see. I didn't expect you to be in this training session too, but I'm happy to see you here." Before he could finish his sentence, Ji-hwan stood in front of Griffin and said, against the law, "Are you seriously welcoming this bastard after seeing what he's done?" Beside him, the other A-rank friend was about to stop him, saying, "Hey, Bang Ji-hwan." Griffin calmly continued, "He's not wrong. If my brother had paid attention to Baphomet sooner, and if he had been a little stronger, he wouldn't have died in that tower." Ji-hwan immediately growled in anger. "You damn brat." Instantly, Xianun waved his hand to intervene before they had any intention of fighting. "Wait a minute, Mr. Hunters, you can't do that in here." Xianun forced a smile and tried to mediate. "Is it really necessary to go this far? There are a lot of people watching." Ji-hwan asked, "Why did you let him in?" At that question, he asked back, not understanding, "Huh?" He frowned at Xianun and continued to ask, "As a member of the Hunter Intelligence Management Team, aren't you the one who approves bastards like him to come here?" The A-ranker behind him felt helpless and held his head. Faced with that question, he just smiled lightly. Then he casually said an apology. "Oh, is that so? My apologies." After replying, Xianun turned abruptly to Min Yu and said, "Mr. Hunter, could you talk with me for a moment?" He acted unwilling and replied, "What? Why should I?" Before he could refuse, Xianun had already shut his mouth with just two very gentle words, "Shut up." With no other choice, Min Yu could only follow Xianun, ignoring the rest of the people. Following his footsteps was a sharp glare from Griffin at the building for the orientation. Of course, a female voice was making an introduction. "Hello, new hunters. I am Han I-Young, the instructor for the system-related program. She was introducing and guiding the new hunters on the basics of the system. When you awakened, you all saw a blue system window, right? For hunters who are inexperienced in using the system window, we have linked it with a program developed by the Hunter Intelligence Management team, so it will be easier to in front of Minyu. It seemed like he was listening, but in his head, he was thinking about Sionun's words. Hit me. A moment ago, he and Sionun had a conversation, and he suddenly said, I said, hit me. At those crazy-sounding words, he also wondered, are you crazy? What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Sionun continued, if I hadn't recruited you in the first place, things like this wouldn't have happened. This is all my fault. He shut his eyes tightly, determined to take responsibility for his actions. So just hit me. Come on. Minyu put on a murderous look, cracked his knuckles, and while thinking it, he also said it to Sionun. This is a great opportunity. Are you serious? You can't take it back. Sionun didn't think he would actually hit him. You look like you're really about to hit me. Why don't you have any hesitation at all? Minyu retracted his scary look. So what do you want me to do now? You want me to be lenient after being humiliated like that? He was surprised to hear Sionun's answer. Yeah, endure it, just until you become stronger. Sionun continued to make him understand. Listen to me. As long as you become stronger, no one will say such blatant insults to you anymore. To do that, you need to humble yourself a little now. Pausing for a moment, he continued, even with 100 people like you right now, you can't defeat an A-rank hunter. That's a fact. Before the flashback ended, Sionun's last words were, in other words, from now on, don't say anything and learn to humble yourself. A hand held a phone with an unflattering headline as a voice spoke up. So that piece of trash is a professional con artist? Two new hunters were reading the news and speaking with contempt. Who does he think he is? Daring to crawl in here? It's because of bastards like him that normal hunters like us get criticized. I was so happy to come here for training, but then flies like him make me. The conversation was cut short when a fist was seen punching towards a vending machine. The two of them immediately fell silent and looked towards the source of the sound. A voice rang out. Damn it, it swallowed my money. The owner of that voice was Minyu, and he was glaring as a warning to the two of them. Should I hit it really hard to make it spit the money out? The two of them were startled and turned pale with fear. They immediately changed the subject and moved away. Didn't they say earlier there would be a friendly match between two A-rank hunters? Yeah. I heard it's being held in the GRX room. Let's go. That's what they said. But in their minds, the two were panicking. What was that? What did he get there? Were those words aimed at us? Look at that bastard's eyes. It's as if he's killed someone before. It's not just one or two people. Minyu rubbed the back of his neck, his face returning to normal as he thought. That was enough to stop them without using my fists. He bowed his head to look at the vending machine and then exclaimed, Hey, I could get a drink without putting money in. How lucky, Minyu thought as he drank his water. Come to think of it, those brats just mentioned a friendly match between A-rank hunters. In a flash, the sky had turned dark. Minyu walked over and looked towards the crowd of spectators. A young man, looking to be in pain, fell to the ground. Ji-Huan stood proudly, holding a blue cloth as an announcement rang out. Hunter Leon is victorious. The young man who had just fallen got up and said to him, as expected, I can't beat you, senior, but I've learned a valuable thing or two. He also offered encouragement. Your skills have improved a lot. The event staff continued with the matches. Hunter Leon has now won 8 consecutive matches. Does anyone else wish to challenge him? Faced with Ji-Huan's strength, everyone hesitated to challenge him, while Ji-Huan had already set his eyes on someone. He called out to Griffin, who was sitting and drinking water. Griffin. He looked toward Ji-Huan upon hearing the challenge. Care for a match? Griffin smiled, removing a yellow cord while Ji-Huan said, You already know the rules, don't you? Then Ji-Huan crossed his arms and waited. The blue cloth wrapped around his arm. At the same time, the event staff explained the rules again. The first person to snatch the blue cloth from the other's arm wins. The voice continued to announce the rules. The use of passive or active skills is forbidden. As this is a friendly match, If I see things getting dangerous, I will stop it. Upstairs, Seong-un walked over and asked two female event staff who were also watching the match. Are they at it again? The girl named Ayung turned and replied, "Ah, Captain." The girl spoke up. "A lot of new hunters have come to watch." Seong-un smiled warmly. "Oh, is that so? The match will surely have a positive impact on," Seong-un said while looking toward Min-yu, the new guys. The long-haired girl smiled brightly and turned to ask, "Sis, Hunter Griffin is really handsome, isn't he?" She praised him while looking down at Griffin. "He's so charming these days. Should I ask for his number later?" Faced with her infatuation with a handsome man, the other two could only make a helpless expression, not knowing what else to say. Ayung replied to her smitten junior, Of course. Hunter Griffin is very famous." "How old is he, Captain?" Seong-un rubbed his chin, smirking as he replied, I think he's a second year in middle school." After those words, the three of them seemed to freeze. A loud, astonished voice, "What?" At the same time, down below, Ji-hwan and Griffin had begun their match, grappling with each other by the hands. Ji-hwan said challengingly, "Shall I test whether your skills have improved?" Griffin's gaze also turned serious. He threw a kick at Ji-hwan, but he managed to dodge it. Ji-hwan threw a punch forward. Griffin immediately ducked to evade the blow. Griffin glanced at his opponent with a sharp gaze. He swiftly reached out, trying to snatch the cloth from Ji-hwan's hand. Step by step, Griffin continuously reached out to attack, but Ji-hwan dodged each time by leaning away. The two resumed their ready stances. Ji-hwan thought, his movements are still too slow. If it goes on like this, his hand reached for the blue cloth on Griffin's arm. He continued to think, almost certain, I'll get it. However, Griffin wasn't as easy as he thought. He immediately ducked to evade his hand. Ji-hwan turned his head in surprise. He's counterattacking? At that moment, Griffin successfully snatched Ji-hwan's blue cloth, taking him by surprise. Everyone fell silent, all surprised by this result. Min-yu watched with a pensive expression. The announcement rang out. Hunter Griffin is victorious. Griffin held the blue cloth he had just won, surrounded by murmurs and praise. Hunter Leon couldn't catch him. Did you see Griffin's movements? I couldn't see all of his movements clearly. He's that skilled without using any skills. As expected of one of the A-rank hunters. The crowd continued to murmur. His promotion to an S-rank hunter is just a matter of time. At the same time, his gaze shifted to one side as if he had found his new prey. A hand reached out, the way you pretended to give me an opening, but were actually looking for my weakness. Ji-hwan continued, you've matured. If your older brother could see this, he'd be happy. An interruption came from Griffin. Supervisor, may I continue to fight? The event staff did not refuse, replying, yes, of course, but with whom? The person he wanted to fight was Baphomet, who had been watching the match from the sidelines. He was stunned to hear his name called. What? Ji-hwan was also surprised by his chosen opponent. Hey you. The event staff, flustered, checked the information again. With Hunter Baphomet? But he's not an A-rank hunter. He's just a newbie. I don't think this is feasible. Before he could finish, CNU's voice came from above. Sounds interesting. CNU spoke, smiling with amusement at this match. He then continued, we can gather data on the gap between amateur and veteran hunters. Of course, this match can also be used as a combat simulation for the new hunters, right? The event staff also accepted. If the captain thinks so then. Suddenly, CNU interrupted, but will proceed by giving Hunter Griffin a handicap. Min-yu and Griffin both put the blue cloths on their arms to prepare for the match. Min-yu thought, what exactly is he thinking? He's the one who told me to always be humble. At the same time, CNU above was also thinking cheerfully, once he's defeated, he'll stop being so arrogant. Min-yu looked at Griffin, sizing up his opponent, seeing Griffin cracking his shoulders to prepare. So he's Ja-won's younger brother. Min-yu understood his current state. First of all, in my current condition, it's almost impossible to win. A glance shot up at him, but Min-yu, not noticing, was still calculating in his head. It's best if I take a few hits and then throw the match. Before he could finish his thought, Griffin immediately charged toward the off-guard and distracted Min-yu. He gritted his teeth, blocking Griffin's fist with his arm. His hand gripped his forearm tightly. If I just take a few hits. Minyu continued to calculate that it would be best to let Griffin throw him forward without losing his life. A direct punch was just a short distance from his face. He quickly dodged the punch to the side. The force of Griffin's punch was strong enough to shatter the floor tiles underneath. Minyu looked up at the person who truly wanted to crush him. This damn kid. I knew at the moment he chose me, but still, facing a murderous gaze that struck without hesitation, he's really serious about beating me to a pulp. Outside, everyone could see his seriousness and said, even Griffin is getting worried by him. Who told him to use the name of the demon that killed his brother as a codename? Griffin raised his fist. The crowd continued to murmur, wow, he's really... Seeing Griffin relentlessly punching Minyu hard, everyone thought he had become a punching bag. Already, from that blow, he was extremely uncomfortable due to Griffin's strength. Damn it, that fucking hurts. Minyu counterattacked with a kick. Take one hit, but before he could finish, Griffin swiftly lowered himself to dodge the attack. Then he flipped him over, grabbing Minyu's neck and pinning him to the floor. He didn't stay still either and twisted his body, quickly escaping from Griffin's grasp. Minyu suddenly realized he's just toying with me. Looking at Griffin, who was looking at him, if it were the me of the past, this kid would have... Minyu suddenly had a strange thought. But how pitiful. He thought while dodging blows, if only he weren't bound by the handicap. He thought, then I could have witnessed his true skills. Minyu continued to dodge Griffin's fists. His emotions when fighting. He took a punch to the face, but still couldn't stop thinking about the true power he possessed. His face flushed, and he smiled with amusement. Minyu became strange with his line of thought. I want to see it. The arm rushing toward him suddenly stopped. Griffin looked at him and said, let's stop here. Minyu couldn't understand and was surprised. What? A question echoed in his head. Did he just say he wants to stop? Griffin said, there's no point in continuing. The event staff came over. Is that so? I thought as much since this is a special match. With an announcement that seemed to end the match, does anyone else want to participate in a friendly match? He stood there dumbfounded as a voice rang out. In his head, no. The thoughts kept appearing, urging him on in his mind. I want to fight. I want to keep fighting. Something else tried to hold his mind back. But Minyu thought about what CNU had said before. Even if there were 100 of you right now, you couldn't defeat an A-rank hunter. That's the truth. In other words, from now on, don't say anything and learn to be humble. Minyu thought, he's right. I'm too weak right now. But until when? A voice rang out with an image of the Earth's surface. But why do I feel like I'm going so far away right now? Did I do something wrong? The voice grew louder as if it would explode. Until when? The image of the Earth, like his remaining ego, was trying to stop him. Hey, stop it, you piece of trash. A deep, sinister smile, emitting a dangerous aura, appeared on his lips. Behind Minyu, his original form seemed to reappear, a demon who was once the strongest ruler, growling as he raised an unfriendly middle finger. You dogs! Griffin's eyes widened in shock. He felt a terrifying, killing intent from behind him, like the hand of a demon about to grab him. He quickly turned and kicked hard, sending Minyu flying. Unexpectedly, CNU and the two girls upstairs stared with wide eyes. By the time he regained awareness of his own actions, it was too late. Griffin only said one word. A powerful impact from inside sent something flying out of the building, and it landed in a swimming pool below where some girls were standing. The girls screamed, "What's going on? What just fell?" A blonde girl, startled, looked toward the sound. It looks like a person, right? The one who was just thrown from the upper floor into the pool was Minyu. He lamented his fate. How pathetic. I didn't know I'd be taken out like this with just one blow, but I think I have an idea of his skills now. I'll look forward to it the moment he kneels before me. Oh, right. The lack of air made him stop his train of thought and start struggling, trying to save himself before becoming the hunter who logged out for the dumbest reason in history. How are you supposed to swim, anyway? Minyu opened his mouth, panicking. I can't breathe. Just as he knew he was done for, his consciousness fading, the figure of a blonde girl appeared, swimming toward him. Minyu cracked his eyes, open to look. A few questions appeared in Minyu's mind as he saw the appearance of the girl reaching for him. Blonde hair, blue eyes. The blonde girl reached her hand forward, swimming toward him. She opened her deep blue eyes. He also looked back at her with an indescribable gaze. Under the water, as their eyes met, it seemed a romantic atmosphere would blossom. He let out a small sound. That atmosphere was maintained until he grabbed a handful of her hair and thought, I can't take it anymore. Minyu, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, clung tightly to her hair, struggling without letting go. She, who had intended to save him, was also startled and immediately began to panic as well. He desperately wanted to be saved. I can't breathe. Save me. The two of them just struggled with each other underwater, their cries muffled. On the shore, the two girls saw the still surface of the water. Seeing that no one had surfaced, they said to each other, it's been a while since she jumped in to save that guy, hasn't it? Yeah, the water is still calm. Nothing's happening. Then two long, silky strands of the girl's golden hair floated to the surface. The two girls were instantly horrified. Panicked voices began to ring out. Oh my God, what is this? It's hair. Something's wrong. Call for help. Suddenly, the scene faded to black and then began to brighten on a different, strange scene. A demon with the lower body of a human, but the head of a beast was standing, holding a spear, looking like a guard. A voice was heard calling out numbers. Number 8, number 18. The demon standing there said, startled, huh? The voice of another demon urged, what do you mean, huh? Don't just stand there. Get ready for work. The demon, as if not understanding, asked again, work? Then he heard the reply, yeah, work. The demon continued with his questions. What work? The meaningless questions made the other demon ask, are you still half asleep? The next sentence came as an official answer, accompanied by an image of a human smiling sinisterly while beheading the demon. It's time for the human hunt. Minyu's eyes shot open as he woke with a start. Huh? He was surrounded by water, probably having been pulled out a while ago. He gently held his head, thinking about the dream he just had. Again? I've been having that dream ever since I became human. But that dream just now? While thinking, Minyu was suddenly confused when he saw a girl's pink lips. It turned out to be the beautiful blonde girl who had jumped in to save him. She was lying next to him, unconscious. Looking at her blonde hair and fair skin, he thought to himself, a foreigner? Now I remember when I was about to drown, this person. Suddenly, a sharp female voice warned him, stop staring while I'm still talking nicely. When he looked up, he saw a girl with short red hair leaning down, speaking to him with a murderous gaze. Before I bury you alive. Minyu staggered, startled, and shot up, backing away. Suddenly feeling his skin touch someone, he flinched. He turned to look behind him. The two girls standing behind Minyu were looking at him with annoyance and contempt. He didn't understand where these girls came from or why they were looking at him like that. What were these girls? Rushing in from the door, Ayoung and Songun, panting, hurried over and asked, we were sorry. There was a problem at the end of our shift. Is anyone hurt? Seemingly recognizing someone, director of the Fiend Guild, Hunter at China. Songun explained, we didn't know you were here. Is anyone hurt? Not letting Songun finish, China called out as someone. Unhai. An arm rose from the water in response to the name. Yes, I'm here. China took the blonde hair collected from the water from the girl named Unhai. You have to make sure you pick up every single strand. The cheerful girl replied, of course. Unhai was delighted when China patted her face. She looked at him while continuing to pat Unhai's face, while Songun stood frozen and speechless at the scene. China explained the situation. As you can see, Mr. Hunter, our guild is on retreat, so our members have been in this hotel since yesterday, and we were having a pool party. Then she immediately pointed at Minyu, who had an innocent as can be look on his face. But that guy, he just fell from the sky and ruined the party. I heard there was a career orientation session happening next to this hotel, and that guy is a newbie, right? And he's in training, isn't he? Songun spoke up to apologize. Yes, we're sorry. Because we were split up? She interrupted him again, holding up the strand of blonde hair and asking, do you know what this is? Songun saw that it was just a strand of hair in China's hand. Isn't this just hair? But she retorted, it's not just hair. China began to lecture on the importance of the hair. Waking up extremely early and renting an expensive salon. Transporting natural ingredients directly from the mountains every day to keep the hair firm and shiny, and the time and effort spent as precious as gold that the girl had to put in. Her eyes widened as she concluded with one sentence, all of that. Speaking of the blonde girl, still lying unconscious over there, all of that is the hair of our guild's navigator hunter. After hearing the whole story, everyone was like a still image. Songun continued to apologize and expressed his desire to compensate. We're sincerely sorry. How can we compensate you? Ichina ignored Song-un and looked directly at Minyu. This guy is the one who has to take responsibility. A spark of surprise appeared in his eyes. She smirked, stood in front of him, and named a price for compensation. 1,000,000 won per strand. Since he lost 116 strands, that's 116 million. You must compensate us. Minyu, upon hearing this, asked back, what? Meanwhile, in Song-un's mind, everything was collapsing. I'm screwed. I'm really screwed. Hunter Ichina is absolutely crazy about money. She thinks of everything in terms of money. Confronting an A-rank hunter was bad enough, but we had to run into the Fiend Guild too. Song-un held his head and lamented, did I commit treason in a past life or something? At the same time, Minyu is arguing with Ichina. You're being ridiculous. I have to pay 1 million for each strand of hair? Ichina and the other two girls were startled when they heard him speak. And who is that hunter anyway? Is she worth me paying that much? Hearing that, the girls said, you crossed the line. You really don't know? Minyu, seeing them say that, wondered what's with them. They began to talk about her. Codename Vankiji, an S-rank hunter and famous everywhere as the #1 hunter. Before their introduction, she appeared as a top-class hunter with a green aura surrounding her. Not only her skills, but her looks were also top-tier. The orange-haired girl continued to affirm Vankiji's appeal. The #1 commercial model. She's a celebrity, and any product she buys or uses sells out instantly. However, he didn't think so. What's with this nonsense? Ichina's voice spoke up. Stop it. You're just wasting your breath explaining to this newbie. Ichina pointed her finger and made it clear to him that he had to compensate if he wanted to live in peace. It seems you're a hunter who hasn't been in the business for long. Pay up while things are still simple, if you want your hunter career to go smoothly. She continued, you can still pay in installments if you don't have the money right away, or you can work off the debt by selling your body to us. Minyu was suddenly startled, thinking of something. Voices and actions from the past suddenly returned, swirling in his mind. It had become his psychological trauma. You don't have the money to pay? That's a problem. There's no other way. Sell your body to pay it off. Instantly, he became agitated and swore. Like hell I will. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Hearing that, she became annoyed and angry, not expecting him to say such a thing. Like hell? What did you just say? Minyu began to analyze. If you want to blame someone, you have to know what happened first. He also showed his temper, pointing his finger and shifting the blame to Song-un. It's this guy's fault for not taking proper measurements. He also continued, talking about the next culprit who made him fall into the pool. And it was him who kicked me down here. Griffin appeared as one of the reasons he fell into this situation. The girls saw Griffin's appearance as a troublesome obstacle. Hunter Griffin. Why is Hunter Griffin here? It's bad if Hunter Griffin is here. Griffin belongs to the Nebula Guild, our rival. Ichina fell silent, crossing her arms in front of her chest as she looked at him. She stood in front of Griffin and questioned him. Hunter Griffin, that guy said you kicked him down here, is that right? He replied curtly, yes. Young spoke up to clarify the situation. This was just a friendly match between an A-rank hunter and a new hunter. Ichina feigned understanding. Is that so? So there was a misunderstanding? But the very next second, she changed her tune, still sticking to her demand for compensation. So what? Newbie, this doesn't change anything. Like I said, compensation. Her money-grubbing stubbornness made him curse silently in his heart. This bitch. In the end, it was Song-un who spoke up to mediate. We will compensate you. Upon receiving the offer of mediation, Ichina asked, Center Manager? Song-un replied, yes, we are also involved in this incident. However, being involved in monetary compensation violates government regulations, so Ichina and the girls were all astonished to hear his next words. How about exclusive rights to a tower? Exclusive rights to a tower can be understood as a system that allows a guild to monopolize one or more towers. Due to the nature of the tower, the exclusive guild can infinitely mine magic stones from continuously respawning monsters until the tower is cleared. Simply put, it's a goose that lays golden eggs. Moreover, hunters not belonging to the exclusive guild are not allowed to clear the tower and must also turn over all their loot to the exclusive guild. A small number of hunters think this is absurd. But who cares? If anyone is jealous, they should just join a strong guild. Song-un made an incredibly attractive compensation offer. We happen to have a tower that hasn't been cleared for a year and a half. You ladies will have exclusive rights for 1 year. Is that acceptable? Ichina pretended to be undecided and said, this isn't something I can decide on my own, so I will discuss it with my guild. The girls behind her saw their leader's intention and secretly marveled. 1 step back, 2 steps forward. You're so good, sis. While she was discussing with her guild, Ayung, behind her, asked Song-un with some hesitation, is it okay for us to give them exclusive rights to our property? He thought on the positive side, it's good for us if the Fiend Guild handles it. After a while, Ichina turned around and cleared her throat softly. Ahem. Then she decided to give her answer. All right, we accept that offer. Song-un and Ayung, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up and said with a smile, an excellent choice. An unknown amount of time passed, and the sky had grown dark. Finally, Venkiji opened her eyes and woke up to a few words of concern. Kiji, are you awake? Ichina asked when she saw her sit up. Are you okay? That's a relief. Let's go inside. Kiji saw the other people present and wondered, aren't those the headquarters managers? Why are they here? The incident was too long to explain conveniently, so Ichina told her, we'll explain later. Kiji and the girls began to leave together. Minyu glanced at Kiji as she walked past. Kiji paused for a moment. She also noticed that he was looking at her. His eyes widened, suddenly showing a flash of surprise. It turned out she had turned her head back to wink at him with a small laugh. After doing so, she immediately turned and left, leaving him to wonder, what was that just now? Over on Seong-un's side, he was apologizing. We would also like to apologize to you gentlemen. Hunter. Suddenly, Seong-un and Aiyung bowed. We should have been prepared for unexpected situations like this. A large part of the fault is ours. Please forgive us. Minyu and Griffin both looked away a bit awkwardly and remained silent. It was late at night, and the lights from the room shone outside. As he walked alone in the lobby, he thought, a money-grubbing hunter, huh? It really takes all kinds. Anyway, Minyu thought back on Kiji's strange action. Why did that foreign chick wink at me? Was it a challenge? Suddenly, from out of nowhere, Griffin abruptly jumped out and snatched the blue cloth from his arm. Minyu turned back and said irritably, what the hell are you doing? Griffin, holding the blue cloth, replied, you didn't even notice my presence? Face to face with Minyu, he wanted to know why he was holding his cloth. And how dare you swipe my stuff at a time like this? Flashing back to the time of the match, Griffin stood watching everyone shout as he fell. Ah, he's fallen. Griffin stood still, realizing his own action. Then he suddenly looked down. He unconsciously discovered the blue cloth on his arm was gone. The scene at the pool from earlier appeared. It turned out Griffin's lost blue cloth was floating in the pool. Back to the present, he rubbed his neck and sighed. Ah, you follow me all the way here just to ask about that? It's because you were moving like that, so I just grabbed whatever I could. I didn't steal it from you. Griffin had noticed a strange point that could only be perceived with careful observation. A new hunter? Pausing for a moment, he continued, that's something only those with vast combat experience would notice. He looked straight at him and questioned, who are you really? Minyu silently and profoundly looked back at Griffin. Minyu asked him back, then let me ask you, you pretended to randomly choose us, didn't you? Because I used the name of the monster that killed your brother. Such an emotional hunter, huh? Seeing that he didn't answer his question, Griffin said, don't change the subject and answer the question. Griffin gritted his teeth upon hearing his next sentence. I'll answer someone who is more reasonable, not someone who is overwhelmed by emotions. Minyu silently listened to Griffin speak. You mean I'm avenging that piece of trash? Surprise appeared on his face. I just wanted to. Then, as if understanding something from Griffin's words, take my anger out on someone. Griffin had finished answering his question. Is that enough? Now you answer, Bat. But Minyu seemed to ignore it and called out to him. Hey. He presented his final judgment to Griffin. Are you perhaps mad because Baphomet killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill with your own hands? After hearing his words, he was stunned and shocked. Then Griffin quickly recovered from his astonished expression, asking coldly, what? A little disbelieving of his own ears. He was amazed to grasp a part of it. So it's true. Minyu recounted what he felt when he heard him say earlier, you mean I'm avenging that piece of trash? He had sensed killing intent from that sentence. I didn't feel any hostility from you when you fought me, but when you said that last sentence, your emotions, it was truly hatred for someone. He asked again to be sure. Baphomet killed your brother, the one you wanted to kill with your own hands. So you're taking your anger out on me. The one who took that name? Faced with Minyu's question, he bowed his head in silence. He continued to probe, seeing that it must be true, right? Griffin grew somber, not admitting it. A hunter killing another hunter. Are you saying I want to kill my own brother? Minyu tilted his head, thinking that definition wasn't right. Hunters aren't saints either. They can kill people too, although I also don't understand why two brothers of the same blood would do that. Griffin stood there stunned. Then immediately he continued to rebut him. Then let me ask another question. He recalled the moment he felt a demonic hand with strong killing intent behind his back. The killing intent you aimed at me at the last moment. Griffin looked closely at Minyu and uttered his words. There's only one place where you can feel such killing intent. One is in a dungeon, two is in a tower, and also only from a boss monster. Besides that, he still held firm, proving his certain suspicion. How can a human have the killing intent of a monster? The only reason I can think of. A monster in human disguise. After hearing this, Minyu smirked, looking amused. Then, unable to restrain himself, he threw his head back and let out a loud laugh. The laughter continued to echo throughout the hall. He laughed heartily, as if enjoying a funny story. You are indeed an interesting toy. Then he thought to himself, just like your brother. Minyu didn't deny it, but admitted frankly, that's right, I am a monster, so what will you do? Griffin also quickly replied, if you ask what a hunter does when they see a monster, the answer is to kill it immediately. Minyu continued, kill on sight? So if I'm a monster, then as you said, one of us will have to die, right? He grabbed Griffin's collar. Then I suppose we're in the same boat. He smiled menacingly, looking straight at him, a boat of killing each other. Minyu was amused by Griffin. The day you truly find out who I am, I'm really looking forward to it. Faced with having his collar grabbed and hearing his words, Griffin maintained a calm expression. Finally, Minyu smiled in anticipation, concluding with one last sentence to him. I hope you will become stronger. If not, you will die by my hand. In a Korean residential neighborhood, a voice asked, where are we going now? Seong-un appeared, leading Minyu to a new residence. I can't let you wander around homeless forever. Just follow me. I've prepared a decent place for you, along with the thought in his head. Even though a lot has happened, I still need to keep an eye on him. Seong-un stood before a green gate and introduced, we're here. Through Seong-un's mouth, the yard full of overgrown weeds was described by him as a cool, airy garden. And the dark house, full of cracks and cobwebs, became a quiet, old house. A desolate wind blew dry leaves. The two of them stood rooted in the middle of what was called this house. Seeing that he said nothing, Seong-un was almost certain of Minyu's next reaction. What kind of place is this? I won't accept it. Seong-un was ready to deal with it. Look at his reaction. Rest assured I have a way to handle this. Seong-un spoke preemptively. You should stay here. This place is quiet with not many prying eyes. This is a suitable place for you to hide from the media. Minyu just replied indifferently. Is that so? Contrary to Seong-un's thoughts, Minyu quickly agreed. All right, it just needs a little cleaning up and it'll be fine. Seong-un's jaw dropped, stunned and trembling at his words. These things are old but still usable. As if it was beyond his expectations, Seong-un pulled Minyu back and asked in alarm, really, you're willing to stay here? Let me check your head. Maybe you hit your head somewhere after falling into the pool. Hearing Seong-un's nonsense, Minyu got annoyed. What nonsense are you talking about again? Minyu said, well, I also like living in humble, quiet places like this. I used to live in a place that was too high up, so a little change now is nice. Hearing that, Seong-un thought he used to live quite well. What high-rise building did you live in before? Seong-un crossed his arms, leaned against the wall, and said to him, as if you like it here, there's nothing I can do, but well, as long as you're happy, it's fine. His fickle attitude made even Minyu feel helpless. What's with that? Your reaction changes so quickly, right? Seong-un mentioned his training. How was yesterday's training session? Minyu replied, I was fine. He thought about yesterday's session. I sensed many things during yesterday's session. An image of Griffin standing behind, looking at him. Again looking at Minyu as he walked past. There was always a gaze following. Then looking again, no matter where I went, that gaze never stopped following me. Suddenly a dark figure stood behind the door, watching Seong-un and Minyu. A small mumble was heard. A kid. Must be the new guy. I'll have to pay attention to him. As if sensing someone watching him, Minyu whipped his head around. Seeing his strange action, Seong-un immediately asked, what's wrong with you? He looked towards the door. I feel something observing us. Seong-un didn't see anything and said, "Is that so? I don't see anything." Seong-un didn't drag it out, sitting down and resting his hands on his legs. Getting to the main point. Let's get to the main point now. Seong-un began to assign him a mission. You've only just familiarized yourself at the first training session for hunters, and I'm already making you work. But this mission is quite suitable for you. Hunters, after finishing their courses, will gradually get used to combat practice. You will be assigned to go with other hunters. There will be a supervisor along. Usually a team will have 4 people. That was what created Min-Yu's current situation. A group of 3 men and 1 woman were standing. Among them a man in a neat suit, holding a tablet, said, "There's still one person who hasn't arrived, right? We've been waiting a while. What's his code name?" The young man in the group pointed. "Oh, there he is." He came over, rubbing his neck. Min-Yu would join the group, forming a team of 4, not counting the advisor, Baphomet. It turned out that group was waiting for Min-Yu. Being paired with a celebrity like this? Min-Yu looked up at the person whose voice he just heard. A person in the group with a slightly older appearance. "I feel truly honored. Hello." Conversely, back to the time when Seong-un was giving him the mission, Min-Yu said with a nonchalant look, "Supervisor? I don't understand. Isn't it a target that needs to be eliminated?" Seong-un pointed and explained, to put it simply, we need to find the person behind them. An image of a deer surrounded by spears appeared, symbolizing Seong-Yun's words. To find the biggest person behind them, you need to search and extract information from their underlings. He continued, "This sounds simple, but it's not easy. You will join a group of 4. There will be experienced hunters with you." Min-Yu understood the mission he had to do. I understand. Simply my job is to follow them and catch the small fries. Min-Yu was stunned by Seong-Yun's prior warning. Your group's highest is a B-rank hunter, but the ones behind those brats might be of a higher rank, so you must also be careful and on guard. Back to the present. The most mature person in the group of 4, he smiled while introducing himself. My code name is Quasar. I'm a B-rank freelance hunter, but things didn't go as planned for a living, so I had to work for the government. Quasar spoke to him in a friendly manner. Everyone is just met. Is there anything you'd like to say? Min-Yu, on high alert, just answered briefly. No, he didn't have any opinion in response either. Quasar started talking about the job. If no one has any objections, I'll talk about this job. Min-Yu looked at him and thought, is he trying to joke with me? Min-Yu thought back to when he told Seong-un, "Why did you say I became a hunter to hunt other hunters?" He calmly explained, "Don't think of things in such a one-dimensional way. This job is quite complex with many things to pay attention to." Is that so? Min-Yu was surprised to hear the next sentence. You need to investigate the target you need to hunt before you can catch them. This mission is not just that. Seong, uninstructed, pay attention to that advisor. Stick close to him, gain his trust, find evidence linking him to the criminals. Then bring him back here. In a corner, Min-Yu quietly smiled with amusement, thinking, this job seems interesting. He suddenly looked at Quasar and devised a plan. Capturing him alive isn't difficult. Let's see what other tricks he has. The difficult part is how to get close and gain his trust to find more information. After finishing his speech, Quasar called everyone in the group. Let's go then. A glowing gate appeared. Quasar briefly explained, this is a D-rank gate. Simply put, there are D-rank monsters inside this gate. You will conquer this dungeon under my supervision and guidance. Everyone stood observing the gate under his guidance. The only girl in the group spoke up right now. The young man in the group also voiced his question. There are D-rank monsters in here, but I'm only rank F. Quasar continued to answer their questions. Unfortunately, the dungeons for you F ranks are from D rank and below. You've already learned this in class. The two turned to look at each other and asked, is that so? Min-Yu, who had been silent until now, also spoke up. E and F rank magic beasts can be harmed by conventional weapons. Therefore, D rank dungeons will be handled by F rank hunters and above. I think that's how it is. Quasar and everyone were surprised. I didn't think you'd have memorized the lesson so well. Min-Yu thought back to Seong-Yun's furious expression. I didn't pay any damn attention to that stuff. If I wasn't forced to, I wouldn't have studied it. While Quasar was talking, the other two in the group stared at Min-Yu. As he said, conventional military weapons can't do anything in a D-rank dungeon. So we hunters will be in charge. You all don't need to be afraid. I've guided many groups like yours before. Quasar pointed to give instructions to prepare to enter. You all get your equipment and weapons ready. When Quasar didn't see Min Yu holding a weapon, he asked, "Oh, you weren't provided with a weapon, Hunter Fomet?" He replied by pointing to his left fist. Very quickly, he understood. You use your bare hands? You must be very proficient in martial arts, right? Quasar led the way in. Then I'll go first. Everyone follow me. A guy from behind came up and deliberately bumped into him. Move. He turned to look confused. It seemed like the people in this group didn't have a good impression. Everyone looked at Min Yu with hateful eyes. Bastard. He suddenly realized, are these the guys who badmouthed me at the academy? The rocks in the dungeon appeared. A loud cry from someone rang out. He swung his sword and decisively slashed the beast. Then he turned around and said arrogantly, quite simple. He turned to continue fighting another monster. Ack. Quasar observed each person in the group. Stupid mind, well-developed limbs. Those other two. As for the girl, she slashed with all her might, but to no avail. Why is it not working no matter how much I slash? He quietly stood to one side and evaluated, fighting without thinking and without any skill or strength. The other guy used magic but couldn't control it. Ack missed again. He continued to evaluate. Has damage but no accuracy. Quasar thought and then looked over at Min Yu, the only one who still hadn't done anything. All useless. He seems to be taking it easy. A strand of hair was cut. It turned out he was dodging some force that was slashing at him. Min Yu moved with extreme grace. He weaved through each beast. Two opposing beasts looked at him menacingly. Then they simultaneously slashed at Min Yu, but he had quickly ducked to dodge their attack. Min Yu's expression turned serious. He stepped on one of them. Then, using the momentum, he kicked the monster to death while leaping towards the smaller beasts. His left hand grabbed one's head, his right hand grabbed the other's. With great force, he crushed the heads of those small monsters. Quasar, witnessing the scene, was silent as if contemplating something while looking at him. Min Yu looked at his bloodstained hand and said calmly, "Got blood on it." Witnessing him kill the monster just now, Quasar could make a quick judgment, strength, agility, judgment, perfect accuracy. He concluded with one sentence, "This is a special hunter." Min Yu noticed someone looking at him and turned to look back. Quasar thought to himself, he's only just participated in a dungeon exploration, and he's already like this. It's quite strange. Then he suddenly saw Min Yu looking at him. He was silently baffled by the image of Min Yu holding up a bloody hand while smiling menacingly. It turned out Seon-un had taught him to do that. Smile to get friendly. After dealing with all the monsters, the other three in the group were panting, disheveled, and tired. Seeing this, Quasar said, "Everyone worked hard, but I see you're still okay, so that's good." Quasar told everyone, "This dungeon is almost cleared. Everyone take a short break." However, Min Yu was not happy and gritted his teeth. So boring. He scowled in annoyance. "I've been wandering around without getting anything done. I haven't made any progress on my objective. Fighting these monsters is boring to death." At the same time, Min Yu turned to look at Quasar. "This supervisor hasn't shown any signs yet. I think he's B-rank. This is the target I should be aiming for." Looking at him laughing and talking happily, he thought he shouldn't be hasty. "I need to wait for the right opportunity to get close and find the information I need." A thought suddenly flashed in his mind. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? Everyone was still standing around waiting for something in the dungeon. Someone started to wonder, we need to defeat the boss to complete this dungeon, right? This is strange. I thought the boss would appear after we defeated all the regular monsters. Why haven't we seen it yet? Quasar also said that's usually the case. You all gather the monster corpses over here. The pieces of monster corpses along with blood were scattered on the ground. And in other places too, there were monster corpses everywhere. Everyone in the group had gathered the monster corpses in one place. "Is this enough?" He replied, "That's enough." Quasar explained about gathering the monster corpses in one place. The condition for the boss to appear is when we eliminate all the regular monsters. Suddenly, Min Yu was startled. Quasar continued to explain, "Another way is when it smells blood." The people in the group began to feel a terrible tremor. What is this tremor and this chilling sensation? Quasar concluded with the most important sentence. At that point, it will be agitated and appear. Simultaneously with his words, the huge boss emerged from below with astonishing destructive force. Seeing the boss with its terrifying destructive power, the three people in the group were horrified. Quasar revealed the boss's identity. Boss monster. Minyu gave the boss monster a sharp look. He said, "It's a type that's very sensitive to the smell of blood." The boss monster was huge, several meters tall, with a grotesque shape. It had only a large mouth full of sharp spikes and 5 long tongues, greedily wanting to devour them. He gave a warning. Be careful not to end up in its stomach. The arrogant guy from before became fearful. He thought, this is terrifying. Can we even defeat it? Luckily, we have the advisor. I'll just attack first. Instantly, a foot kicked him in the face from nowhere. Get lost. Minyu had kicked him aside. He took his sword. At the sight of him being kicked by Minyu and crashing into the stone wall, the remaining people said in surprise, "What the hell?" His weapon was stolen. Ignoring the criticism, he charged forward with the sword. Is that madman trying to commit suicide? You can't activate the skill effects of a weapon if you're holding someone else's. Is he an idiot, not even knowing something so basic? Quasar was also curious, not knowing what he was planning to do. What is this? Quasar raised his hand forward, intending to stop him. He seems too excited. I can't lose a talented hunter. However, before he could stop him, Minyu had already jumped up and charged straight at the monster. The two in the group widened their eyes in astonishment. Heavens, that jumping power. Quasar also revealed a hint of surprise. He wondered, what is he doing? He swung the sword, facing the monster up close. Minyu activated a mode full of killing intent. He looked straight at the monster that was sticking out its terrifying tongues, wanted to swallow him whole. A white flash like lightning bolts streaked down. The monster was still standing tall, but at some point, he had already landed on the ground. In just a second, the monster was split into 2 halves, its blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The other two in the group immediately froze. Quasar was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His hair was blown by the wind from the recent battle. Minyu, with red eyes, glanced back. It really was too simple. This is like a rule of life. The strong always attract others. The others all praise the one with power. Big bro, big bro. Minyu's back became attractive, landing on the ground after killing the boss. That was one of the things I realized while in the human world. Minyu stood up. The two in the group looked at him and said, "You took down the boss in just one move?" He looked at him, not thinking Minyu could defeat the boss so easily. It's unimaginable. Suddenly he saw something. He looked to his side. The girl next to him suddenly seemed to have fallen in love. Her whole body radiated admiration. Even her eyes turned into heart shapes. A round of applause rang out. Quasar clapped while praising him. Unexpected. Baphomet, you took down the boss in one move. That was truly impressive to me. Quasar smiled and said, "After this battle, I have a firm conclusion about you." Hearing that, he thought, Minyu smiled, feeling smug inside. He must be quite shocked seeing me show off my power like that. So he wants to befriend me. Quasar smiled and made his decision. From this, it seems you don't need my guidance anymore. Congratulations, Hunter Baphomet. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking arrogant. Instantly he yelled out loud, "What the hell?" Minyu was so shocked by Quasar's words that he trembled. According to the Hunter Association's regulations, once a hunter has been recognized by a supervisor, they can operate freely without restrictions. Anymore. Quasar continued, "Congratulations. As far as I know, it's been a long time since someone in the Hunter Association graduated from the test as quickly as you." However, Minyu wasn't listening and thought, wait, how could things turn out like this? Quasar continued to proceed to end the trip. "The mana stones that you all have hunted in this D-rank dungeon, I will divide them equally among everyone. You can sell them or exchange them for corresponding items you like at the shop. Congratulations, everyone, on a successful hunt." Minyu interrupted, shouting, wait a minute." Minyu spoke up to defend himself, then pointed at the group members behind him. "I'm not what you think. I'm super weak. I only defeated that boss by a fluke. If you don't believe me, You can ask those other hunters, they could have defeated it too, Quasar said while looking at the other team members who made speechless faces upon hearing that. Look at their expressions after hearing you speak. Do you think anyone could do that? After coming outside, Quasar officially ended the trip. So today's hunt ends here. If any of you have injuries, please go to the hospital for a checkup. See you all at another hunt. Until it was time to leave, Quasar still left a flattering compliment for Minyu. Hunter Fume, even though we've only just met, I'm very impressed with you. I wish you luck on your path as a hunter. Professional. Minyu stood there, stunned, watching the group members leave. He thought in a panic, how did it turn out like this? Where did I go wrong? Did I misjudge his personality and emotions? Suddenly he was startled when someone called his name. Excuse me, Hunter Fume. Minyu looked up, thinking he had come back. But it was the girly girl from the group who came back, blushing while holding her phone. She said, "Can I have your phone number?" Minyu was speechless. What is this now? That night, Song-hun was driving while talking about something, seemingly on the phone. I also guessed it would turn out like this. In another place, a guy was gritting his teeth and charging forward. Song-hun said over the phone, this task of monitoring, gaining trust, and investigating doesn't seem to suit you. He also encouraged Minyu, saying, consider it your first challenge. This really isn't a simple mission. At the same time, Minyu had his hands on his hips, holding a knife. Two beams of light clashed. Song-hun switched to another mission for Minyu. Let's move on to the next, simpler mission. While Song-hun was talking, this seems to suit you. There's a dangerous criminal hunter that needs to be eliminated. That guy's rank is C. Minyu knocked away that guy's sword, who was also the criminal Song-hun was talking about. He continued to mention the handling of criminals. The mission execution plan is to handle them without regard for whether they live or die. Song-hun continued, this should be more your style. At the same time, Minyu had quickly finished off the criminal, his head flying off from the slash of the knife. Song-hun instructed on how to handle the aftermath. As for disposing of the body, it was best to bring it into a simple dungeon and then defeat the boss in that dungeon. Minyu held the phone from which Song-hun's voice was emanating. When the boss is defeated, the dungeon will close and then no one will ever know. A blue flash of light appeared behind him. It seemed Minyu had just come out of a dungeon after taking care of things as he was told. Minyu listened in silence. He pulled his hood back on, a hint of amusement in his voice as he answered the phone. All right, this seems to suit me. I'll take this mission then. He strode down the street, his mood suddenly sinking as he recalled Song-hun's words. Song-hun laughed provocatively. But still, aren't you annoyed that the mission failed? Minyu punched the wall hard, cracks spreading as debris fell. He gritted his teeth and cursed in frustration. Damn it. Thinking about Quasar made his blood boil. That cunning old fox. The next morning, Quasar continued to guide the new hunters. Everyone, pay attention. Today, we will be raiding a D-rank dungeon. A dark figure appeared, sitting at a nearby cafe. The plan to build a relationship and get close to him had failed. That person was Minyu. He sat in the cafe wearing a black hat, hiding himself as he watched Quasar. The only way now was to tail him, to find out his connection to the criminals. He adjusted his hat with a determined thought. If I keep following him, he's bound to slip up eventually. Minyu began tailing him, starting from when Quasar was guiding the new hunters, first paying attention to his range of activities. When he was with other advisors, his relationships, the people he frequently contacted, he was certain that among them, there must be someone connected to his illegal activities. At an apartment building, down on the street, Quasar was walking by. Minyu hid and followed him, his mouth twitching. This bastard. He followed angrily from behind, silently approaching to tail Quasar, but in return, the man was too cunning. All his actions and relationships were so discreet that no openings could be found. He went to work, then went home. Minyu followed closely, watching his back. Basic contact with ordinary people at the agency. It seemed this kind of surveillance was useless. He had anticipated these basic methods. Minyu recalled Song-hun's words. No wonder the captain told him he had to approach him naturally. He thought to himself, his hands having not touched blood for a long time, I haven't smelled the stench of blood for a few days now. A thought flashed through his mind. If there were no laws here, a sword would pierce through, embedding itself deep in an arm. Minyu imagined he would sever Quasar's arm. First, I'll cut off one of his arms to disable his ability to fight. Quasar would turn around in astonishment, and he would look at him with eyes full of killing intent. The image of Quasar, unable to fight, collapsing with a severed arm. He would stand before him, then torture him, forcing him to confess everything. Quasar flinched, sensing something. He turned his head to look. Hiding behind something, Minyu thought, maybe I should just do it. Then, reason pulled Minyu back. Oh, this is the human world with its own laws. I can't act on my own. Minyu looked towards his front door, wondering, what should I do now? Suddenly, Quasar opened the door and ran out of the house. Minyu was surprised to see him rushing off somewhere. Outside the apartment building, Quasar was down on the street, looking around as if searching for something. He was sweating as he said, "Where is she?" Quasar's eyes were trembling, agitated. "Where is she?" He muttered a name, Ayuhayan. A voice called out, "Honey." A girl with shoulder-length hair, holding a grocery bag, was standing behind Quasar. Seeing his panic, she asked worriedly, "Why do you look so pale? Is something wrong?" Quasar, finally able to let out his anxiety, said loudly, "Where have you been? Why didn't you answer my calls?" She only just noticed. Answer the phone. Ayuhayan explained as Quasar hugged her tightly. Oh, I went to the supermarket. I left my phone in the car, so I didn't know you called. I'm sorry. She was surprised to feel Quasar trembling as he held her. Minyu watched this scene from a distance. He became relieved upon finding Ayuhayan that it's okay, as long as you're safe. She raised her hand to hug him back reassuringly. Yes, I'm not hurt anywhere. He watched in silence. Ayuhayan said to Quasar, "Let's go home, honey." Suddenly, Minyu smiled as if he had found the right path. This is it. His weakness. Elsewhere, some guy had collapsed. It was Tiayong. He was on his phone, reporting after dealing with some criminals. Mission complete. Reporting to headquarters to handle these bodies. Tiayong looked at the notification on his phone in surprise. He quietly read the text on the screen. Make it look like an accident. A white space appeared. A pair of dress shoes stepped onto the floor. Quasar appeared again, looking worried, frantically calling his wife's name, Ayuhayan. He ran in to see Ayuhayan treating Minyu's wound. He was surprised to see Quasar. You are. He asked Ayuhayan what happened, that he saved you from a car accident. She replied, "Yes, he got hurt saving me. I told him to go to the hospital, but he said it was nothing, so I'm just bandaging it for him at home. I didn't know you knew him." Meanwhile, Minyu stood in the living room, looking around. Minyu noticed a photo on a cabinet. Quasar also said, "What a coincidence." He reached out to touch the photo. Just before he could touch it, Quasar called out, "Hunter Baphomet." Quasar grabbed Minyu's hand, stopping him from touching it. He expressed his thanks along with a question, "Thank you so much for saving my wife. I don't suppose you remember the model of the car or the license plate of the car that caused the accident?" Quasar gestured to go outside. "It's getting late. Let's not disturb her and talk outside." Suddenly, Ayuhayan called out, "Everyone, wait a moment." Ayuhayan smiled warmly, inviting him to stay for dinner. "Please have dinner before you go." Quasar saw this. "Honey," Ayuhayan said to her husband, "he saved me, and he's your colleague, so I just want to treat him to a meal." Minyu's mouth was full as he chewed voraciously. The couple sat opposite Minyu, stunned at the sight of him eating as if he had been starved for days. "That you're really enjoying your food, aren't you? I'm glad you like it. Please have some more." Minyu glanced at Ayuhayan, staring at her intently. Ayuhayan was a little startled when she noticed Minyu looking at her. She asked, "Would you like some beer?" He replied, "No, thank you." Ayuhayan continued, "Then I'll get you some more food." He watched Ayuhayan as she stood getting more food, a strange feeling washing over him. A very strange feeling, one he was getting from this woman. Quasar rested his chin on his hand and asked, cutting off Minyu's thoughts after graduating, "How do you find the job of a hunter?" Minyu replied with a hint of sarcasm, "Well, thanks to you letting me graduate early, I'm a complete mess right now. I haven't been able to get used to anything." Quasar said, "How can that be? With your skills, you're more than qualified to be a professional hunter. It's just a little awkward at first." Just as Quasar was about to offer Minyu some of his experience, a plate fell. "Since you're new to the profession, as your senior, I can give you a piece of advice. The hardest thing for a hunter is..." Quasar immediately stood up and asked, "Are you okay?" Ayuhayan, bending down to clean up the plate she had dropped and broken, replied, I'm fine. The plate just slipped from my hand. Please, continue your conversation. Minyu rested his chin on his hand, carefully observing her. Quasar's expression darkened as he looked at Yu Hyan. Minyu then posed a question to him. You love her very much, don't you? Quasar replied, yes, that's right. Finally, Minyu said casually, that's only natural since she already died once. Hearing this, Quasar immediately crossed his arms and looked at him. Then he reacted, what did you just say? Minyu smiled and told him, you asked for details about the car earlier. He continued, give me a piece of paper and I'll write it down for you. Minyu looked towards Yu Hyan's back, that woman. From the front, Yu Hyan had turned into a corpse at some point. She had been dead for a very long time. The story began when they were young. An image of a little girl and boy in elementary school, laughing and talking happily. We were always together since elementary school. Next was an image of the two, taller, in their teenage years, until we were in middle school. It continued as they grew a bit more mature, when their own feelings began to surface, and then we went to the same high school. Finally, they reached the final destination of happiness. After we got married, it seemed we would be happy together forever. Back then, Quasar was younger, more full of life than now. He asked Yu Hyan, everyone always says I'm special. Do you want to know why? Yu Hyan again showed her concern. When he wanted to become a hunter, I was very worried and didn't want him to do that job. It was a job with fame and fortune, but it was too dangerous. I was always afraid. Quasar reassured her, don't worry. With my skills, I can clear high-level dungeons easily. I'll get a lot of valuable items, and soon we'll be living in wealth and happiness. But Yu Hyan didn't see it that way. That's too dangerous, honey. She expressed her wish, I don't need that much money. I just want to live a happy life. Because of that wish, Quasar gave up on becoming a hunter. For my sake, he gave up the job of a hunter. During a meal, Yu Hyan asked him, is your new job as an advisor going well? Quasar then shared frankly with his wife, well, I don't know how to put it, but it's quite difficult for me because I have no experience guiding people. There are so many people, and each has their own problems. I can't solve all of them. Though it's hard to get used to, I'll try my best for you. This reassured Yu Hyan a little. Yes, you have to do your best. Yu Hyan looked confusedly at the item in Quasar's hand. He explained to her, I have this item. It's given to hunters. I don't use it, so I'm leaving it with you. You can think of it simply as an instant teleportation device for emergencies. When you press it, it will take you to a safe place. It's better for you to keep this item than me. Quasar instructed, remember to use it whenever you're in danger. Our peaceful days seemed to pass by like that, but no. People on the street ran in fear and chaos. The scene was chaotic like the apocalypse as monsters broke out everywhere. An unstable dungeon break had occurred. At that time, Yu Hyan was covering her mouth, huddled in a corner to hide from the monsters. Screams echoed through the streets. Help. Frightened, Yu Hyan suddenly remembered the device Quasar had told her about. Use it when you're in danger. Yu Hyan rummaged through her bag. I forgot, I have the teleportation device he gave me. She remembered, luckily, thanks to that device, I was safe. But a voice asked in return, is that really what happened, or did you die that day? Yu Hyan seemed to suddenly awaken, remembering. Yu Hyan was startled by the scream of a girl standing in front of a monster. Help me. She threw a bucket of water at the monster, then took the opportunity to grab the other girl's hand and run. Run now. Hurry. Suddenly, Yu Hyan tripped on a rock. Yu Hyan immediately fell. The other girl saw Yu Hyan fall and quickly asked, are you okay? Yu Hyan, having fallen and sitting on the ground, quickly urged the other girl to run. Go run. I'm fine. I think there's a safe shelter for everyone nearby. During the fall, everything in Yu Hyan's bag spilled out, including the teleportation device. The other girl's eyes lit up when she saw the device. This is a teleportation device to a safe place. Yu Hyan was stunned by the girl's next action. The girl picked up the teleportation device, her face filled with guilt that I'm sorry. The girl pressed the button on the device and said, I want to live. At the same time, the device's sound rang out. You will be teleported to a safe place now. Get ready. Yu Hyan hurriedly tried to stop the girl, but but by the time she raised her hand, the girl had already been teleported. Ayu Hyan whispered, stunned, "Mine." Now, a serpent-like monster stood behind her, its wide mouth hissing. Ayu Hyan said in despair, "Honey." A question echoed again. "I died that day. So why am I still here now?" Quasar's eyes drooped. He thought of the employee's words. "Yes, that is indeed our store's vehicle registration number." Quasar strode toward a certain place. The employee's words echoed in his head. "You want to ask for the address of the customer who rented the car? This is information that cannot be disclosed. But you're a government investigator, so we will provide you with that address. That place is..." Quasar reached out and turned the doorknob. This it. He opened the door and stepped inside. "Right here." Suddenly, Quasar's eyes widened in surprise. The figure of his wife, Ayu Hyan, was standing in the room with her back to him, looking out the window. She stood there soullessly, next to the window, letting the wind blow. Quasar asked in astonishment, "Ayu Hyan, why are you here?" Just as he called out, about to approach her, "Ayu Hyan," a voice rang out. "For someone who cherishes his wife as much as you do, I knew you would look for the ones who caused her accident." When Quasar saw him standing there, he whispered, "Hunter Fume." Then, Minyu walked past Quasar, wondering to himself, "I'm very curious about you. I don't understand how you got so intimately involved with criminals." Quasar was startled by Minyu's words and actions. "That business of yours makes me very curious, but there's one thing I know for sure," Minyu said as he reached out and turned Ayu Hyan to face forward. "This wife of yours is already dead." Quasar gritted his teeth. "You bastard, don't touch her." Minyu poked Ayu Hyan's cheek. "I find it rather strange. Normally, she acts like a living person, but when she realizes she's dead, she just freezes up." Quasar started to get annoyed and said, "Take your hand off her." But Minyu ignored him and continued to pinch her cheek. "I don't know how you managed to bring her back to life like this." Quasar was now furious, his voice a low growl. "You son of a bitch." In an instant, Minyu pushed Ayu Hyan out of the window. "But that's your business. I only know that much." Quasar rushed forward, wanting to grab her, but it was too late. He froze, his hand reaching out into the empty space in front of him. His eyes became desperate. He whispered her name, "Ayu Hyan." Quasar collapsed to his knees in agony. Minyu looked at Quasar calmly and said, "Don't be so sad. Can't you just bring her back to life again?" Seeing his pained expression, he continued, "Well, won't that solve it?" Quasar looked up at Minyu with a deathly glare. The system's voice rang out. "A weapon has been retrieved from your inventory." Quasar angrily drew his weapon. Minyu was still relaxed, finally making a move. "Huh? I have a mission to capture you alive." The system's voice rang out again. "A weapon has been retrieved from your inventory." This time, Minyu was also ready for battle. A reward for the tiring days of tailing you. He laughed excitedly and lunged forward. "Leave an arm for me as a prize." Quasar also immediately gritted his teeth and charged. A loud, earth-shaking sound echoed as rock fragments flew. Thick smoke filled the room, then gradually dissipated. Minyu, holding a knife, fought Quasar, who wielded a scythe, as they launched out of the room. Minyu slashed with wind-like speed while carefully defending. Quasar was no less skilled and immediately counterattacked. He spun his scythe, then swung it swiftly towards Minyu, but he successfully blocked it. With a serious look, Minyu knocked away Quasar's scythe. Minyu's knife and Quasar's scythe continued to clash violently, the piercing sound of weapons echoing. Quasar grimly pulled his scythe back behind him. Full of killing intent, he gripped the scythe and gathered momentum. Then, with all his strength and speed, he threw the scythe straight at Minyu. When the tip of the knife and the scythe met, he used his weapon to stop it, a force zipping past. Minyu accelerated, jumped, and ran quickly. He leaped and lunged, approaching Quasar from above. He immediately turned. Quasar glanced at Minyu and made a hand gesture. Just as Minyu was about to strike him, a powerful force slammed down. He glanced at Minyu. A red light flashed at the corner of his face. The system's voice rang out again. "A weapon has been retrieved from your inventory." He suddenly looked at his other hand. He had quickly grabbed another knife to block Quasar's scythe attack. Minyu jumped back to dodge his blow. A loud clang was heard. Quasar began to recount. "Ever since we were little." An image of Ayu Hyan smiling brightly appeared in his memory. Minyu charged at him with his knife. Quasar blocked Min-Yu's attack while continuing to when we went to middle school together. An image of short-haired Ayu Hyan looking angry about something appeared again. He continued, then high school at the same school. At Quasar's story, he fell silent. Ayu Hyan appeared, looking older, sobbing. All the memories were as vivid as if they had never been lost in Quasar's mind. He rushed at Min-Yu, swinging his scythe as he spoke. We were always together, inseparable. The memory of that day returned. That day, a younger-looking Quasar, a weapon on his back, looking a bit disheveled, his face stiff. His stunned eyes looked down, and he let out a desperate cry. No, God, it can't be. The image of Ayu Hyan lying down, covered completely by a blanket, along with Quasar's voice. Why are you lying here? He knelt on one knee, one hand covering his face, the other touching the blanket, his voice helpless and pained. You had the teleporter. Why couldn't you escape? Quasar, while crying, suddenly realized something. He said, which bastard stole your device? Quasar walked along the ruined street, thinking, the nearest shelter, I have to get there. In this chaos, no one will notice. Just as Quasar thought, soon, he will pay the price. His foot suddenly hit an object on the ground. It was the teleportation device to the safe place. It was stained with blood. He realized this was the device he had given to Ayu Hyan. Quasar looked up grimly. In front of him was a pile of rubble, perhaps the shelter that had fallen, along with echoing voices. The shelter has been attacked by monsters. Need immediate support. Quasar had thought, I didn't think it would be like this. Perhaps her fate was inescapable. But when the image of Ayu Hyan smiling happily in her wedding dress appeared, he found it hard to accept. But honey, I need you. Ayu Hyan was so beautiful, crying with happiness on the most beautiful day of her life. The memory of Ayu Hyan lying in a pool of blood convinced Quasar, because we always need each other. Returning to the present, Quasar said to Min-Yu, you know too much. The system's voice rang out, activating skill. He continued, as long as you die. The system displayed 2 words, Fire Strike, she and I. The killing intent radiating from Quasar unleashed a powerful energy. He shouted with conviction, we'll live together again. Min-Yu became serious and said, nice speech, but you've picked the wrong opponent. He lunged forward, a swift slash from his knife. Quasar's arm holding the scythe was severed and flew off, blood splattering from Min-Yu's blade. Cha Min-Yu's face was pensive. There have been others like this before, ones who always whine about their feelings. Quasar gritted his teeth in pain, clutching his bleeding arm. Min-Yu held the knife, its blade glinting coldly, and looked at him kneeling and trembling, saying darkly, the moment you let your emotions in, the fight is over. Cha Min-Yu was silent, somewhat pensive. As if realizing something, he roared in anger, I had to struggle like this for the past 2 weeks because of this fight. For lives, 1 arm is too cheap. Give me one of your legs too. No, I'll cut off all your limbs. Suddenly, Quasar shouted, cut him off, you what? To save my wife, I don't care what I have to do. In the end, why? Min-Yu replied with some suspicion, I already told you, didn't I? I'm here to arrest criminal hunters. No, or did I not say that? Quasar was stubborn that I did nothing wrong. Min-Yu's lips curled slightly, his eyes uncomfortable. He was still insistent that Ayu Hyan is the one who should have lived. Min-Yu covered his face, feeling helpless and exasperated as he continued. Is it wrong to save someone who should be alive? Then he snapped in indignation. Can you stop trying to justify your actions? Quasar clutched the arm he had severed and glared at him, continuing, I don't know exactly what crime you committed, but this crime happened because you got involved in such wrongful things. Min-Yu continued to question him, and you say there's nothing wrong with that? Quasar retorted, does that mean you've done nothing wrong? Min-Yu's eyes were sharp as he growled. With that nauseating attitude, you still have the nerve to criticize me? He raised the bloody knife. Now all that's left. Min-Yu approached Quasar, his voice full of killing intent, is for me to kill you. Ayu Hyan's mangled corpse still lay on the ground. Suddenly, her arm in the pool of blood twitched slightly, subconsciously haunted by the smell of blood. Then she opened her eyes, which were empty and soulless. Upstairs, as the tension mounted, a notification from the system appeared before Min-Yu's eyes. Over here, Quasar also received a similar notification. Emergency situation. A demonic beast has appeared due to a system error. All nearby hunters are to immediately proceed to eliminate the demonic beast. Minyu was surprised by this sudden notification and didn't notice a wave of killing intent rushing at him from behind. What the hell is this? Suddenly, a giant, purple arm with sharp claws and rough skin broke through the wall behind him, sending him flying. The surprise attack just grazed past the stunned Quasar. The creature that appeared before his eyes was half his wife, half a giant monster with veiny, purple skin. Where its head should have been, a tree trunk-like growth with many branches and no eyes, nose, or mouth had sprouted. Quasar whispered, "Ayu Hyan." He was speechless. What in the world is this? Ayu Hyan had only half a face, her expression icy, her eyes unfocused. The monster's tree trunk head split open, revealing sharp, craving teeth that mumbled, "Smell!" The smell of blood. It opened its mouth wide and roared. Deep inside were hundreds of wide-open eyes. Oh, hungry. Ayu Hyan's body also reacted. Her eye sockets were deep and hollow, her mouth stretching into a smile that reached her ears. The monster's mouth lunged at Quasar, but he remained stunned. Ayu Hyan. Unexpectedly, a knife flew and sliced through the monster's mouth as a contemptuous voice rang out. "This low-class demonic beast dares to touch my toy." The monster immediately wailed, crying for its mother. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Mommy, it hurts." Quasar also screamed. "Ayu Hyan." The system announced, "Cruelty has been activated." Minyu approached Quasar and taunted, "Ayu Hyan, how romantic, isn't it?" The system continued to warn of his bleeding status. Minyu gritted his teeth. "In your eyes, is that still your wife?" The system announced he had received a 15% increase in his ability stats. At the same time, he held his dagger and slicked his hair back, entering a combat stance. "In my eyes, that's just a monster." The monster shrieked in fury and reached out. "I'll kill you." Minyu paid it no mind and continued his scorn, "And I already told you." As he spoke, he jumped up to dodge the monster's attack. "That your ignorance somehow saved your wife's life, and now you see the consequences." Minyu's eyes were sharp. "Even I can feel this disgustingly evil life force." Looking at the monster, he thought grimly, "Is this something a human can do?" Minyu spun his dagger, thinking, "I don't know what happened." He charged at the monster with silent disgust, but what he did is truly repulsive. Each stab plunged deep into the monster. Minyu used his dagger to slice a straight line down. His gaze was piercing. The monster's pupils constricted. Minyu acted quickly, pulling the dagger out. He gathered his strength, jumped up, and raised his dagger to strike down. The monster's 100 eyes stared in shock at the approaching blade. It froze for 5 seconds, then blood suddenly erupted from its eyes, followed by blood spurting from other parts of the monster's body. More and more parts of its body were wounded. The monster was attacked so relentlessly it couldn't fight back. Gradually, it was riddled with holes like a honeycomb. And finally, it was completely destroyed into a mess of blood and flesh. A streak of light flashed across, and Minyu, with fiery eyes, emerged from the sea of blood. Quasar stared blankly at the falling head. His eyes followed it without blinking as it free fell and slammed hard onto the ground. Quasar stared, stunned. Ayu Hyan. His wife's head lay in a pool of blood, her face deformed. Quasar screamed in despair. Ayu Hyan. Beside him, a piece of flesh with a dozen monster eyes attached was still moaning. "So hungry, hungry." A second later, it was stomped flat by a shoe. The system updated. The price to be paid by those who desire power. Cha Minyu held his head with one hand in disgust. This trope again. The system announced, "Cruelty has activated the desire to kill, activating the berserk effect." Minyu gritted his teeth. This damn effect. He turned his head, his eyes crazed. What does it matter, right? Nothing matters at all. Minyu lost control, holding his dagger and charging straight at the kneeling Quasar. I was going to kill them all anyway. He shot forward like an arrow, thinking, if you want to live by clinging to someone like that, it's better to be killed by me. Quasar, tormented by grief, didn't notice him approaching closer and closer, filled with killing intent. Then they can live together in hell for the rest of their lives. Isn't that right? D. Just at the critical moment, Minyu's vision blurred along with a system notification. Danger detected. The system activated a shutdown state, paralyzing Minyu's entire body when he was just 10 centimeters from Quasar. System information. Due to excessive ability usage, the physical danger index has reached 99%. Minyu tried to move, confused. What is this? Why can't my body move? The notification continued to appear as if to answer his question. All bodily functions and effects of the target will be suspended until the physical danger level decreases. Minyu was shocked. What? By whose will? Quasar hugged his wife's head tightly to his chest and spoke with a tremor. If only. He turned to look at Minyu with hateful eyes. If only you didn't exist. Minyu was furious. I didn't think of this. Quasar stood up, holding his scythe, and continued to blame him. You just had to pretend you didn't know and let it go. Then Ayu and Ayu Hyan wouldn't have ended up like this. Minyu was silent. Just a little more effort would have been enough. Quasar raised his scythe, accusing, "This is all your fault." Minyu was enraged. Does it have to be right now? Quasar vented his hatred. Die. The scythe flew down towards the immobile Minyu, who cursed, "Did you deliberately put me in this situation, you damn system?" The system responded, "How could that be? They must care about you more than anyone." Minyu was skeptical. What? A leather shoe appeared in midair. The leg of a man in a suit who had just appeared kicked the scythe, breaking it and sending it flying. Minyu stared at this scene in astonishment, and Quasar was just as wide-eyed with surprise. Seongun said grimly, "Quasar, I'm sorry." Before he could react, he kicked him hard against the wall. "I have to knock you out for a while." Quasar's eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness, his whole body falling face down on the blood-stained floor. Seong calmly assessed, "What a mess," but, pausing, he looked at Ayu Hyan's head and continued, "It seems I found concrete evidence as to why a supervisor would participate in a crime." Seong uncalmly said to Minyu, "It was a bit noisy, but it's been handled. You've worked hard. Leave the rest to me." He grumbled as if he didn't care. "I could have killed him." Seong didn't take it personally. "Yes, what's your condition now?" Minyu thought irritably, "I should have killed him before the team leader arrived." He snapped, "If it weren't for this system that's always bullying me." "No, the main problem is," Seong questioned, "Hey, is that blood that flowed afterward yours?" Minyu ignored him, lost in his thoughts. "If I were just a little stronger, I could have killed him." Seong Yuen's tone was slightly reproachful. "Your wounds are so severe, you can't emo dash." Minyu suddenly cut him off, at least the arm. Seong was puzzled. The arm? He shouted, "Give me the arm." The city was now aglow with streetlights at night. An unidentified voice rang out. "How is Chom Minyu?" Seong sitting in the passenger seat, replied, "He kept demanding an arm, so I sedated him and put him in an ambulance." "What about your side?" Tiong, who was driving, answered with all this chaos. It was inevitable someone would call it in. Pausing for a moment, he continued, and a few nearby hunters also arrived, so I gave him a brief explanation and told them to leave. Seong rested his chin on his hand and frowned. "It's because of that system notification page. Emergency situation. A demonic beast has appeared due to a system error. Nearby hunters are to immediately proceed to eliminate the demonic beast." The two discussed, "It doesn't turn the living, but the dead into demonic beasts? What kind of ability is that? We'll definitely have to investigate. Do you know anything about this?" Quasar, bandaged and handcuffed with one hand, sat silently in the back seat upon hearing this. Seong unpressed on relentlessly. "Your dead wife turned into a demonic beast. Who exactly was your dead wife?" He remained silent in thought. The car continued smoothly down the road. Quasar opened his mouth, his voice vague. "I only heard a rumor that there might be a specialized department to handle this case." Seong showed no reaction as he listened. "I don't know about that. It seems it will be assigned to the demon team leader. You have a difficult and lonely road ahead of you." Seong said indifferently, "Yes, very difficult and lonely, and I myself will have to investigate and punish people I have known for a long time. So tell me, who is the one behind this?" who is the mastermind that you passed the new hunter's information to. Quasar remained silent, not saying a word. Seong unstated. Among the new hunters you were in charge of, regardless of gender, all have either gone missing or their bodies have been discovered. If you traded the new hunter's information for your wife's life, this is a very serious crime. After saying this, he waited pensively for Quasar to speak up, but he stubbornly maintained his silence. Seong said thoughtfully, "It seems you still have no intention of talking right now." In that case, Tiong, who was driving, suddenly realized something. He tried to slam on the brakes. He hastily cut off Seong. Team leader, the brakes suddenly failed. He was caught off guard. What? From behind Quasar, a remaining fragment of the monster was revealed. Seong was startled and turned his attention to Quasar, who had just spoken. It will be very difficult to catch that hunter. Behind Quasar, the monster's mouth gaped open with wide, staring eyes. He sneered, "Demon team leader, I pray for your victory." Seong flew into a rage. "Bastard." Tiong also swore. "Damn it." The car sped forward, out of control. With a loud crash, vision suddenly went black. A moment later, after a pause, the monster fragment crawled out from the overturned car. It changed shape as it crawled, and then it transformed into a normal house cat. The cat left, ignoring the burning car behind it. It slipped into an apartment room through the window. On the only table in the room was a tablet. The cat jumped onto the table, causing the tablet screen to light up. It manipulated it for a moment. Cha Min-yu's photo and personal information appeared on the full screen. It seemed to be trying to memorize Min-yu's face. The unconscious Cha Min-yu felt uncomfortable, his brow furrowing in distress. Heavy, so heavy. What is it? It feels like something is pressing down on me. Unable to bear it, he opened his eyes and woke up, unable to breathe. A fluffy white ball of fur was lying on top of Min-yu. He was a bit stunned. What is this? This cat. A person in a white coat pulled back the curtain and entered while Min-yu was still confused. Wait a minute. Where did this white cat come from? The person who had just entered was a mysterious woman who spoke. "Oh, number 302 is awake? Faster than I thought." Hearing this, Min-yu had a good idea. "Number 302, there's only one person who calls me that." Kim Jun Seong squatted down beside him, winking and poking his chest teasingly. "Long time no see, have you been well? Still as handsome as ever, huh?" Min-yu was stunned, recalling an unpleasant past. Jun Seong, in his memory, had a perverted expression, "Pay with your body." At this thought, Min-yu suddenly screamed. He fell off the bed in a panic, sending the blanket and the cat flying. Jun Seong managed to catch it in time. "Oh my xia." She walked over to Min-yu, holding the cat, and asked, "You can still move normally, huh? But you're in a lockdown state, so it must take a lot of effort." Min-yu backed into a corner, flustered, and questioned, Damn it, why is a pervert like you here?" Jun Seong said playfully, "Hey, this is my hospital. Number 302, you owe me a lot. Don't you remember?" Min-yu snapped, "No." Jun Seong continued to tease, "You startled me. I heard you're working with Demon Team Leader Seong. I never thought someone like you would be willing to work under someone else." He was a little surprised. "What? You know the team leader?" Jun Seong was non-committal. "I guess you could say we're acquainted." She licked her lips unpredictably and said, "In any case." Pausing, she suggestively lifted his shirt with her foot. "Your body, it seems to have gotten better, hasn't it?" Min-yu froze. Reacting, he said gruffly, Damn it, get your foot off me now." Jun Seong joked, "Oh my, if not my foot, then my hand." He got angry. "This time is different. I'm stronger now. I won't let you get away with it." She remained shameless. "Right now? Here? You can't even move your body properly. What are you talking about?" "Really?" Min-yu gritted his teeth suspiciously. "What are you planning to do to me this time?" Jun Seong pouted in disapproval. If someone else heard that, they'd get the wrong idea. "What did I do?" Min-yu shouted in disbelief. "What? Don't pretend you don't know anything." Jun Seong smiled despicably. "I don't know anything. Number 302. Let me take this opportunity to tell you something." She sat down, wrapping her arm around Min-yu's neck and emphasizing every word. "In a confined space like this, it's just the two of us." He shivered, trying to pull away. In an office, a girl was scrolling on her phone. Then a voice was heard. "Hello, long time no see. Is Cha Min-yu in there?" The girl noticed the visitor and replied hesitantly, "Ah, it's been a while since you've come." "Yes, he's in there, but his condition, he must have been in an accident." Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from inside. The visitor, demon team leader Seong-un, heard the scream and asked worriedly, "What's going on?" Kim Jun Seong was laughing uncontrollably. Minyu lay motionless on the floor. Jun Seong laughed with delight, teasing number 302 really is the most fun. Minyu was scared out of his wits. Seong-un stared at the scene, frozen for a few seconds before coming to his senses. What the hell is this situation? A moment later, Minyu suddenly asked, "For me?" Seong-un was puzzled. "Huh?" Minyu was angry. "What's your relationship with that pervert? Did you plan from the beginning to turn me into your information-providing dog?" Seong-un retorted in annoyance. "Do you think you're the main character in a movie? Do you think the whole world revolves around you?" He explained, "Before the thorns, she was a comrade who went through life and death with me. And you've had a relationship with the government from the very beginning." Minyu pondered. "A comrade. That pervert is a hunter?" Seong unexplained. "This hospital is a government agency. The government tested your strength, but the results weren't what they wanted, so they threw you into this hospital." Minyu understood. "So that's it. Those bastards. I can't believe they're connected to the government." He asked casually, "Come to think of it, what happened to the tail?" Seong-un gave a wry smile. "You changed the subject really fast." He then fell silent for a moment and announced, "Quasar is dead." Minyu froze in surprise, then came to his senses. "What?" Seong-un said as he recalled. "The mastermind killed him." He continued, "Because it was in the center, there was a high chance of being caught up in it. I will try to minimize the damage and search for clues on Quasar's body, but before that, Tiong and he had grim expressions." The two stared at the bloody mess. Thinking of this, Seong-un continued, "There was only a pile of mixed flesh left there. The demonic beast I saw had a similar form to the one you dealt with. I predict it's a hunter who uses magic with the ability to control corpses." He considered, "If we investigate the—" Suddenly, Minyu cut him off. "Hey." He gritted his teeth, his face scowling. "Are you kidding me? If I knew he would die so meaninglessly, I would have just killed him myself." He flared up. "I worked my ass off like a dog, and yet I missed the opportunity just like that." Seong-un was slightly self-reproachful. "I feel very sorry about this." Minyu was frustrated. "Then leave the mastermind to me. I'll handle him." Seong-un was a bit hesitant. "That's fine, but for you to catch the mastermind with your current abilities is a bit much." He said seriously, "Even I didn't realize the mastermind scheme. There's a high probability it's a hunter close to S rank." Minyu retorted, "Your abilities aren't enough." He glared. "If it were me, I'd deal with him the moment I saw him. Then I'd sever all ties." Seong-un angrily grabbed Minyu's collar. "You ungrateful bastard. Do you think this is just some kid's game? You say you'll catch the mastermind?" He held him by the collar and questioned, "Will you're only B rank?" Minyu silently walked out. Seong-un chased after him, calling out irritably, "Hey, wait." A finger pointed to the sky. Without turning his head, Minyu raised his middle finger. Seong unclenched his fists, restraining himself as he watched his retreating back. "Oh my God, that damn personality of his." Jun Seong, who was standing by watching the scene, asked him, "Did you two have a fight?" Seong ran a hand through his hair and answered vaguely, "A fight? No, we usually joke around like that." Jun Seong was curious. "What are you talking about?" Seong didn't answer but asked back, "But is that true? You charged Sha Minyu for his treatment?" Jun Seong played dumb. "Did I do that?" Seong pretended to make a call. "Hello, public official here." Jun Seong hurriedly stopped him. "Hear me out for a bit. There's a reason for everything." She began to recount the past. "One day, the government sent me a young man covered in blood, looking like he was about to die. Jun Se-hyun rushed over to examine Cha Min-woo, who was covered in blood on a stretcher. She baited him. Do you know what they said then? The government official casually gave an order and left. Save him or kill him. You handle it. Remembering Min-woo's blood-covered face, she narrated. Looking closely, he was clearly that celebrity who used to appear on TV a lot. At that moment, I sensed that the government had failed to create the hero hunter they wanted. At this point, Jun Se-hyun looked annoyed. It's not like he was here for just a day or two. Anyway, he's just a faulty hunter made by the government. Se-hyun warned her slightly. Watch your words. He added, I'm a government official too. She glanced at him mockingly. Oh my, really? I had no idea. After a pause, she continued, I don't know if you're the government's hunting dog or a wolf in hiding. Sehiyon's expression was deep and unreadable as he spoke. What happened after that? The story continued as the nurse reported, Director, there's no hope for this patient. It's a miracle he's lived this long. Jun Sehiyon was silent. She looked at Minwoo hesitantly. During treatment, you need physical strength to be able to treat his current condition. Suddenly, a red light reflected on Jun Sehiyon's face along with her narration. But then, for the first time, the system's red window appeared before me. The system's notification stunned her. Sehiyon was puzzled. Red? Isn't it blue? Jun Sehiyon confirmed. Yeah, that surprised me, but the system's information surprised me even more. The system requested of her, you must save him, or you will die too. Jun Sehiyon said proudly. So I did my best to save number 302, Kim Jun Sehiyon. That day was the day. You were the most amazing you've ever been. Sehiyon cut her off. Wait a minute. He was skeptical. Not a quest, not an emergency notification. The system window really displayed a threat to you? Jun Sehiyon explained. That's how it was. What else could I do at that time? If I want to know more about number 302, I had to create a link with him, right? That's why I asked him to pay back the debts I made up, just to observe him more. Sehiyon pondered deeply. The system has its own thoughts, acts on its own, and makes threats? My side has no information on this at all. Jun Sehiyon speculated, but it's so romantic, number 302. I feel like he's receiving intense love from the system. She thought back to Minwoo's back as he left. Dawn was breaking in a small neighborhood. Tianji recounted with a blank face. He's in a lockdown state. I told him to rest for a while. Minwoo stood with his arms crossed, leaning against a wall, listening indifferently as he spoke. No need to worry about the lockdown. Other hunters have experienced it too. Consider this a rare vacation you've never had before and enjoy it to the fullest. It's truly unfortunate for a warrior to fall into that state. Tianji was about to say more, but remembered Sehiyon's instructions. He asked for orders. Should I continue to monitor Cha Minwoo as before? Sehiyon did not deny it, but this time it's a little different. He ordered, monitor with protection. If the advisor gave the Fomate hunter's data to the mastermind, we can't rule out the possibility that he will be in danger. Tianji considered it, then dropped the subject. It's nothing. I'll contact you again when there are further instructions. Minwoo cut in nonchalantly. That thing. He pointed to the boy's ear and asked, where did you get that thing on your ear? A long while later, several earrings also appeared on his earlobe. He seemed to realize something. That's right. Minwoo sat in a restaurant, his cheeks puffed from chewing food. He told himself seriously, if I want to fight properly in the upcoming battle, I also need a rest. He thought again, I've become human, but I can't enjoy this. First of all, just when it seemed he had a plan, what he cared about was the food. It's all gone already. He raised his hand to order more, startling everyone's attention. Give me 2 more bowls of rice and 5 servings of meat. After that, Minwoo went to eat cake and drink tea, even taking aesthetic photos before eating. He went for a walk and bought snacks. While munching on a skewer of fried potatoes, he noticed a stadium and got an idea. And the bat hit the ball hard. Minwoo held the baseball bat and watched the ball fly, concluding, I have to try everything I can do in Central Seoul. He sat bored in a library reading a book. Then he held popcorn and watched a dull movie, watching a character deliver a line. I will curse you, you humans. A female ghost appeared to scare people. Give me your leg. In a haunted house, Minwoo looked coldly at the staff member dressed as a ghost. A reverse scene unfolded in the haunted house as he flew into a rage and chased the ghost back. Give me your leg. The staff member dressed as a ghost turned pale with fear, crying for help as he ran. Save me. A street performer was singing. Minwoo stood quietly, listening to the girl play her instrument and sing. The crowd was all excited, a stark contrast to his apathy. He walked away, uninterested. Minwoo gritted his teeth. He stood in place, silently hating it. What can I do with this weak body? It's not fun at all. He questioned himself. Was becoming human a mistake? No, I've lost all my original power. I just need to get my power back. No, that's not it either. Falling from the top to the bottom is a very painful thing. Just then, the system window appeared in front of Minwoo. The red light of the system flashed in his pupils. It asked a question. Are you sad? Minwoo covered his face and sneered. I'm going crazy, really. Unable to hold back, he shouted, drawing the attention of passersby. Am I sick now and need to take medicine? He ignored his surroundings and questioned madly. You're the one who messed me up like this? What's the reason for it? The system replied, it's all for you. Minwoo said sarcastically, for me? You just want to make me sad. If you wanted to make me angry, you've succeeded. In some dimension, a pair of hands was performing a series of operations. A mechanical voice announced, initiating traditional protocol. Minwoo's voice was still being transmitted. Well, what should I do now? The announcement also continued. Total number of attempts is 3,324, 8784, 92189. If it continues to fail, the program will restart from the beginning. Minwoo, receiving no response from the system, wondered, blocked again? The woman in the other dimension continued her operations without stopping, initiating hack. Minwoo muttered, in that case, I'd rather die by your hand. The woman on the other side said with a firm voice, this time, it will succeed. Minwoo roared in agitation, die. At the same time, the woman smiled. The mechanical voice rang out, hack successful. Congratulations. Immediately, hack into Earth system. The simulated sphere lit up. Minwoo was astonished and stunned. Everything around him froze and lost its color, leaving only him glowing, which confused him. What is this? Suddenly, a voice spoke beside him. I'm sorry. The frozen girl was released as if possessed by someone and turned to look at him. Earth system wasn't set up by me, so it took a little while. Another possessed girl smiled and continued, but don't get the wrong idea. That thing switched its host to the girl next to her, who tilted her head and smiled brightly, because I don't hate you at all. Then everyone disappeared, leaving only Minwoo staring blankly as a figure gradually materialized. The voice came before the form. From now on, I'll let you know why I took away all your power. Minwoo was still in a daze. The woman smiled, and she fully materialized. The woman had white hair, and her eyebrows and eyelashes were all silver white with captivating wine-red eyes. Minwoo tentatively opened his mouth. You are, she casually replied while snapping her fingers. Finally, after hundreds of millions of trials, I can materialize before you. After the snap, they were both standing in a different dimension. She continued, I also conducted hundreds of experiments. What would happen if I left you with humanity and with your power as well? She spread her hand, simulating an image of Minwoo, and recounted hundreds of millions of trials. An image of him, covered in blood, dead with his eyes open, appeared as her voice rang out. Then there were hundreds of millions of your deaths, torn apart and died. He was stunned silent. She continued to list, impaled and died. Everything changed except for your death, so I tried a different way. What if you no longer had your power? Pausing for a moment, she approached and placed a hand on his heart with an indifferent expression, a variable. I saw no results at all. I decided to have expectations for a choice whose outcome I did not know. Minwoo mumbled in repetition. Have expectations for me? The woman with a blank face. I will listen to your wish. In that tower you called me. Minwoo's father in the past, before becoming human, firmly clenched his fist. That figure gradually overlapped with him in the present. Minwoo lowered his head in silence and asked softly, will God truly make my wish come? True. He looked up, a scornful smirk on his lips. I've died hundreds of millions of times. He pulled her into his arms, leaning in close to interrogate. By someone not stronger than me? She smiled faintly. I've been waiting for this. She turned and raised her hand, creating something. She conjured the silhouettes of 6 strangers, some tall and large, some slender, only their shadows visible without clear identification. These are beings you can never defeat with your original power. From left to right, there appear to be 2 men and 1 woman who looked very cunning. She affirmed, you must be stronger. Looking to the right at a muscular, long-haired man with a man and a woman, she emphasized, much more than before. There's one who looks the most dangerous among them. He glared, revealing 2 pupils of different colors, turquoise and purple. Minwoo was deep in thought. Suddenly, he was startled in surprise. From midair, a leg in a leather shoe appeared. Gradually, The back of a man with platinum blonde hair was revealed. He tilted his head slightly, revealing his profile, making Minyu unable to believe his eyes. Giovanni, how? The woman came around behind the still stunned Minyu, embracing him with an enchanting voice. You know it too. How you can become stronger. Her eyes glowed red, manipulating his mind. Your ambition will make you stronger. Minyu was dazed, her alluring words echoing endlessly in his ear. Unceasing desire, that is the source of your power. Make everyone tremble in fear at the sound of your name. In the space, announcement sounds were heard in succession, renewing Baphomet's skill by executing the Administrator's Protection System. Weapon Mastery skill increased to level 2. Proficiency with a first-time use weapon increased to 100%. The passive skill outburst has been upgraded to the passive skill Order Xeno. No longer subject to the Berserk debuff. New skill acquired. New skill acquired. New skill acquired. Everything is as you wish. Minyu returned to the real dimension, as if nothing had happened, leaving him bewildered. What? He looked at everyone. All activities were proceeding normally, which was confusing. Back to how it was? A glaring red system window appeared just as Minyu was wondering. That girl. Glancing at the notification, his face froze, completely stiff. What? In the building, the lights were still on. A hand holding a strange specimen was extended, along with someone's questioning voice. You want me to investigate this? Kim Jun-seon continued to ask, what is this? It's a specimen dropped from a magic beast caught by number 302. Opposite her was Ma Seon-un, holding the specimen and asking for a favor. Please help me investigate its components. She agreed without hesitation that it's not difficult. I'll give you the analysis results tomorrow. Seon-un was about to thank her. But he was interrupted by Jun-seon. Oh, that. I've already investigated number 302's body. You know my skill. Like this. He was aghast. He's been a hunter for less than a month, and his stats have already increased tenfold. Minyu was still stunned. Then he let out a light laugh. Before his eyes, the system presented a hidden quest. Judge Giovanni, Apostle of Wrath, with the reward being Giovanni's special skill. He continued, the fun has returned, hasn't it? A hunter's ability stats are what show that hunter's strength. Based on those stats, they're divided into different ranks from S to F. Some have basic weapons with a simple breastplate, while others have intermediate weapons and a few self-defense skills. As for high ability stats, good magic and skills are a source of immense power. Although a hunter's stats can increase just by breathing for hunters who pursue strength, that is the huge gap between those who strive and those who don't. There are two ways to increase stats quickly. The most typical way is to hunt magic beasts. Hunters use their skills and weapons to kill magic beasts or undergo special training. Both men and women can go to the gym for physical training. Additionally, some hunters can also develop down a mysterious path, but that is just a rumor, not yet revealed to the public. In a room, Minyu's father, Ma Seon-un, and Kim Jun-seon were having a conversation. Seon-un raised his middle finger to push up his glasses and asked, long time no see, are you still doing well? Minyu, sitting opposite him, was not to be outdone, pretending to be distracted while picking his ear with his middle finger. Thanks to someone. Seon-un, still maintaining his glasses-pushing posture, was angry. You didn't come here to talk nonsense, did you? Minyu's gesture didn't change as he retorted irritably. Well, you're monitoring me anyway. Jun-seon took a sip of water, feeling helpless at the scene. Two grown men acting so childish. Hearing that, Seon-un whipped around and gave a signal. She keenly received the signal. Then she approached Minyu, placed a hand on his shoulder, and advised, calm down, number 302. The captain has apologized many times. He was annoyed. Hey, your hand. Jun-seon used her probing skill. While using the skill, she feigned regret. Wow, what a disappointment. It's not like we're strangers. A blue system window announced, acquiring the opponent's information. In Jun-seon's eyes, Minyu was just a black shadow submerged in a sea of data, who was retorting, what nonsense are you talking about? After probing, she playfully slapped his chest. Oh, rude. Minyu immediately jumped up, this quack. Jun-seon had already walked over to Seon-un and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, as expected, it's higher than average. He replied softly, indicating he already knew. All right, Seon-un said seriously. You contacted me in advance. what's the matter? Minyu got to the main point. About that. He looked at Sionon opposite him, thinking to himself, Captain Ma is the one who holds more hunter information than anyone else. Minyu recalled the 6 mysterious figures and considered, if I can get a clue about them through the captain, I can deal with them. He thought of the face of the woman from the other dimension with suspicion. Could it be that my involvement with the captain was predetermined from the start? For her own purposes, she has turned me into a puppet. Just then, as if reading Minyu's thoughts, the system appeared with a reminder. This is also beneficial to you. You, in turn, will kill the strong one who killed you. It continued to advise. This offer is extremely attractive to you. He glanced at it with disdain, thinking, looks like you're planning to openly lecture me now, huh? It replied, now I can personalize the Earth system without any interference. Minyu crossed his arms, sulking, if you have that ability, then do it yourself. It bluntly denied, no. The forgotten Sionon looked confusedly at Minyu, who was about to say something but suddenly fell silent, closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and had an internal monologue. The system window continued to display that I'm sorry, but I do not have the ability to create or destroy, only the ability to take. Minyu's question was conveyed through the woman's voice across space. Yes, oh, how exactly did you turn me into a human? The woman was silent for a moment, then said calmly, that was also taken. Minyu was surprised and about to ask for clarification. What? But Sionon, losing patience, rested his chin on his hand and spoke up. So, what did you want to say? I'm dead tired of waiting. Only then did Minyu go, He continued, because this time, I don't know if there's any work. Sionon replied, there isn't. Criminals don't appear as often as gates do. Minyu scratched his head. That's why I feel this waiting time is quite a waste. Temporarily, hunter missions, Sionon interrupted, focusing on hunter missions until the next target isn't so bad. He responded, you seem to understand the captain well, not knowing if he was being provocative or not. Sionon gave a bitter laugh and sighed. I've already given up. He thought to himself, I'm quite curious too. Looking at Minyu's expressionless face, he pondered, how much has this guy grown and developed? Will he become a useful card for me? Sionon made a deal. All right, let's do this. If I find out the identity of who's behind this, I'll let you handle it. His next words stunned Min-you. In return, you have to become that strong. At the headquarters of the Hunter Management Bureau, a shout was heard. Entrust it to me. Inside the building, Minyu yelled, if so, then accept it, and lend me a weapon. The female employee sitting opposite him was in a difficult position, Hunter Baphomet. Normally, F-rank hunters don't get tower-related commissions. You want to borrow a weapon? How about buying a weapon that suits you, or not using a weapon at all? Because the rental fee for a weapon isn't that great of a deal, sir. He didn't insist. Forget it. I'm not interested in using just one item continuously. Minyu confirmed once more if there's really nothing. The girl calmly explained, because normally only A-rank hunters have the ability to climb the tower. She suddenly remembered and added, there's one. There's a commission related to the Tower of Trials that doesn't require a rank check, but only hunters who are members of other guilds can participate. He was surprised, with a hint of joy. Then he became uncertain that a guild? I'm already in a guild. The employee asked for information. Which guild are you a member of? Minyu clicked his tongue and turned away. I can't say. I'm an unofficial member of a government guild. He seemed to realize something and uttered softly. The sky was clear blue, with clouds like white silk ribbons floating gently. At the Milo Tower, a vertical cylinder stood majestically. Against the sky, outside the tower, Sujong stood behind a woman holding a microphone, coldly announcing, welcome, hunters. We are the Hyeon Guild. Her announcement was clearly transmitted to the variously dressed and equipped hunters standing around. But as you all know, the Milo Tower is the exclusive tower of our evil guild. Because we cannot eliminate the terrifying danger, we are starting the tower sweep plan from today. Someone couldn't help but wonder what's wrong with the evil guild, who are usually blinded by money, giving away their exclusive rights. A female hunter next to him said sarcastically, to improve their image. What else? The woman, ignoring everyone's attitude, continued to declare 90% of the spoils from the sweep operation starting today will be given to the hunters. The tower's boss will also be handled by everyone. The hunters buzzed with discussion that if we can't handle the boss, Was she stepping herself? Probably. Otherwise, we'd all be goners, right? Someone also sneered. Oh, so this is like a trial run for the evil guild, huh? Not far away. Minyu looked annoyed. He ran his hand through his hair in disgust. Should I go home? I'm not in the mood for arguments. The system window appeared that I S it because of what happened at the Hunter Management Bureau. Minyu retorted irritably through his thoughts. Shut up, don't say another word. Don't you have anything better to do? The other side replied nonchalantly, I don't. It didn't stop there and continue to display. Don't be so grumpy and try to think positively. After all, it's thanks to that you get to use the tower. He complained in annoyance. Doesn't this thing have a block function? The voice on the other end continued to advise, and attracting attention with that grumpiness isn't good. You could become their target. Minyu crossed his arms and scowled. Nonsense. Are you my mother or something? The other side deliberately provoked him, increasing his irritation. How did you know? I am your mother. Unable to hold back any longer, he flared up and swung his arm, accidentally punching through the armor of the man standing behind him with a growl. Damn it. Pagan looked down, stunned, at the hole in his armor and shouted, Hey, hey. Only now did Minyu notice. Pagan yelled, questioning him. What do you think you're doing? The man next to him asked worriedly, Are you okay? Sujong, seeing the commotion, was puzzled. Why is it so noisy? A fight. The woman who had finished the announcement replied calmly, When hunters gather, that's normal. Sujong was suspicious. She looked at Minyu, pondering, That person, I feel like I've seen him a lot somewhere. Pagan pointed a finger at his face and yelled angrily, Do you know how much this costs? It's custom made. Do you know how long it took? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Minyu was silent. He said to himself, Where did these guys come from? Seeing no reaction from him, Pagan became even more furious. Hey you, are you listening to me? Minyu wearily rubbed his ear and sighed. What a pain. Pagan was curt. Huh? What's with that attitude? The man next to him leaned close to his ear and whispered, Sir, no matter how you look at him, this guy is nothing special. He glanced at Minyu's expressionless face and analyzed. Look at his appearance. He has no equipment or aura. Someone said they were bringing an F-rank hunter for volunteer work. It's probably him. Pagan deliberately raised his voice, glaring at Minyu with a taunt. Huh? F-rank? How can an F-rank afford to pay? He listened grimly to the taunt that F-ranks only go to the weakest dungeons. His face grew darker and darker, but the mocking voice didn't stop. That what's a weakling like this doing at the Tower of Trials? Suddenly, he raised his hand and grabbed Pagan's face. Minyu glared and warned in a cold voice, Keep talking. Let's see how humiliating it is to be beaten to death by a weakling. Suddenly, someone shouted, Sir. Seeing him turn, Eunhai continued impassively. What's going on? Are you going to ignore the enemy in front of you to fight our own? Everyone follow me. Everyone followed her, but Pagan was still a little defiant. This bastard, no. This hunter turned my equipment into this state. Minyu was cold. I should have torn it to shreds. He yelled what? The man next to Pagan spoke with a strange tone. Hey, aren't you from the Evil Guild? How do you plan to clear the Tower of Trials? By choosing an F rank of unknown identity like this. Eunhai replied indifferently. Not all hunters will go together. He was skeptical. The other hunters also looked over, confused. In a dark space with no visible end, 3 doors appeared. She explained, The Labyrinth Tower has 3 doors. You must pass through those doors and complete all the rooms for the boss room to open. Each entrance has 6 members. Hunters were fighting bizarrely shaped magic beasts. She analyzed, each gate has different characteristics. There are areas that are completed just by defeating the magic beasts. Behind another door, 2 hunters stood before a ceiling formation, discussing. She pointed out, there are areas where you have to unseal the magic beast with a puzzle and then defeat it to complete it. Next was a room full of traps with a magic beast guarding the door. Her voice remained steady. There are areas with many traps. You must avoid all the traps to get through the door to meet the waiting magic beast and then defeat the magic beast to pass. As soon as Eunhai finished, the man next to Pagan raised his hand with a question. I have a question. Which area will we be going to? She smiled nonchalantly. I don't know. He was stunned. Huh. Looking at the wooden door before them, she explained, once you enter the tower, it will change randomly for 24 hours. There are hunting zones, trap zones. You'll only know when you get in there because it is the Labyrinth Tower. Minyu let out a bored yawn as Unhai's request was heard. Before entering the tower, we must do a roll call of the hunters. Hearing this, he froze stiffly as she began calling out names in his ear. Hunter Elim of the Nut Guild. Ear. As she called each name, they all shouted their presence. Hunter Sun. Hunter Pagan of the Nebula Guild. Ear. Ear. Minyu wanted to stop her. Wait, no. The girl with 2 pigtails standing next to him was also called Hunter Reaper of the Hidden Faction Guild. She glanced at his trembling, anxious, and motionless state and shouted here. Unhai scanned the list to the end. And finally, Hunter Baphomet of the Sweeping Angel Guild. Minyu broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide. The atmosphere was silent. No one said a word. Suddenly, a cough sounded in his ear. Reaper looked at him, trying to suppress her laughter. Song Moon, holding a glass of water, was astonished. Huh? Putting number 302 in my guild? That guild was created just to get government subsidies. You even get tax breaks for being in that guild. It's just me and the head nurse in that guild. She took a sip of water and asked, "Did you tell number 302 beforehand?" Song Moon, sitting opposite her, was nonchalant that he has no say in the matter. He belonged to the government from the start. Song Moon agreed that that's right. She laughed mockingly. But it doesn't really suit number 302, does it? Song Moon also smiled, a smile that was gradually losing its humanity. That's why he's been blowing up my phone since yesterday. Back in the present, a loud laugh echoed. Pagan taunted, "That guild suits you well." Minyu's expression was grim, the corner of his mouth twitching. He thought furiously, "Damn it, that damn captain. I'll kill you." Unhai led the team towards the door. "Well then, let's go." She added a cold warning. "If you die halfway, the evil guild will not be held responsible. Everything in battle is the hunter's own responsibility." Her gaze paused slightly on Minyu before she said, "Well then, I will open the door." The door opened, and the pitch-black space inside, a stark contrast to the outside, imprinted the silhouettes of the 6 hunters. Endless darkness was accompanied by absolute silence. Reaper broke the silence, speculating, "It's so quiet," which means... Unhai interrupted, "That's right. More or less, it's not a hunting zone." A jade stone appeared from the palm of her hand. "I will use a light stone. If there are magic beasts in the space." The light from the stone radiated outwards, revealing a magic beast standing in the distance, along with her voice. "Then it's a trap zone." The magic beast, wearing a suit of armor, flickered in and out of sight. Unhai was calm. "I don't need to tell you how to handle a trap zone, do I? I will go first. Please follow me." She looked specifically at Minyu and emphasized, "Hunter Baphomet, don't just use your strength uselessly. Follow me." She charged forward decisively. "Well then, let's go." Her foot touched a tile on the floor. Suddenly, the tile sank deep down. She safely withdrew her foot. First trap confirmed. She nimbly leaped up, dodging 1,000 arrows that shot towards where she had just been standing. Second trap confirmed. A brilliant streak of light flashed from behind her. She said to herself, as if she had predicted it. She did a somersault in the air to avoid the lightning bolt. Third trap confirmed. Suddenly, she noticed something. She glanced back, thinking, the one who can keep up with me must be the A-rank Reaper. But Minyu rushed past, which couldn't help but surprise her. He sped by in her astonishment. Hunter Baphomet. The system continuously broadcasted announcements. Monarch Baphomet's special skill, Omnipotence, activates. Combat in a tower below, legendary difficulty, within one's own limits. His pupils glowed red. Let's see. His gaze locked onto the magic beast as his target. The trap locations also flashed with glaring red warnings, and the announcements from the system continued. All gates, including magic beasts, will be opened. He charged straight at the magic beast with incredible speed. Let's try this. Bagan, in his iron armor and with a muscular build, had a panicked face. What is that? Dust and smoke billowed. Swords and blades advanced from all directions. First floor cleared. He became tense. What is it? Soldiers lay tragically on the ground, their heads shattered into many pieces and scattered far away. Fifth floor cleared. His face turned pale, and he bit his lip tightly. What the hell is that? Minyu lunged forward, his face angled, revealing a demonic gaze. F rank. He ran with all his might, hundreds of arrows flying towards him. Minyu was still running, his hands clenched into fists. A warning sound from behind. Be careful of the volley of arrows. The light reflected off the side of his face, his eyes turning fiery red. He leaped high into the air while the arrows were already embedded in the ground, that if you jump, you can easily avoid them. He leaned again, following the instructions from the sound in his ear. Volley of arrows 50 meters to the right. He gently leaned back to dodge the attack from the arrows. Dodged to avoid it. Minyu's hand caught an arrow, gripping it tightly. Whoosh! He waved his hand to dodge an arrow flying over his head. Distracting it is also a good way. Minyu dove down from above, chasing an arrow that was about to pierce straight through the iron armor. It stood motionless. The sharp arrow was only a few meters from the iron armor's face. Suddenly, other arrows also rushed in, and the armor jerked up. It struggled to escape from the iron chains that were binding it. The chain was wrapped around its neck, pinning it down. Weak point, neck. He gripped the chain with both hands, straining his body to pull and tighten the chain on its neck. His face darkened as he wrapped the chain with one hand and gripped a sharp axe with the other. On the other side, the chain was already wrapped across the iron armor's face. The battle became intense. He swung his arm, raising the axe, preparing to strike it. In the darkness, his face appeared with a demonic smile. Have a fun hunt. Minyu furiously chopped off one of the iron armor's arms, sending fragments flying. 15 to each floor cleared. Unhai and Reaper crossed their arms, rubbing their heads in thought. Isn't he F rank? Hasn't he changed to a new rank yet? It feels like he knows everything in advance, so he can avoid it. Both women stood with their hands on their hips, pointing at Minyu's father to explain. Bagan, standing behind, trembled. Don't you know you'll be penalized if you don't change to a new rank? Bagan frowned, biting his lip in annoyance. Secretary Kong, behind him, also clasped his hands behind his back. Unhai and Reaper tilted their heads and looked at each other. Are we on a picnic? Young. Bagan pointed at Unhai and questioned, stop wasting time joking around. Let's get to the next floor. Didn't you hear what I said earlier? Everyone is exhausted, so we'll rest for a bit before going up to the next floor. She was annoyed, her face falling in displeasure at his words. Huh? We're only on the 15th floor, and you're already exhausted? To be called a member of the Evil Guild, you're a bit of a disappointment. A conversation between two people was transmitted through the space. Doesn't Hunter Bagan need to repair his equipment? Only your armor was damaged, right? No, that guy damaged it. If an F-rank hunter can destroy it, then it's just a child's toy, isn't it? What are you talking about? This armor was made from the core of the Baphomet crab, the boss of the sacred tower. Really? In that case, Unhai looked at Minyu. F-rank hunter. Your abilities must be equivalent to the Baphomet, right? Minyu glanced over, thinking, I guess so. Bagan's mouth twisted in astonishment as he shouted, What? What kind of F-rank is like that? Secretary Kong was no less horrified, shouting, Young master. Secretary Kong blocked the door, raising his hand to explain to Bagan. Even if you continue to oppose the people of the Evil Guild, it will be of no use. On the next floor, please show your true strength. He stood there proudly. As expected, I wasn't mistaken. The royal gold of Bagan and Secretary Kong both fell in a deep thought. That armor is a fake. Minyu and Reaper perked up their ears to listen. What? Reaper crossed her arms and leaned down to look at him. Face to face, her eyes stared intently at him. Items related to the core of Baphomet have never been traded publicly. That means if anyone were to buy an item related to Baphomet, it would have to be an illegal transaction, right? Your royal gold. Bagan's face twisted into an indescribable expression. Secretary Kong was confused. What are you trying to say? A devilish smile was on her lips. The four of them were standing lively in front of the door. She speculated, I know about your scam, but I'll keep it a secret. Instead, since we're already in the tower, how about you lend a hand? Minyu is even more bewildered. What is it? Reaper shifted her hands into an offensive-defensive stance, that girl. The masked soldier appeared, carrying a bow and arrows. The masked soldier took a sword and chopped his head off. His hand flew far away with the arrow. He charged at Reaper and Minyu with a sword in both hands. His eyes seemed to freeze. Growing a few degrees colder, she grimaced and resisted. Reaper lunged forward, attacking powerfully, dismembering the soldier into many pieces. A triumphant smile appeared on her lips. Scene changed to the tall Chot fort building, looking as if it wanted to pierce the blue sky. The figures of Minyu and Eun-hye were running as fast as they could. The setting sun shone on the building, giving a color of brilliant pink. Inside, having just gone through a battle, everyone was exhausted. Only two girls were still chatting lively. The sun set past, night fell, the sky grew darker, and sparkling stars shone upon the building. The sound of a horse echoed. A soldier held the reins, pulling a horse. Bagan held his sword to block in front. Both the man and the horse fell backward. His hair flew in the wind, his hand holding the sword, his eyes wide open. Minyu rushed forward and chopped off the horse's head, blood splattering everywhere. He sped up and slashed quickly at the soldier. Bagan clenched his teeth, staring at him in a daze. Cleared floor 49. Eun-hye moved, sobbed, and shouted. We finally passed floor 49. He, holding his sword and stroking his chin, smiled and said to her, "It's just 49 floors. What's the big deal?" Hearing that, she replied angrily, saying that in this state is no use at all. He looked at Minyu, who had one hand in his pocket and his head tilted in thought. No matter what that guy. He looked up, his eyes pensive while Bagan was still thinking. How is he so unscathed? The door was shut tight. There's something up ahead. His eyes darted around. Normally, it would be the final boss's room, but she stood with her hands on her hips and watched. The special feature of this labyrinth tower isn't a boss, but an unrated demonic beast on par with a boss waiting there. She smiled mockingly at him, seeing you move so freely in the tower, as if you were very familiar with this place. I thought you knew it well. But it seems that's not the case, is it? Turns out there's still things you don't know. He asked her, annoyed, what is it? Do you know something about me? Reaper mocked, you poor thing. He was surprised, what? Eun-hye couldn't hold back and interjected, now, thank you. Let's rest now. The whole group moved forward, as Hunter Reaper said. Ahead is a demonic beast with no known name or information. It's a demonic beast different from any we've encountered before. A hand rested on the door frame. She bowed her head. I'm not trying to scare everyone. I'm just offering advice. Minyu, Bagan, and Reaper were stunned into admiration. I thank in advance the hunters who will go with me. Further, Eun-hye leaned against the door, tilting her head. I said earlier that protecting everyone's lives is a hunter's responsibility. I also don't want to see the person next to me die. We will fully compensate for any dropped loot, so you don't need to worry. Bagan's and Reaper's faces turned pale, becoming pensive. Minyu clenched his fist, closing his eyes tightly. I don't care. I'll keep going. From the beginning I came here because I wanted to fight the strong. Everyone resolutely said in unison, I'll go too. It would be a shame to come all this way and not go. Me too. Eun-hye also leaned over and asked, what about Hunter Bagan and Hunter's son? He carefully looked at Bagan. Young master, we don't necessarily have to go. Didn't we enter the tower just to grind for experience? He reminded him that Hunter said she doesn't know what dangers are. Waiting, let's stop here. One side of Min Yu's face appeared, his long hair covering his eyes. Bagan's eyes widened. He growled, we can't lose to that damn F-rank fraud, young master. He stepped forward, I'm going too. Behind that door was a pitch-black void. Darkness enveloped them. It's very dark and quiet this time too, isn't it? I'll use a light stone. Light radiated out, illuminating everyone. In front were cylindrical and circular stone blocks. That is, tall stone blocks appeared in the darkness. Stone statues, right? They could also be gargoyle demonic beasts. Everyone don't stand still. If so, don't get near them. Suddenly Bagan shouted under everyone's astonished gazes. Chess! It's chess. A hand lifted a chess piece. Ah, that's right. Looking at their shapes, they're indeed chess pieces. Suddenly a chess piece slammed down, creating a cloud of dust that made everyone wary. One of Eun-hye's eyes narrowed. Now, Reaper also craned her neck to look. A large hand pointed towards the chessboard. Now it's your turn. Secretary Kong took a defensive stance. What is that? Are you talking to us? Secretary Kong glanced at him. Young master, If it's chess, that's what you're best at. Now is the chance for everyone to see your ability. He looked distortedly at his back. Could it be? I get it. The attack pattern, you just need to predict where the opponent will attack and then avoid it. Bagan stood between Minwoo and his subordinate, pointing. All right, if you observe the knight's position on the board, it's that spot. He happily moved to the safe position, raising his hand high. Everyone over here, this is the safe zone. Secretary Kong turned his head, as expected of a young master. Suddenly Minwoo spoke. Wrong. Secretary Kang's eyes widened, breaking into a sweat. Darkness seemed to cover Bagan. Bagan was standing and waving. Young master, a hand tried hard to pull him out of danger. A giant pawn fell from above, about to crush Secretary Kong, while he had managed to escape in time. The two girls watched this bloody scene in horror. He trembled as he sat on the ground, crying and calling his name. Unhai and Reaper's faces darkened, horrified and worried. Secretary Kong, what on earth is this? She stammered, unable to speak. The White Knight. Why did it suddenly do that? You wasn't referring to us, huh? Reaper's eyes filled with tears from the very beginning. Chess has been a strategy game for two people. The chessboard has a white side and a black side. We're just flies caught in this chess game. Minyu put his hands on his hips, bowing his head in thought. That's right, it's been too peaceful until now. His eyes turned fiery red, his mouth in a wide smile. This is how the Tower of Trials should be. Blood was splattered everywhere. His hand landed in a pool of blood. He knelt on the ground, crying tragically. Secretary Kong, let me pull you out. Don't be afraid if we mobilize our company's best healing system. Bagan pulled up the severed arm, his face in extreme pain. Unhai also screamed in fear. Secretary Kong. A hand lifted the giant chess piece. She forcefully pulled him out. She glared and shouted, "Snap out of it. Are you planning to die with him?" Reaper gritted her teeth in pain, witnessing everything. She turned and charged towards the chess piece. She dashed forward like a gust of wind, her spin beneath the chess piece, her speed gradually increasing. Reaper, exhausted, braced herself on the ground. Suddenly she looked up into the distance, darkness. She turned and ran away from the chess piece, teleporting. A sparkling light radiated from around her towards him. Thank you. Reaper was still standing next to him while he stepped back. Minyu looked over Hunter Fume. Reaper also spoke up. You know how this room attacks, don't you? In the rooms we've passed through so far, you've always moved and attacked as if you knew beforehand. Everything. His eyes were pensive. The longer this drags on, everyone will die of exhaustion. He turned his back in the darkness. Listen to me. Because the attack pattern is very loose and not interesting, avoid the pieces on the chessboard and survive until the game between the two players ends. When there is a winner, the demonic beast Nami will appear. If you catch it, it will be complete. Hunter Fume stood with both hands raised. Above were a hand holding a white chess piece and a hand holding a black chess piece. From above, a chess piece appeared over his head. That's right, this place is a trap, but he frowned and parted his lips. Do we have to just stand and watch until the game ends? He clenched one hand into a fist. It's simple. An extraordinary power radiated from him. Minyu jump high. If I'm thinking correctly, it should be possible. A trembling, curled hand reached out. Unhai, with a confused face, stood protectively in front of Bagan, who was bowing his head in misery. Hunter Fume stood still in a daze. He opened his mouth, revealing pearly white teeth in the darkness. Smash them all. His face showed a joyful expression. If there are no more pieces to move, the game will be forcibly interrupted. The master of this room will get angry and appear. Reaper stood dumbfounded, her face unable to hide her astonishment. What this game? Sweat beaded on her distorted face, attacking. How can there be such a stupid method like that? This is the best method. Unhai spun, kicking one leg high. A sudden turn, her foot stomped on the ground, sending fragments flying. She leaned over and called to him worriedly, "Hunter Bagan, it's going to fall on me." A gleam of light from a wire shone in the darkness. She moved her body. The wire wrapped around the chess piece and lifted it. Easier said than done. Reaper also leaped up. Ugh. She bent her body, controlling the wire with both hands to break the chess piece in two. These actions themselves also require a high level of endurance. A clear crack on the chess piece, like that person. Suddenly Min Yu's face darkened. He swung his axe and sent the chess piece flying. He turned, preparing to throw his axe to deal with another chess piece. He stood silent in the darkness. His continuous attacks chopped down all the chess pieces. In the darkness, he just stood there. He bent his body again and launched a kick, kicking them away. He seemed to be holding back, holding the axe with both hands. Raised like an eagle spreading its wings, he massacred this place. His triumphant face called, "Come out, you brat." His terrifyingly angry face appeared. Large vines appeared tangled above the two girls' heads, blocking him. The vines were spreading around him, his eyes watching them. Minyu lunged to attack. A large hand reached out. The enormous hand clenched, preparing to grab him. He managed to escape before the hand snatched. The hand clenched again. "Where are you?" The unyielding hand continued to clench, searching. The two hands slammed down as he dodged. Anyway, the chessboard shouldn't be this chaotic if so. The axe head flew up, too slow, a strange thing outside of chess. He gripped the chain, swinging the axe around and around. An axe was thrown far by him. "Where are you?" The endless chain in the night. The axe flew to where the large vines converged. He stood there, long vines growing from under his body, foolish humans. He swallowed his anger, daring to cause chaos in my domain. Darkness is surrounding him. You will all pay the price. He gave a mocking smile. I'm looking forward to it, activating Monarch Fume's skill. Scene changed to rows of tall buildings, light shining from the windows inside. Echina stood inside. "Hunter Echina, you've worked hard." The female interviewer with glasses bowed respectfully to Echina. "Thank you for agreeing to the interview, even though it's late. It was an emergency, but thanks to you, I survived. If I thank you like this, you understand, right?" "Of course." Echina smiled brightly. "I will select good content related to the Evil Guild, so you don't need to worry. I trust the editor-in-chief." The blue-haired girl held out a phone to her. "Guildmaster, Hunter Sinning is contacting you." "Sinning? Isn't Sinning in the Labyrinth Tower? Is it over already?" She took the phone. "I'm listening, Yuja no Guildmaster." She reported over the phone with a panicked expression. "That man from back then, when we were in Su Ion Jang's team. The one who fell into the water. Over here." She glanced around, thinking that person is participating in the operation to clear the Labyrinth Tower. The axe flew high and cut him in half. He screamed in pain, his eyes blazing with fire. Parts of his body were sent flying by his slashes. A severed arm. His head flew far away. He turned and struck him twice. Minyu's eyes turned red, activating Monarch Fume's skill, adrenaline. He tensed up, swinging the chain to wrap around the roaring beast. When Monarch Fume joins a battle, if his excitement level rises, his ability stats will automatically increase by 30%. He reached out his hand and spun it. "What is this?" The thorny vines enveloped him again. "It feels stronger than before." His eyes were suspicious. He moved his axe, slashing through the thorny vines one by one, while he continued to reach out and control the vine's target. When fighting a designated target, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Damage dealt is increased by 30%. He stared at him, stronger again. What kind of dark magic is he using? He also looked on with suspicion. He continued to spin his hand in front of him. The axe was rushing towards him, slashing straight down at his neck. He grimaced in pain. He pulled the chain connected to the axe embedded in his body with one hand. Trees burned easily. The surrounding space was ablaze. He gripped the chain with one hand. "If that's the case, let's test its features." In the room, Echina heard the phone and shouted angrily, "No, absolutely do not let him meet Vankiji." The girl on the other end pressed the phone to her ear. "We must do it. Hunter Vankiji doesn't want to get involved with the person who did that to her hair." She was still listening, her face changing color. "It's not about that. Aish, I really don't know what to say." She asked again, "Yes?" In the gloomy forest, a phone rang. "What percentage do you think is the chance of an S-rank hunter with transcendent power falling into the water?" Hearing that, she quickly replied, "Yes, does that mean?" Echina opened her mouth to retort, 0%. Javan. He stood proudly with his sword in hand, eyes closed, special skill. His hair was messy and disheveled. He suddenly opened his strange white and blue eyes. Ziga. On Minyu's side, fiery red eyes had also appeared. The fire blazed fiercely, burning. He gripped the burning chain with one hand, the flames roaring. He was engulfed in a large flame. It was a flame about to merge with him. What? A loud explosion from within the flame, brilliantly bright. A laugh echoed in the fiercely flickering flames. Reaper's piercing eyes parted her lips in a smile. Minyu watched the fire, leaning on his hand and laughing heartily. His face was radiant, unable to hide his joy. That's right, this is it. This is how a fight should be. He continued, "Come on, let's go wild. I've been holding back for so long. Let's go wild." Reaper stood behind, staring blankly at him, dancing in front of the fire. "You look really shabby right now." "Shut up. The fire is burning everywhere." Suddenly, he waved his hand angrily while behind him. Her face showed a disbelieving helplessness. "Asich, I forgot to bring sweet potatoes. I want to eat charcoal grilled sweet potatoes." Seeing this, Reaper thought to herself, "I heard that among hunters, there are some who go crazy when they fight, but honestly, he's the type I don't want to associate with at all." Her face darkened, her eyes sharp, but he scratched his head while she continued to be lost in thought. Isn't he a warrior? Did he just use magic? A magic swordsman. But among the magic swordsmen I know, one who can create magic with that much power. He held his head high. Besides Vankiji, everyone standing there suddenly became confused. Unhai and Reaper swayed worriedly. The inside was shaking. Could the floor be collapsing? Pulling tricks even at the very end. Reaper pointed towards a glowing window and shouted, "That looks like an exit over there. Let's get out." Everyone ran towards the window in unison. Bagan's foot stepped on the cracking ground. The crack in the ground widened. He fell sideways. The tremor shook him, causing Secretary Kang's arm to fall. In that situation, his eyes were full of worry. His hand reached for Secretary Kang's arm, crying out, "Secretary Kang." Bagan recklessly dove after the falling arm. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, watching. His feet dashed quickly along the chain. He grabbed his hand with one of his own. Like a savior, he held the chain tightly with one hand, and with the other, he grabbed his hand and pulled him up. His feet braced in the crack. His eyes looked firmly into the distance. On the other side of the forest, the girl was still on the phone. "How long has Vankiji been in the Labyrinth Tower?" She replied, "We cleared the other towers and came here right away. It's probably been about an hour and a half." Ichina held the phone tightly and retorted, "With Vankiji's strength, she must have reached the top floor. If that hunter also made it to the top floor safely, then they must have met." Bagan became soulless. The will in his eyes was gone. Even if he could get out of this place safely, Minyu is trying to save him, but when he gets to the next tower, he absolutely won't be able to fight and will die. Ichina bit her thumb. "I have to act." His eyes were indescribable. A warrior who has lost his will to fight will be eliminated. She turned and asked the editor-in-chief, "Do you know many reporters?" "Yes." His hand was still gripping his hand tightly. "It's better." "That." Ichina smiled until her eyes crinkled. "Could you introduce me to a few reporters?" He let go of Bagan's hand. "It's better to let him die here and now." The tremor grew louder. He was holding on in the crack. Tilting his face, he looked into the distance. Suddenly he turned and jumped up. Strands of his golden hair flew in the wind. He successfully landed. On the other side, she had also managed to save Bagan in time. Darkness obscured her face with her long, disheveled hair. "You're not a bad person." Minyu's eyes were surprised. "What?" Vankiji, with one hand on her hip, carried Bagan's tall figure on her other shoulder and smiled arrogantly. "Taming you'll be very interesting." Ichina's face was refreshed as she laughed loudly. "Anyway, the reporters will help prevent any scandals." The reporter holding a piece of paper began to ask. This is the question everyone is most curious about. Vankiji sat cross-legged on the sofa. She listened quietly and beautifully to the question, "What is Vankiji's ideal type?" She rested her chin on her hand and thought, "Let's see, someone who can understand me. I like guys who are a little bad." The handsome man stood as if floating in the blue sky. "What, that man?" His handsome, dashing face appeared. "Is he my type?" Night fell in the empty room. Her sexy figure stood opposite him, who was lying motionless on the floor. She was stunned. Behind her, two other girls in hot outfits ran over. "Are you okay?" Thud. She fell to the floor to everyone's surprise. "Ah, I suddenly feel anemic." Ichina gritted her teeth in anger. "I'm going crazy. Was this Vankiji's plan? If I fall down sexily with this body, then any man would be captivated, but it was ruined by Ichina." Ichina walked over to Minyu, ignoring Vankiji, who was pretending to lie on the floor. "What are you doing, Yuzo? What's with that hair?" After assessing the situation and trying to find a way to pretend to wake up, I fell asleep without realizing it. The beautiful Vankiji stood among the boys. She was as beautiful as an angel, her face gorgeous. This is the first time I've seen Vankiji in person. Absolutely beautiful, my idol. She smiled brightly and raised her hand towards Minyu and Reaper. "What a coincidence to meet you all here. I felt very sorry back then. You must have had a hard time. Your nickname is..." He tilted his head. "Cheese, right?" She burst out laughing, covering her mouth with her right hand, using the name Cheese as a nickname. "You're really something else." His face was speechless when he heard her. She raised her index finger, her eyes wide and round. "What's the worst thing you've ever done in your life? Was it what happened just now?" That helpless expression on his face again. She burst out laughing again, touching her cheek shyly. "I don't mean anything by it because my ideal type is a bad boy. You're too handsome." His face was helpless for the third time. She was still hugging her cheeks and smiling with crinkled eyes, but she kept rambling on by herself. "Reaper," and he glanced at each other. "It feels like she's talking to herself. I wonder if you remember who I am." "Who? Why are you asking me that?" She turned, shrugging her shoulders angrily under the curious gazes of those around her. I made such a strong impression on you, and you don't remember?" The sarcastic glances behind her. "Pervert, you have to separate public and private matters." The girls and boys standing there, their eyes darting around, biting their fingers. The other hunters are all looking with jealous eyes. Vankiji became serious in front of everyone. "Hello, hunters. I am Vankiji. You must have worked very hard to get here. We will now proceed to the boss room and are expected to complete the conquest of the Labyrinth Tower. Everyone is gathered here, listening quietly. The Labyrinth Tower's boss is expected to be handled at the top, so we don't need to prepare for battle, but some variables may arise, so I hope everyone will prepare to protect themselves." The girl reported to Vankiji. "I will check the status of each team. Teams A and B, except for hunters with minor injuries, are all in good condition." When she heard the next question, Unhai became quite sad. "What about Team C?" His lonely figure clenched his fist. "Hunter son of the Nebula Guild has been killed in action, so that's how it is." The three girls stood by the door. "So everything is ready. Open the door." The door creaked open. A white light gradually grew from the doorway, where everyone was gathered. The light shone in her eyes, making her grimace and shield them with her hand, her suspicious eyes glaring. A long black streak with a red glint flashed by. Everyone fell to the ground. That beam of light flashed past everyone again. Boom! A loud explosion behind him. To the girl's astonishment, "Finally, we've made it here." Behind the door, he sat like an emperor, holding a majestic sword. "My sword, I don't want it to be stained with more blood." Kalen appeared, the knight captain of the labyrinth. "Kalen." He stretched and raised his sword. "Who will be my opponent?" She gasped and covered her mouth, falling backward. "You, how?" Kim Yusuk is worried too. "Or is it you?" Only him, standing there with one hand propped up. "Otherwise, you." His face is furious. Eyes bloodshot. He senses something glaring along. His sword is ablaze. Oh, a strange crowd mixed together. Anyway, a ray of light from the sword shines, weaving through the night. It's better to sort them out. A black wave surges toward the group of people who are standing. Everyone panics, ready to react. Strange monsters appear from the darkness, surrounding them. She worriedly calls Vankiji's name. "What should we do, Ugh? I know." A flash of light zips past him. The fire of hatred rises within him. "You bastard." Vankiji lunges forward to attack them, leaving him bewildered behind. His eyes hold an indescribable expression, as if mesmerized. Her gorgeous side profile. This is a good chance to charm him. She holds a sharp sword and charges into battle. "You must look carefully who I am." He stands up with a large sword. "You really are hot-tempered. I'm still sorting you all out. No need to sort anymore." She leaps up, emitting an aura like an angel. "Skill, protection of Vanisset, Van Kiji activates a special skill. Everyone is enveloped in a sparkling membrane. While Van Kiji activates the protection of Vanisset skill, all allies are enveloped by a barrier. He frowns inside the enveloping membrane, blocking magical and physical attacks. Flashes of light zip back and forth your opponent. She is enveloped in exquisite armor, her hair flowing in the wind like a warrior, her eyes sharp as me. She arches her body and reaches up, her hair flaring in the wind. Protection of Vanisset Phase 1. A combo attack hits him. For 300 seconds, all basic stats increase by 30%. He turns and spins. For 300 seconds, all skills increase by 30%. Streaks of light appear in the darkness. The two sides fight fiercely, evenly matched. Immunity to all adverse status effects increases by 30%. The blade tip shoots out. She spins, changing into various attack stances. A large streak of light zips past. He becomes ferocious after being attacked, his eyes glaring. She leaps up holding a sharp spear, her spirit blazing. Arrogant one. She charges straight at him. He looks up at her direction as she dives down from above. Fingers in sharp iron armor. Boom, a loud bang. Light radiates out. A stream of light wraps around everything. Her face gradually appears, as expected of the power of an S-class. He is enveloped by the barrier. Even an epic grade boss is just like a normal magical beast in front of an S-class hunter. Minyu, inside the protective barrier, falls into a state of deep thought. Kalen counterattacks. Something's a bit strange, isn't it? The endless battle between the two sides continues. In the night, the two are facing each other. His eyes glow red again. The tall figure extends his sword. A fragment falls in the darkness. Her critical hit grazes him. She braces her feet to stop while fragments fly off him from behind. A victorious face, a piercing gaze, has defeated Kalen, leader of the Knights. Everyone focuses their gaze on her, who is glowing. The girls run to her side, absolutely perfect. It's Van Kiji as expected. She strokes her chin in confusion. What's wrong? Everyone starts to buzz with discussion in the hall. Why is an epic grade tower boss so weak to the point that high-level attack skills weren't needed? Isn't it because Miss Van Kiji is strong? That's not it. Not long ago, we also cleared an epic tower. He lies still on the ground. Doesn't anyone find it strange? We've defeated the tower's boss, but there's no system announcement that we've cleared the tower. Now that I think about it, that's true. Suddenly, something rises from inside his clothes. His eyes see it, her eyes have seen it too. A bright aura surrounds him, emanating from within him. Everyone falls into a state of confusion again. Everyone uses their hands to shield themselves from the light. He also raises a hand to cover his face. What's happening? The girl and Van Kiji gape in fear. The boss was clearly defeated. Could it be? A dark shadow appears beside him. His body is lifted up by the stream of light. A fake boss? He closes his eyes, his mouth full of blood, calling out, Kalen, why did you have to face death in my place? Her face is gloomy and sad. Why, you people? She is on the verge of tears. You people just won't leave us alone. His hand is still covering his face. His eyes light up. The real boss has appeared. A large, glowing circular symbol appears above everyone's heads. That circle disperses into more circles appearing above everyone. Van Kiji furrows her brow, her face beaded with sweat as she leans back. Suddenly, Reaper, standing next to Minyu, bends over. All mages fall back. She runs very fast while he is still bewildered, not understanding what's happening. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Unhai raises her hand to stop her, shouting after her, Hunter Reaper, what are you doing? But she has already charged forward, her hand spread open. She leaps up towards the appearing circle. It spins as if wanting to pull her in. Van Kiji's gorgeous eyes widen as she watches in awe. A hand reaches for him. Get out of the way. She runs to his side. Time seems to stand still here, one of her hands still reaching. This is darkness envelopes everything. A small ray of light glimmers in the dark. Reaper lies quietly with her eyes closed. She suddenly wakes up on the ground in a strange room. Her eyes sparkle as she breaks into a bright smile. It was a success. She jumps for joy, stepping on his back. Paying a high price for this information was truly worth it. Ugh, she is so happy she hasn't noticed anything. He grits his teeth lying on the ground. Get off. Only then does Reaper notice him. What? Why are you? Bagan sits on the ground, holding his head. Where is this? Her hair is now standing on end in confusion. In a magnificent white castle, a scream echoes. A statue of the Holy Mother is placed right in the pillar. I'm sorry. Reaper clasps her hands and apologizes sincerely. The fan's magic doesn't just teleport me, but also teleports those around me. This is a feature of the magic that I can't adjust. As an apology, I will give all the items I received to you too. Minya replies, all right, let's decide on that. Where's this place anyway? She turns to the two of them and explains, the Monastery of a Labyrinth. You can only enter here when the tower's real boss appears. He glances over, thinking, was her purpose for joining this tower raid for this space? Is there some hidden treasure here? She nimbly raises a finger and points. No, something much more valuable. She leans over, posing gleefully to introduce the scenery behind her. This place is a monastery, and this monastery contains all the materials related to magical beasts. The monastery is arranged neatly and beautifully. Looking at the structure and design of this place, one can tell which period they lived in, what their culture was like. A statue of God is built solemnly inside. It can be seen that they're also like us, with reverence for God and a yearning to know whether he exists or not. A reverent, magnificent monastery before them, meaning here we can find historical materials about magical beasts. He looks at Reaper doubtfully. She risked her life to join this tower raid. Just for this? She immediately replies, just this? These materials are incredibly valuable. Finding a data tower like this is as hard as picking stars from the sky. She clasps her hands in front of her, her eyes glowing with hope. After gathering all this data, it will be of great value to the content of the book that I am writing. It will be the best-selling book of all time and help me become a more capable and famous archaeologist than anyone else. This is an incredibly wonderful thing. Minyu at her side can only exclaim, that's really romantic. She glances back upon hearing him speak. You must be mistaken about something. This monastery is just decorated like this, as if the magical beast intentionally set this place up. This is only inside the magical beast's head. His face tenses. Try to explain to Reaper. To put it simply, it was set up to carry out the sole command of exterminating humans. His eyes look intently. From our perspective, or the magical beast perspective, this place would be set up to protect magical beasts. He stands with his hands on his hips, looking at her pressed against the wall, touching them. Do you know something? She replies, here, look at these murals. The history of this place is drawn on them. The mural depicts a goddess in a circle, surrounded by servants standing guard, the tower's worldview. Therefore, this place has drawings related to the boss of the Labyrinth Tower. These scripts look like ancient characters, if combined and analyzed then. On the wall is a depiction of a king. In the beautiful and sparkling kingdom of Baphomet, there was an exceptionally outstanding king, a king named Zaken. The devastatingly beautiful face of the king on the wall. He had a countenance more beautiful than any woman and could use magic more powerful than any mage. He immediately thinks of her tearful face. Could she be talking about the boss? She continues. Rumors of the king's perfection spread far and wide. His influence was so great that even the subjects of neighboring countries wanted to submit to him, but someone too perfect will have many enemies. The kings of neighboring nations were jealous of Balachet's king and jointly declared they would oppose Balachet, their swords and blades pointed at the kingdom, wanting to declare war. He sits with his sword inside the palace. To protect the king, Kalen, the great archmage, the king's eldest brother, used black magic to corrupt himself. He is in a large cloak, with large vines beneath his body. The archmage of Balachet exchanged his body with the soul of a tree to obtain powerful magic. She bows her head and collapses in the darkness. Raken fell into despair. The king himself only wished for the kingdom to prosper and for the people to live in peace. She reaches out her hand, the fire of hatred in her eyes. The loyal subordinates who followed the king, the people who revered the king, Rakhen could not protect them. They all had to die in the war. He crosses his arms and replies, to Pagan's astonished gaze. Therefore, Rakhen built a great fortress that no one could approach, that is the Labyrinth Tower. Reaper is again immersed in the story, pointing into the Labyrinth Tower. Beside her, Pagan angrily punches and shatters the wall in front of her. What's so great about reading it so excitedly? Because of him, the bot that created this tower. He screams, Secretary Kong had to die. She worriedly scolds him. What are you doing if you arbitrarily destroy this monastery? He crosses his arms, pensively watching the two of them argue. We don't know what will happen. He silently crosses his arms and looks up, his eyes narrowing, gritting his teeth in annoyance. A bright stream of energy flashes by. It seems something has happened. The energy once again surrounds everyone. The three of them stand guard, watching the source of the light. He appears in midair, his majestic posture radiating a bright light. Quest. Raken's face appears. Defeat the boss Jachin of the Labyrinth Tower. He clenches his fists in his student-like outfit, standing in the dark wall. Why am I always? His eyes are large and sparkling as if in contemplation. Now his face is mournful as he bites his lip. Everyone gathers to look at him flying above. Why does this always happen? Reaper leans forward to discuss with Minyu. We have to deal with the boss. This is absurd. She tries to explain to him, didn't you anticipate this situation? From the beginning I thought that after investigating the monastery, I would immediately escape. She holds up the teleportation device, her face tense through this teleportation device. Jachin stands majestically, a circle behind him radiating a sparkling light. But now, that's right, now it can't be used because if there's still a boss in a room, you can't use a teleportation device. Jachin's face appears. This place has now become the boss room. Jachin waves his hand. The sphere in it glows. I gave you a chance, but you trespassed on my territory. A bright aura radiates from her, surrounding everyone. I can no longer stand by. I will punish you. Minyu blocks with his hand, looking over this narrow-minded guy. I only damaged a small wall. The last sentence was written like that. He became a god himself in the Labyrinth Tower. Jachin blinks, using his hand to control a powerful stream of energy, becoming their savior. A hand with 5 fingers full of light attacks everyone. So when they see their own temple being destroyed, what god would like that? He looks up. Get out of the way. I've always felt it. Why is God such a selfish being? Reaper shields her face with her hand, wincing. An incredibly beautiful girl, her large, round eyes glowing red. He smiles cheerfully. I don't feel any heat. Her face is somber. Oh, the bright energy is still attacking everyone. Everyone struggles to rise. The flames flicker and burn. The fire burns bigger and bigger. His eyes also flash with a brilliant spark. He worriedly holds her in the fierce flames. She has fainted in his arms. Her face turned away. This girl. The black cloak behind him provokes him. What is this situation? Do you regret it? Jachin's face appears from behind the cloak. The thing you regret most in your life will be reenacted. You yourself killed one of the most important people. To you. His face is full of anxiety in the sea of fire. You didn't want to kill that person, but besides death, there was no other choice, right? He confusedly holds the girl in his arms, questioning Jachin, who is kneeling beside him. Killed someone, me? Jachin continues. I understand you can't accept this. Her eyes flash like gems. I will help you. The mistake you made, I can help you fix it. He tilts his head, thinking, fix it. Still the same gem-like pupils in her eyes. That's right, start over. His eyes widen. Again, he bows his head and looks at her passionately, or else what? A crack appears from within the sea of fire. She quickly stands up, raising a hand to shield herself from the flying debris. Her eyes are doubtful. Don't be so condescending. Is this an illusion? He waves his hand at her, the debris flying around as he gives a demonic smile. You have to choose the right target. Why are you playing such silly tricks on me? His sharp face speaks slowly. Sorry, but that's not my memory. So how exactly did you become a person? Her face sinks into darkness. Because I stole everything. His face also gradually dissolves into the darkness. This is the memory of the original owner whose body I stole. She angrily radiates light. Let's start again. I'm sick of your games. The light obscures everything. There won't be a second time. He joyfully leaps up to meet the challenge. Great, my body was just starting to feel an itch. He bursts out laughing. Let's play a round. Reaper glares tensely and shouts. Ah, she winks and slaps him hard. I'm sorry. She stands remorsefully opposite him, apologizing. Are you okay? I didn't know you had regained your senses. It stings. I was wondering why I hurt so much. It stings. What should I do? Light seeps through the cracks in the building. What do we do now? Where is this? We've all been hit by the boss's mental magic. I just regained my senses too. I don't know where this is either. It seemed to be a shout. She holds her face, bewildered. You regained your senses before me. Your mental strength is really good. Huh? Inside, he and she stand in thought, ignoring Pagan. He stands there stunned, his face flushed. Is that over there also a product of magic? How long until he wakes up? No matter how I try to wake him, he won't. I've tried everything, but his face also flushes as he glances at her. There's still one method I haven't tried. She thinks of something, raising a hand. My uncle once said that spot is a man's weak point. A young man just needs to be hit there and he'll immediately collapse. He looks at her with suspicious eyes. She turns, getting into a punching stance. Just one hit, a single hit. Hey, what would I look like if it were me? Do you want to try over there? Anyway, since you're a boy, you can aim for other, more effective spots. Minya replies with a cold face. I'm not doing it. She clenches her fist with great spirit, closes her eyes, and jumps. So what should we do? What if he only wakes up after his spear collapses? Can we use such a simple physical method? From the beginning, mental magic. You did the same thing in the Namet magical beast room. It's just like breaking a rock. We could just break this the same way. She starts to run, but he grabs her by the hair. If you won't do it, let me, it's useless. He holds her hair and explains, mental magic is very difficult to dispel. If the mage who cast it doesn't dispel it, there's nothing we can do. Now we can only hope he wakes up on his own. She looks up at him, feeling uneasy. What if he can't wake up on his own? This happened because of my greed. Pagan falls into a daze, his eyes vacant and directionless. His whole body is immersed in darkness. Suddenly he calls out, where is this? He follows the direction of the doctor and nurses running to save someone in the hallway. A lonely child stands here. We did our best, but the madam passed away after giving birth to that child, but it's a bit we had to choose one of the two. He sits alone on the floor, hugging his knees. He's not an outstanding talent. He buries his head in his knees. He's inside. The young man gently approaches him. The guild master is here to see you. Let's go, Secretary Kong. He clutches the test paper with a 0 in his hand. Am I a bad kid, just like this test paper? He looks up, tears welling in his eyes. Why am I not as talented as my sisters? I always just cause trouble. Why did mom have to die for a kid like me? Secretary Kong uses both hands to wipe the tears from his cheeks. Don't say that. You can clearly do just as well as your sisters. He turns the situation around, creating a stream of green energy. In the night, a bright explosion lights up everything. He holds his phone, his expression fixed, so amazing. Hunter Zavin, not yet 18, has defeated the boss Atate and destroyed the Tower of Fate. A hero has been born. He frowns in annoyance. He's my age. Pagan also admires him. So amazing if I became a hunter like that. Time seems to freeze at the moment Secretary Kong raises his hand to save Pagan, young master. A large chess piece falls from above, crushing Secretary. Kong. He squats down in pain, shedding tears as he calls Secretary Kang's name. It's as if a pair of hands are squeezing his neck, you brat. Another version of himself is strangling him, the torment in his heart. Because of you. It's because of you. Because of your ambition that Secretary Kong had to die. Ugh. That figure turns its back, its lips parting. If it weren't for you, Mom would have. The image of Secretary Kong appears again, and Secretary Kong too. The backs of Minyu and Reaper. Because of you, 2 more hunters will die in the future. A hand reaches for his neck. If only you hadn't appeared in the first place. Pagan collapses, clutching his head in agony. Her figure appears behind him. If only you hadn't been born, then everything. Her gem-like eyes appear again. You're like me too. Because of my existence, my subordinates, my people all had to die meaningless deaths. Her hand touches him. I will help you. The mistake you made, I can help you fix it. She gives a cunning smile. You will be reborn. Fragments fall in the darkness. A pained face, his eyes become lifeless. Ah, he screams, lying there in torment, while Minyu and Reaper stare at him intently. Both of them are bewildered, speculating. What's happening? Pagan is in extreme pain. His eyes are lifeless, without pupils. Minyu and Reaper stare blankly at him. The two of them decide to charge into the darkness to free him. Reaper grimaces and rushes forward. A dark shadow is standing down there. What is that? A monster has appeared. What on earth is that? The monster's tail swings powerfully, a single blow sending the two of them, including Minyu, flying. Reaper stabilizes herself and lands. Facing this unbelievable form, she mutters to herself, Hunter Pagan. Before she can react, the irrational Pagan charges again. But a chained axe swings through the air. It wraps tightly around the monster's tail, which was threatening too. Attack! Minyu leaps into the air, controlling the chain whip to draw the attention of the two. His eyes look at it coldly. The monster also reacts extremely quickly. Instantly, a powerful collision occurs between them as they counterattack each other. Minyu retracts the whip, his eyes still fixed on his prey. He lowers his knees, gathering momentum to jump. Once again, the two clash directly in an explosion. At the same time, they immediately separate very quickly. Minyu jumps back and lands. The monster also powerfully stabilizes its defensive posture. Then suddenly he smirks. His uncontrollable laughter grows louder, making even Reaper stunned and confused. His face is strangely excited. I probably can't win now. These words make her panic. What? He looks at the enemy and explains, dodging is easy, but the power difference is too great. All abilities are maximized, and he's using magic at the same time. He tells her, if you and I cooperate, it might be possible. Reaper is bewildered, so we can stop Hunter Pagan. Then, he cuts her off again. The only way to stop him is to kill him. The system panel appears on his hand again. Stop using weapon. Minyu explains, I just said that another mage has to reverse this magic for him to return to his original state. But coincidentally, the mage who used that magic on him is the master of this tower. It has to be a mage of the same or higher rank than the boss to be able to do it. He asks her, can you do it? Reaper, while dodging an attack, exclaims, I can't. There's no way I can dispel it. She finds it hard to act. So what should we do? Is there really no other way than to kill him? If we catch the boss, can we dispel the magic he's under? Minyu calmly replies, that only applies if we catch the boss. But where is the boss now? She asks, trembling. So, is there really only one way? He coldly watches the claw that is rushing towards him. There is only one way. He lightly somersaults to dodge the slash. You have another reason for entering this tower. I also have another reason. Even while hanging upside down in the air, he calmly analyzes, there's still one skill I haven't tried. He jumped back to dodge the slash and said, the first condition for the skill is to be on the highest floor of the tower. He spun around again to avoid the attack. The second condition is to face an opponent you cannot defeat. The blade once again swung right over his head, and the final condition. In a flash, the monster missed again, and he jumped in front of Reaper. You have to be the one to do it. He spoke softly, and his words made Reaper's pupils shrink in fear. She trembled and exclaimed, you can't be asking me to do that. What if something goes wrong? The monster tried to charge at them again while he persuaded her. Your dream is to become an archaeologist. If you die here, there will be no dream left. She still tried to argue, but Minyu's expression was terrifyingly dark, his eyes devoid of any light. Otherwise, I'll kill that guy X. He leaned into her ear and said in a manipulative tone, if you put your all into it, you can kill him. Being kidnapped here isn't enough. If you kill someone now too, that would really be something to see. Reaper pressed her lips together, her body stiff, while Minyu gave a wicked smile. Just then, the monster charged forward to attack. She gritted her teeth, looking at him with hatred. "You bastard." Without hesitation, Reaper struck, slashing hard at his chest. Minyu fell backward from the force, coughing up blood. Just as the monster's claws were about to touch his neck, he gave a faint smile. Chrono Break skill. A dazzling energy, like splattering blood, erupted from Minyu's body. Reaper was blinded by the light, unable to understand what was happening. White light gathered around his body, as if he were being reborn. The system announced, first usage condition, highest floor of the tower completed. Second usage condition, facing a powerful enemy, completed. Third usage condition, receiving a fatal blow from another hunter, completed. Data of the destroyed body is regenerating a new body suitable for the power. Reaper was still trying to call out to him. "Hey, are you okay?" Minyu gradually revived from the stream of energy as the system also counted down 5, 4. Just as she was still trying to ask, "Hey, you," his eyes suddenly snapped open, bloodshot. The countdown was also about to end, 3, 2. When it reached 1, Reaper looked directly into the source of energy to find him. Hunter Baphomet. Suddenly, his voice rang out, "It's better not to know anything." As he said that, he struck her on the back of the neck. Her eyes glazed over as she gradually lost consciousness, finally collapsing unconscious. From the darkness, Minyu's hand emerged, but as for you, his eyes like the red of a demon, he raised his hand. "I have something to do." The one he pointed at was that very monster. The monster leaped, brandishing its weapon and charging at him. Just as the blade was rushing like the wind, Minyu's indifferent voice rang out, "The price for saving your life." He had appeared behind a monster at some point, twisting and breaking one of its ears in an instant. He gave a monstrous smile. "Is your leg?" The monster turned back in disbelief. Minyu's current face was like a demon's, with 2 long horns and eyes as red as a blood moon. "Tower is completed." In the darkness, someone was terrified. "No, I can't believe it. How did you regain your power?" That person, witnessing his change, had to exclaim, "Baphomet." Minyu was pleased with his current power. "It's really been a long time since I've felt my whole body overflowing with power like this. My power has returned. But this skill can only be maintained inside the tower, and the duration is 31,536,000 seconds. This made him very dissatisfied, and when I return to being human, I can't use the skills I've learned, which is why I said such selfish things." He turned to the monster struggling in its bonds and said, Hey, don't move. It's been a while since I've used this, so I might kill you." Minyu approached to observe it. "Anyway, I can now clearly see your appearance, distorted by magic." His words made the one in the darkness jump. "Since things have come to this, it will be better to hand him over to me." He raised his hand high and indifferently said 2 words, "Come out." In response, there was only a quiet space, so quiet there wasn't a single sound. His calmness began to turn into irritation. "Silence? Are you defying my words, you damn fly?" A roar erupted as the monster revealed itself. A 4-horned monster with a long nose like an anteater's snout, a hairy neck, and an ugly, armored body. It roared, "Damn it." It angrily cursed at him. "I barely managed to escape, and it's you again, Baphomet." He remained calm in the face of its terrified appearance. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Since the time with Beelzebub, the previous boss of the Abyss Tower." That's right. The boss of the Abyss Tower was widely known as Baphomet, but Beelzebub was originally a boss born with a silver spoon and was the master of the Abyss Tower before that day came. Just before Beelzebub's reign, one day he saw someone panting as he climbed up. It was Baphomet, carrying a bundle larger than his own body. "Damn it, I'm finally here. Why do you live on such a high floor? It's exhausting to climb up." He asked the one who reigned, Beelzebub. He sat leisurely and asked back, "What is it?" He recognized the newcomer. "Isn't that the first floor gatekeeper demon beast, Baphomet? How on earth did that gatekeeping insect get all the way up here?" Baphomet was born a low-level demon beast with a dirt spoon. He had defeated the others. A sword pierced through the bundle and fell out, startling him. "Huh." Baphomet hurriedly grabbed it. "Got it, phew, that was close." He then placed the bundle on the ground. Beelzebub kept his legs crossed, watching to see what the other would do. He sneered openly, "You idiot, don't waste my time. Get lost." Suddenly, Baphomet spoke, startling him. "Choose." Around him were all sorts of different weapons. "Choose any weapon, you." want. And the result of the battle was Baphomet's victory. Beelzebub, covered in blood, said in a panic, wait, you can't kill me. Baphomet asked back why. He quickly explained to save himself. If you kill me, this tower will collapse, and then you'll die too. Anyway, you're stronger than me. I think you should become the boss of this tower. Beelzebub made a deal with Baphomet. My thoughts are only for your benefit. You will take my place and become the boss. If I recognize you as the boss of this tower, then you can kill me. He tried to persuade him. I will be in the palm of your hand like a dead mouse. Whenever you're tired, I'll help you. Oh, right, magic. Do you want to learn things like magic? I'm extremely knowledgeable about it. Later, Baphomet was killed by Zaken. He was thought to be dead, but he reappeared in human form and said to him, dispel the magic on this guy. Beelzebub tried to resist. Why should I do that for that mere human? What are you resisting? No. Beelzebub was very dissatisfied. You're as hard to kill as a fly. But he still had to obediently cast the spell to dispel the magic. Suddenly, he was a little surprised. This magic. Minyu asked, what? You can't dispel it. He immediately became indignant and boasted. What are you talking about? There's no magic in this world that I, the great mage Beelzebub, cannot dispel. He observed with his blood-red eyes. Although I don't know who cast it, I've thought a lot, but I just need to use my magic to destroy it, and it'll be fine. Brilliant light shone into the tower, covering the statues and making them even more divine. Zaken raised her hand towards the light source, her face seemingly very happy. The light shone through her fingers. I cannot touch anything here and start my kingdom anew. I summon the prosperity of the kingdom. As she was speaking, a fragment fell. The glory of Bielichik. She froze, stunned. The space before her eyes seemed to shatter. A crack? Impossible. This is a space created by a spell. How could it crack? Could it be that someone has dispelled the magic? Impossible. There's no one in this tower who could dispel my magic. But the crack grew larger and larger, finally shattering completely in front of her. Zaken couldn't believe it. What? She stood frozen before these fragments. A voice rang out. Good work, Beelzebub. The sole of a shoe touched Zaken's face. Minyu leaped forward and kicked her away, causing a strong shockwave. Zaken was sent flying, crashing through a wall. He said indifferently, I'll handle it from here. Minyu gave a slight smile. Let's have a match, Zaken. Zaken had almost collapsed. How? She looked at the person in front of her. How can this be? She stood up and questioned him. Where did that power come from? Minyu replied casually. Let's see. I don't think we're close enough to talk about such things, are we? And what's this? He leaped forward. Not ready? Zaken immediately cast a spell. Countless magic circles appeared, surrounding Minyu, and they shot out beams of energy to attack him. But he dodged them with unpredictable speed, appearing in front of Zaken in a flash. You're here? She was startled by this sight. She immediately created a magic circle and fired it directly at him. Her face showed clear panic, and the disbelief left Zaken stunned. Her magic had no effect on Minyu. Is that all? She stared in fear. She quickly cast another magic circle, surrounding him from all sides. They shot out a dazzling magic attack as soon as she called its name, Njit. When the dust and smoke gradually cleared, what she saw was a blood-red magic circle with chains lashing out like vipers. Zaken hurriedly blocked them. Only then did she see Minyu protected within a protective magic cage. Show me more. Otherwise, it's meaningless for me to use this skill. He smiled faintly. You don't understand my words? Zaken froze at a statement. The chains then rushed forward, breaking Zaken's magic and stabbing straight at her. It means, you must entertain me. Zaken dodged and created another magic circle to block the attack. Suddenly, she jumped. Minyu had appeared behind her at some point. Zaken leaped up to escape the attack, and at the same time, the ceiling was destroyed by Minyu. He turned, glanced at her, and said softly, more. Once again, Minyu appeared right above Zaken, preparing to bring down a kick. This time, he kicked the protective magic circle that she created more. He delivered a powerful punch, but Zaken jumped up to dodge it. Zaken continuously dodged, but he relentlessly pursued her. Say more. Another punch came down more. His fist tightened as he continued to strike forward. Finally, he punched Zaken hard in the face, sending her flying straight into a wall. As she slid down, the wall had a large dent in it. His blood-red eyes repeated, more. Zaken's face darkened. Are you toying with me now? A dazzling light suddenly emanated from her body. Minyu became excited. "Oh, so you're finally going to show me your real strength? That's more like it. I can smell something interesting is about to happen." He called out loudly, "Beelzebub." He held out his hand and said with a smile, "Give me your weapon, a big and powerful one." Beelzebub replied, "I don't have one." Minyu was stunned. What? An attack came, sending him crashing hard into the wall. When the tower collapsed, my weapons were also destroyed. He was still in shock. "What? There's nothing left." Just then, a thorny foot with 5 long, rough, blue claws appeared on the ground. Minyu exclaimed in anger, and at that moment, Zaken had summoned a giant dragon. Impossible. Zaken's face was filled with fury. Minyu jumped up to dodge the magic from the dragon's mouth. "How did you gather them?" "Beelzebub, you bastard. How did you manage?" "This," he replied in confusion. "The tower's rules are like that. What can I do? And it's my part-time job." Minyu asked while jumping. "What?" Zaken had appeared behind him, preparing to cast a magic circle. The dragon also opened its mouth, about to attack. Beelzebub continued to explain, "If you take too long to complete the tower, you won't have a chance to see me again." Minyu fought against the magic from both sides while listening to Beelzebub. "What's wrong? That skill can only be used inside the tower, and its reuse time is extremely long, so I hardly ever get a chance to see you." He said like a final farewell to him. "So, eat well and live well." Minyu was enraged. "You arrogant fly." A huge amount of energy erupted from his body, shattering the power of Zaken and the dragon. Zaken was knocked back, also startled and in disbelief. He took out an axe, but it broke immediately. "This weapon, if I take out a weapon to lend." The system announcement interrupted, equipment destroyed by user's power. He talked to himself, even though the enemy was still right in front of him. "The weapon shattered because it couldn't withstand my power, so I can't use normal weapons. I was just planning to have a little fun." Suddenly, he realized he had fallen into a strange space. "What is this space?" A voice answered him. "For you, power is just a tool to seek pleasure." Zaken held out her hand. "To me, power is not such a childish thing." She stood on the back of a mighty green dragon, with many other dragons behind her. "It's not for doing trivial things. Like you do." Minyu was silent for a moment before saying, The other dragons had surrounded him. "I have things that I need to protect, my subordinates." They prepared to attack with magic. Zaken continued to speak. "My people." He floated opposite him, growling, "My kingdom. Compared to these things, the power you were granted is worthless." As he finished speaking, all the dragons fired magic at him. Zaken glared and roared, "For the glory of Beelzebub." Suddenly, Minyu's voice rang out, and with it, a dragon's head was severed. "What do you know?" Zaken turned back in shock to look. One by one, the dragons died. They were all beheaded, their heads flying off. The bodies of her subordinates falling right in front of Zaken. Her face darkened as she stood frozen. Then she glared at her target. Minyu charged forward, creating a violent collision. His voice rang out coldly, 1,000 times. His face showed no emotion. "No, I had to die tens of thousands of times to obtain that power." He recalled scenes of himself being stabbed through the neck, being killed by the same person countless times. The scene of his corpse in a pool of blood, his limbs cut off before being killed. Even his arms weren't left intact, killed, and then all traces erased, but jet black wings spread out in the dark space. "I was repeatedly killed and revived." Do you know what happens after that? His red chains appeared again, piercing through the lead dragon. He continued to speak. "My limbs were cut off, and I was killed just like before." The chains appeared in greater numbers, and the dragon tried to roar and resist. His voice was numb with death. Killed again, and all traces erased. The chains had become dense, wrapping around the dragon, binding it so it couldn't move. From the darkness, the Tower King with blood-red hair reached out his hand. He clenched his fist, his eyes shining with a quiet stillness. The chains tightened accordingly, strangling the dragon. Hot blood splattered, contrasting with his cold voice. And then I stood at the top of the tower. Zaken was completely stunned by this sight. That is a power created by my own efforts, not granted by anyone. Blood gushed from Zaken's mouth from the backlash. She was unable to resist as she heard him speak. "Someone like you dares to judge my power?" She trembled. When the world are you?" "Minyu," in his half-demon, half-human form, with horns, black wings, and fiery red hair, thrust his hand through her chest and grabbed her heart. He looked up straight at the enemy. Baphomet, I was once the Tower King. The person asked, what's at the end of the tower? The other person replied, number 18, didn't you ask this same question last time? Of course, there's a great boss. The person asked again, so if I'm determined, can I see the end of the tower? The other person replied again, no. It's not just about determination. We have to overcome a great mountain to do that. Number 18 is a Baphomet. You have to kill the great gatekeeper Baphomet who has no number to get to the next room. He understood, just like a hunter. The other Baphomet asked again, but hey, number 18, since when did you start stuttering? Suddenly, the other Baphomet heard number 18 say, so I have to kill the great gatekeeper, which startled him. What? You try to stop him. Do you think you have what it takes? That Baphomet is many times stronger than you. The one who will die is you. Number 18 said to him, do you know what advantage a normal demon beast has that a boss doesn't? He raised a finger to explain, a boss only has one life, but as long as the boss is alive, we will live forever. The other couldn't understand. Even so, you'll still die to the great gatekeeper, but you can't kill him in return. But number 18 paid no attention to his words. And what's more, this seems to be a special case that other demon beasts don't have. I can feel myself getting stronger after dying and coming back to life. If I fight when my power surpasses the great gatekeepers, then won't I be the winner? He clenched his fist with a determined look in his eyes. And I will take that unnumbered great gatekeeper's name, Baphomet. Back in the present, Min Yu was in his four-horned, winged form. The system announced as he held the heart stone before the enemy's corpse. You have eliminated Zaken, the boss of the Labyrinth Tower. The tower has been completed. He looked at the stone pensively. No matter how I think about it, there aren't many who can handle this power. Minyu wondered to the point of killing others. He suddenly smirked. His face was terrifyingly dark. That would be interesting, wouldn't it? Suddenly, he heard a voice. No, Zaken wasn't dead yet, but was crawling and clinging to his leg. I can't die, not for my kingdom. He stepped back on her hand. You're still alive, even after having your magic core taken? Such determination is astonishing. He berated Zaken at length. You fool, this is just a game set up in a tower clearing style. Do you really think you're the monarch of a kingdom? Zaken trembled, not understanding. Tower setup. That's right, it's just a setup. From the beginning, there was no such thing as a kingdom, and you're not a monarch. His words sent Zaken into a crisis. You're just a demon beast set up for hunters to grow stronger. She couldn't believe it. No, that's impossible. There's no way. I'm a demon beast. He suddenly noticed something was happening. Boss Demon Beast, system setup. Her space and body were disappearing like lines of data. There's an error. Zaken's authority. Minyu couldn't understand. What? Fatal error detected. Deleting. A brilliant light flared up, forcing him to cover his eyes. He gritted his teeth and muttered, what in the world is going on? Minyu suddenly noticed a cloaked figure emerging from behind him. He approached the figure. I felt something was very strange. Besides me and the boss, I could sense the presence of another being in this space. It didn't seem dangerous, so I ignored it, but he bent down and looked straight, startling the stranger. You're the hunter from Team C with me, aren't you? His voice was full of menace. You. The cloaked figure trembled as he heard him speak. What were you doing hiding there? Outside the tower, a light suddenly shone in the dark night. A woman's hand appeared from the teleportation gate. A team of 3 emerged from the gate. It was Van Kiji's team. A team member wondered what happened when the exit gate opened. Plus, we received a notification that the tower has been completed. What's going on? Van Kiji realized something. She looked behind them at another gate. A black-haired head appeared from the gate. She was startled, her eyes widening as she stared and exclaimed, ah. The person who appeared was Min Yu, carrying his 3 teammates. Hunter Baphomet, at Min Guk Medical Center. 2 people were talking as they walked. He's currently being taken to the VIP treatment room. Someone asked, what's his condition? He's in the VIP room, and he's refusing surgery. The woman among them became annoyed. What, leaving him in a VIP room and not performing surgery? The other person replied, because he's refusing surgery, sir. It turned out they were Lee Sangha, Pagan's older sister, and her subordinate. Sangha was displeased and scolded. How can you say that? By now, she had reached the door and turned to look. Pagan and 2 family members were there. The sisters were all crying, heartbroken for Pagan. Sister Sangha. But he stopped them. Don't make a fuss. Why did you come here? It's nothing. Sangha frowned. Dad was going to come too, but I stopped him. Her eyes held a hint of helplessness. Anyway, Sangha asked angrily, what do you mean you're refusing surgery? He spoke softly, stunning everyone. Secretary Kong is dead. Only an arm is left. Pagan seemed to be suffering from a huge shock. Secretary Kong said it was very dangerous and we shouldn't go on, but I insisted on going. I should have been the one to die. Secretary Kong lost everything and only has an arm left. So what's the big deal if I only lost one arm? The atmosphere in the room sank. Pagan said with difficulty, a lost arm can be restored. I almost died before. Where is the hunter who saved me? Song-un froze, looking at the scene before him. Minyu was chewing noisily. Song-un couldn't help but ask, what are you doing here? He was startled. Huh? Team leader. He seemed to be at a loss for words. In a lavish VIP hospital room like this, is it okay to be chewing food so voraciously? Minyu said very naturally with his mouth full. I wasn't injured at all, but they brought me to the hospital on their own. Please swallow everything before you speak. He had to explain everything again. The Royal Guild suddenly came and said I was the hunter who saved their young master or something and brought me here. They asked me what I needed, so I said I was hungry. Song-un was shocked and exclaimed, what? The Royal Guild is the Royal Corporation? He didn't seem to care much. My first impression of him was that he was an annoying blonde guy, but he doesn't seem so bad, does he? In my experience, people who give me free food are never bad people. But how did you know I was here? Team leader, here? Song-un was silent for a moment, then explained, if the tower is cleared, the system will automatically send a notification, and people like me can check it immediately. He looked at the person happily eating in front of him. I checked the news and saw the notification that the maze tower had been cleared, and the hunter who cleared it was you, right? I heard you were transferred to this hospital, so I came here. So that's what happened. Song-un crossed his arms, assessing the situation. He asked again in disbelief, are you really the one who cleared the tower? This made Minyu irritable. What's with the frown? Are you still treating me like a fraud? Huh? As the two were talking, another group of people arrived. I'm still very suspicious of this. I acknowledge your growth rate, but it's still not enough for you to clear the tower. That group of people had found out where he was while Minyu was still arguing. What? Do you need proof? Do you need to see the mana stone I got as loot from killing the boss? Song-un started to say, there's evidence clearer than that. Just as he was explaining, someone arrived. The certificate of tower completion. That person interrupted the conversation. Hey, it's getting late, but I didn't expect someone from the government to arrive before me. Minyu immediately recognized him when the person spoke, team. Leader Ma. He recognized him. This guy. That person spoke sarcastically. You don't have the authority. So why did you come here? Minyu recalled the day this person had greeted him. It's a pleasure to meet the hunter who cleared the abyss. I'm very honored. I am the head of the Department of Hunter Cultivation. It was also him who had once raised his foot to humiliate him. What? With the ugliest expression, he despised him. A failed product, what a waste of time. He's Hajegu, this damn fraud. Back in the present, he was wearing an arrogant smile, and to see your happy face. The person he was talking about was Minyu. Long time no see, you fraud. He gritted his teeth, glaring at Jegu. He still wore a sanctimonious smile. Not a very good reaction, is it? I'm very happy to see you again. He used a sarcastic tone to dismiss him. It's been confirmed that the S-rank tower has been cleared, and the person is our fraud. What kind of scam are you pulling this time? What's more, Team Leader Ma is also here. His eyes seemed to light up. The conspiracy is revealed, isn't it? Jegu said, as if exposing it, the government's secret program, the cleaner. What? He put his hands on his hips with a dismissive look. Anyway, a fraud has to do dirty things like this if he wants to eat and live. But fraud, can Team Leader Ma handle this? Song-un's expression darkened slightly when he heard him speak. Your superior is even more vicious than you, isn't he? Minyu started to find these things confusing, killing 7 innocent S-rank hunters at the same time. Whoosh. In a flash, Song-un had rushed at him, only to be blocked. His subordinate Ji-hyun quickly exclaimed, Team Leader. Jegu casually blocked his attack. Team Leader Ma, are you crazy? Don't you know that if we fight here, this whole hospital will disappear? Song-un warned in a low voice. Ha Jegu, don't cross the line. He started to use his sarcastic, two-faced tone again. What line? I'm just telling the truth. Let's not ramble on about other people's business. Let's just talk about the main point. The purpose we all came here for is to check, right? Did Hunter Reaper really clear the maze tower? Suddenly, he sneered. So that's how it is. A red system panel appeared. All right, I'll show you what you want to know. He stood before them and said, the certificate of tower completion. A small orb emitting a magical aura floated in his palm. The certificate for the maze tower received from the boss Sakin. At first, I didn't know what this was for, but it turns out it's used for times like these. He moved closer, looking straight into his eyes. Still see me as a fraud? Jega seemed genuinely shocked. He gritted his teeth. Veins bulged on his face. Do you think I can bet my own judgment on a failed product like you? Suddenly, someone said, isn't the failure your fault? He turned around, startled. What? The ones who appeared were the 4 pagan sisters. Jihyun quickly reminded him. Team leader, those are people from the Royal Guild. His expression also changed to a welcoming one. Oh, who is this? So it's the next president of the Royal Guild. Isn't that Director Lee Sanga? She closed her eyes, seeming to reply coldly. So it's an old acquaintance. He spoke again. I was also about to contact you about the business plan. I didn't expect to run into you here like this. Pagan then asked, Sister, is this person related to the government? He then bowed his head to look at the boy. This young man. He bowed with a fake smile. Is this the youngest son of the chairman of the Golden Group? You're a hunter too? But where were you injured? In the maze tower. Jega was speechless. The maze tower? The boy pointed at Minyu. That hunter saved me. The boy's gaze towards him became threatening. But you are being disrespectful to the benefactor who saved my life. Jega suddenly fell completely silent. Yes, Pagan spoke up again. Sister, what business are you planning with the government? Can I give you some advice? This person can't even recognize the hunter who cleared the tower and thinks he's a fraud. Should we cooperate with someone who has such poor judgment? I was planning to do business with them regarding hunter cultivation. It's a project to find undiscovered awakened individuals. Sanga responded enthusiastically. Hey, you're involved. Another person poked Jega's arm. It was another daughter of the Lee family. Can you step outside? I have something to talk about with this hunter. Another sister also spoke up. Oh, don't be sad, because that's our family's precept. From them, it was as if an aura of devouring prey was being emitted. The enemy of our benefactor is also the enemy of our family, decisively telling him to leave, so please step outside. He grimaced, unable to contain his anger, a stark contrast to the victorious smile on Minyu's face. A smile appeared on Minyu's lips. What is this situation, anyway? It sounds like he's on my side. Could this be a good thing? Look at Department Head Ha's expression. It's all twisted. So let's all laugh at him. His face appeared in Jega's mind. He furiously kicked the chair in front of him. That damn bastard. Jihyun quickly tried to stop him. Department Head, please calm down. You're telling me to calm down? How can I calm down after being humiliated by that piece of trash? Anyway, he frowned, not understanding. What happened? It was clear that when he left, he was just a senseless weakling with no power. Could be a late awakening? He rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Did I miss something? This confused his subordinate. Yes, he seemed lost in his own thoughts. I climbed to this position purely on instinct. According to my instinct, that kid is just a worthless piece of trash, not worth investing in. Jega ordered. Jihyun, investigate him for me. His expression was clearly suspicious. There's something. Back at the hospital, Pagan spoke up. Thank you. This stunned both Minyu and Songan. He bowed his head and recounted. To be honest, at that time, I had lost my mind and should have lost my life. Moreover, I did something shameful. Thank you for putting up with me and saving me. Pagan was met with his nonchalant face. It seems this person doesn't really care much. I knew it. I was going to let him fall. See episode 16. One of the Lee sisters said to Sanga, first, let them talk privately. Let's step outside for a bit. She also agreed. That seems like a good idea. At this point, she turned to talk to Songan. You're the one in charge from the government, right? I want to discuss business with you. Do you have time? He understood and followed, smiling awkwardly. I'm in a department that mainly leans towards public services. That's good. That side is at least somewhat interested. The door closed, and the atmosphere fell into silence. Minyu rubbed his head, looking tired. To be honest, I didn't intend to save you. I only saved you because of that female hunter, Reaper. Pagan listened to him in silence. Minyu recounted the situation. She thought that it was because of her that you and I got dragged into it. So she tried her best to save us. So I made a deal with her and saved you. He thought silently. Moreover, I figured that in your state at that time, you couldn't continue climbing the tower, so I just left you. So I also want to be frank with you. I wouldn't have cared if you had died. However, Pagan said something that stunned him. On the contrary, I'm glad that everyone is still alive. Thank you for saving me. He let out a sigh and slumped down, resting his cheek on his hand, asking in confusion. You and that girl are truly incomprehensible. I'm scrambling just to survive. But is someone dying in the tower really something to be so concerned about? The tower is a place where death is always lurking. He thought to himself, I really don't understand people. Then he stood up again and asked, is there anything else you want to say? The reason I came here wasn't just to receive an apology and end this. Only then did Pagan get to the main point. Regardless of the process, the fact that you saved me is undeniable, so I want to repay you. Tell me what you want. I will do everything I can to repay you. Minyu didn't seem very interested. Perhaps what happened earlier was enough. He crossed his arms and shrugged. I don't intend to accept your gratitude anyway. Then he pointed to the lavish meal on the table. First, can I eat all of that? Pagan was a bit surprised and speechless. That's for you. You can eat it all or throw it away. He asked again, and about the armor I damaged? The boy was very decisive in his resolution. I don't intend to make you pay for it. Besides, Hunter Reaper said it was a fake anyway. He looked at him, confused. Is that all? You didn't even need to mention those things. Minyu seemed to be pondering something. Do you have a lot of money? The young hunter panted. No. In front of him was a huge, fearsome magic beast. With a strength, he couldn't defeat it. It opened its huge mouth as if signaling his defeat. Damn it, if only I had a teammate. The young man gritted his teeth and squeezed his eyes shut in endurance. If I had a teammate, a magic beast like this would be nothing. Suddenly, Ma Songun appeared like a god, cheering happily. Need a teammate? Don't worry. The two gave a high five full of camaraderie. There's a team matching system for hunters. The ad also featured a benevolent spirit giving away skins, a system for renting necessary equipment, a golden axe, a silver axe. I'm a gladiator. The ads ran continuously. A lending service exclusively for hunters with lower interest rates than banks. What? Can't see the light outside. A 24-hour treatment system for hunters. Depending on the level of contribution, various benefits and welfare are available exclusively for hunters' families. Hunters, please focus on hunting magic beasts with peace of mind. Finally, the scene of Songun and the actors cheering together. Central Hunter Management will help you with all of the above. The film stopped on his face, with the sponsor's text appearing. This ad is in collaboration with the government. Minyu held a can of soda with a look of clear disgust on his face. He stood in front of the TV and commented, I've seen that so many times, and I'm still not used to it. Filming that disgusting thing and then parading it everywhere. Songun was very displeased with this. I've lived and worked very hard, so don't you dare criticize it. Minyu turned back and asked, What's up? Are you the director today? He pushed up his glasses. I just came to see you for a moment. Songun pointed at the young hunter in the ad. Originally, it was a video of a guy who was both handsome and an idol in the hunter world, but the problem was his acting was so terrible, so they gave up. Another person spoke up, making him jump. Hey, are you cursing our run right now? I'll sue you for this. He quickly corrected himself. I'm sorry, I'll watch my words. When Songun turned back, he was even more surprised. What, Representative Han? Ayudong smiled. Long time no see, Hunter Baphomet. Minyu also recognized her. She also introduced herself. I am Han Ayudong. Have you been well? Songun explained. Today, Representative Han will be in charge here. Anyway, have you seen the news? What news? Songun took out his phone and gave it to him. Don't just listen to music and take pictures. Pay some attention to society. Here, take a look. There are countless articles about you. He read them aloud. Mr. A was cornered by public opinion and became a fraud. Mr. A is now clarifying the truth. These articles are all thanks to Hunter Pagan of the Royal Guild, right? Back to the day at the hospital. Pagan had listened to his request. Write articles? Minyu explained. I heard you can use money to control public opinion. I want to correct the rumor that I'm a fraud. Pagan felt it was very simple. If it's just that, you don't need money. Our group has a team of journalists. But he added, and one more thing, I hope there are no articles about me being the one who cleared the maze tower. Pagan was confused. Why? If that news gets out, it will make refuting the fraud claims more convincing. This is a chance for you to become a famous hunter. Minyu said calmly, there are many people hunting me down. Until I can hunt them, I don't want to reveal my face. Song-un held up his phone, satisfied. The bait has been cast. In a few hours, the online community will probably be in an uproar, right? Minyu asked in surprise. You're so calm, aren't you? This could get you cursed at. He didn't seem to care much. No matter what I do, I get cursed at anyway. Besides, the department I'm in charge of isn't the one that directly takes the heat. Anyway, Representative Han, I'll leave Hunter Fomet to you. He said goodbye and left immediately. I have something important to do, so I'll be going first. Ayudong was also surprised and commented, Team Leader Ma, if you look closely, he seems to care quite a bit about Hunter Fomet, doesn't he? It's rare for him to pay attention to things like this. She turned to ask Minyu, what's wrong? He crossed his arms, deep in thought. Let's see. This made her silently confirm. There's something, isn't there? Ayudong also led him away. Then let's go. Minyu followed and asked, but I didn't expect this feature to be here too. I thought it was only at the Hunter Training Department. She explained that. The Hunter Training Department is a specialized area and is very busy, so this task was assigned to us. The performance is identical, so you don't need to worry. Now hunt her this way. She pushed the door open. Inside was a man in a white lab coat. As she unlocked the door, Ayudong continued to explain. Before we do the test, I'd like to introduce the doctor who will be conducting the test program. The man in the room spread his arms. Here, as soon as she opened the door, please come in. The man rushed out and shouted aggressively, this damn cockroach. Ayudong was stunned, and the place the man rushed to was where Minyu was. The doctor also jumped, unable to stop in time, and directly collided, tumbling to the ground. Dr. Gu-suk scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. That was a really embarrassing action. He tried to explain his behavior. I had to catch the fly that got away. I can't let it fly in there. I have to be careful to avoid fatal errors. Then he exclaimed, but for him to sense it and dodge, isn't that a bit much? It turned out that just before Gu-suk rushed at him, he had reacted in time and dodged to the side. What was that? Gu-suk observed. Team Leader Ma is just as cold as I've heard. Minyu looked displeased. You almost talk a lot of trash behind my back. The doctor quickly changed the subject. Anyway, he introduced himself. I am Kim Gu-suk, the one in charge of the hunter's rank test this time. He explained the test. Normally, the rank is calculated based on data, but for a low-ranked hunter who suddenly clears a dungeon like you, Minyu listened to him. For a special case like this, we will test and rank you based on your actual combat ability. The test will take place in 3 stages, and you can give up at any time. He smiled. Now I'll start the test. He said calmly. Start. A sphere covered in complex data appeared. Stage 1. Gu-suk requested. Just choose the blue sphere and touch it. That's all you have to do. Minyu calmly observed his surroundings. Besides the blue sphere, if you touch spheres of other colors, 1 point will be deducted. You're not colorblind, are you? He glanced over. No. He was immediately happy. Good. I avoided the trouble of having to readjust the program. Stage 1. Following his words, Minyu moved like the wind, agile. He spun around, and in the blink of an eye, he had caught the sphere flexible. His legs bent slightly. Reflexes, vision. Minyu instantly spotted the last sphere on the high ceiling. This is a test of overall ability. He leaped up and grabbed the sphere within his reach. Gu-suk spoke again as magic beasts rushed out one after another. Stage 2, Stage 3, Parade of 100 Demons. What do you think? I came up with that name myself. I used the data from the tower to create an environment where magic beasts can exist. They swarmed him from all sides like ants. A test to see how many magic beasts you can hunt in 300 seconds. A claw lunged forward and was blocked by a single slash of his sword. Just as it tried to escape, Minyu leaped up and severed its artery. After it, other magic beasts were killed by him. One had its body split, another had its shoulder slashed, and another had its head smashed. He was like a god of death, relentlessly slaughtering even as blood splattered and soaked his clothes. The final round had arrived. Stage 3. Since it's Stage 3, it has to have its own level of difficulty. Now I will summon a boss here. A magic beast's foot appeared. Through fighting this boss, we will test the hunter's destructive power. His gaze froze. and in case it's deemed dangerous. The thing that appeared was the familiar dragon-like magic beast. Gusuk said to him, "The test will be forcibly terminated." Minyu realized it was the beast that had almost killed him before. This guy back then. His face darkened. Suddenly, a joyful smile appeared on his lips. "Long time no see. Back then I was too weak, so I begged you, but now." The sword in his hand was still dripping blood. The magic beast's eyes glowed brightly as it faced him. A powerful aura erupted from Minyu's body. His sharp eyes looked at his prey. "Are you prepared to die?" Ayudong was stunned. "No." Her eyes widened at the scene before her. "It can't be." Minyu charged towards the magic beast with his sword. "That's just like..." The magic beast roared continuously. Minyu charged forward powerfully. The two streams of energy collided. He blocked one blow after another. The magic beast suddenly tilted its body. It raised its giant claw to attack. He gave a cold smile. Using that again, Minyu stabbed his sword straight through its hand. Ayudong panicked when she saw him and a magic beast burning. "I don't understand anything right now." Minyu's scorching flames. The dragon was burned to the point of almost disintegrating. Ayudong watched, stunned. Gusuk, on the other hand, seemed very happy, laughing and lamenting at the same time. This is big. If he burns the boss's data like that, it'll take quite some time to restore it. But isn't this a scene we've seen many times before?" she asked, startled. "Yes." Minyu's back was brilliant in the sea of fire. Gusuk seemed to be reminded of someone else through him. "Raven." He turned back and said to her, "You once lived in the Abyss Tower, right? And also died in the Abyss Tower. I'm also very curious about what kind of hunter that was." In Minyu's small district. He returned home, but was still deep in thought. "No matter how I think about it." He recalled the two people from before after he finished the test. It was too sudden. I felt that the way they looked at me was very suspicious. He opened the door, dejected. As expected, I can't be as careless here as I was in the tower. I have to be careful until I find out the identities of those who want to kill me. He answered a phone call. "Team Leader Ma, what's up?" He replied, "I'm calling to check if you did well, and if you're back yet. It's so cold. It'll take some time to get the test results. Ranking isn't a simple matter." He didn't seem bothered. "Representative Han already told me." Songun asked again, "Anyway, have you tried using the Maze Tower certificate yet?" He didn't understand. "What? Use it?" This left him speechless. "As expected, you've forgotten everything I taught you back then. Use it because you, Cha Minyu, will like it." He wondered as he opened the system panel. "What on earth is it?" A blinding light appeared, startling him. The system also announced, "Maze Tower certificate has been used." He was stunned, feeling something changing. The level of all skills increased by +1 thanks to the Maze Tower completion reward. Minyu was stunned for a moment. "What?" Songun explained further. "That's a reward exclusively for the one who clears the tower." Minyu hurriedly checked his status panel. The skill levels really did increase. That's why the evil guild only designates people to handle the boss. Songun affirmed. That's why top hunters, even after clearing most towers, continue to sweep through them. This made him find it hard to believe. This is what players take advantage of. If I had known about this good thing sooner, I would have become human much faster. Wait a minute. If that's the case, then that skill. Carnivore Jet skill, cooldown 27,734,400 seconds. In the case of 0 reuse time, something special might happen. He frowned at the lines of text. What the hell is a special thing? But it seems like the reuse time really has decreased, hasn't it? He froze as he realized something. Instead of enhancing the skill's ability, it reduced the reuse time. On the other end, Songun was strangely proud. "You're jealous, aren't you? That's why if I can, I'll assign you tower-related missions. There aren't many superiors in the world who think of their subordinates like this." Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the phone. The phone fell along with Min Woo's cry of pain. "What's happening? I suddenly feel nauseous." He turned pale and knelt down, bracing himself. The space around him seemed to be distorting before his eyes. This feeling of nausea. "My head feels like it's going to split open. Why is this happening all of a sudden?" A purple flower bloomed brightly in the dark night. The system's incarnation let out a faint smile. Min Woo was stunned in pain. "Who?" A brilliant golden light shot out from the house. He collapsed on the ground, dry heaving. "I'm gonna die. What the hell was that?" Suddenly, another cough made him stop and look up. The boy wiped his mouth with difficulty, crying out in pain. This strange feeling is unbearable. His vision blurred as he looked at Minwoo. The figure before him gradually became clear. On the ground was a naked teenager, sitting dazedly opposite him. Why is Baphomet's face so clear? Minwoo also froze, staring at him. This feeling could be you? Beelzebub. A scream from the house echoed through the blue sky. No. Beelzebub cried out in pain, covering his face. I've become a trivial and disgusting human. This can't be happening. He covered his face and collapsed against the wall. Impossible. Impossible. Minwoo handed him the new clothes he bought. Hey, I just bought these randomly, put them on. Beelzebub was still lost in the pain of his memories. My cold, pensive eyes, my beautiful, wavy hair. Where did my perfect, triangle-shaped body, like a sculpture, go? Why have I turned into this hideous body? He was speechless. Seriously, put on some clothes. Then he angrily pointed at him. Baphomet, it's all your fault. What? Because you absorbed the aura of another boss, I ended up like this. Minwoo was a little surprised. The boss's aura. Are you talking about the certificate I received in the Labyrinth Tower? He affirmed. Yes, that's it. Because of it, I was kicked out of your body. But he still didn't understand. I can understand being kicked out of my body because of that. But why did you turn into a human form? He glanced haughtily. How would I know? Maybe I turned into this form because it's suitable for the human world. Speaking of which, Beelzebub became even more devastated. But there are so many forms. Why did I have to turn into a child with no presence at all like this? And because you've gotten weaker, I've gotten weaker too. Hearing that, he suddenly understood. So that means I still have authority over you. He turned from embarrassed to angry and scolded. Of course, otherwise, why would I have come out of your body? He gave another dangerous smile. So I can order you around as I please. He immediately spoke defiantly and arrogantly. From now on, feed me lots of delicious things. Then Beelzebub broke into a cold sweat when he saw Minwoo start to crack his knuckles. What did you say to me recently about wanting to run away? If I complete the tower, we won't have a chance to see each other for a long time. Didn't you tell me to eat well and live well? He lunged forward, wanting to teach him a lesson. Stand still. I'll show you just how well I've been eating and living. He was not slow to run for his life. Why bring up eating well and living well? That was just my warm wish. He ran out of the house. Damn it. He ran a distance before looking back. He's got a nasty mind, too, to remember that so clearly. Minwoo was still chasing aggressively. There you are, not stopping, huh? But as soon as he got out the door, he was blocked by a group of aunties. You're home today? They talked among themselves. What's his name? I think the landlady of the real estate office said he's Cha Minwoo. The middle-aged woman gestured to him. Come on, young man, follow me. On the way to the old woman's house. They kept talking even though he didn't understand anything. Have you been here long? No, you call so urgently. He was dazed. What's going on? He also realized these are the old ladies who live in the same area. Why are they suddenly dragging me away like this? The ladies were still talking. It's no trouble, is it? The old lady in the lead held him back. Then I'll take the young man first. Cha Minwoo was stunned, not understanding. Then he was stunned into understanding. It's still usable, but it's broken. What now? He and the old woman were standing in front of a broken electric scooter. Hurry up and try to fix it. He let out a breath. Then he yelled in frustration. What is this old lady saying? Why do I have to fix it? And who are you people? She calmly introduced herself. I'm Kim Ielja. The two just now are Mr. Park from next door and Mrs. Song from downstairs. He was so angry he couldn't hold it in. That's not what I was asking. She weakly massaged her shoulder. Look, I'm old now, so I don't have the strength to fix that thing anymore. I hope a young man like you can help. But he decisively walked away, making her quickly call after him. Hey, young man. He grumbled irritably. Do you think I'm a servant? Why should I fix that thing? Then the system appeared. I think you should accept the request. He froze as if petrified. He stared in horror at the bright red system panel. What? Quest. Fulfill the requests of those around you. If you refuse, you will die. He went crazy and cursed at it. Hey, what kind of joke is this? What is this bizarre quest? And if I refuse, I'll die? It calmly replied to him. Because I'm very selfish, just as you said. Minwoo faltered. Hey, don't tell me you've been holding a grudge until now because I called you selfish back in the Labyrinth Tower? It replied as if to tease him. Who knows? It's just because I'm selfish, as he said. He despaired. But why act like this? The system then explained to him. I've been thinking about how you can develop affection for humans in a different way. He froze. What? Affection? The system's incarnation laughed happily, because the methods can't be the same. Therefore, to interact with humans, you must find your own way. He couldn't understand it. Stop telling jokes. What the hell is this affection crap? Or all the things I've killed up until now? She held out her hand and said, "Of course, this and that are different. Can't you distinguish between an enemy and an ally?" He yelled angrily. "Of course not. To me, they're only enemies and toys." Got it? She was speechless and looked at him with disdain. "In that case, I can only give you this answer. You will now die immediately." The door was pushed open again. Mrs. Ielja turned to look. She didn't seem very surprised by his appearance. "The young man is back?" He raised his eyes, now devoid of all hope, and asked, "How do I fix that thing?" Night fell. The warm lights from the houses illuminated the quiet and hazy scenery. A calico cat was sitting at the bottom of the stairs. It turned its head with a start. It quickly ran off as a car drove by. A pair of leather shoes stepped on the ground. Two men stood on a balcony, talking. "That poor neighborhood, huh? The only undeveloped place in Seoul. It seems the people there are living quite well. Can it be done? I've observed it. Most of the people there are old and weak." "Is that so?" One of them asked. "So how long will it take to drive all those old people out and clean the place up?" The other man, who had pink-dyed hair and a scar by his mouth, smiled and replied, "It won't take long as there are no complications. There is a resident living in this neighborhood who was once the ultimate boss of the tower." Minwoo brought his hand up in front of his face and screamed in pain. "Damn it." Seeing this, Mrs. Song came over to ask, "Did you get hurt while hammering?" Just then, Mrs. Ielja came over, looked at the trash blowing around, and spoke up. "Young man, you're here?" Always running over when the old ladies in the neighborhood call. A moment later, the three of them were standing under a large tree as she continued to speak. "Last night, after Mr. Song finished feeding the cat, it scurried up the tree and couldn't get down, so it stayed up there crying all night." Mrs. Ielja continued with her request. "A tall young man like you, if you use a ladder," but before she could finish, he got a running start and jumped into the tree. Just a moment later, Minwoo jumped down to the astonishment of the two old ladies. He held up the black cat and said nonchalantly, "Done." Piercing screams began to echo through the neighborhood. "The cat is injured over there." Now he was at another old lady's house on the ground floor. She was stroking her white dog and said to him, "Hey, you did a great job." Or another time, Minwoo went to another old lady's place to help her prune a tree. That person also said to him, "So just take your time." Time passed just like that, season after season. Then 10 years, 20 years, until Baphomet also became an old man. The boy happily held out his two hands in front of him and said, "And in my life by becoming the highest level free laborer in that neighborhood." He, who was painting a wall at that moment, froze upon hearing him. Then he quickly gave chase, causing the boy to flee. At that moment, in a rather luxurious house, Minwoo, holding a box, looked at something with a disgusted expression and said, "What are you doing?" Jinwoo was lying on a large piece of cardboard reading a book and answered him, "Thank you for your concern." He then sat up excitedly and continued, "Baphomet, now I understand a little why you wanted to become human." Hearing this, he said uncomfortably, "That's gross. You should work too." Hearing him say that, the boy replied calmly, "What? I'm too young to carry heavy things. If you make me do that, you'll be reported for child abuse." He said uncomfortably, "What nonsense are you talking about?" An old woman appeared behind the boy. Seeing her, he immediately changed his tone. "Oh, ma'am." He took the book and went to the old woman, acting cute and saying, "I finished reading all these books. I was wondering if you have any more for me to read." Seeing this, he was stunned. The system then appeared and asked, "Beelzebub adapts very quickly, doesn't he?" Seeing this, he said with disgust, "He always says he doesn't like being a child, but anyway, he's very good at dealing with people." The conversation between the two echoed in the space. "But why did Baphomet become human?" Hearing him ask, the system replied, "Let's see." Seeing it say that, he got a little angry and asked back, "Let's see, you don't know about the existence of gods?" Hearing that, the system explained, "I only hacked an Earth system." It continued, "So only the one who set up this Earth would know." Minwoo placed the box in his hands in the correct position and said, "About that." He glanced slightly into the air and warned, "Please stop this game. How long are you going to bother me with this?" The system then announced the main point. Main quest quest, find a way to help and gain the affection of the people. His voice rang out again when he saw the request. Besides, it's too vague. Hearing that, the system replied, "It's very useful anyway." Hearing that, Cha Minwoo scoffed. "Useful, my ass. It's not like it's a disease or medicine." He recalled the times he helped the old ladies in the neighborhood. After he finished fixing the scooter for Mrs. Ielja, he said, "I've fixed it." Hearing that, she replied, "Good job. I'll use it now." Or another time, an old lady had called him, "Why is there no hot water in my house?" Hearing that, he could only reply, "Wait a moment. I'll ask an acquaintance to come and fix it." He continued helplessly, "In the end, why are you making me do these things?" Just then, Mrs. Song spoke up from behind him. "A few years ago, there was also a young man about your age who lived in that house." Hearing her voice, he turned his head in surprise. She was still smiling cheerfully as she said to him, "Everyone was very curious as to why a young man would move to a place like this." She recalled the past and continued, "Whenever you passed by, you could see liquor bottles piled up in front of his house. He would just stay cooped up inside unless he went out to buy alcohol." Mrs. Song remembered the time Mrs. Ielja warned him and continued, "Mrs. Kim said that only dead people live like that. That's why everyone in the neighborhood kept asking him to do one thing after another." She still remembered his image and continued, "At first, he was also suspicious, just like you, young man. Then he silently helped us." Mrs. Song continued to recount. Time passed slowly. He gradually started to smile and actively talk to people. The number of liquor bottles in front of his door also gradually decreased. One day, he said he had to leave the neighborhood. Before he left, he asked me for a favor. At that time, he bowed deeply and said, "If someone comes to live in a house I used to live in, if that person is like me, please help them." Hearing that, he fell silent. During the meal, his face was murderous as he asked, "Where does that guy live? I need to talk to him." He thought to himself, "It's because of him that I'm having such a hard time." On the dining table full of delicious dishes, they ate and chatted together. "But how's the food? Is it to your liking?" "It's delicious. I heard that young people these days don't usually like these dishes. Enjoy your meal." As they were eating, Mrs. Song noticed something. Sujin came in from outside. Seeing her granddaughter, she immediately asked, "You're just getting back? Have you eaten?" Hearing her grandmother ask, she replied, "I ate with my friends. I still have to study, so I'm going to my room. Don't bother me." After saying that, she coldly walked. Inside, Mrs. Song watched her granddaughter's back and happily introduced her. "That's my granddaughter. She's very smart, so she's also very good at her studies. As for me, I never got first place when I was in school." At this time, in another building, a person was thinking with his chin in his hand. Section Chief Jang looked at his phone screen and said softly, His two subordinates were sitting on the opposite chair. One of them asked, "Boss, what should we do about this?" Hearing that, he asked back, "There's nothing special. Call everyone." The other guy heard that and replied, "Yes." At this moment, remembering something, he spoke up, "All right, there's a house that can be easily dealt with." Hearing that, the subordinate was confused. "Sir, is it the house that borrowed money from us?" One morning in the neighborhood, noises came from the colorful blue gate. A hammer was constantly hitting a piece of wood. When he finished the job, he stood with his hands on his hips and exclaimed, "All right, perfect." Cha Minwoo looked at the sack of grass and the nearby water faucet and said, "I've pulled all the weeds and the hot water is back on. I just need to prepare the necessary things. Should I get a dog to help guard the house?" He looked up at the sky with a pensive expression. He walked onto the nearby wooden plank, lay down, and looked up at the sky. Minwoo raised his hand to the sky and said, "The sky can't be covered." Thinking of this, he laughed to himself and said, "This neighborhood isn't so bad." As if remembering something, he sat up and asked himself, "Where did that Beelzebub guy go again? He's no help to me at all." Suddenly, a screen appeared in front of his eyes, colored red. "Hello, Hunter Fomet. We have completed the verification of your credentials." Seeing those words, he was quite surprised. But then he said to himself, "It's not surprising. It's as expected, right? All right, this isn't over yet." At this moment, Sujin was sitting and smoking in a nearby corner. Next to her was a warning sign. "Wet paint, do not touch." "Young man." As she was still smoking, a voice spoke up beside her. "Sujin, dear." Mrs. Song angrily asked her granddaughter, "Smoking again?" She turned her face away and clicked her tongue in annoyance. Her grandmother continued to question her. "I told you not to smoke anymore." She stood up and said, "I'm just finishing what's left. I won't smoke anymore from now on." she continued to nag. What if your teachers at school see you? You still have to go to college. Hearing that, Sujin fell silent. Her next words surprised her grandmother. College? Is there money for college? I'm not going to college. In the afternoon sun, she tried her best to persuade her granddaughter. I'll take care of your college tuition, so don't worry. Hearing that, she asked back, all right, are you going to take out another loan? This is so boring, more debt. Sujin, now a little agitated, said harsh words. My father left nothing but debt before he died. Can you pay off that debt by yourself? Don't I have to go to work to pay off that debt too? Suddenly, a voice from nearby startled the two of them. Go to work. Section Chief Jang's two subordinates walked over step by step. The long-haired one came over to greet them. Long time no see, Mrs. Song. Seeing the two of them, she said fearfully, Why are you here? It's not the due date for the debt yet. Hearing her question, he said calmly, We have an urgent matter, so please pay the debt ahead of schedule this time. Hearing that, she was horrified. Where am I going to get that much money to pay you right away? He casually pointed at their house and said, This house will do. Won't you get some money from selling this house? Sell this house to us. Hearing that, Mrs. Song quickly replied, No, this is our house. But before she could finish her sentence, Sujin shouted, interrupting, Where are we supposed to go live? Hearing her question, he replied contemptuously, No, that's not something we need to think about, is it? You two can figure that out yourselves. His face now revealed a dangerous expression. All right, you said you were looking for a job just now, miss. He looked her over and assessed. Your face is not bad. Your body is nice too. Your face is quite cute. With this, you just need to go for a few drinks and you can quickly earn enough for a house for you two, right? At this point, he turned his head slightly and asked his accomplice, Isn't that right, kid? The big guy replied contemptuously. A high school student is just a minor, but seeing his teammate's stupid answer, he shouted angrily, Hey, we're the bad guys. That's our image, you know? Hearing that, the other guy replied, That's right. Let me help you find a job, miss. She, now angry, grabbed the long-haired man's head, pushed it down, and shouted, I'll earn a lot of money and become a rich person. The two of them scuffled. The other guy yelled in pain, Hey, let go of me. Mrs. Song, standing on the side, said fearfully, Sujin dear. He pushed her, and she fell towards a nearby sign. Then he cursed, This crazy bitch. At this moment, in another house, Jinwoo was lying down reading a book. Kim Il-ja, sitting next to him, spoke up. You really like to read, don't you? He replied without hesitation. Yes, ma'am. The two heard a noise outside, and she asked softly, What's happening outside? He remained focused on his book, but after she left, his expression changed. What's going on? Kim Il-ja went outside and asked, Who is it? On another side, a dog was barking incessantly. Its owner, nearby, also spoke up. It seems there's a noise outside. Has something happened? From another side, someone else asked, Who's out there? Minwoo came outside, holding a piece of wood. His face now showed a look of alarm as he shouted, What are you guys doing? Looking at the four people in front of him, his voice trembled. What is it? He held a bucket and pointed at the wall, then said angrily, The paint isn't even dry yet. Seeing him, the long-haired man lifted his chin and said, There's a hunter living in the neighborhood? I had no idea. He continued to mourn for his wall. I just painted it, and you guys ruined it. He paid no attention to Minwoo and ordered his accomplice. I don't care who you are, don't stick your nose in this. Kid, take care of him. The other guy heard and replied, Yes, boss. He was now extremely resentful. I was even planning to take a picture as a memento. The other guy immediately threw a punch at him. Minwoo remained standing still. A blue screen appeared between the two of them at that moment. The big guy felt something was off. He felt as if he had punched something weighing thousands of tons and was sent flying backward. The guy flew towards his accomplice. The long-haired man could only stare blankly, his vision gradually blurring. A black shadow rushed towards him. The gangster was stunned as he rushed in front of him. He then threw a punch at him. The man was injured in the nose and said in pain, I've never seen anyone so fast. Is he a hunter? Section Chief Jang was still looking at his phone. I heard you used to be a hunter too? Hearing that, he replied, Yes, sir, but I've quit being a hunter. The conversation between the two echoed in the room. The other guy asked, Why did you quit? Section Chief Jang replied, Because there are too many talented hunters. Section Chief Jang analyzed without taking his eyes off his phone. This reminds me of the last mission of my hunter life. At that time, I had to deal with an incredibly strong hunter. He gave off the feeling of a wall or something else very solid. That's right, this has suddenly taken a different turn. It's very likely he's also a hunter. Hearing that, the other guy asked in surprise, "How can that be? What kind of hunter looks like such a wimp? What should we do?" Section Chief Jang revealed a dangerous expression and said, "First, we need to investigate his identity." He was now standing in a corner. The people in the neighborhood were constantly talking to each other. "They destroyed my house. My house too. My house as well." Another person said, "They destroyed my field." Someone else added, "They destroyed my garden too." He stood there listening to their complaints. What do they want to do in the end? If they keep doing this, where are we supposed to live? After a while, he walked away to another spot. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. "Mister." Sujian stood leaning against the wall and asked nervously, "You're a hunter, right? Hunters take money and carry out missions, right?" She walked closer to him and continued, "This is all I have for now, but I'll give you more when I get it. So please help me with something." She spoke very quickly as if afraid he would refuse. "If we get kicked out of our house, my grandmother and I have nowhere to go. I'm begging you, don't let those thugs take away our house." Hearing that, he said, "That's not necessary." She asked in surprise, "What?" He turned his back and replied, "I'll do it. I'll do it even if you don't ask. They've caused a disturbance in my neighborhood, and they will pay the price for it." Cha Min-woo put on a baseball cap, then put on a jacket. He walked away, thinking to himself, "I figured it would be like this, so I acted first." He remembered the words Jin-woo had once said. "When those strange guys attacked, I was at Mrs. Kim's house. At that time, I attached a magic familiar to them. Your familiar is an insect with a purple glow." He continued, "My familiar will lead you to their location." He walked out of his house. Taeyong saw him run off and asked, "Where are you going?" He stood on the steps looking down at him and continued, "You're not allowed to kill people except during missions." Hearing that, he asked back, "Not even those bastards?" He still replied coldly, "Especially not if they're civilians." Hearing that, he pondered for a moment and then asked back, "What about teaching them a lesson, but not to the point of killing them?" Hearing that, he replied, "If that's the case, then there's no problem." Hearing him say that, he quickly ran off. After Min-woo ran off, he immediately took out his phone. Taeyong watched his retreating figure and called someone. "Yes, Captain, Cha Min-woo has just left." In an old house, a person held out a white envelope and said, "Here, today's payment." The man in the orange shirt took the envelope happily. "Oh, thanks." The long-haired man heard that and said, "I'll be counting on your help next time too." The other person heard that and replied without hesitation, "Just leave it to me, but what happened to your face?" The man stammered, "This is a bit." The other person still said cheerfully, "We're always ready." Knocked down. Screams began to ring out, startling the two who were talking. "Huh, what was that? Who are you?" His hand slammed into a gangster's face. He wrestled him onto his back on the ground, his other hand holding a knife. He stabbed straight into the arm of the man lying on the ground. The man screamed in agony, to the horror of his accomplices. My leg, my leg." Min-woo slowly stood up. The remaining men looked at him in fear. He glanced at the remaining men. Seeing him like that, they broke out in a cold sweat. He held the bloody knife in his hand. The man in orange shouted angrily, "Which bastard is this? What are you standing there for? Get him." Receiving the order, a man in a cap picked up an iron pipe. Another man did the same. All of them rushed towards him. They simultaneously brought down the iron pipes. Streaks of light appeared in the air. He had severed the two arms of one of the men among them. Agonized screams rang out once again. He continued to run, severing the arm of another man, and many more after that. Seeing him, the long-haired guy was somewhat scared. His face showed clear anxiety as he thought to himself, "That guy." He was watching his fighting style, his thoughts continuing, to so easily send the youngest one flying like that. Looking into his terrifying eyes, he wondered, is he a hunter? The guy in the orange shirt, seeing his underling defeated, also pulled out a knife and walked towards him, saying, "This crazy bastard." Seeing his action, the long-haired guy spoke up. "Wait." A spray of blood shot onto his face. The guy in the orange shirt's arm was severed, and he fell to the ground screaming in pain. His eyes filled with killing intent, he asked, "You know me?" The other guy stammered, unable to answer. "Huh, what?" A bag was thrown at his face. Startled, he let out a muffled scream. What is this?" Seeing this, he coldly said, "Coward, put them in." Hearing that, he asked back, "What?" He crossed his arms in front of his chest and calmly replied, "What's there to ask? Put the arms scattered all over the place in here." He did as he was told, thinking to himself, "Shit, what the hell am I doing? Why me?" Cha Min-yu stood behind him, leaning against the wall, and said, "Are they all in?" Startled, he quickly replied, Yes, sir. His voice echoed in the space. What's this? There's one spot left? Confused, he replied. Sir? His next words left him stunned. It's for yours. Dawn was gradually breaking. The light in the room was still on. The tall guy was standing guard in front of the door. Suddenly, a figure appeared, startling him. He gritted his teeth and said, Look at you. The phone on the table vibrated. Manager Jang picked up the phone and said, Hello. The person on the other end said something. After listening, he looked at the phone and asked angrily, What? Is this a joke? Suddenly, his tall underling appeared above his head. He looked on, stunned, and said, Did he really fly up like a feather? The tall guy fell right next to Manager Jang's desk. Cha Min-yu was now pensive. He stared at him, stunned. Cha Min-yu placed the sack full of hands on his desk. Manager Jang looked at the sack in silence. His eyes revealing killing intent, he said, Just put them back together like a puzzle. Be careful not to let the hands stick to each other. Manager Jang smirked and asked back, Is that you, the hunter who lives in that neighborhood? He continued to ask him questions. A strange hobby, isn't it? Is this a warning? Hearing that, he replied, You touched my territory. This price is already very cheap. Manager Jang heard this, laughed loudly, and replied, Your territory? How interesting. I never expected to hear such words from a hunter's mouth. Then he said something that surprised him. But are you okay? I wanted to know about you, so I sent people to watch your house. He continued to ask, You have a kid at home, right? Hearing that, he was about to say something. He continued to press the issue. You look so young. It's probably not your son, but your younger brother, right? Hearing that, he smirked. Manager Jang continued smugly. By now, my men have probably gone inside. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. His laughter surprised and confused him. He leaned his face close to him and asked, Now, who should be worried for whom? Meanwhile, at his house, Manager Jang's underling stood amidst orange beams of light as a voice echoed in the space. Why are humans such foolish beings? They were now sweating in fear. Jinyu watched from the nearby wooden porch. He looked at them and continued, rushing in without understanding the opponent. It's the same whether inside the tower or out. He remained focused on his book and continued speaking. Small flames overlapping and condensing. To put it simply and understandably, it's like the lasers invented by humans. Then he gave a warning. If you move, you'll end up like that guy. Nearby, a man screamed in pain, my leg. Jinyu's voice continued to echo. Actually, using magic this way is extremely inefficient and troublesome. But if I make a mess of this place, Baphomet will throw a fit, so I have no other choice. He chuckled innocently. They stood still amidst the beams of light, his words continuing. Hey, uncles, you have to stand still until I finish reading this book, got it? One of them turned to look at his bag. The phone in his pocket vibrated. Manager Jang was calling his underling, but the phone played a message. The person you're calling is unavailable. Please leave a message. He laughed helplessly. He thrust his knife towards him, but he quickly blocked it. He looked straight at him with contempt as he said, I used to be a hunter when I was young too. His eyes sharpened as he continued his sentence. Because I know the names of some hunters living there, I was thinking of getting back into the old business. He thought to himself, what's with that gaze as sharp as a knife? The fight between the two began, but thoughts continued to run through his head. Not normal. What rank is he? Watching him fight, he thought as expected. He took out some kind of device, his thoughts continuing, betting on a fight with no information about the opponent. He held the device out in front. Strange characters appeared on it. As his knife was about to touch him, Manager Jang raised both hands high and shouted, I sir. Render. Hearing him, his action stopped at eye level. He smiled innocently. Well, I won't touch that area anymore. His underlings were lying on the ground, foaming at the mouth, as he continued. I'll overlook the fact that you cut off my men's hands. So let's end this amicably. How about it? Hearing that, he sneered. Then he swung his knife down hard. He calmly accepted it, saying, Unbelievable, an A-rank hunter? Now, he was lying in the hospital, calling someone and saying, We can't proceed anymore. His two close underlings were also in the same room, listening to the conversation. The person on the phone spoke up. What are you talking about? A measly A rank is nothing. Manager Jang heard this and replied, A measly A rank. Our director doesn't know either. From A rank, they're special management targets of the government because they are hunters who can rise to S rank. The sky outside is clear blue. Manager Jang continued, Moreover, from A rank and above, they're not human. They're all monsters wearing human masks. If you mess with the wrong one, your next 3 generations will suffer. Because my arm was cut off, I'm currently in critical condition, so I'm hanging up now. Goodbye, director. The person on the phone panicked and said, "Hey, Manager Jang." Manager. After Manager Jang hung up, the long-haired guy immediately asked, "Is the deal over just like that, sir?" He kept looking at his phone screen and replied, "The deal's off. We have to live, don't we?" His underling continued to ask, "But did someone really send you a message?" He casually replied, "It sounded a lot like the guy who made that prank call to me." Back then, he recalled the phone call he had received before. The person on the phone had said, "There's a hunter coming to your place. Be careful." He thought to himself, "Where have I heard that voice before?" He looked at his phone. There was a message with the content. "Curious about that hunter's gear? That's an A-rank hunter." Looking at it, he said, "One thing is for sure. The person who called me knows that hunter very well." On the other side, the sender was also holding his phone and rereading the message. Ma Song-un held his phone, smiled, and exclaimed, "Oh my, what should I do about this?" Kim Yeonja came out of the house and said, "If I had known you were coming, I would have cooked a meal for you." He heard that, waved his hand, and replied, "Oh, there's no need. I ate my fill before coming. I just stopped by today because I wanted to see you for a moment." Hearing that, she looked at him with a serious face and asked, "Have you been drinking a lot lately?" Hearing that, he smiled and replied, "Yes, ma'am. Other than important occasions or meals at work, I don't drink at all." The conversation between the two echoed in the space. Seeing you asked, "How is that friend, Cha Min-yu?" Hearing the question, she replied, "He's quite handy, so he can do whatever you ask him to right away, but he always complains while doing it." She concluded with a final sentence, "Even so, he's a kind person." Hearing that, he was stunned. "Kind?" Then he laughed out loud. "Kind, yes, that's right, kind." His attitude confused her. He spoke up again. "Well then, in the future." Elsewhere, Cha Min-yu was staring blankly at the system. The system announced that he had completed the mission. Seeing that, he was stunned and said, "When was this mission completed? Hey, is there no reward?" Min-yu was a little angry and grumbled. "Even the old ladies in the neighborhood give me something, but what kind of god is this? I wasn't going to call you stingy. But I can't not say it." At this moment, CNU's voice appeared. "Cha Min-yu, have everyone help him." A man with a stomach injury was cowering in a corner, frightened, saying to the person in front of him, "Wait, this is different from what we agreed on." He trembled as he explained, "Among the rewards from the tower, you said we'd split it 50-50. So why did you secretly stab me in the back?" A girl standing opposite him indifferently replied, "That's why I already told you. This was an accident. You died in an unexpected accident, so I'll take the rest." Hearing that, the man became furious, roared, and rushed towards her, cursing, "You bitch." Immediately, the girl raised a finger and called K9. As soon as she finished speaking, a giant, hairy monster appeared behind the girl. At her command, the monster bared its sharp teeth, eat. The man was scared out of his wits by the sight. Simultaneously with the terrifying scream, blood splattered everywhere. Min-yu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction. Didn't the rental price double? Hearing the question, the female employee sitting at the computer desk in front of him froze. Then she smiled and conversed with him. "Just kidding, it's not like that for a one-time weapon rental. Is it okay to joke with a hunter?" Min-yu indifferently listened to the employee's explanation. "I said that hoping you would reset the equipment. Next time, if the rented equipment is destroyed, you won't just have to pay the rental fee, but you'll also have to compensate for it, you know?" He made a whatever face and replied, "All right, I'll consider it." Then Min-yu took out a blue magic stone and said to her, "By the way," while reorganizing the bag, "I'm planning to sell this magic stone." The employee saw it and immediately recognized it. "That's the magic stone from the boss Sakin." Then she explained some terms and discussed with him. Normally, in the case of a magic stone dropped by a boss, it will be transferred to another hunter by being used as an auction item. Of course, in the case of a hunter in urgent need of money, I will appraise it and buy it back at a corresponding price. If it's auctioned, it will probably sell for a better price. Anyway, the auction price will definitely increase a lot. Hearing that, he decided, then let's auction it. Receiving Min-yu's decisive answer, the employee said again, "Yes, then I will transfer Zakin's magic stone to the department in charge of auctions. I will inform you of the auction results via message." He placed the magic stone on the table and asked, "I'm curious about something. The employee listened quietly. How much is the stone from the boss vomit? It must be very expensive, right? At this point, he crossed his arms smugly. That's right, the boss of a mythic tower, of course, the price. Right at this moment, the employee's voice cut in. Isn't the price lower than Zaken's? As soon as she finished, Minyu shouted in disbelief, causing everyone to look over. What? Why? She calmly explained, due to the difference in the amount of stored magic power. She continued, Zaken is a magic beast made from a mass of magic, while Vomit is not made from a mass of magic, but from a physical mass. Of course, among physical masses, there are also magic beasts that store a large amount of magic power. But according to the investigation results on Vomit in the Abyssal Tower, Vomit's magic stone only stores a very small amount of magic. I mean, it's a monster that completely leans towards physical strength. Minyu thought back. Ansblit had once said, you have no talent for magic power. I had a very hard time obtaining the chain magic. The employee gave a wry smile. Because high-end equipment is made from magic stones, they are greatly influenced by the amount of magic, so there's no other way. Minyu was still listening. So in reality, Vomit's magic stone isn't worth much. So I heard that no one looks for it. What? So that Zaven guy. Suddenly he remembered something. What's in my memory? Remembering the scene at that time, Zaven didn't take my magic stone. He acted like someone who didn't know about tomorrow. Magic stones of all colors and sizes. It is the life-sustaining equipment and infinite matter of a magic beast. Even if a magic beast is destroyed, if the magic stone doesn't disappear, the tower will not collapse. He thought, but where is that thing now? The employee was still smiling very professionally. I don't know about that either. Anyway, is there anything else I can help you with? Receiving his perfunctory answer, she smiled brightly and continued, great, then I will help you organize your bag as requested. She sent a synchronization request to his system. I will send a request to synchronize the government system and the hunter system to you. Agree. He followed the instructions. Please touch all the items that need to be arranged. Then he pressed on the system screen. He pressed the symbol of the sword Zaven used for stabbing, which was showing a locked symbol. While he was thinking to himself, a small ball slowly rolled to his feet. It's locked. Moreover, items of the weapon type. Where did this pile come from? He looked down at his feet and saw a black dog. It came to pick up the small ball. A voice came from somewhere. K9. A short-haired girl and a young man came over. Hattie said to the rather gentle-looking young man, I told you if there's no space, you have to hold it properly. I know. Minyu glanced at the young man who was petting the dog's head and heard him say, I'm sorry. Let's go K9. Let's go play in the park. Looking at that easy go group, Minyu was also speechless. He asked, a little dazed, so is that dog by any chance, and immediately received the female employee's answer. You don't know? The answer was given to him by Ryan Cian, a hunting dog. She slowly explained, this is a worldwide phenomenon that appeared due to the gate shock, an awakening phenomenon that occurs in a small number of animals among the pets raised by hunters. Then she mentioned a girl's cat that was awakened. This phenomenon was discovered when it happened to Kasi, the cat of a famous Hollywood actor. No one knows the reason for this phenomenon. She looked at Minyu. It is believed that due to the gate shock, pets have converted the power of love into real power to protect their owners. But she jokingly concluded, probably. Minyu slammed his hand on the table. He didn't care about that anymore and changed the subject. Disband the guild immediately. I don't want to be in a guild with such a weird name. Hearing that, she replied, what's wrong with the Sweet Pink Angel Guild? Of course, number 302 is a cool tone, so you probably think you don't fit in with the warm tone names, but suddenly Ryan Cian held out a brick-thick envelope in front of him, and this. Before he could react, she had already slipped behind Minyu, reaching out to touch his chest, the money that number 302 worked hard to mine and asked me to keep. I put it all in here. I'm not that heartless. Then she leaned into his ear and whispered close to his lips, so stay in the guild. Okay, anyway, you need a guild to enter the tower. The two started to argue loudly. Me, of course I'll take this money back, and I'll find another guild too. She whined again. It's hard to meet a guild master with a perfect face and body like me. You want to steal my fun time? Angry at Ryan Cian's attitude, he shouted, let go, what are you talking about? Just as he was speaking, Taein walked in and interrupted. Anyway, I'm leaving the guild, just so, that's probably not possible. Hearing the sudden statement, Minyu asked back, what? While Ryan Cian greeted casually, long time no see. Taein. Seeing him arrive, Minyu became sharp-tongued and snarked, "Are you stalking me again?" Hearing that, the other two exclaimed one after another, "Oh my, is there no other word besides surveillance?" Then Taein took out a file. "It's a mission." He began to explain in detail. The goal is to form a 3-person hunting party under the pretext of compensation. They lured an innocent hunter to clear the tower and then eliminated that hunter, finally stealing all the loot. 2 of the 3 hunters are B rank, and another hunter is speculated to be an A rank hunter. While Minyu was still reading the document, Ryan Sean and Taein were firing questions and answers at each other. Speculation. It's been a long time since they came to remeasure their rank, so based on observation, it's highly likely they're an A rank hunter. Taein was still talking when Minyu muttered, "This mission is quite difficult because they are very suspicious people, so it's very difficult to get close to them, and there's a special point, these guys." Then Minyu held up a few information sheets of the people in the document. "Aren't these the guys from the Central Management Bureau just now?" It was Hattie, the gentle young man, and the dog. Scene changed to the Heaven building in a seemingly large room. Hattie was extremely annoyed looking at the scene in front of her. She was trembling with anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "This crazy bastard." In front of her was a chaotic scene of debauchery, with that gentle young man and 3 other girls passed out. Hattie furiously shouted, "This bastard! What the hell are you doing?" The gentle young man from before was nowhere to be seen. Now there was only a degenerate reborn, smiling dazedly. "You should try this too, sis." Before he could finish his sentence, he took a swift kick from her to the face. The degenerate reborn whined in pain. Hattie went crazy. "You're doing drugs too?" She continued to curse. "You didn't burn all your money on this, did you?" Because of a little spray of Sizer, the guy sobered up a bit. "What? Money?" Hearing that, Hattie reminded him, "We have to send money to them next week." The guy didn't seem to care and said, "We just need to go into the tower for a round and we'll have enough money." But receiving her silence, the guy was a little confused and asked again, "What's wrong? Can't we go?" Hattie then broke the bad news, which completely sobered up the high guy. "There's a rumor they formed a police team to catch criminals like us." That surprised him. "What?" The guy started to curse with his twisted morals. "This is crazy. What's the big deal about taking out one hunter? Damn it, they send hunters to their deaths, just like us." "Really?" Hattie had been silent until now. "Are you scared of those guys so you don't dare to do it?" And the guy asked again, "Where's Black Snow No, K9? Cut to another house. Hattie looked down in silence. The dog was also wagging its tail obediently, looking at her. Hattie squatted down and petted its head, her voice gentle. "I'm going to the tower again. Will you go with me?" K9 also barked once in response. She coldly said a chilling sentence. "We might have to kill someone again." It's unknown if the dog understood, but it barked twice as if in reply. She placed her hand on its head and praised it. "Okay, good boy. Just a little more. Just endure a little longer." K9's eyes glowed brightly like a wild beast as she whispered, "The 5 of us can live." Like before, one night at the Moonlight Tower, the damn couple had appeared below the tower, the 2 of them talking carefully. "You investigated carefully, right? I've told you several times. No acquaintance? I also chose a hunter with a clean background." Hattie smirked and asked ability. The dog next to them played cluelessly, while the guy said, B+ rank. She heard that and was annoyed. "What? It's not a university grade. Why is there a ranking like that?" He replied, "No, that is, unfortunately, he failed the A rank promotion exam." Standing under the magnificent tower, the 2 continued to exchange information. "So where does that B+ rank hunter live?" He said he would go in first and clear the first floor, going first. The 2 started to walk inside, talking as they went. "What are you doing? How's the split? 50 to 50 like always. Even so, can he clear the first floor by himself?" The guy smiled sleazily and said, "Let's see, maybe we'll catch an idiot. Just leave him be, and then we'll take care of him. That's all." Hearing that, Hattie got annoyed again. "You say it like you're the one who's going to handle it." The guy clutched his stomach and laughed his head off. "If you say so, sis, then it is, right, K9? She didn't bother with him anymore and turned to leave. Depending on the amount of loot this time, I'll decide whether to act or not. Hattie walked over, pushing the door while sneering to herself. "What? You want to split it 50-50 without doing anything?" Then she gritted her teeth. Then there won't be anything for us to pick up. The door in front of her slowly opened. A giant monster like a centipede appeared right after. She was completely unaware and turned her head to say angrily to the guy, "There probably won't be anything falling on your head." As soon as she finished speaking, blood splattered everywhere. Flashing back to before, Taein crossed his arms, troubled. "This is a big problem. They've met you once before." Ryan Cian also said, "Moreover, hunting dogs have a very sensitive sense of smell." Then the two of them took turns discouraging Minyu, making him not understand why. "This mission won't work. It's impossible." Minyu on this side still didn't understand. Why? Then they explained to him, when they choose a hunter, they will investigate the hunter's background to the root. It's a hunting dog. It has the ability to remember smells. And because number 302 has appeared on TV before, we don't know if they remember your face. I will assign this mission to another hunter. Suddenly, the voice of a girl making coffee behind them rang out, attracting attention. "It's not difficult," she said nonchalantly. "You just need to disguise yourself. Create a character based on a fantasy." Returning to the scene in front of the Moonlight Tower, Hattie suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Are you two the hunters who will be attacking the tower with me today?" A sharp, ironclad hand reached out. "Nice to meet you." A person in full silver armor stepped out majestically amidst the blood. "I am Bill, who will be clearing the tower with you." As soon as he finished speaking, a dangerous golden light flashed in his eyes. The monster with a long tongue lunged to attack. Bill quickly jumped high, avoiding the blades on its two hands. No expression could be seen through the iron armor. Immediately after, he swung his large blade down hard. The monster also raised its hands to block. But because the force was too great, the blades on its hands cracked and broke. Its entire body was also split in two. Next was a bright green monster. He used his blade to stab it straight in the eye. Then he easily dealt with a humanoid monster with a black body and white head. Bill jumped high and slashed down at a monster. Its blood splattered everywhere. Without stopping, he continued to slaughter the monsters. His blade was so fast that only a streak of light and splattering blood could be seen. Then a root system with flickering firefly-like lights appeared. A monster like a winding tree root blocked his path. It used its branches to stab quickly at. As for Bill, he calmly and continuously slashed numerous times just to block its attack. It continued to attack mindlessly, and Bill kept parrying one blow after another. The attack speed was so fast, it was hard to see with the naked eye. The monster didn't let up, staring intently at Bill. Behind that armor, it seemed Bill was also glaring back at it. He fought while observing it, and finally, he threw the blade in his hand. The blade plunged deep into the middle of its abdomen, and he lunged forward, gripping the hilt tightly. Then he slashed downwards with all his might. Bill whispered softly, "Grand." The form of Minyu inside the armor also curled his lips and said, "Heavenly fire." Instantly, flames erupted fiercely from the blade behind the monster. Watching the brilliant red light from the outside, the male-female duo couldn't help but be astonished. They slowly approached Bill, and he turned his head to look at them, everyone. Then he asked them a baffling question. "Do you know why I smelled so quickly?" Then he mysteriously concluded, "Because it's heated by high temperatures." The statement immediately made the other two's faces darken, leaving them speechless. Then he burst into a laugh that could cause psychological trauma, echoing throughout the entire tower. Remembering before, the girl who suggested the disguise had asked, "So what about the script for the old man?" She seriously discussed the matter with Jun Seong. If his identity is a hard-to-read character, we won't have to worry about him being exposed. Would that work? Can room 302 pull it off? Seeing Minyu's blank, uncomprehending expression, the two of them gloomily denied it. That probably won't work, no? Then they came to a conclusion. So, basically, just talk seriously. Doing that will make you seem like an old man. Back in the tower, Hattie glanced at Bill in annoyance. "Don't joke like that. It's not funny at all, old man." The other guy had to laugh it off and try to make peace. "Why are you so serious? Just a little joke to ease the tension, right, man?" As for Minyu, he went along with it, but secretly thought, "I didn't want to be like this." Then he looked over at K9, standing next to his leg. He spoke up and chatted with the other guy about the dog. "This dog is a hunting beast. It's my first time seeing a dog like this. Well, they're rare." Hattie glanced at the other guy as he continued to explain. I heard they can live up to 70 to 80 years like humans. Not only that, they're also very intelligent. Hearing that, he was impressed and bent down to pet K9. That's amazing, isn't it? Can I pet it for a bit? It's very gentle. Don't worry. Suddenly, K9 made a small noise, and Hattie also seemed to notice something. Earlier, Jun Seong had given Minyu a vial. This is a perfume I made for room 302. She held it in her hand and told him, although we can't smell it, hunting beasts with their keen sense of smell can. Then she gave him a mysterious, suggestive look and said, because the smell, along with Jun Seong's words, K9 also avoided him like the plague, of this perfume is very foul, so your identity won't be discovered. Hattie looked on, confused by the strange scene before her. The more the man called it, the further it moved away. What's wrong, K9? He called its name one more time, and it acted as if it wanted nothing to do with him. Back to the fight. Bill was still slicing through monsters like tofu. Hattie also joined the fight at this point. Suddenly, the man's voice rang out. What do you think of that, Hunter? When she turned her head, not understanding, the man clarified, can K9 beat him? Hattie replied, exasperated, what are you talking about again? I told you that's not happening. Then they looked towards Bill, who was fighting, and continued their conversation. So he seems more domineering or stronger then. So what are you trying to say? The man turned to her with a smile. I have an idea. Do you want to hear it? Arriving at a place with an ornate ceiling, the firelight flickered. Bill was a bit pensive. Your idea. Then he held out his hand and asked, is to become my teammate? Hearing this, the other guy opened his mouth to persuade him. Yes, that's right. We can temporarily form a team to conquer this tower. After all, with just the two of us, conquering the tower is still out of reach. If we have you, it will be simpler, right? Finding a skilled hunter like you is quite difficult. So we want to take this opportunity to form a party. Then the guy raised a finger and pointed at him. So the item distribution ratio will be 6-4. You get 6 parts. While the guy was asking for Bill's opinion, what do you think? Hattie frowned in annoyance, thinking, at first, we have to give him the larger share. She remembered what the guy had told her earlier. When we've built a better level of trust, we'll pass K9's job over to him. The job K9 does is. Then he used benefits to persuade her. Isn't that a good thing for you? He pointed to K9 sleeping. You hate making K9 do that work. Just then, Bill's voice rang out. 6-4, huh? She cut Bill off. That's fine, I agree. Before that, hearing the two of them, she turned to look at him. Can you show us your face? She sat with her legs crossed and casually stated her reason. We have to trust each other to work together. How can we be teammates and not know each other's faces? Minyu remembered his conversation with Taeyong from before. Your mission isn't to take them all out. Do you remember the mission after the orientation ended? You mean the previous advisor? That's right. Approach them like you approached the advisor. Before, in the small alley, the voices of 2 people echoed. Find the one behind it. No, then find their lair. Seeing her being so direct, the man was a bit flustered and tried to advise her. Hey, let's take that slowly. Before he could finish, Bill, sitting beside him, raised his hand to remove his mask. This isn't difficult, but be careful. You might be startled. Hearing this, Hattie scoffed. Why? Are you too handsome or too ugly? Suddenly, her pupils constricted in alarm. Bill had taken off his mask, revealing the burns on his face. Don't be surprised. These are scars from fighting the tower boss. Under the flickering firelight, he continued, hunters don't just care about appearances, so I don't pay any mind. However, this burn isn't simple. It's a curse. The other 2 listened tensely to his fabricated story. The curse was passed down to my son, ruining his face. He continued with his intimidating words. Neither modern medicine nor magic can heal it. His eyes widened amidst the web of scars. As long as I can heal my son's face, I'll do anything. As soon as he finished, the space fell into silence. As he put his helmet back on, he thought, did I overdo it? Suddenly, he was surprised to hear the person next to him say, our meeting like this is probably a stroke of luck for both of us. The man smiled like a multi-level marketer making a pitch. We know how to break that curse. Then he continuously unleashed his high-level marketing skills. The reason my sister and I are trying to conquer this tower to earn money is the same as yours. Because our parents need money for treatment. Their illness is a consequence of the dungeon outbreak back then. As a result, they contracted an incurable disease related to that dungeon. We tried everything to treat it, but all our attempts failed. As he spoke, he placed his hand on a door. The man, wearing a white shirt to look mature, walked to a red door, turned his head, and spoke with great credibility. Later, we were lucky enough to meet the person who helped cure our parents' illness. A man completely covered from head to toe listened to him speak. Hunter, that person can also heal your son's face. He, pretending to be that cloaked man, glared at the light shining through the crack in the door. So that is your hope. The door gradually opened, and inside, two people dressed like dancers appeared. The two of them wore identical masks on their faces. They waved their hands in greeting one by one, then the right hand. Then they began to dance. They danced faster and faster. Because of the masks, their expressions couldn't be seen. But the two of them just kept on dancing. The dance became faster, unbelievably fast. Suddenly, from above, a man in a hood jumped down between them. From somewhere, loud screams, cries, and pleas rang out, "Leader, cult leader." Desperate shouts called out to that person, "Cult leader." A woman collapsed amidst the crowd. "Cult leader." The hooded man stood there silently, receiving the calls. "Cult leader." Minyu also watched him in silence, the calls still ringing in his ears. "Cult leader, cult leader." He let out a long sigh amidst the chaotic sounds. "Cult leader." At that moment, the system popped up. The conditions to undertake the mission have been met. Mission. The man called the cult leader wore a demon mask. The system announced, "Punish." Minyu took off his sunglasses and muttered softly, "Am I this lucky again?" The final announcement from the system, the evil cult. Jinyu had once shown him a book. Here, look at the contents of this book. It has an explanation. The 7 deadly sins are the source of all evil. He squatted beside him, opened the book, and began to explain to Minyu. A hunter named Jia Van has the title Apostle of Wrath. It says in here that a woman, some kind of god, said, "I have seen the figures of the 6 who killed you." Hearing this, Minyu also became a little curious. Jia Van and the 6 others, could they be the 7 deadly sins? Probably. If my prediction is correct, the remaining ones will appear later. Red for Superbia, pride. Green for Astia, sloth. Blue for Invidia, envy. Purple for Avaricia, greed. Pink for Gula, gluttony. Trong Iu is called the cult leader, and lust. He stood silently before his followers. A woman with a sorrowful face pushed a little girl with no hair in a wheelchair forward. A few years ago, we discovered our daughter had leukemia. To this day, we and she are still fighting this disease. And even though we've tried many different therapies, nothing has worked. The light had faded from the sick little girl's eyes, while her mother's pleas still echoed in her ears. "Cult leader, please, please save our daughter." Trong Iu walked over and squatted down in front of the little girl, a pitiful child, so young and already suffering from this blood disease. The mother cried ceaselessly as she heard the little girl say calmly, "I am ready to accept my own death. But if I die, my mother will grieve for me for the rest of her life, and that is more frightening than this disease." He raised his hand and stroked the girl's head before the eyes of hundreds of followers. "Don't worry, for I will heal you." Immediately after, a stream of golden light emanated from his hand. Sparkling golden butterflies also fluttered around the light, enveloping both him and the little girl. The followers were also dazzled by the light. The mother looked at the scene before her, trembling in disbelief. Hannah, following the light, a full head of hair grew down to the ground. The girl who was once bald now had beautiful, long hair. Seeing this, the followers smiled as if they had witnessed a miracle and hope. Amidst the sky-shaking cheers of the followers, the overjoyed mother rushed forward and hugged the little girl tightly. "Hannah, cult leader, cult leader." The cheers for the cult leader's miracle mixed with the mother's profuse thanks. "The cult leader has performed a miracle. Thank you, thank you." Trong Iu remained nonchalant and said, "I only changed the flow within her body. In reality, the chaotic things inside the girl's body have not been fully resolved." From his high position, he looked down at the prostrating woman on the ground and instructed, "Send the child to the chapel for more intensive treatment." The mother quickly complied. "Yes, I will do so." Minyu completely covered, and the man stood behind, watching the agitated crowd. Cult leader, cult leader. The man turned to ask him, "What do you think, Hunter?" Looking up at the cult leader, who stood like a savior amidst the unceasing cheers. Cult leader. The man continued, "If it's him, your son's illness will be cured. Run away." Looking at that demon mask, cult leader, the man began to entice him. "Do you want to meet the cult leader?" Minyu glared at Trong Ayu, the chant still ringing in his ears. Cult leader. He said calmly, "Yes, I must meet him." Amidst a lush green forest, there is a magnificent building with a green roof. Hattie leaned against a wall with her arms crossed, listening to someone speak. "I heard about it." The man also stood to one side. "You want to break the curse that your son has." Contracted. The speaker was Trong Ayu, sitting behind a desk and talking with Minyu. "You've come to the right place." Then he introduced himself. "I am Trong Ayu, the one in charge of the Nabi order." Minyu also replied politely, "It's a pleasure to meet you, cult leader. I am Bill." Trong Ayu then pointed to the boy standing behind Minyu. "Is the boy behind you the one who needs treatment?" He replied, "Yes, that's my son." The boy, his face wrapped in bandages, appeared extremely anxious. It was Jinyu in disguise. He spoke nervously. "Hello." Remembering the other day, Jinyu was surprised by Minyu's proposal. "What? You're saying I need to go with you?" He sat on the doorstep talking to him. "Is that really necessary? You can't tell how strong that guy is just by observing. That's why you need to come with me." Minyu said nonchalantly with his arms crossed, "That guy seems much weaker than me." "What? You don't think so?" Minyu continued smugly, "How could that guy possibly defeat me? That's impossible." But Jinyu smirked and replied, "So you're planning to use me as bait?" Then he got so angry he yelled in his face, "What if I'm in danger tomorrow?" Receiving his nonsensical reply, "Then you'll just die." He got even angrier. "What did you say?" "I don't have the same power as before. Even if he was my subordinate, I couldn't do anything to him." Finally, he pointed straight at his face and scolded him. "You keep being overconfident, and one day you'll die for it." Hearing that, Minyu fell into a brief, pensive thought. Jinyu, having calmed down, continued, "You already died once fighting Hunter G of Van, but do you understand why you came back to life? Because at that time, the tower didn't see you as a tower boss, but just a simple monster. That's why you were able to revive." Minyu listened in silence as he finished, then asked, "I'm not sure if you're considered a boss now or not, but be careful." He replied, "So what are you trying to say?" After asking, Minyu didn't wait for an answer and moved in close to threaten him. "If you're scared to go, should I just kill you here first?" Jinyu, pale with fear, tried to stop him. "Hey, don't." Back at Trong Ayu's place, he leaned in to observe Jinyu and then judged, "Oh, it seems the boy is afflicted with a rather strong curse." Hearing him say that, both Minyu and Jinyu had the same thought. "What? He probably mistook my demonic energy." Trong Ayu turned back to talk to Minyu. "Underbill, you have that curse too, don't you?" He quickly replied, "I'm fine." Then he turned away. "All right, leave the boy to me for treatment. However, it will be quite difficult." He looked at the two of them through his demon mask. "Money is one thing, but it will also take a lot of time." Trong Ayu looked at Minyu's back and instructed, "You also need to participate in prayers with the congregation once a week, but if you're busy." He suddenly leaned in close behind him. "You can miss a few times, but not too many, okay?" After speaking, he moved away and looked back and forth between the two of them. Finally, he concluded with one sentence, "Leave the child here for me to treat. In a comfortable bedroom space, he will be well taken care of here." A spacious dining hall with places to eat and sleep, a garden, an outdoor swimming pool, and a recreational area. Then he said to two identical-looking blonde girls, living and playing with the followers, "Could you two please guide this young boy?" They smiled brightly and replied, "Yes, of course, come with us." The two girls, like two kidnappers luring child, scared Jinyu so much he wanted to leave his body. "There are many friends your age here. Don't worry and focus on your treatment." Then he turned to look at Minyu, suddenly lunged forward and hugged his waist tightly, calling him Papa in a cringe-worthy way. Jinyu said with tears in his eyes, "I'll be a good boy here, Dad. Please remember to visit." But his other meaning was a clear reminder, "Don't you dare abandon me." Minyu looked at him indifferently. All right, his other meaning was, "You'll be fine." He continued tearfully, "I'll miss you so much, Dad." Meaning, if you abandon me, I'll kill you. Looking at that fake, pretentious face was so annoying. Outwardly, he still said, "Have fun while you're here." But but he wanted to say, I know, you keep repeating yourself. In the end, Jin Yu had to dejectedly follow the two girls. Min Yu turned his face away, not even looking, letting them lead him away. Let's go, little one. Just then, Trong Ayu came over and said to him, there are still many followers who need treatment. I'm very happy to have met you. Let's talk again some other time. He bowed his head and glanced at him, then politely shook his hand. Yes. As he took his hand, Trong Ayu suddenly realized something. He moved in close and whispered to him, your hands, for a hunter, they are fundamentally very beautiful, like someone who works in an office. Hearing that, Min Yu was instantly alarmed. He snatched his hand back. Yes, sir. Trong Ayu remained calm, tilting his head slightly to look at him. Suddenly, Hattie cut in, well, I'll be going then. The man with Hattie also scratched his head and gave a strained laugh. Me too. Are you coming with us? Seeing that they were about to leave, Trong Ayu called out to them. You too. Wait a moment. The man and Hattie turned their heads to look back. Don't we have something to talk about? He quickly replied, yes, that's right. So the man had to stay behind to talk with Trong Ayu. The door gradually closed. While Min Yu was still observing through the crack in the door, Hattie called out softly, hey you. She glanced at him coldly and said, I have a piece of advice. You should only know what you need to know. Just worry about curing your son. Don't think too much. She walked ahead of him, reminding him this church is quite complicated. Back with Jin Yu, he was currently surprised by something. Yes, it turned out to be because one of the two blonde girls was explaining the rules to him. You're not allowed to read books because it affects your treatment process. Yes, so what's the entertainment here? In response to the question, the girl smiled gently. You play with your friends. The friends a girl mentioned were the other children who also lived here. They were smiling happily, sitting at a rather lavish dining table. Jin Yu also changed into the same clothes as the children and sat at the table with them. The two girls then spoke one after the other. Everyone, say hello to our new friend. Let's all thank the cult leader for the meal. They all responded in unison. Yes. Then the two girls went outside and closed the door. While Jin Yu was observing and thinking, that twin pair is quite strange. A girl with long hair and a heart-shaped clip sitting next to him started a conversation. I'm Kim Ja-kyung. Nice to meet you. He immediately turned to her, though he thought to himself, she's probably one of that cult leader's demonic followers. But he still smiled a very manufactured smile and greeted her. I'm Jin Yu. Nice to meet you. After the perfunctory greeting, he thought, first I should. His spiraling red eyes appeared. Demon eyes. Let's see what the information on that cult leader is like. He wouldn't have known if he hadn't looked, but one look was enough to surprise him. He was startled by the scene before him. What is this, the children? The children at the dining table who were just happy a moment ago were now slumped over, lifeless. It's as if they're all dead. Isn't this different from what I saw at first? Jin Yu had seen this secret. This is. Elsewhere, the followers were kneeling in gratitude. Thank you. Others also smiled and continuously said, thank you, cult leader. Thank you, cult leader. Many couples knelt reverently before Trong Ayu. Thanks to you, our children's illnesses have been cured. Thank you. Thank you. Trong Ayu sat on a high platform, listening to their words of gratitude. We will never forget this kindness. He looked at each couple before him. You want to repay my kindness? They quickly replied, yes. Then they were bewildered when they heard his condition. Show me your enthusiasm. Golden butterflies emanated from his body. A follower below asked him, Sir, enthusiasm? He said it's passion. The demon mask seemed to hypnotize them and lust. As soon as he finished speaking, the couples below went wild and threw themselves at each other. Yes, we will show you. Trong Ayu sat on high, watching the chaos before him. He raised a hand to his demon mask, all right, then bowed his head and began to laugh, shaking. He laughed so maniacally that the demon mask fell to the ground. Revealing his true face, he was a blond man with an earring. He smirked and muttered, what a wonderful sight. Experienced people really do things differently. He reached out and grabbed something. This isn't a bad thing. Then he wrapped it around himself, but merely human instinct. Two large white snakes with red eyes coiled around his hips. It's just a little bit of fun. Trong Ayu's handsome yet incredibly wicked face was revealed for entertainment and to prepare for necessary future actions. Someone asked about Min Yu's situation. How is he, that Hunter Fume you recruited? The one asking was the director of the Hunter Bureau, Baek Sang-jin. He was sitting sternly behind his desk. Opposite him stood Song-un, reporting formally. He's working very well. But in his heart, he silently added, although there are times he doesn't follow any rules at all. Hearing this, Sang-jin was quite pleased. His abilities are also improving day by day. I heard his level is now close to A rank, right? Team leader Ma has a good eye for people. I hope he makes more progress soon. Song-un just stood there silently. He pressed his lips together, listening as Sang-jin continued to instruct, but you also need to be careful. Being a hunter, there are good times and bad times. We can't completely control all their actions, so you also need to observe carefully to have appropriate and timely reactions for each situation. Driving away, Song-un made a phone call to someone. The person on the other end of the line quickly answered. Report on the situation with Minyu working over there. How is it? Can you tell me? Everything is proceeding smoothly. The person on the other end continued. He has successfully infiltrated that church. Hearing that, Song-un was satisfied. That's good. The other person also praised him. He's handling this mission much better than usual. Looking at the dashboard in the car, Song-un said softly, "Is that so?" The person on the other end asked again, "So how should we respond when things change?" He seemed to think for a moment before answering. At that time, looking up at the clear blue sky ahead, "I will take action myself." Bill was looking at a tiny fly perched on his finger, saying, "It's all an illusion." The fly was transmitting Jinyu's voice, who had infiltrated the enemy's heart. This entire place is covered by an illusion that deceives human eyes. To maintain such a large illusion, his magic will be constantly consumed. This is when he is at his weakest. Hattie came up from behind Bill while he was still listening to Jinyu. That bastard is luring everyone here to his church to cure their illnesses. But in reality, he's just using them and then trapping them in the illusion he created. In the end, their fate is only death. Huh? Hearing him let out a sound, Bayu asked suspiciously, "What's wrong?" As the other side continued to report the situation, Hattie called for Bayu to turn around. Another child has died. Another pregnant woman just entered the church. I'll go observe the situation and report back later. Hunter Bayu. Hattie arrived late and apologized. "You must have been waiting for me for a long time. Let's go inside now." Seeing that she had come alone this time, he wondered, "Where are your younger brother and the puppy?" "They went to my parents' place to visit them." Some of the disciples being treated in the church don't like dogs or are allergic to dog fur, so my brother can't always bring him to visit my parents. Today is an exception. They can go in. I see. The two of them entered one after another, talking as they walked. "Will it be difficult for you and me to raid the tower?" "It's fine. We're not going to raid the entire tower today anyway." Bayu walked straight inside without even looking at Hattie, who was still at the door, and said to her full of confidence, "The two of us are enough." Switching to the Nabi church building, one of the twin girls was clapping. The twin sisters, one holding her hand and the other squatting on either side of the little girl Ja Kyung, smiled and spoke in a tone used for children. "Everyone, let's congratulate Ja Kyung. She has recovered from her illness and will be returning to her parents today." The children, including Jinyu, all smiled and clapped to congratulate the little girl. "Congratulations, have fun with your family." But when Jinyu used his demon eye, the children in front of him looked like soulless dolls. Only he was clapping. What a bunch of bastards. Ja Kyung was a corpse that couldn't stand steady. The twin girls looked like two demons with dark eye sockets and long, snake-like tongues. It was all an illusion. The little girl was gone. Looking at what was happening, Jinyu couldn't help but feel disgusted. Here, he saw that humans could be said to be just as cruel as monsters. Just then, Ja Kyung's parents arrived to pick her up. Ja Kyung. "Honey, Ja Kyung." The little girl shouted joyfully and threw herself into her parents' arms. The family had a happy reunion. "Mom, Dad, our Ja Kyung." The twin sisters clasped their hands and gave the little girl's mother a manufactured smile that we plan to hold a farewell party for her to celebrate her complete recovery and return to her family. Hearing this, the little girl's mother beamed. "Thank you to the church for caring for her and our family." Jinyu watched from a distance as the four of them continued to feign pleasantries. "Please convey our family's thanks to the church leader. The farewell party will be a bit of work. If there's anything, please lend the church a hand." "Yes, of course." Around Jinyu was a blood-red color. The polite question still echoed in his ears. "What do we need to do?" Jinyu, in disbelief, used his demon eye to look at the warm scene before him. "Whatever it is, just tell us, and we'll do our best." The father holding the little girl and the mother who was still talking were completely unaware as their heads were sliced off by the twin sisters. Anything we can do. The heads flew off, splattering blood everywhere. Seeing the mother's head fly and land in front of him, Jinyu thought to himself, indeed, the scene that had been happy and warm just seconds before had turned cold and covered in foul-smelling blood. The children stood as if frozen, their life status unclear. What a bunch of goddamn animals. One girl dragged the father's headless body and asked with a slight laugh, "What should we do with these two corpses? Eat them all at once." The other girl seemed to suddenly realize something. Then she turned her head to look back. Suddenly, she bent backward, stretching her long neck out behind her, reaching Jinyu 8 meters away, like the ability of that rubber-brained midget. She faced Jinyu with her head upside down, sticking out her long tongue and licking his face at "What's wrong, aren't you happy?" Even as the former Tower King, he was now breaking out in a cold sweat upon hearing her question. Or are you seeing something you shouldn't be seeing? Back to the tower. A blade flashed by as Hattie bent down and slashed at a monster. Then she stabbed and leaped high, circling behind another monster that looked like a cooked crawfish. After that, she dealt with another blue-skinned, ox-headed, horse-faced monster. After a slash, Hattie landed on the ground, supporting herself with her hands. The intense fight left her breathless. Hattie glanced behind her. Bayu had also just finished off another giant, blue-skinned monster. He rested his blade on his shoulder and walked over. The two of them went up the stairs one after another. "We'll just climb 2 more floors of the tower, and then we're done." Not sure what he was thinking, Bayu suddenly paused for a moment. He called out to Hattie, who was walking ahead, and asked, "Hey Hattie, you once said that I shouldn't look too deeply into the church. What did you mean by that?" Hattie replied indifferently, as if not wanting to say much. "Well, you've been there already. This isn't a normal society, you know. Everything you receive corresponds to the amount of money." She looked at Bayu and said, "Everything has its price. Money." Hattie remembered the hands that had held hers in her memory. "But you have to admit, the church leader's power there is too good, thanks to his ability." Then she saw the radiant smiles of her parents, and many people have been cured of their illnesses. Hattie clenched her fist and thought to herself, "I just need to try a little harder, and my whole family will be reunited." Then she glanced back. Meeting you and forming a team to raid the tower with you was truly my good fortune. Bayu looked back at her, but returned to the old topic. "Did you say the benefits received are equivalent to the amount of donation?" The torch on the wall flickered brightly. Their voices continued to echo slowly. "Well, as you can see, you need money to get cured. What if you don't have enough money to donate?" Hattie shrugged, as if it were obvious, and replied, "Then you have to do other things, like entertaining the church leader to keep him interested. You'll understand eventually." Hearing this, Bayu remarked, "This is so difficult. I don't know what to do either." "You'll find out eventually." He suddenly realized something as he listened to Hattie's explanation. Disciples like us have our ups and downs. We can't always be lucky enough to have enough money to contribute to the church. If you don't have enough money to contribute, the only way is to offer your body to entertain the church leader. That's what it means. Then she continued flatly, "I was also a bit surprised when you said you would do anything to heal your son's face." Hunter Bayu. A vague image of K9 sitting obediently appeared. But that's also a matter of course. If there's hope, you have to do everything to achieve that hope. With that, Hattie reached out and pushed open the door, gradually revealing their 2 figures. Suddenly, Bayu said something that startled Hattie. "You're in for an even bigger surprise." Bayu lunged to attack, while Hattie had yet to understand what was happening. A shocking punch caused the ground and rocks to explode. Hattie managed to jump to one side. She increased the distance between herself and Bayu. Seeing him get up with red eyes, Hattie shouted in panic, "What the hell are you doing?" Looking at her confused and angry expression, Bayu spoke leisurely, "You're different from your brother. It seems you're aware of your wrongdoings." Bayu glared at Hattie through his helmet. "Your attitude and the things you've done are pissing me off." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow, while Hattie was still too stunned to react. "What do you mean?" The moment Bayu was right in front of her, he warned, You'd better fight back if you don't want to die a pointless death here. Immediately after, he grabbed her by the neck and slammed her to the ground. Hattie struggled to breathe, clutching his hand tightly. Suddenly, her eyes widened and her pupils constricted as if seeing something unbelievable. Seeing Bayou raise his hand to remove his helmet, revealing an unscarred face. Your face. How? A surprise, isn't it? Minu looked up with his real face and smirked. You're gonna have to help me to eliminate that church leader. Switching back to Ayu's demon mask, he stood with his hands behind his back, watching the family of 3 and a dog reunite before him. The old couple spoke gently to K9. Puppy, it's been a long time since we've seen you. The woman smiled joyfully at him. I missed you so much, puppy. Then she wanted to reach out and pet him. Come here. K9 looked up without any reaction as they continued to call him puppy. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes slowly welled up with tears as he heard the other person. Seimon, Hattie's younger brother, squinted his eyes and teased him. What's up, kid? What's wrong? Are you moved to tears? Suddenly, he was stunned to hear K9 speak. They're dead. K9 silently shed tears, unable to speak, the two of them. In his eyes, the old couple who had just been smiling kindly and calling him were now completely lifeless, sitting in wheelchairs. They were dead. Seeing him quickly get into a defensive stance, the other guy asked in disbelief, K9, what are you saying? K9 looked towards Ayu. That guy. He tricked us. Ayu didn't bother to hide it anymore. A true predator, aren't you? To see through such an illusion. Even though K9 had already charged forward, the other guy still tried to make excuses. Church leader, you've misunderstood. But Ayu was ready to show his hand, and oh, there's a reason I told you to bring this dog here. He looked at K9, who was growling warily in front of him. I can't let your pet destroy everything I built. He touched his chin, seemingly in thought, and continued, your contributions to me have been sufficient. Seeing K9 begin to transform, his whole body turning black with red eyes. Now, then. Before he could finish, K9 had transformed into a giant, baring his sharp teeth. Wanted to snap him up. Ayu faced this scene completely unfazed. He took off his demon mask, glared, and said, I'll take care of everything. Immediately after, his body emitted a dazzling golden light that flashed, enveloping the man and dog in front of him. Golden butterflies slowly scattered in the dark night. A giant white dog slowly walked towards him. He raised his index finger. Seeing the familiar gesture, K9's eyes widened. The golden figure had transformed into Hattie in front of him and called out, K9. He immediately fell into the illusion and stood. On Ayu's side, following his command, kill him. His next action surprised Ayu, who let out a huh. The other guy also let out a disbelieving huh. Before he could realize what had just happened, he was stunned to see his severed lower body in K9's mouth and called out his name, K9. His pupils constricted as he asked, why did you? But K9's blazing red eyes were now completely devoid of consciousness. Ayu took off his mask, covered his face, and cackled. He raised his head and said to the other guy, quite a surprise, isn't it? Just then, a white serpent slithered from behind him. It coiled up Ayu's body. A hand, still covered in snake scales, gradually appeared. She whispered something in Ayu's ear. He looked surprised at the twin girl hugging him from behind and exchanged whispers. What? Then what do we need to do? Ayu asked again as if to confirm. Is what you said true? Then he let out a chuckle. Then he looked at K9's massacring figure and burst in a crazed laughter. He laughed until K9 raised his head, his mouth dripping with blood. After laughing his fill, he let out a dark, satisfied sigh. He brushed a lock of hair aside, his lips curling in anticipation that I'm finding this quite fun. The girl behind him also narrowed her eyes dangerously. How does our master find things? The scene of Minu appeared at to deal with Minu. We also need to prepare a few things to welcome them, don't we? Standing in front of him was Jinyu. The two stood facing each other. These are the two who will perform the prayer ceremony today. Minu quietly called out to the motionless Jinyu, for the father who was struck by a curse that also caused his son's face to be burned. Seeing no reaction from a boy, Minu looked around in confusion. What's wrong, kid? A member of the church was still introducing their situation, with a desire to heal his son's damaged face. The disciples below grew more and more agitated as they listened, calling out to the church leader, "A father's love is so noble." At this moment, a person stepped out. Therefore, the church leader was also moved and wants to heal the boy. Ayu walked towards Minu and the boy amidst the narration. What miracle will we disciples witness today? Hearing this, the disciples, as if injected with chicken blood, roared with excitement. Church leader, church leader, church leader. Amidst the noisy cheers, Ayu leaned close to Minu's ear and whispered, "Aren't you happy? Where's your trust in me?" He reached out his hand, and the disciples continued to shout, "Church leader." He grabbed his chin, pulled him forward, and said something that stunned him. "I don't know what scheme you and this kid have for coming here." He stared at him through the eye of the demon mask. "But take a good look, Hunter Bide." Then he called out a name that made him stare in shock. Or should I say Fomet? After speaking, he let him go, leaving him to stare blankly at the red light gradually appearing before him. Minu frowned at the scene in front of him and asked softly, "What?" Jinyu, who had been standing silently opposite him, opened his demon eye and flew into the air. Behind him, he summoned a blazing red magic circle, and a ferocious pressure radiated outwards. Seeing Jinyu fly up with a fierce appearance and unbelievable power, someone shouted excitedly, "Amazing!" His power rushed towards Minu. Truly amazing. Hattie, with her hat covering her expression, stood frozen amidst the crowd of disciples. That is, she was terrified, sweating profusely as she looked up at the stage and thought, "What is happening?" In her ear was still someone's voice. The power of the church leader. Seeing the two on stage begin a fight, with booming explosions, Hattie could no longer contain her horror. What the hell is going on? Hattie remembered the time in the tower. After hearing what Minu said, she lost her composure and screamed, "You're lying." Hattie's face was filled with disbelief. "How can that be? Everything I saw at the church was just an illusion to deceive me." Remembering the warm grasp of her parents' hands, the love and joy, remembering their gentle smiles, were my parents' smiles all fake? Hattie's eyes gradually fell into despair. Were those real feelings not real? Not giving her a chance to deny it, Minu leaned in close and shattered that small glimmer of hope. "Then have they ever gone outside the church with you? Or were the times you met them only inside the church?" Hattie mumbled in pain, "Everything my brother and I tried to do," he immediately finished her sentence for her, "was all meaningless." Then Minu turned his head and continued casually, "The fact that the church leader allowed K9 in this time probably means he wants to kill him. K9's sense of smell is too keen. He can recognize it's an illusion and see that your parents are already dead." In the face of Hattie's shocked and pained expression, he dropped the final bomb. "Your brother, who went with K9, will also likely find it very difficult to keep his life." Hearing this, Hattie lost all her strength and collapsed to her knees. Minu calmly watched her crumple before him and began to persuade her. "I'm telling you this today on my own initiative, violating the safety of the government's action team, because I'm afraid more people will lose their lives there. Therefore, you should cooperate with me. Opposing that church and exposing the church leader will also help reduce your sentence." Remembering those words, Hattie fell into deep thought. Then she clenched her teeth as if she had made a decision. At that moment, in the battle, the unconscious Jinyu raised his finger and summoned black holes, voids. The black holes gradually linked together, surrounding Minu. He was startled to see the black hole gradually expanding in front of him. Immediately, Jinyu opened a prison of confinement, swallowing him into the black hole. Inside the void space, it was like a starry sky. Minu had fallen inside. He was amazed to find himself floating in this space. Suddenly, something black rushed towards him. It quickly swept past his face, knocking his glasses off, and another one emerged from behind him. It stretched out to stab him, but he nimbly jumped, did a flip, and dodged it. Immediately after was a stab at his leg, then a strike from below, stabbing and sending his hat flying. Another blow from the left. He bent down to avoid it. Suddenly, a strike from below. He couldn't avoid it completely, and it tore his mask. On the stage above, Jinyu silently looked into the black hole. He held out his hand to control the technique, his red eyes having lost their clarity. Suddenly, They opened again, still blazing red, but now with pupils. He looked on in confusion, seeing that he had returned to his old form as Ba'anzabub, sitting on the throne of the tower. He looked around in astonishment. What's happening? I was clearly at the church, probing the power of that church leader. Am I in the old tower? Suddenly, the voice of a man carrying a sack rang out. Finally made it. It was the scene of Baphomet's first meeting with him. He carried a sack of weapons, trembling as he climbed up before him. You're on such a high floor of the tower. It's exhausting to climb here. Seeing him, he thought in confusion, what's with that face? Looking at the face that was more familiar than any other, he growled with hatred. It's that Baphomet, and he's a demon? He was stunned, unable to react. This can't be happening. Then he realized with horror. It's regression, something that happens often in novels. Thinking this, he burst out laughing as if he'd hit the jackpot, leaving Baphomet utterly confused. I already know your strength, and now I've returned to my own body. He roared with excitement. Therefore, I won't lose to you this time. You will have to bear the consequences of what you've done, Baphomet. Outside, an enraged Jinyu swung his arm. Dozens of sharp spikes inside the black hole simultaneously stabbed towards Minu. He parted his lips and said softly, "Storage pouch." Immediately after, the space behind Jinyu shattered, catching him by surprise and making his eyes widen. The black hole instantly exploded, and the disciples below looked up at the stage in fear. Ayu also calmly observed from the side. Minu appeared amidst the debris with a long spear in his hand. His face was completely revealed, his eyes sharp and cold. Ayu looked at him and asked, "So that's your real face here?" Just then, Minu charged forward forcefully to attack Jinyu. He immediately created an ice wall to block it. A sharp piece of ice flew by, cutting a small wound on his face. Immediately after, the ice wall shattered into fast-moving fragments, the ice room technique. Minu tightened his grip on the spear, then spun it like a pinwheel to block the ice fragments. Suddenly, he stared in surprise, then raised his hand and used the spear tip to stab the sharp point of a giant ice block. The entire ice block couldn't withstand it and shattered completely. Minu retracted his spear and bent down to avoid the ice debris. Jinyu, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and summoned another technique. Bolts of lightning quickly struck at Minu's position, but he had already jumped up to avoid them, which couldn't help but make him let out a huh in his mind. He moved with agility, knocking away everything attacking him, then leaped up and stabbed towards Jinyu. Ba'anzabub in Jinyu's subconscious was also endlessly horrified. How can he break all of my techniques? In his subconscious, he was also hit on the head by Baphomet with a dull chip blade. Although that blow hit his protective barrier, he still had to admit, Baphomet is still a powerful guy no matter where he is. He thought, I was too overconfident, thinking I could face him simply this time. Baphomet jumped back, landing with his hands on the ground. The thoughts continued. This time, I will use all my strength to fight you. Ba'anzabub gritted his teeth. At the same time, outside, Jinyu's face darkened as he raised his hand to summon the infinite illusion space magic. I will destroy you, Baphomet. Immediately after, green spatial ripples appeared in midair. They grew more and more numerous and radiated a powerful force. A swarm of fly-headed demon slaves holding scythes appeared behind him, domain of dream annihilation. The demon slaves with blazing red eyes roared, all for Master Ba'anzabub. They were all united in their loyalty, all for you. Then they charged at Minu in unison, fight for you. The faces of Ba'anzabub in the subconscious and Jinyu overlapped as they roared madly. Die. Suddenly, at this moment, Baphomet raised a finger and asked, Ba'anzabub, why does ice cream melt? Immediately, he and the demon slaves froze in place. Jinyu was equally bewildered. Minu calmly raised a finger. I repeat, why does ice cream melt? As soon as he finished speaking, Jinyu's consciousness fell into chaos, a single question repeating endlessly in his mind. Ice cream? Ice cream? Ice cream. Then he hesitantly opened his mouth. It's because his eyes became clear again. His expression filled with shock. It got run over by a car. Only then did he remember, after being pressed by the snake demon, he had contacted Minu through the fly. I get it. I've been discovered. So soon? Minu inquired, and he also reported the situation. How are you doing now? They know I've snuck into the church, and they're holding me captive now. Bayu on the other end listened to him speak. I should probably leave. I shouldn't let them know my true identity right now. If they find out, you'll be in danger too. But Bayu didn't think so. He said something that surprised Jinyu. It's fine even if they find out about your power. What? He said, that's also good. His voice continued to echo through the fly in the dilapidated room. When they find out your true power, they'll consider keeping you to work for them instead of eliminating you. Use me. Hearing this, Jinyu dejectedly continued to discuss with him. It means that church leader will have to expend even more effort to maintain the illusion to control you, to work for him. This is difficult. I have the demon eye, so it's hard for them to use illusions on me anymore. Hearing that, Bayu immediately proposed a plan. It's simple, you just have to pretend to be controlled by him. Pretend? It's not that easy. Then how about you cast a spell on yourself? Cast a spell on myself? After saying that, Jinyu was startled to hear his affirmative reply. That's right. With a plan, the two continued their discussion. That could work, but I might not be able to wake up. I'll need something to help me wake up when necessary. Something to help you wake up? Basically, something like a phrase, an object, or a magic spell to break this enchantment on me. Bayanzabup remembered what Bayu had told him then. An object, a magic spell. I see. Then let's use this. It's the question of why ice cream melts. At this moment, Bayanzabup thought to himself, it seems your strength has surprised me. He looked at Baphomet's heroic figure at that time. Your magic and combat skills are quite good. Looking at his determined and resolute expression, you really made it quite difficult for me when we faced off, which is why I lost the position of Tower King to you. Back to the battle on the stage. Jinyu's entire body emitted a blazing red light. A powerful oppressive aura flooded down onto the followers below. Hattie was also among them. Suddenly, he said to him, Baphomet, it's below. Looking over, Loki was still shielding against the oppressive aura. He explained the source of his power. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his arm up. It's at. Then, using great earthquake, he punched the floor hard, causing the stands to crack wide open and shatter. Down here, the floor quickly cracked and broke apart. Minyu fell through along with it. In midair, he tilted his head to look down. There, an orb of yellow energy, like a small planet in the universe, was radiating rings of power. Looking closer, the surface of the energy orb had veins like blood vessels, protected by magic circles. He kicked the air once, flipped over, and landed on a large rock, turning to face the energy orb. His pupils glowed bright red. The system appeared. Baphomet has used the Adrenaline 2 skill. Loki suddenly sensed danger. He thought in astonishment, how can this be? At that moment, the tip of Minyu's spear was about to pierce his yellow energy orb. The moment a corner of the energy orb was shattered, the oppressive aura instantly gushed out intensely. A yellow light shot up into the sky, blowing away a corner of the mansion. Minyu, holding a spear, charged forward powerfully. The sharp tip of his spear aimed straight for the enemy's source of power. The aura and presence of the attack radiated everywhere as the spear tip collided with the sphere, sending surrounding earth and rocks flying in all directions. Blinding flashes of light erupted from the battle scene, causing those nearby to just stand there, stunned. The gusts of violent wind and blinding light affected them, making them cry out in fear. Just then, a voice rang out from behind. It's dangerous here. It was Hattie, urging, everyone, get back. You might get caught in it if you're too close. Saying that, she continued to shout loudly, everyone, run from here quickly. Hearing this, some people began to leave in a hurry. Suddenly, a woman talking to her companion caught Hattie's attention. What do we do? Seeing this, she lost her patience and snapped. What do you mean, what? Why aren't you leaving this dangerous place? The people replied, but my child is inside. My child too. Amidst her dumbfounded expression, the two of them ran in the opposite direction. They are being treated by the cult leader inside. Minyu's words suddenly appeared in her mind. Helping me fight the cult leader is also an opportunity for you. Doing so will help your crimes be reduced. Thinking this, she said decisively, a hunter always puts the safety of the people first. That is the purpose and duty of a hunter. Then she gave an order, leave it to me. I will find the children trapped in here. Everyone get out quickly. Loki's demon slaves cried out in panic. Master. Then both demon slaves exclaimed, He is below, attacking your mana container. If that container is destroyed, then your power, Master. They suffered from their guilt while Loki remained silent. Sorry, Master. This is our fault. We didn't react in time. Meanwhile, Minyu was still frantically attacking the core of Loki's power, roaring, "The one who was deceived is me." As he collided with the sphere once more, he realized its mana was too immense to this the container for all of his power? If I can destroy it, that cult leader's power will be significantly reduced. Thinking this, Minyu became determined. I have to do this quickly. Even if it's a bit of shame, I can't fight him at his strongest. Then, killing intent appeared in his eyes. But this is necessary. There's no more time to hesitate. He swung his arm forcefully, destroying the sphere. I can't miss this opportunity for a momentary desire. The sphere broke in two like a cracked macadamia nut. The concentrated power escaped along with it. Before he could rest, Minyu quickly looked up. All right, next is... Suddenly, from the hole in the wall above, someone was in free fall. He immediately recognized him. Beelzebub. He groaned weakly. I'm out of mana. I can't fly anymore. Minyu looked up at the sky and cursed under his breath. Those damn demon followers are down here already. He was stunned by what he saw. The demon followers were jumping down right after Jinyu. These two had cold faces, as if they already intended to kill him. Seeing this, he didn't have time to react. Minyu remained calm, even as he screamed in panic. He stepped forward with his spear, right in front of the two demon followers. He launched an attack, but they parried it. Below, Jinyu was still falling. Save me. He quickly turned his head. Then he created a rock just big enough for Jinyu to land on. Rinu landed safely. At that moment, right behind Minyu, the two demon followers were intending to launch a sneak attack. He immediately spun around and swung his spear to push them back. His face remained extremely serious and cold, revealing no openings. Once again, he swung the spear in his hand, forcing them to dodge. Suddenly, their eyes turned pitch black. Instantly, their heads transformed into ferocious white snakes, attacking fiercely. Jinyu, lying on the ground, was also surprised and exclaimed, Seeing this, he grew worried for his own fate. I'm going to die. Suddenly, Jinyu felt the ground begin to shake. He sat up and looked down. The fight had paused as Minyu took a defensive stance. The two demon followers were also on guard. Suddenly, a figure appeared. It was Loki. As soon as he appeared, he praised, "You're pretty good." Then he continued, "I underestimated you, Baphomet." His face was still cold, as if devoid of any emotion. Elsewhere, someone was also approaching. Hattie also felt the tremor and thought to herself, is the building shaking because of the shockwaves from their battle? Then she looked into the space ahead. It's too dark ahead. I can't see anything. She felt worried and thought, I wonder where the trapped children are. Suddenly, a child with a few bandages wrapped around her head appeared. Help me. Seeing this, she anxiously ran over, took the little girl's hand, and asked, Are you okay? You don't need to be scared. I'm here now. She looked at the child while thinking. She looks so dazed. It's not just because of the impact, but maybe the children's mental state was already like this while they were here. Hattie asked about the situation, and the little girl politely answered, Where are the other kids? Over there. All right, follow me. Saying that, she took the child's hand, and they walked together down the dark hallway. After a few steps, she suddenly saw something. It turned out they had found the others. Hattie said happily, I see them. The kids are all here. Luckily, they're okay. Then she enthusiastically suggested, Kids, hurry and follow me to your parents. From the darkness, a giant creature with a ferocious face and bloodthirsty eyes appeared silently. She was so happy she shed tears and exclaimed, Is that K9? Hattie emotionally cried out, So you're still alive? Moments from before K9 was adopted suddenly flashed back. A girl said, This puppy is so cute. Bro, let's pick him. The other person replied, He looks small now, but that might not be the case when he grows up. Oh, then I don't want him to grow up. Then another family came on. I want to get that dog. We don't have space for a dog, honey. It continued with other people. I already have this one. Let's just go to the store and buy a few more things for him and we'll be set. That's right. Another person appeared. Hello, ma'am. I'm here to buy a dog. What kind are you looking for? A small one. Just like that. Who knows how many people pass by? In a flash, snow began to fall. The falling snow signaled winter and also signaled that something good was about to come. To K9, a girl appeared, and the employee greeted her. "Hello, ma'am." They talked just like all the other conversations K9 had hopelessly witnessed. That "I want to adopt a dog." "Yes, what specific breed are you looking for?" "Well," as she spoke, her gaze suddenly stopped somewhere. The girl had seen K9 and exclaimed, "Oh, there's a dog here. No one has adopted him yet. Why? He looks cute." Then she immediately made a decision. "I'll take this dog." She immediately held out her hand and called Sweetie. The girl started talking to it. "Come home with me." At this moment, K9's eyes lit up as if it also felt an unprecedented warmth. It closed its eyes, unable to believe what was happening was real. It had been adopted, and when it opened its eyes again, miraculously, it was now sitting comfortably in its new owner's home. It sat still as a statue. Its eyes were glued to the door. Then Hattie finally came home and called gently, "K9," and it happily received her affection, squinting its eyes and sticking out its tongue with excitement. It even lifted its paw as if to do a handshake. The beautiful memories passed, returning to the dark cellar where the children were being held. K9 coldly stepped on the children and slaughtered them. Hattie, standing to one side, witnessed it and froze on the spot. Her face was covered in cold sweat, unable to believe what had just happened before her eyes. Looking at her beloved pet in front of her, she screamed in agony, "K9, what's wrong with you?" Its eyes suddenly flashed with a terrifying red light. Its paw swiped past Hattie's right side. At this point, she seemed to have lost all awareness. Was gone. At this moment, Loki over here was rambling about something that I'm quite confident in my intuition. I can tell what people are like just by looking at them, what they're thinking. I see that you are like me. Baphomet stood silently, listening to him speak. Loki continued with his reasoning. "You're probably not a good person either. You're surely not doing this for justice, are you?" He sneered, then was cut off by him. "I see you've done more evil than I have." "Shut up." Baphomet then let out a torrent of retorts. "Who's like a bastard like you? Huh? A sicko who takes pleasure in killing people. How could I be like you?" He immediately retorted, "What do you know about my purpose? I just want to do something great." Minyu sneered, "A bastard like you is just satisfying his own sick pleasure. What's so great about that?" His words angered him, and he threatened, "Hearing you talk makes me want to just kill you already." He was not one to back down and challenged, "Then come here and kill me." He continued, "I may do evil things, but I'm not sick like you. My evil is very decisive and clear. To prove it to you." He decisively charged forward to attack Loki. "I'll show you right now." He stood still on the spot, seemingly not intending to dodge. Then suddenly, he gave a sly smile. From somewhere, K9 suddenly appeared and attacked Minyu. Its claw created a huge impact on the ground. It stood protecting Loki with its ferocious, blood-red eyes. Seeing K9 like this, Baphomet exclaimed, "K9, you." From the dark corner, Hattie also appeared, her body covered in blood. "It's different now." She looked up with a face full of tears and blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, saying painfully to him, "K9, kill it." While K9 was charging like a wild beast, Hattie said, "For my ambition, I have killed too many people." She said as the shockwave hit him, "Now is the time for me to atone for those sins." K9 was still charging as Hattie. Despite her great pain, urged Minyu, "Kill it." She seemed very weak and tried to whisper so that it no longer has to suffer being controlled. Now she could no longer stand. Free it from its life of suffering. The collision occurred, and dust and smoke spread in all directions. K9 raised its claw high. It quickly brought it down to attack Minyu, but he easily dodged it. He moved to another side, and it immediately struck another blow at his spot, sending a large piece of the wall flying. Minyu remained calm, his face unchanging. He immediately used his fist to shatter the piece of wall. It broke into pieces as if it was nothing difficult for him. However, right after the rock shattered, K9 attacked him with its sharp teeth. Suddenly, he disappeared from K9's sight. It stood there, confused, not understanding. Suddenly, it looked up and saw that he was already in position in the air, preparing for counterattack. He held his spear tightly, its tip aimed straight at K9. He dove down, plunging the sharp spear into it. Suddenly, a light appeared, causing him to pause slightly. A skill. It turned out, K9 had used Shadow Shield to block his attack. At this moment, his spear tip could only stop at the shield on its skin, unable to cause it any damage. He used a special move called Enveloping Shadow. Arrow. He launched a continuous barrage of attacks, aimed directly at K9. Quickly, K9 brought its claws forward to counterattack. With his keen senses, he managed to use his spear to block it in time. His spear suddenly showed a few cracks. Seeing this situation, he was utterly surprised. In his mind, an image of the female attendant who had warned him before appeared. If your equipped item gets damaged next time, you'll not only have to pay the rental fee, but also the cost of the damaged item. At the same time, his spear officially broke in two. It's a goner again. He was immediately sent flying like an arrow through who knows how many rocks before stopping. To one side, Jinyu saw this and was very worried, calling out, "Baphomet!" Right behind him, Loki's two demon followers appeared. A heaven-shaking attack was launched, and they paused to observe the situation. The two subordinates had managed to save Jinyu in time. Now, they were observing the opponent. One turned to ask, "Lord Third Anzabub, are you all right?" He managed to reply, "I summoned you with the last bit of magic I had. I don't feel well now. Take me to a safe place." Hearing this, they asked again, "What about Lord Baphomet?" He shrieked, "What Baphomet? I'm about to die here. Forget him. He'll survive." As he was speaking, Jinyu coughed up blood. "I don't have any strength left to help him. Ugh." After saying that, he fainted. Seeing this, his two subordinates panicked. "Lord Third Anzabub, let's quickly get Lord Beelzebub to safety. This place isn't safe. The aftershocks of the battle are affecting us too much." Loki witnessed everything but still stood still. Suddenly, he glanced to one side, looking towards Baphomet. In the rubble, there was still no sign of Minhua's reappearance. The white smoke still shrouded everything, and K9's sharp claws were still standing menacingly on the ground. Now, it was slowly approaching him, who was still motionless. It imagined a hand placed on its giant body, calling softly, "K9." Its skin was hypnotized, seeing Hattie. She coaxed it sweetly. "This is what must be done so the five of us in our family can live together again." She smiled. "You understand, right? Kill him." Receiving the order, K9 immediately raised its claw to continue attacking Baphomet. Suddenly, he woke up, his blood-red eyes wide open. He raised his fist to fight back. The two blows collided, creating shockwaves. Surprisingly, K9 was knocked backward. It tried to use all four legs to maintain its balance. At this moment, Baphomet spoke, "If the weapon is broken." He took a stance like a martial artist. His face was cold, his hand raised with two fingers in a provocative gesture that "I'll deal with you with these fists, K9." Seeing this, K9 immediately went berserk and charged to attack him. Without mercy, he immediately swung his fist in response. K9 was hit and let out a roar. It seemed to be slightly stunned after his attack, but it quickly regained its focus and continued to charge into battle. Once again, it took a powerful kick from Minyu right on the chin. He landed another extremely powerful blow on its head. Next was a punch as heavy as 1,000 pounds to its neck. As if sensing something, Baphomet's face suddenly went blank. K9 was now starting to tremble in fear. He took a deep breath. A series of his punches rained down on it like a storm. His face was now ferocious, without a hint of mercy. K9 seemed unable to do anything, only able to stand still like a statue and take the beating. Minhua's gaze suddenly became sharper. K9's eyes also widened as it heard a whisper, "Kill him, K9." Suddenly, it unleashed its power, throwing him off. Seeing this, Minyu was surprised and had to retreat. It used a special skill again called Dark Forest. From the darkness, K9 appeared behind him. It launched an attack, but he blocked it. However, it still left scratches on his arm. Next was a series of attacks with a barrage of scratches from K9. One blow even slashed across Minhua's chest. K9's body had changed. Its entire body was now as if enveloped in a mysterious white light. The attacks continued like a storm. Minyu was still struggling to fight back without a word. The attack were dealing more and more damage to him, and more blood was being shed, but he still didn't seem to be giving up. He tried to defend while looking for an opportunity to approach. His fist swung towards it, but K9 immediately reacted. Minyu was sent flying easily. After landing, he silently calculated, "It's attacking too fast and too strong. This is not good. My arm will be torn off at this rate." He made a bold decision. "I have to use a skill to end this." Activate skill. He looked at the brightly glowing beast. Adrenaline 2, Predation 2. Immediately after, he charged forward to engage K9. The two sides relentlessly exchanged blows. The battle was incredibly fierce. Suddenly, Minyu, with a determined look in his eyes, rushed towards K9. It was still in a defensive stance. He said confidently with a sharp gaze, "Time for the ultimate move." Flames appeared around his hand. The fire became more and more concentrated, and the distance between him and it grew shorter and shorter. He shouted, "Super!" as the technique began to touch K9. Inferno. A heaven-shaking explosion occurred immediately after the impact. In the sea of fire, one could still see the silhouette of K9 with its ferocious eyes. He shouted powerfully, "Let's end this." At this moment, K9 was still standing there, being burned by the flames. In its mind, the image of its masters appeared along with the command, "Kill." It stood there, seemingly having given up, but the image of its master was still there, ordering, "Kill." Its eyes glowed brightly in the sea of fire. Finally, Hattie's image appeared. She ordered it, "Kill him, K9. Minyu suddenly felt something strange. He was surprised by the image before him. What? An arm flew up. K9 charged out of the fire and bit Minyu's body. At this moment, Baphomet suddenly remembered, back in the Tower of Trials, my usual weapons were claws or fangs. At that time, he was wearing a goat mask with two horns, standing tall before the trembling fear of someone. "Spare me, I don't want to die." He realized that the difficult part is that beast claws or fangs wear out quickly in battle. When that happens, the fight becomes more complicated. He felt a bit strange, unable to help but exclaim at the enemy's helplessness. "Weird, I can't cut it. It must be too dull. Please spare me. You seem to be doing just fine." He said coldly, "Scream less. You'll be revived right away." Saying that, he decisively slashed down, ending the life of the creature before him. When it was over, he stood tall, not forgetting to add a sarcastic remark. "What an idiot." Returning to the present, he began to think deeply. "Back then, I also realized that to fight well, I must have a truly high-quality weapon." He felt very helpless in the current situation and exclaimed, "I don't understand." Baphomet was still firmly in K9's mouth, asking himself, "Why am I remembering that? I'm in a fight right now." Looking at the intact and powerful K9 before him, he truly found it hard to understand. "I already hit it with the Predation 2 skill. Why is it completely unharmed?" He began to feel scared that why current situation is too dangerous. His face turned pale, his eyes wide open, covered in cold sweat. Then he suddenly realized, but wait, I might have been too overconfident, thinking I could take it down simply by using a high damage skill. Suddenly, K9 bit down on him harder. Blue veins popped on Baphomet's forehead as he tried his best to endure, letting out a groan. Cool. He remembered what Jinyu once said, "You're always so overconfident. One day, you'll fail a trial and die." He began to question himself. Die? The image of another instructor reminding him also appeared in his mind. "You should also upgrade your equipment to be better." Then he suddenly realized, that's right, equipment. If I had better equipment or items, I wouldn't have to face such a dangerous situation. Suddenly, the image of a very powerful Zaven appeared in his mind. He felt a bit dazed and panicked. K9 was now preparing to attack him again. It opened its sharp-toothed maw again, preparing to make him taste pain once more. But this time, things were different. Those sharp teeth were stopped by his strong legs. His two legs spread wide, like a prop between its two jaws. At this moment, Baphomet glared at K9. Then, as quick as a flash, he escaped from the dangerous situation. Now, he only had his right arm left, his combat power likely greatly reduced. Suddenly, he called out, "Spatial pouch." He had finally realized a truth, that he had been too overconfident in using the predation skill. It was also because he had defeated previous opponents too easily. So he opened the spatial pouch and began a search, hoping to turn the tables. But this battle was different. Finally, his finger stopped on a locked slot named Zaven's sword, and he seemed very happy to exclaim, "This is it." He began to explain the origin of the sword more clearly. "The sword that Zaven guy stabbed me with before in the tower. It's the most powerful weapon I've ever known. It defeated me in that battle. He continued with great confidence. I can guess that since this sword was used by that top hunter Zaven, it must be of the best quality. Compared to my crappy rental weapon, it must be on a whole new, incomparable level. But he quickly calmed down and thought, but the difficult part right now is... He glanced worriedly at his spatial bag again. As it turned out, the system announced, this is a locked item. You cannot use this item. He cursed inwardly. Damn it. While continuing to fight K9, he persistently tried to unlock the sword, but was only met with disappointment. This is a locked item. You cannot use this item. Damn it. It has to be unlocked. Quickly. He seemed to scream in his mind, I have to unlock it quickly. Suddenly, he stopped his movements, no longer moving. Minyu stood motionless, facing K9's massive body directly. Its gaze on him remained unchanged, still just as cold and bloodthirsty. He was no different, his eyes shining with a rare determination. He suddenly said, if I die, from somewhere, a white beam of light suddenly shot out and attacked K9. It angrily charged forward to attack him. He finished the second part of his threat. Then you won't be at peace either. At this moment, the locked sword suddenly began to glow. It seemed some kind of change was happening to it. A contemptuous laugh rang out. Ha ha. The sword suddenly emitted a fierce gale, knocking Minyu down. They seemed to be talking in his mind. The spirit in the sword said, are you threatening me? You're truly a far cry from that other hunter. She introduced herself. I am the spirit in the sword. Then she made a very bold decision, but one that matched Baphomet's desire. I find you interesting and will let you try using me to fight this time. Don't disappoint me, Baphomet. He was so surprised by the sword's words that he asked himself, how can this be? He vaguely realized, a sword spirit? Then he suddenly felt bewildered by a misunderstanding, but I was angry at that goddess. In Baphomet's imagination, a girl appeared, lounging on a chair eating popcorn, saying lazily, all right, I'll do it, just don't nag next time. But the result was completely unexpected. He didn't think a sword spirit would respond to him. The sword's spirit continued. This demon sword can transform into multiple forms to suit its user. I have been observing you for a while, which is why I just reveal myself to talk to you. He felt stunned by what he heard and hesitantly asked back, multiple forms? The sword continued to ask, so what do you want? As it made the sound, the sword glowed. What form should I transform into to suit you? A moment of silence followed the question, but quickly, Baphomet broke into a confident smile. He replied gently, it doesn't really matter. He answered simply, just transform into whatever is logical and powerful. K9's violent attack on the ground created a large crater and left many cracks around its feet, but seemed to have missed him. It also felt strange that its attack had missed. At some point, Baphomet was already in the air, holding a sword that emitted incredibly powerful dark energy. A notification from the system, activating Weapon Master Skill 3. He raised the sword to prepare a strike, accompanied by more notifications from the system, using the Weapon Plunder passive. The higher the combat stats and weapon experience, the more the full potential of this weapon will be unleashed. He started charging at K9 like an arrow. His face was now like that of a fierce demon. This would surely be an extremely dangerous attack. However, K9 showed no fear and also charged forward to meet him in battle. The clash began fiercely. K9 took a blow to the neck. Blood started gushing from the spot, looking very painful. It stood up straight, the wound still bleeding non-stop. Minyu now began to show a victorious smile. The two of them charged at each other once more. K9's claws against Minyu's sword. It was unknown which would prevail. The collision occurred, and both were pushed back. Minyu landed so forcefully that he shattered the rock and soil beneath his feet. He gathered momentum and then leaped powerfully towards K9. Suddenly, countless spikes grew all over K9's body too. Defend. Baphomet was still charging at a terrifying speed. His cold, sharp eyes and the sword in his hand seemed ready for the decisive blow. He unleashed a powerful slash, the red arc of the sword heading straight for K9. It roared and also charged forward to meet it. Baphomet did the same, shouting loudly to show his determination. A wound appeared on K9's leg, another wound on its torso. Yet another wound was spotted. It seemed K9 was about to collapse. Minyu continued to gather momentum, leaping high into the air to prepare for the fatal blow. His face was now no different from a god of death. His sword aimed straight down at where K9 lay. K9 took the full force of Baphomet's sword, and fresh blood splattered everywhere because of it. K9 roared in pain and despair. He confidently raised a finger to the sky to celebrate his victory. But wait, the light suddenly returned to K9's eyes. It quickly struggled up and threw Baphomet far away. It trembled, trying to stand firm on its legs. It seemed to be very heavily injured. Even so, it still tried to charge forward with its wounded body to attack one more time. It opened its jaws wide, roared, and charged. It remembered its owner, Hattie. "Hey, my little puppy." She spoke gently to it. "You've tried your best. It's time to rest." K9's ferocious gaze suddenly softened completely. It must have felt that warmth again, the warmth from the first time it was adopted once. More. Now, victory and defeat were clear. K9 had been sliced into pieces by Baphomet's sword. In its final moments, it suddenly saw its past self in a moment when its eyes were tightly shut. It suddenly opened its eyes. Has it truly been reborn now? Suddenly, there was a gentle call, K9. The beloved owners it had longed for day and night now appeared before it once more. "Come here, Mom and Dad. Hurry up and come home with us." It seemed its wish had been granted as it broke into a happy smile. Now it was as if it had a soul, a voice of its own. That's right. It slowly fell with its final thoughts. There's no need to fight anymore. It had officially fallen for everyone. In its family, it saw an image of its family reunited together. There was a faint sound, which grew louder. An even louder sound erupted. Behind Loki, a stylish Baphomet stepped out from the rubble. Loki couldn't believe his eyes and praised, "Not bad." Minyu declared forcefully, "Now it's your turn, you cult leader bastard." He didn't forget to call him a pervert. Se-young-un was surprised by the scene before him. He turned to the left, then looked to the right. Then he put a hand to his forehead to check his temperature, his face constantly breaking out in a cold sweat, somewhat helpless and seemingly very troubled by what was before him. He slowly walked towards Baphomet, who was standing tall over a pool of blood on the ground, and stammered, What is all this?" He was still at a loss for words when he saw Baphomet's defiant expression. Mr. Minyu, can't permit. Minyu replied coldly, "This matter, I was about to ask you the same thing." Returning to a few hours earlier, Loki mockingly asked Minyu, "Pervert, is that simple sentence all you can say?" He angrily charged at him, shouting die. His attack was quickly dodged by him. But then, in just a moment, he realized the power from that blow was not simple. It even stunned him in amazement for a second. Seeing the situation, the two demon slaves behind him worriedly called out to their master. The older sister seemed furious to see her master get hit and charged forward to attack Baphomet frantically, calling him a bastard. Pure white snakes with bloodshot red eyes, full of anger, rushed towards him without breaking. Facing them, Baphomet gritted his teeth, his scratched body enveloped in a stream of red energy. He used one hand to hold the sharp sword, blocking the attack of the ferocious white snakes, while questioning him, "What do you want now?" Then he violently threw the older sister off. Again, sister. The remaining demon slave, seeing her sister being attacked, frantically rushed forward. "You bastard." However, it seemed like a futile effort as Baphomet defeated that demon slave instantly with just one blow. Immediately, he declared, "The two troublesome disciples are gone." He then turned towards Loki. The two sides faced each other directly. Loki stood proudly, looking at him, seemingly without a trace of fear. Suddenly, a figure shot up as fast as lightning. A lightning-fast slash was unleashed by Baphomet towards Loki. A long, dark red gash appeared on his muscular body. Immediately, his body was split into two pieces, and butterflies also appeared from the slash. Then his entire body turned into butterflies filled with light. Unexpectedly, they gathered to form two different Lokis. Baphomet looked around. It seemed the number wasn't just two. In total, 8 Lokis were standing around Baphomet, forming the shape of an 8-petaled flower. He said smugly, "How about it, Baphomet? If I had known you would interfere in this, things would have been even more fun." Then, while opening his palm, he said, "But it's not too late yet." Then all his clones simultaneously aimed their palms at Baphomet. An extremely powerful palm strike from all of Loki's copies forced him to struggle to dodge. "You and I can still have fun together." Suddenly, right next to him, butterflies began to gather. A few short seconds, Loki had reappeared right beside him and made a declaration. "Shall we stop this pointless fight?" Then he and his clone surrounded him, saying boldly, "Why must you and I fight to the death? Do you see that I'm not interested right now?" Then he suddenly said, "Well, that's simple to change." With that, he transformed into Julia and asked gently, "How about it in this form?" Baphomet immediately roared and attacked him, but he dodged it. "Get lost." Loki suddenly praised him not bad. Then, while charging forward to attack with a terrifying face, he spoke threatening words. "You're not easily fooled, are you? What a pity." He continued to attack and said, "But think about it again." He still tried to persuade Hunter Baphomet. "Why must we fight to the death? Isn't it better to have fun together?" He continued in a condescending tone, "I don't give such a good opportunity to just anyone." Loki concluded with an unbelievable offer, "Become my close servant." In response to all of this, Baphomet just swung his sword and said, "The bastard talks too much." Loki had a stunned expression, not understanding what had just happened, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Looking at his heroic back from behind, Loki probably still felt confused. Suddenly, Baphomet turned back, giving him a bad feeling. Could it be? And that premonition was confirmed with Baphomet's neck slash. He can sense my position. The older demon slave sister lying on the ground suddenly moved. The younger demon slave, leaning against the cliff wall, did the same. Both turned into snakes and shouted, "Master!" Then the two of them combined and charged at Minyu, but luckily he dodged. Although the attack missed, they came back again. They opened their sharp-toothed jaws wide. "Want to swallow him whole? Try run, you guy." As quick as a flash, he dodged once more. He did a perfect flip to land right on top of their heads. They had two heads, and he had pinned one of them down. Baphomet swung his sword high, preparing the decisive blow. However, they were truly formidable. The other head quickly attacked him to provide backup, but he was just as quick and managed to escape. He landed, turned his head, and looked at the two demon slaves in their snake forms with cold, sharp eyes. The two demon slave sisters were no pushovers either, glaring back at him with extreme hostility. Baphomet raised his voice in warning, "Get lost." The two sisters heard it, as if it were music to a buffalo's ears, remaining smugly motionless. Not only that, they opened their jaws wide and roared. Back at Baphomet, the frame turning pitch black. And of course, everyone could guess the outcome. A bloody snake head appeared. No, in fact, both snake heads have been taken down, covered in blood, sprawled on the ground. Baphomet, even with only one hand, was still truly very strong. Now he stood tall, looking towards Loki, who was slumped on the cliff face in front of him. Although the two sisters had been completely defeated, their bodies had shrunk considerably compared to before. But both were still trying to find a way to save Loki. "Sister, what do we do? At this rate, Master will die." The older sister's eyes suddenly became unusually determined, not responding to her younger sister's call. "Sister." The older sister suddenly spoke. "Listen to me. You have to do as I say." At this moment, the tip of Baphomet's sword was pointed at Loki's face. Death was truly near for him. Suddenly, Baphomet's mind seemed to be flooded with thoughts. At this moment, all his past actions appeared in his head. He remembered when he died, how he had died. He remembered the image of Loki laughing triumphantly at his pain, what kind of agony he had to endure. The scene of Baphomet being trampled on the ground appeared vividly, along with the thought, "It's all like a movie replaying in my mind." With all his inherent hatred, he raised his flaming sword. "You are you." He struck, accompanied by intense killing intent. "You will also die like that." Surprisingly, one of the two sisters rushed in to take the blow for him. Its head was sliced off, burning brightly like a firework. Baphomet, having been thwarted again, was very angry and cursed. "These damn bitches are so annoying." Suddenly, he was horrified by something happening before his eyes. It turned out the remaining one was trying to swallow Loki into its stomach to protect him. Seeing this, Baphomet hurriedly shouted, "What? No!" At this point, it seemed the older sister also immediately noticed him. He started to move to prevent Loki from escaping. "It took me forever to take him down." He charged forward like a moth to a flame, still enveloped in red energy along with his anger. His hand swung the sharp sword as his mouth shouted loudly, "How can you take his head and run away? I can't let that happen." The older sister quickly blocked Baphomet and her younger sister. The younger sister, worried for her older sister, looked at her shielding her and couldn't help but exclaim, "Sister." But it seemed her big sister had made her own decision, speaking clearly to her younger sister, "Run now." After that, the older sister charged forward to fight Baphomet while urgently and hastily giving the order, "Go quickly." The older sister was still very resilient despite the situation. Baphomet was also trying his best to prevent his efforts from going to waste. A terrifying collision occurred. After the battle, the first bit of light began to appear. The sunlight shone on the desolate ruins. From within the decay, Minyu emerged. The older sister, now back in human form, was laughing sarcastically in his face, starting with the taunts. "What a pity for you, but you did well. The fact that you defeated Master surprised me, but that's as far as it goes. He will." Minyu stood still and listened without replying immediately. Then he too burst out laughing. His laughter grew louder and louder, echoing throughout the area. The older sister asked doubtfully, "Have you gone mad from disappointment?" He quickly turned around and did something. The older sister's eyes suddenly widened in extreme horror. As it turned out, one of his sword strikes had come down and killed the older sister instantly. The older sister's last word was still calling her master's name. Baphomet showed no mercy and slashed again, fresh blood splattering everywhere. His sword hand and the hilt of the sword were now stained with foul-smelling blood. His whole body was no different, and he cursed. Damn it! He seemed extremely angry, still holding his slashing stance, and continued to curse. "This is pissing me off." He looked up, his eyes becoming unusually bloodthirsty, and he let out a loud shout to release his frustration. Se-young questioned Minyu. "You infiltrated that church organization but were discovered by them, so you were forced to fight to eliminate them. Is it your story? Do you think I'll believe you?" Minyu was silent for a moment. Then after a while, he replied, "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do, but that's the truth." He was refuted again. "How can you be so irresponsible? You were already briefed on this mission by Assistant T-Yong." Se-young was full of suspicion. "If you were discovered during the mission, you could have chosen to retreat and report back to the organization." But Minyu maintained his stance. "I didn't want it to be like that either, but when I was discovered, my life was in danger, so I had to act at that moment." However, Se-young wasn't very convinced. "What are you talking about? How is this different from what I know about you? You have a sense that always detects danger before it happens." Minyu silently stared at the other person. Se-young recalled Sang-jin's previous instructions. "In the process of managing hunters, there are times when we can't control them. Because each hunter has a different personality and way of thinking, they are very difficult beings to control. Therefore, we need to be gentle at times and also firm at times to mold them into the framework." So, losing patience, the thought in Se-young Yuan's head was, "It seems I've been too lenient with him." Facing Minyu, Se-young began to consider. If he doesn't follow orders and always acts on his own thoughts, then perhaps he's no longer of any use to me. A hunting dog that doesn't obey its master can only be put down. Se-young placed his hand on the table as streams of energy in the air emitted a humming sound, slowly approaching Minyu. He thought, "He has developed his abilities too quickly. I need to be careful. Before he becomes too strong and beyond my control, perhaps I need to act now. This seed of future trouble probably can't be kept any longer." But before he could make a move, the figure of a white-haired girl suddenly appeared behind Minyu. She was floating in the air, and it seemed only Se-young could see her. The girl opened her hand and flew towards Se-young causing him to take a wary step back. Outside the interrogation room, the two girls, Yun Se-young and Hyen, shouted at T-yong, "Hey, open the door." But he stood firm and replied, "The hunter is currently being interrogated. Without an order from a superior, no one is allowed to enter." Yun Se-young yelled, "Hey, what are you talking about? I'm also involved with him. He's my patient, and he hasn't been treated since returning from his combat mission. Although hunters recover differently from normal people, you can't just leave him like that, can you?" She was extremely angry and argued, "And he's a member of my department 302. As the department head, how can I turn a blind eye and let you guys do whatever you want to him?" T-yong remained calm. "You need to remember that the person who assigned him to work in your department 302 was the captain. Yun Se-young frowned. Seeing that reason wouldn't persuade him, Yun Se-young said to Ti-yong, despite his somewhat speechless expression, "So you're absolutely not letting us in? In that case, I'll make a scene and let this entire headquarters know that you're abusing your authority." Then Yun Se-young opened her coat and shouted, "If you still don't agree, I won't let this go. I'll do whatever it takes." Ti-yong was also at his wit's end and shook his head. Seeing this, Yun Se-young rushed to kick the door open, not forgetting to threaten, "You just wait, this isn't over with me." But the scene inside surprised Yun Se-young greatly. Min-yu was still sitting on the chair with a calm face, while Se-young-un was sprawled out in a panic. On the floor, Se-young-un, with a pale face, stammered, "A ghost? Was it a ghost?" A long while later, Yun Se-young and Se-young-un went to a private place to discuss. Se-young-un held his forehead and tremblingly recounted that it was the ghost of the system. Yun Se-young stood with her arms crossed, listening. "The ghost of the system? You mean you saw that ghost? I thought that was just a story that's been told, but never verified." Se-young-un replied, trembling, "I don't know about that, but I really did see that ghost. It was floating and had white hair." Yun Se-young asked, "So it was a woman?" Se-young-un held his forehead and nodded. Yun Se-young pressed, "But what was she like?" "I was panicking at the time, so I couldn't pay much attention." "Was she pretty?" "Hey, Yun Se-young, what time is it to be asking such a weird thing?" "It was accompanied by a red system window. You must have seen that too, right?" Yun Se-young explained. "A red system window? That's a window that displays dangerous warning messages. Did that window have any message threatening you?" Se-young-un also fell silent. "I don't know how to say it, but it wasn't exactly a threat. The system ghost with a stiff smile and a message. You must not kill him, because if you kill him, you will also suffer a loss of forces. He is the one carrying out my work requests, just as he is working for you." Se-young-un bowed his head, dejected. "Does the system ghost know all my thoughts?" Seeing him hesitate, Yun Se-young pressed. "You said it wasn't a threat? So what did it say specifically? Why did you stop talking?" Se-young-un considered. "To be precise, it was a persuasive argument. You just need to understand that much. It's hard to explain it more clearly. Therefore, I let him go. I'll keep him in Department 302 for now and mainly observe him further." Elsewhere, Jin-yu was surprised by Min-yu's return. "You're back. You look much healthier. That battle must have been quite tough for you." "I've already finished all the housework." The main character slowly walked over, ignoring Jin-yu's mumblings. "You look a little confused. Hey, don't be mad at me. It's not that I didn't want to help you during the fight, but my magic was completely depleted by then. I wanted to help you, but I was powerless. That bastard cult leader escaped, which I also regret, but I'm sure we'll have a chance to meet him again later." "That's enough," Min-yu calmly interrupted. "Just be quiet for a bit." Suddenly, there was laughter. It was the voice of the Sword Soul. "Aha, so it's time for me to appear again, Hunter Fomet. I lent you my power in the last battle." It hung suspended in the air, the sword's body emitting a purple light, looking down from above at the two of them. It spoke arrogantly. "Now it's time to settle things between us, isn't it? I'll also remind you, you can't just use my power whenever you want. You need to pass the strength test I have for you. If you can pass it, then we'll talk. Now, show me your true power." Min-yu didn't let it continue and lunged to grab the sword. It was surprised, huh? "What the hell? What are you doing?" Min-yu spun it around and around. Meanwhile, Jin-yu squatted to one side, watching, then used a magnifying glass to reflect sunlight onto it, making it uncomfortable that it's too hot. Then he plunged it into ice water. "It's freezing." Then he tormented IT hurts so much. "Why are you doing this? Stop it, you bastard. Why are you destroying me? Stop. I can't take it anymore." Again and again, Min-yu used physical methods to tame it. It lay fallen on the ground, sighing. All right, I surrender to you. You've won." Min-yu picked it up and threatened it. "You talk tough, don't you? Now do you know what kind of person I am? From now on, you'll call me Master, understand?" It obediently replied, "Yes, Master." Watching the scene, Jin-yu also felt, "Serves you right. Why did you have to go and provoke that guy?" He suddenly became suspicious. "But that's weird. How can the sword's soul feel those tortures?" It replied, "What's so strange about it? He tortured the physical body of the sword. So as the soul of the sword, I feel that pain too." Min-yu observed, "You're the sword soul. In Jieyu's sword? Is your power affected by The user? It replied, that's right. The user's strength, personality, usage method, fighting style, special talents, and actual power have a great influence on me. Minyu pondered. Jinyu stroked his chin. Your old master, Jieya, used you quite well, didn't he? It affirmed, that's right. He was able to bring out almost all of my power. However, he never used my diverse transformation feature. He only used me as a regular sword. Seeing Minyu's somber face, it immediately started to flatter him. Unlike Master, who always knows how to change the weapon's form according to the style and situation of the battle. From now on, bringing out my full power will depend on you, Master. Minyu then asked the classic, difficult question. You said your power depends on the user. So, between me and Jieya, who is a more suitable user for you in combat? It fell silent. Jinyu also broke into a cold sweat. Then it replied that that's quite simple. To bring out my full potential, my master needs to have the highest possible power. Master already knows this. In the battle at the Tower of Trials, Big Brother lost to Jieya, didn't he? Jinyu was startled and thought, why is this guy so stupid, bringing up his failure? He must not want to live in peace. It continued its honest assessment. Even in the previous battle with the two snakes, if it were Jieya, he would have simply sliced them in half. And as for that cult leader, he wouldn't have been able to escape death either. The atmosphere suddenly became frighteningly quiet. Jinyu covered his mouth in silence, shedding a tear for it. Minyu's face also turned pale. After a long while, he let out a breath, calmly accepting the reality that that's so? It might be because my power is still too weak, so I haven't been able to bring out your full strength. Seeing this, Jinyu breathed a sigh of relief that if my power had been at its best that day, the battle would have gone my way. That cult leader wouldn't have escaped either. So he's acknowledging his own failure? That's really different. Minyu was determined. This is a failure I must remember. He gripped the sword tightly and told himself, I will definitely erase this disgrace. The next time we meet, he will only face death. That's it. Minyu stared ahead, repeating his resolve. Therefore, I need to become stronger, even stronger. With the desire to become stronger, the power of Baphomet had a breakthrough. I must become stronger. Night fell, and the streets bustled with people strolling about. Inside a high-rise building, there were experimental human models lying on stretchers, being injected with a blood-like liquid. A few researchers walked around, observing the samples. Someone was hurrying back and forth. At the same time, Pitmaker was soaking in that red liquid. Her figure was beautiful and sensual, a faint smile on her lips. Pitmaker was relaxing when she suddenly sensed danger, her eyes widening as she shot up. She pointed her gun at a person who had suddenly appeared, causing the person to break down into code, but after a moment, the code reassembled back into its original form. It was Trong Ayu. Only then did Pitmaker calmly lie back down in the pool. He took a strand of her hair and mused. Long time no see, huh? Your senses are as sharp as ever. Pitmaker. Pitmaker turned her head to look up. Loki, what do you want from me? He rested his chin on his hand and said, I have a favor to ask of you. That's why I came here. Pitmaker was surprised that's strange. What do you want to ask of me? A hand reached out from the pool of blood, followed by a whoosh. Pitmaker had pinned Trong Ayu to the ground and was sitting on top of him. Pitmaker grabbed his neck, smiling brightly. Ha ha ha. It seems your arrogance and contempt for everything have caused your power to decline quite a bit, haven't they, Loki? Who did you fight to end up beaten like this? He must be very strong. I'm very curious to know who made you this miserable. Trong Ayu replied. Simply put, he is very strong. Pitmaker's eyes widened in shock. Then she stood up and got off Trong Ayu. She repeated, very strong. Trong Ayu explained, he is Hunter Baphomet, an A-rank hunter from the association. You just saw that team. My power is almost completely gone now, so my life could be in danger. Pitmaker opened the system to check. Hunter Baphomet, a rank. Strong. Baphomet, huh? Baphomet. Trong Ayu smiled, knowing she was interested. This was just what he wanted. Trong Ayu introduced, that's him, a pretty strong hunter and quite handsome too, right? This is the favor I wanted to ask. Pitmaker's eyes lit up, her face flushing that you're saying this is him. Hunter Baphomet? I like him already just from looking. He's exactly my type. Tan skin, a bright face. I'm really looking forward to meeting him. In a chat room, a picture of the goddess Vankiji was sent to the group. Group members discussed the picture of the goddess Vankiji today. Hey, the goddess is so beautiful today, But did everyone realize? The hunter who cleared the labyrinth tower wasn't Vankiji. Someone was surprised. Come to think of it, there was no official announcement. So who cleared the labyrinth tower? It wasn't Echidna either. The room owner replied, it was Hunter Baphomet. Baphomet. The others were stunned. What did I just hear? It was him. Isn't Baphomet the same name as the boss of the Tower of Trials? The room owner replied, the boss of the Tower of Trials is Hunter Baphomet. Everyone simultaneously sent question marks, then burst out laughing. What nonsense is this? A monster turning into a human. Watch less anime. The room owner resignedly said, but it's true. Elsewhere in a dark room, someone dressed secretively angrily threw a phone with its screen still lit onto a table. Damn it, why doesn't anyone believe me? Why, when I saw it with my own eyes. In the Labyrinth Tower of Trials, I saw his true form in the tower. I saw him, so I know. But no matter how angry the person was, there was still no proof of the appearance of the one he was looking for. After buying a new phone, Jin Yu exclaimed happily, is this a smartphone? He was so happy he caressed it without letting go, even imagining he could read many novels with it. Minyu looked over and reminded him, now you have to keep my phone's battery intact, and remember to spend moderately. Do you have any idea how much you spent? Jin Yu glanced sideways. Money can be earned, but you're so stingy. Minyu grumbled, you just sit there shaking your leg while I have to struggle miserably on the border between life and death. Jin Yu retorted, what's the point of you saving money anyway? It's hot, and I asked you to buy an air conditioner, but you wouldn't. Minyu tried to explain, because I was thinking about our situation, but before he could finish, Jin Yu flared up. Since when did you start thinking about that damn situation? Minyu replied, anyway, since you contributed, when we catch that pervert, I'll buy you one. Suddenly, a red system notification screen appeared with a message. Hunter Central Headquarters. Would you like to check? Minyu was surprised and read the notification's content aloud. What's this? Hunter Central Headquarters. Dear Hunters, this is a notification regarding the auction of the Mana Stone of Jia Troll, the boss of the Labyrinth Tower. It seems the auction has been completed. The auction amount. The two leaned in eagerly. Then they froze, staring wide-eyed, and stammered in unison 100,000, 800 million. The system displayed 800 million won. The amount you will receive at the Hunter Central Headquarters after deducting taxes and auction fees. The two shouted for 800 million. Jin Yu and Minyu were equally incredulous. You hit the jackpot. A few bowls of beef pho. Is beef pho even the issue now? It was hard to believe this conversation was coming from two former tower bosses. Jin Yu pointed to a distant apartment building. Can't we buy a small apartment in that building? The main character poured cold water on the idea. What are you talking about? You can't buy a house in Seoul with this amount of money. Suddenly, Minyu's eyes gradually darkened as he looked at Jin Yu. I have an idea. If we take your Mana Stone, we'll have a lot more. Jin Yu angrily yelled, you crazy bastard. In this human form, this body doesn't have a Mana Stone. Minyu was a little disappointed. What a pity. First, let's go get that money, and then we can think about how to use it, okay? Let's go then. At a family restaurant, people were also discussing this matter. The IT wasn't Vankiji. Look, everyone's looking at the picture Vankiji just posted on Instagram. Someone praised, so beautiful. In a corner, for people, Echidna, Vankiji, and two friends, one with orange hair and one with purple hair. The orange-haired girl said, anyway, it's hot today, isn't it? Echidna replied, summer's here. The other one suggested, let's go for coffee after we eat. Find a nice cafe nearby. Oh, I know a place. Let's go there for ice cream for dessert. Sounds good. Let's go to that place. As for Vankiji, she wasn't paying much attention to the conversation. She was staring at her phone, and when she put it down, she made a flat statement. Everyone was taken aback. What? She replied, I'm talking about Min Taehyun. Oh, you mean the A-rank hunter from Asia. She complained, he's interested in me. I met him a few times, but he always talks about things I don't want to hear, don't want to talk about. Anyway, while we were playing golf, he told me that he had participated in an event to help the poor and then pretended to be deeply moved. He has no acting talent at all. Anyway, compared to my type, Echidna, who had been looking at her phone on the side as if not paying attention, suddenly cut in, like Hunter Baphomet, right? But you got rejected. This one remark hit Vankiji's heart, making her spit blood. She became angry out of embarrassment and yelled, I haven't even confessed. What do you mean rejected? Thinking of that person, Vankiji became a little shy. I just wanted to have a meal with him to celebrate clearing the Labyrinth Tower. Vankiji appeared and extended an invitation in Minu's room while he was still getting dressed, his upper body bare, revealing a muscular physique. He repeated a meal. She nodded, yeah. Minu refused outright. I have to do a rank evaluation test, clean up, and fix my place so I'm not free. Therefore, I'm not going. Recalling it, Vankiji felt a bit distressed. And even if I eat alone, I don't see any problem with it. Both of her friends were also a bit stunned. And oh problem, eating alone? That's a statement from someone with not a single romantic cell in her body. Someone speculated, maybe he's dating someone else? It's not that, is it? Don't tell me he likes guys. Vankiji still tried to save face. WH what? He didn't even look at you from the beginning. Echidna spoke up. If not, it seems like Yuji isn't his type. It's also possible he's dating someone. The more Vankiji heard, the angrier she got. At the same time, the person they were just talking about was suddenly called out to by Ielrium Hunter Baphomet. Minu and Jinyu looked over in surprise. Ielrium greeted them. It's been a while since the Labyrinth Tower. Remember me? Zipper. The two of them were treated to a meal in a luxurious restaurant called the Heaven with countless delicious dishes. They stammered, what is all this? She crossed her arms and smiled. If you want to eat anything else, just order more. It's my treat. Minu wondered, why are you suddenly doing this? She replied, I heard you led everyone safely out of the Labyrinth Tower. I went to the hospital to thank you, but you had already been discharged, and I didn't know your phone number. I happened to run into you today, so I'm thanking you now. Minyu keenly noticed, but you're not using honorifics? You clearly used honorifics in the tower. She replied, but I still suspect we're the same age. If I use honorifics, I'll be the one at a disadvantage. It's also possible her age is fake. The expression on Minu's face turned a little cold. What? You investigated me? He was met with Ielrium's confident eyes. She laid her cards on the table. Actually, I have something I want to ask you. Hunter Baphomet, are you really the hunter who cleared the Labyrinth Tower? I also asked the central headquarters, but they said it wasn't them. I also asked the central headquarters, but they said the hunter who cleared the Labyrinth Tower didn't want to reveal their identity, so they couldn't tell me. Now, you're the only one left. Minu's face was grim, and he said nothing. She explained, what? It's just that I have no proof, so I have no other choice. She got straight to the point. I want to ask you for a favor. Can you be a temporary mercenary for me? He repeated those 3 words with composure. She explained, actually, I went to the Hunter Central headquarters earlier to find a mercenary, but I happened to meet you here. Seeing that they were still talking, Jinyu took the opportunity to eat, thinking they'll probably be talking for a while. So I can eat, right? Ielrium added, you are a hunter who, if you fight, has the ability to immediately find a way to clear a tower. She thought to herself, and I don't know if you're the hunter who cleared the Labyrinth Tower or not. In the end, she made an ideal offer. Of course, there's a fee. Minyu asked, are you planning to attack a tower so dangerous that you need to hire a mercenary? She admitted honestly, yes. According to the information, its difficulty is similar to the Labyrinth Tower. As for the details related to the exact information of the commission and the fee, Minyu pondered for a long time before speaking. The fee is 800 million. Hearing these words, Jinyu, who was eating, choked, while Ielrium remained unfazed. Minyu crossed his arms and explained, it's a dangerous matter, isn't it? I'm betting my life, so I have to receive that much money. Ielrium nodded her head in agreement. Seeing this, Minyu and Jinyu were also extremely surprised. What? Do you have a lot of money? She answered because, as you said, this is a matter of betting one's life. A lot of money? That's... While they were in the middle of their conversation, someone opened the door and entered. It was the manager of the restaurant. He was startled. Young miss, why are you here? If you had notified us in advance. But seeing other people in the room, he quickly bowed his head and apologized. Ah, they're guests as well. Forgive my rudeness. We apologize. Then, Minyu was stunned, watching Ielrium and the manager talk. The chairman is in a meeting right now. It's fine. I see him at home. So much I'm sick of it. The main character was surprised. Young miss? She then turned to look at him and replied with a calm sentence. This hotel belongs to my family. Minyu and Jinyu were also dumbfounded, not expecting that this friendly and beautiful-looking girl carried the aura of wealth, so dazzling that Jinyu and Minyu had a shield. Their faces, within the halo imagined by Minyu, Aelrium concluded with one sentence. We plan to attack the Holy Precincts Tower. At the Hunter Central headquarters, two people were also mentioning this place. Ziguk grimaced. The Holy Precincts Tower is still around? Could it be? Jihyun replied, it's not that. The system is scanning for biological reaction signals there. How is it? That hunter is one of the hunters that the team leader went to great lengths to recommend. Ziguk scowled. The Nebula Guild. Jihyun recounted. There are 3 high-rank members trapped in the tower. Hunter Pangyo, the guild master, will personally enter the tower to rescue them. As expected, Ziguk's attitude was unpleasant in that Hunter must clear that tower. Only then will it be worthy of our investment. Then he and Jihyun walked over. Contact the Nebula Guild. Since we are the commissioning party, we will try to meet all their requests. And except for the hunters we dispatch, no other hunter is allowed to approach the Holy Precincts Tower. Jihyun replied, yes, I knew you would do that, so I've already prepared for it. He then received a compliment. As expected, you handle work very well. He asked, so what about the list of hunters participating in the support mission? Ziguk answered, choose skilled hunters. Even if they are A rank, if they're not that good, skip them. Just then, the two of them looked from the outside through the glass window into the information processing area where Minyu and Aelrium were questioning a staff member. Why can't we go to the Holy Precincts? What? Why can't we suddenly go there? That place is my 800 million. I have to enter the tower. The poor staff member was in a difficult position. According to regulations, I cannot disclose it. Ziguk cut in. In the end, I will let everyone know that regulation. Minyu glared back, while Ziguk maintained his disdainful attitude. Long time no see, worthless Hunter Baphomet. Afterward, the two of them were invited into a negotiation room by Ziguk. Support? What support? Ziguk explained. Since Hunter Aelrium and Hunter Baphomet are both A rank, I want to invite you two to join the support team. This way, you can also enter the Holy Precincts Tower. This is beneficial for both of you, isn't it? Minyu crossed his arms. What's the scheme? Ziguk remained extremely friendly. If it's a scheme, it's the body at the hunter fostering department. No matter which hunter it is, one should always show respect, right? Minyu muttered angrily, this bastard. Aelrium thought, a government official from the fostering department has hired another hunter. I think the hunter I admire so much is in that tower. So she said, I have a question. Which hunters are we supposed to support? He replied, an S-rank hunter named Chu, someone who is almost the right-hand man of the Nebula Guild Master. Nizia, an A-rank hunter, is the only hunter with summoning abilities. And there's one more person, the younger brother of the legendary hunter Jiyun, currently the most expensive hunter, Hunter Griffin. He repeated Griffin. Minyu was extremely shocked to hear this name, his eyes widening. According to his memories, it was a day filled with sorrow. The entire city was engulfed in a sea of fire. Architectural structures were severely destroyed. The survivors panicked and cried for help, then were trampled under the monster's feet. It had the shape of a dragon with a long tail and tough skin, its body nearly the size of a car. At that time, he and his older brother were sitting in the car waiting for their parents to return, but they had no idea they had both been killed. He also fainted, then was repeatedly called by his older brother and slowly opened his eyes to Hyuk-soo. Hyuk-soo, Soo-hyuk. A moment later, he woke up and moaned. Brother, my head hurts so much, brother. His brother asked, are you hurt? Our car was in a collision. Then the older brother got up and opened the car door, leaving instructions, I can't find mom and dad. You stay here while I go look for them. Okay. The last memory was the silhouette of his brother running further and further away, while he could only call out from inside the car with an uneasy heart. Brother, brother. Don't go, brother. Right now, brother. Soo-hyuk suddenly opened his eyes wide, waking up, momentarily unsure if it was the present or the past. A person walked towards him and asked with concern, you're awake? He came to his senses and replied, sorry, did I wake up a bit late? It's okay. Are you all right? Yes. That person placed a hand on his shoulder. All right, then this stage is up to you. Soo-hyuk, holding dual swords, stood before a door with a very unique flower pattern in a ready stance. Elsewhere, Min-yu had just gone to the hospital for a health checkup. Jun Seong said, "How does your hand feel when you move it? You're lucky to have been cared for by me." And on top of that, the treatment was free. Min-yu adjusted his wrist and asked back, "I thought the treatment fee was sponsored by the government." Jun Seong smiled cheerfully. "What are you talking about? If I hadn't taken such good care of you, would you be like this? You probably don't want to leave the association anymore, right?" Min-yu was unimpressed. "I have no choice if I want to enter the tower. What else can I do?" Jun Seong was a little worried. That tower just appeared and hasn't been thoroughly researched. Isn't that place too dangerous? Even though you're only on a support and monitoring mission, fighting is probably unavoidable. Min-yu replied, "Well, I've already decided to fight monsters by going in there." Jun Seong was still a bit concerned, but that's the tower. We haven't gotten any information about it yet. What did Team Leader Ma remind you of? Min-yu thought, "I haven't seen him since the interrogation room. He's probably too busy with many things after that church incident. He needs to arrange and handle a lot of things. I've done a lot already, so it's only right for him to go and clean up now." Jun Seong pouted. "It seems like there's something suspicious here. Well, knowing that, I hope you stay safe on this mission." Suddenly she said, "Give me your hand." Min-yu was surprised. "What are you going to do?" She replied, "It's nothing, just give it here." Then Jun Seong used a skill on Min-yu's hand, which emitted a blue light. After a moment, she let go and smiled. "It's fine now." Min-yu looked in surprise. That my hand feels much better. Then he noticed 3 small, pea-sized fluffy things on his hand. They were giggling. He asked curiously, "What are these things?" Jun Seong explained, "Although your hand has been treated, there's still many unstable parts that need further recovery. These spirits will help you recover those unstable parts. Don't worry, they're very friendly." The whole group looked lively. He asked, "But why do they keep laughing like this? Are you a spirit master?" Jun Seong replied, "That's right, I am a spirit magic user. I'm mainly responsible for healing and recovery. My combat ability isn't very good, so I'm only here to support everyone. Nowadays, there aren't many support-oriented hunters like me anymore. People like me are usually called support healers." It was another day with clear skies and white clouds. At the church, the priest stood at the front, his voice preaching, "Everyone, why don't you let a devout heart form in your souls? A person with a devout heart will always be fortunate. Exams or work for a bright future, all of those things will be achieved. Now we are here, living happily like this. It is He who has given us this life, so we must thank and have faith in God. If we can do that, at the end of the hour, Bitmaker will come and talk with the priest. God will bless us even more." Haha, that's right. Those were wonderful sermons. Loki, where did you learn all that? It turned out this priest was Loki in disguise. He replied, I just learned it from some old acquaintances." Bitmaker was also surprised. "You even dyed your hair?" He replied, "A priest needs to be like this. If you're going to do something, do it all the way. However, there are some things I don't necessarily have to do." Bitmaker chuckled. "It seems this is one of your hobbies, isn't it? You seduced that mother and daughter, then took over this priest position. The husband, who was the priest, has completely disappeared." Following their gaze, a middle-aged woman and a young girl were standing there, looking back. Bitmaker realized, from the looks of it, that mother and daughter must have been hypnotized by you. Seeing him still leisurely resting his chin on his hand, he was extremely surprised. "But there's one thing I can't understand. Why can you be so relaxed here?" He turned his back to him and reminded him, "Are you just going to let that Baphomet fellow do whatever he wants without any supervision? That doesn't seem like a good idea." But he was still extremely confident. "My friend, there's no need to think about that. Everything is under my control already." Elsewhere, Ilriam crossed her arms, looking at the other person furiously. "Why are you so late?" Minyu calmly asked, "I'm this early, and you're still complaining?" Ilriam clasped her hand behind her back and smiled. "I'm just kidding. The earlier, the better." Minyu didn't quite understand. "You seem overly excited, don't you? How long are you planning to fool around? This month's tower exploration won't be simple." Iel Rim looked away awkwardly. No, I'm not as relaxed as you think. We're one of the first groups to explore this tower. Minyu looked at her as she spoke with sparkling eyes and an excited atmosphere. There's no known information about this tower. It's all just vague guesses. It's so frustrating. He thought to himself, that's dangerous, not exciting. Iel Riem continued to ramble on. To explore this tower, I've prepared quite a lot of things. Drinking water, food, magic scrolls, and many more items for combat support and recovery. The inventory wasn't big enough, so I had to use money to expand it. Don't worry, the items I prepared will last everyone for a long time, maybe even a few years. Minyu went from silent to dumbfounded, and finally, he was at a complete loss for words, while the other person remained unfazed. He was so shocked he raised his voice. Huh? You prepare that much? Are you planning to live there? Iel Rim retorted, I'm just being cautious. If something happens, we'll have things to use. After all, some A-rank and S-rank hunter teams went in before, but still couldn't conquer it. Staying inside for a while would be a nice change of pace, but our goal is to conquer that tower. Hearing that, he thought it was acceptable and nodded. Yes, that's the goal. However, I also have a condition for you. She asked in surprise, huh? A condition? Recalling their previous meeting when she asked for his conditions to be her mercenary. For her, he stated, no matter what, I will not use any of my skills inside that tower. At that time, she was extremely surprised, huh? You mean you won't use any skills when we go in? But how are you supposed to fight then? He said, to improve my combat level, I want to challenge myself. If I rely too much on my skills, I won't be able to get any stronger. Recalling this, she felt a bit deflated that I know, but I'm bringing you in there to fight. He assured her, don't worry. Since you hired me for 800 million, how could I let you be in danger? She mumbled, that does sound touching. He said, well, shall we go now? She replied that someone hadn't arrived yet. He said, a bit dumbfounded, huh? There's someone else. Just then, a young woman in blue landed next to them from a distance. The person spoke up, sorry for being late. He looked at this person, who seemed familiar. He hesitantly asked her, is she? It was also the other day after Jae-hyuk had convinced Min-yu and Iel Riem to go to the Holy Tower. He had ordered then, Ji-hyun, you go with him. She was surprised me. He instructed, pay close attention to that Baphomet. Let's see what kind of information we can get on that guy lately. It's been a while since we've made any progress in learning about him. She accepted the order. Yes, I understand. After that, he showed his concern. It's been a while since you've conquered a tower. You seem worried, don't you? She voiced her thoughts. And oh, I have sufficient combat skills, but Baphomet might figure out the captain's intentions. I'm afraid my actions will have an impact. Jae-hyuk said nonchalantly, it's fine. My purpose in doing this is to let him know he's being watched. By having you go in there with him, we can get more information. When he's fighting, you should gather as much as you can about him. Ji-hyun introduced herself. I am Zest, a B-rank hunter. I've been assigned to enter the Holy Tower with you two this time. Let's help each other out. Iel Riem was extremely excited. Yes, let's do our best. Minyu, however, was silent, mumbling under his breath surveillance. Ji-hyun also admitted, you could say that, but I won't get in the way. My combat skills aren't bad either. Seeing the two of them seem tense, Iel Riem waved her hands and glanced at Minyu. Well then, since we're all here, shall we go? Minyu's group stood on the ground, looking at the tower, which was shaped like a rhombus with silver rings surrounding it, floating in the middle of the sky. Iel Riem was surprised. That tower is in midair. Ji-hyun pointed toward the pillar of light in the distance. That's probably the connection point to the tower, like a teleportation gate. The two of them stared at that spot, one with her arms crossed, the other touching her chin. Then Iel Riem called out, hey, 800. Minyu was slightly annoyed. Her intention was very clear. She wanted Minyu to test it. Minyu replied, all right. He stepped onto that radiating spot, and suddenly, his body flew high up towards the tower. Iel Riem cheered, oh, he's flying up, while the two of them were still stunned, looking at this. Scene, Minyu flew back down to the ground from above. Iel Riem asked, what's wrong? He replied, it moves you directly into the tower's waiting room. Ji-hyun cracked her neck. Well, let's go up. Iel Riem was flustered. She already went ahead. Minyu asked, aren't you going in? But the girl seemed flustered. Yes, but I'm a little scared. I think I need to prepare myself a bit. But without letting her waste too much time, Minyu ran over, threw her over his shoulder, and jumped into the teleportation circle. The two of them were then launched high up. In the blink of an eye, all three of them had appeared at the entrance of the tower. Inside was a gloomy, dark space dotted with specks of light. Minyu and Ji-hyun remained quite calm, while Ayo didn't look so good. He assessed, "It's really quiet. Looking around, I don't see a way to the next floor, do you? There's only that pillar here." It was in the middle of the room, with a blue crystal embedded on top. The two girls were surprised. "Maybe we have to do something to that pillar to make a path appear. Maybe press a button or something." "Baphomet, do you know what this button does?" While they were still pondering, Minyu pressed his hand on the button. The two of them turned pale. "Why did you press it already?" A red system screen appeared. The first floor trial of the Holy Tower. A vortex appeared, and countless monsters came out of it. The system displayed, "Defeat all magical beasts within 10 minutes." While the two of them were still confused, Minyu gave an excited smile, drew his sword, and shouted, "What are you two waiting for? Get your weapons and fight." Ji-hyun summoned her sword. She closed her eyes to concentrate, and when she opened them again, her pupils had turned white. In her eyes, the extremely ferocious-looking monsters became like fish on a chopping block. Each slash of her sword dealt considerable damage to them. Added to that were her unbelievably agile movements, making quick work of the monsters. Meanwhile, Minyu was behind her, blocking another group of attacking monsters. He drew his dual swords, and with just a few slashes, fresh blood sprayed as the monsters fell one by one. His eyes glowed red with the bloodlust reflex. Regardless of whether they were flying in the sky or were massive creatures on the ground, none could escape their fate. In less than 10 minutes, they had completed the mission. The system displayed, "All magical beasts have been defeated, completing the conquest condition for the first floor. Are you ready to move to the next floor?" The cylindrical pillar appeared again. Minyu reached out his hand, but before he could press it, he was quickly stopped by Ayo. She glared at him. "Hey, before you do anything, you should ask the two of us." He didn't understand. "What's there to ask?" "You press that button, monsters appear, and we just have to kill the monsters." "But Ayo didn't think so. Did I know that? But you still need to let us know so we can prepare to fight." "How are we supposed to react to a surprise like that?" Hunter Zest feels the same way. Ji-hyun waved her hand at "I'm fine with it. We also need to climb the tower quickly so we can meet up with the hunter groups that entered before us." Ayo seemed serious. "No, if we do that, he'll just act on his own again." Minyu crossed his arms and retorted, "But if we don't, are we going to stay here for a year? Didn't you read what the system said?" It displayed, "If all monsters are not defeated within the time limit, the trial will be reset from the beginning." He reminded her, "If the trial resets to the beginning, wouldn't that be a waste of time?" This condition is the same for all floors. The Pioneer Hunter team that entered here had 1 S rank and 2 A ranks, and they still haven't been able to conquer the Holy Tower, probably because of these time limits. Ji-hyun rubbed her chin. "What you're saying seems right." Minyu speculated, "All right, it seems they're stuck on a certain floor. We need to move up quickly." Ayo explained seriously, "I understand you want to climb the tower quickly, but our safety is the top priority. If we die, how are we supposed to rendezvous with anyone?" Minyu is also annoyed. "You complain and talk too much. Then why did you drag other people into the labyrinth of the waterfall last time?" Ayo remembered that incident and was a bit flustered about that. "I'm sorry. Because it was so dangerous that time, I've learned from my experience. I just want everyone to be a little more careful this time." Meanwhile, Ji-hyun remained silent, watching this debate by herself. Her eyes were on Minyu, silently assessing him. His judgment and analysis of the Holy Tower are too good, and there's no need to even mention his combat skills. He's too good. How could he have improved so much in such a short time? But it seems like that's not really his full strength. He's still hiding a lot. He glanced at her without saying anything. After that, they began clearing the tower's floors again. Minyu continued to be the group's strategist. The monsters were defeated one by one, then disintegrated and disappeared. The system displayed, "All magical beasts have been defeated, condition completed." Ayo checked their clear speed. "The time to clear this floor seems longer than before." Ji-hyun replied, "Yeah, that's right. It seems the summoned magical beasts have gotten stronger. That's why we need to hurry, or it'll be a pain if the trial resets." Minyu is also silent at this moment, thinking, Climbing the tower with my bare hands is good, but I haven't gotten back the feeling I used to have. This body still hasn't adapted. His gaze flickered towards Ji-hyun, who was still secretly watching him from a distance. That hunter friend came along to probe my strength in this tower. But since I'm using my bare hands and no skills, she hasn't been able to find out anything. This is a great opportunity to make that bastard regret not valuing me. He imagined a day when he would turn his back and walk away, while Jaegwook cried behind him, "Oh, I've missed my chance." At the same time, he also noticed as they walked on, since we entered, what is this uncomfortable feeling like I'm being watched? He looked up at the sky, and the feeling grew even stronger. At the same time, a pair of mechanical eyes were looking at him. Suddenly, someone screamed, "Ah!" He turned his head to look and shouted, "Jeeper." But then he froze when he heard her praise. It's so beautiful. In front of them was a waterfall. At the very top of the waterfall was a silver circular pattern, and at its center was a helmet. Water sprayed out from within the helmet down into a deep pit. Below, Iel was delighted. "I have to take a picture right away." He crossed his arms and grumbled, "Where are we that you're still concerned about that?" She replied nonchalantly, "But the previous rooms weren't any different from other towers. This room, however, has many special things, like a unique feature of this tower." While Ji-hyun was still staring intently at the pattern, Min-yu held out his hand towards Iel. "All right, take a detailed picture and let me see it. This floor is one we need to be careful on." Iel replied, "I'll save it and post this picture on my personal page." He urged, "All right, hurry up." Then they discovered a triangular-shaped object hovering above the ground. One of them spoke up, "That device is different from the ones we've seen." Min-yu on one side opened his phone to look at the pictures taken, while on the other, he analyzed, like I said, "This room is also different from the other rooms we've seen so far." Ji-hyun glanced over and asked, "I know that, but do you have any clues?" After looking, Min-yu tossed the phone back to Iel. "All right, it's time to get back to work. Stop taking pictures and focus on observing everything. Let's quickly get ready for battle." With that said, he placed his hand on the center of that object. The system displayed. The 20th floor trial of the Holy Tower begins. Everyone was extremely surprised to notice something had just shot towards them, carrying a silver light. Min-yu leaned slightly to dodge the attack, and at the same time, these attacks tore open the wall, revealing an iron hook. The system displayed the requirement. Time limit 10 minutes. Defeat the magical beast Doc M2. This floor's beast had the form of a mechanical dog. Along with that, everyone was also surprised by the accompanying requirement. Failure will result in being sent down to the first floor to climb the tower again. From the beginning, everyone yelled, "I don't understand who the master of this tower is, but these trials are making me quite annoyed." The robot dog seemed to have a consciousness and glared at Min-yu, and he glared right back at it. Then it charged towards him, and he also summoned his sword to receive its attack. At close range, the dog was many times larger than him. Just its tail, with its unfolding segments, was as big as Min-yu. It continuously used its tail to attack Min-yu, while he nimbly leaped and dodged, taking the opportunity to slash his sword at its tail, producing piercing metallic clangs. Seeing it was ineffective, it summoned gun barrels on its two shoulders and continuously fired at Min-yu. He sped up again to escape, and at the same time, jumped into the air. Taking advantage of his position, he slashed at the dog, but a protective barrier appeared on its body, blocking the blow. Seeing this, Min-yu retreated. He was a bit startled. IT created a shield, then he shouted, "Let's all attack. We have to break the shield to defeat it." Iel and Ji-hyun drew their weapons and charged forward. The system continued to count down the remaining time. 9 minutes, 6 seconds, 4 minutes, 2 seconds. They continuously unleashed their skills on the monster, but the shield was still there. It wasn't until only 10 seconds remained that a crack appeared on it. Iel yelled, "Vomit!" Min-yu gave a serious order, "Everyone get back. I'll finish it with this one move." With that, he transformed his weapon into a bow and arrow, drew the bowstring taut, and fired a powerful energy shot at the monster. He roared, "Die!" But at that moment, a stone arm suddenly appeared. It slammed the monster's head into the ground. The system also counted down to 0, and immediately displayed "Mission complete" to the utter bewilderment of the three of them. Minyu was furious. That was my finishing blow. In front of them was a golem with no face, but all four limbs, looking somewhat foolish. Someone asked curiously, "What's with that golem? It doesn't seem to be a magical beast." A person in a cloak appeared from behind it. Lowering the hood of the cloak revealed a pink-haired girl who looked like she was struggling. Ielrim was surprised. "Huh, it's a girl?" Ji-hyun was startled and recognized her. "Aren't you Hunter Nelia?" Ielrim also remembered. "She's one of the hunters who went in before us." But Minyu was still fuming. So annoying. He couldn't help but step forward to question her. "I was about to finish it. Why did you show up?" Someone spoke up to intervene. "Vomit." But before he could shout another word, Nelia slowly collapsed and fainted. Minyu was startled. Ielrim quickly shouted, "Are you okay, Miss Hunter?" Then she turned to Minyu. "Why didn't you catch her?" He replied nonchalantly, "Why should I?" Nelia lay on the ground, still trembling. Ji-hyun went to check. "She seems to be injured." Suddenly, there was a gurgle sound. Someone was curious. "What's that?" Another gurgling sound came from her body. After a while, Nelia finally looked up, her face pale, and grabbed Ji-hyun's hand, struggling to get out a few words. "Hungry, I'm hungry." Ji-hyun and Ielrim were also dumbfounded. As for Minyu, he let out a bored yawn. A few days later, in Jaegwook's office, it seemed there were visitors. A cup of tea was placed on the table. He stood up and said, "I apologize for making everyone come all the way here. Our Hunter Association is always busy with many things, so we don't have time to go elsewhere." He walked towards them and explained, "We invited you two here for something that isn't new. You have given feedback that you don't understand the measures to overcome the Holy Tower, so we took this opportunity to invite you here to explain. To support the ascent of the Holy Tower, in addition to the Pioneer Hunter team that has already entered, we have sent 2 more skilled hunters along with an employee of our organization to assist." He sat opposite them with a confident smile and replied, "The 2 reinforcement teams sent there. They are both capable people. One of them has very special skills. He was promoted to A rank in a short period of time, but in my opinion, isn't it better if his strength is a little lacking?" He clasped his hands with a relaxed attitude. "Since the Hunter Guild conquering the Holy Tower is the Nebula Hunter Guild, the Nebula Guild has the opportunity to show its strength. Guild Master of the Nebula Hunter Guild, Hunter Pangu. Don't worry about the people sent in there. I think they've already met the Pioneer team by now." As expected, at this moment in the Holy Tower, Soo-hyuk had met up with Minyu. He pointed his sword at him, gritting his teeth in surprise. "What? Why are you here?" A few hours earlier, Minyu's group silently watched Nelia gobble down food to fill her stomach. Only then did she have the strength to speak. She cupped her face and cheered with delight. "Oh, I'm so happy. It's been so long since I've had anything to eat." Ielrim asked with concern. "You must have been very hungry, right?" Nelia replied. "I've been clearing this Holy Tower for about a month, so I probably haven't eaten anything for about 2 weeks. Ielrim was surprised. 2 weeks? That's a long time. It's amazing you managed to hold on." Nelia explained. "A normal person wouldn't be able to last, but hunters have different physiques." She continued to ask, "Why didn't you let the tower reset the trial to return to the first floor and escape the tower?" Nelia replied while eating, "I wanted to, but the 2 hunters with me didn't want to fail like that. That's why I had to go down to the lower floors to receive supplies. Luckily, I met you all here." Hearing that, Ji-hyun remembered. "Go down? Then you could have used the teleportation device to go down." Nelia pointed out the reality. "That's true, but it can't be done in the current situation." Minyu, standing to the side, took a bag of sweet potato chips, opened it, and explained while eating, "Because the teleportation devices don't work. Those devices in this Holy Tower are no longer operational." Nelia narrowed her eyes, rubbing her chin as she stared at the bag of potato chips in Minyu's hand and offered her opinion. "It seems so. To put it simply, in some towers, the teleportation devices aren't very good. Sometimes they even have errors." Ji-hyun added, "Our government, as well as the Hunter Association, has already taken note of this." Ielrim was also curious. "But there are so many towers now. How can they all be controlled? By the way, what floor did you come down from?" Nelia responded, "I came down from the 49th floor. Ji-hyun asked further, "So that means you've gone about halfway, right?" But Nelia didn't think so. "Halfway? I don't think so. I guess there are still quite a few more floors in the tower." Nelia added. According to us, this holy tower has more than 100 floors, and we're currently stuck on the 49th floor. Suddenly, Nelia's gaze shifted to Minyu, and she asked curiously, by the way, what's this hunter's name? Minyu introduced himself. I'm Baphomet. She pressed on, so what's your class? How tall are you? What weapon do you usually use? Sword, spear, blade? Minyu answered each question, getting annoyed. I'm a warrior. 186 centimeters, and why are you asking? I can use any of them. So what's your point? Nelia suddenly smiled. That's good. Then she stepped forward with a confident attitude. Well, it seems your presence will help us conquer the holy tower more effectively. Everyone gather around. Isekai was curious. What do you mean? Nelia then explained, I will demonstrate my skill to everyone. It's considered a special skill used in the tower. Thanks to this skill, I was able to get promoted and be considered an A-rank hunter. Next, she instructed everyone, left hand of one person holds the right hand of another, forming a closed circle. Everyone, think of a place you want to go that you've already been to. They didn't understand. What? Minyu grimaced. What are you talking about? But right after that, spatial magic activated. A blue light shone from under their feet. A teleportation gate opened, and the light grew brighter and brighter, enveloping them. At the same time, Suhyuk failed to clear the floor once again and was kicked out. He sat slumped on the ground, his eyes dark. Bad memories surfaced. He remembered Jegwuk's previous reminder. It seems your strength is still the same. At this rate, you can't become an S-rank hunter. At that time, he could only reply, yes, sir. Jegwuk continued to ramble on. Hunters who possess special physiques and skills like Hunter Griffin will always know how to develop their strength better thanks to the motivation they currently have. Although I don't know what drives Hunter Griffin's efforts, I guess right now, it seems you've lost your drive as well as your goal, Hunter Griffin. You must quickly find your motivation and purpose again, otherwise your strength will not be able to continue to grow. Suhyuk leaned his back against the door, facing the gloomy atmosphere. He mumbled, where did I get stuck? Suddenly, he felt something. He quickly jumped to his feet in alarm. The aura of a magical beast, it's getting stronger. Where is it coming from? Where is it? Suddenly, he felt a chill on the back of his neck. When he turned around, a blue light flashed and he was faster, launching an attack toward that light. But when the light dissipated, what appeared was not a man-beast, but a person. It was Minyu. He had once told him with a fierce attitude, you have to get stronger or you will die by my hand. Meanwhile, Nelia, who had just appeared, was startled to see Suhyuk pointing his sword at Minyu. Suhyuk shouted with a hostile tone, why are you here? Nelia was also flustered. Hunter Griffin, what are you doing? Seeing this, he then asked Hunter Nelia, weren't you going to find a rescue team? Nelia replied, that's right, I met them on my way down. They are the support team sent by Captain Ma. Suhyuk said scornfully, a support team? You? Huh? Minyu also replied, not very friendly. Long time no see. Nelia was surprised. You two know each other? At the same time, a voice rang out from behind them. Hunter Nelia, you're back? Yelrium was startled. That's Hunter Civil. He's a middle-aged man with white hair and a firm, strong body. As soon as he saw them, he smiled cheerfully, making his usually serious face much friendlier. What great timing. He laughed enthusiastically while eating. It's a good thing we have everyone's support. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to hold on. Nelia, sitting beside him, reminded him, eat slowly, sir. He nodded yes. Yelrium whispered to Jihyun, like you said, is Hunter Civil the older brother of Hunter Bango, the guild master of the Nebula Guild? He looks quite old. They're quite different. Jihyun nodded. Hunter Bango was born late, so there's a bit of an age difference. They are from the Lauder Hunter family. Their skills passed down from generation to generation. All their siblings are famous hunters. Yelrium then understood. I see. After finishing his meal, Civil crossed his arms with a serious expression. Captain Ma has sent these hunters to help us climb the tower, so we need to try harder. Nelia pointed her finger towards Minyu and whispered to him, about this, what do you think of that hunter? Sir? After that, they began to assign roles to clear the stage. Minyu asked, so I have to go into this room alone and defeat the boss in there? Nelia explained, well, how should I put it? Hunter Griffin will be doing the same. Minyu asked again, so there are two of us? Nelia explained, to be more precise, Griffin will enter the opposite door over there. Minyu wondered, I like to fight, but why does it have to be me? Your party has recovered now, so why don't you fight yourselves? You've been here for so long and couldn't pass. How can I? But Nelia's confidence surprised Minyu. You can do it. He asked, so why can I do it? Nelia remained calm and arranged things. First, just go in there and defeat them. Then come out and I'll explain. So Minyu and Su Hyuk turned their backs to each other and simultaneously entered the two symmetrical doors. He glanced towards Griffin, then slowly entered the room. Inside, it was pitch black. A pentagonal light appeared, and from it emerged a tall golem. He looked at it challengingly. You're the one I need to defeat? Then let's fight and see how strong you are. With that, he rushed forward to engage it in battle. In just a moment, he was kicked outside. He was angry. Why is it so weak? Then he was surprised to see Griffin. When did you get out here? Nelia spoke up. You're already out. Hunter Baphomet? You came out a little later than Hunter Griffin. About a minute. He didn't believe it. Nonsense. How could I be slower? Nelia didn't argue. Yes, even if you hadn't said anything. I was about to say so. Minyu waved his hand. All right, forget it. But I've already destroyed the mana beast. Why haven't we moved to the next floor? It was only then that Nelia revealed the reason. There's a condition. These two doors seem to be interconnected with each other. The mana beast in the room Hunter Baphomet entered has the same form as the mana beast in Hunter Griffin's room. It seems they are twins. Therefore, it seems they are affected by the time it takes to clear them together. Civil explained, to put it simply, both sides must destroy the mana beast at the exact same time, without a time difference of even 0.1 seconds. That is the condition. Nelia proposed a plan. Yes, that's why we had to try different hunters to find a similarity between the two clearing the stage. Now, from this moment on, you two will join forces. Hunter Griffin and Hunter Baphomet, you two please try your best to work together. Zipper was momentarily speechless, looking at the scene before her. In front of her was used trash left on the ground. That's Baphomet for you. He really eats and drinks a ton. Seeing him eat at the hotel, I knew this was nothing to him. She thought it over and then looked timidly at the scene. I predicted this, so I brought extra food for Baphomet, but seeing that everything had been wiped clean, Zipper exclaimed, Hunter Griffin eats a lot too. Maybe it's because he's at a growing age, and he's also been starving for 2 weeks. While she was lost in her own thoughts, Z walked by. I should have brought more supplies. Do you need my help cleaning up? Ah, yes, thank you. And so, the two girls went from one side to the other. The group of people talking over there happened to catch Z's eye, drawing her attention. Looking towards them, she asked, do you think those two can do it? Hearing this, Zipper replied, huh? Ah, you mean Hunter Baphomet and Hunter Griffin. The two of them then began their discussion. They have to complete the mission in those 2 rooms at the same time, without making any mistakes. No wonder they've been stuck on the 49th floor for so long. The Vanguard Hunter team must have tried many times, but it seems it wasn't very effective. Z looked up with a sharp gaze. But now that Baphomet is here, this might be their last chance. Baphomet remained engrossed in his conversation. Meanwhile, Zipper's eyes hadn't left him for even a moment. Suddenly, she spoke, causing Z, who was standing there, to ask again. I knew it. You, Hunter Z, came with us to monitor Hunter Baphomet. What? She froze at Zipper's words. Was I that obvious? I thought only Hunter Baphomet would notice. But you saw it too? You don't know how to lie, do you, Hunter Z? It's all written in your eyes. After that, Z fell silent, leaving only Zipper's explanation. Actually, when I was investigating Hunter Baphomet, I found out about the relationship between him and Captain Hazuk. I heard they don't like each other very much. She smiled warmly at Z. Because Captain Ha always keeps an eye on Baphomet, it's understandable that he sent you here, Hunter Z. But working under an arrogant person like him, someone like you must face a lot of difficulties, right? Suddenly, Z spoke up. Hunter Zipper, do you also think Captain Ha is a bad person? This made her gape and ask back, what? Z continued with a weary look. It seems that in other people's eyes, our captain seems like a bad person. But to me, it's not like that. I will carry out all of the captain's orders. Her eyes were full of determination, and her face darkened. If anyone dares to interfere with his work, that person will be a bad person in my eyes. Zipper was momentarily rendered, speechless by her attitude. Just then, the trash scattered on the ground had been neatly put into a bag. We can't leave trash in the waiting room. If we put in the inventory, oh that. Zipper smiled somewhat mysteriously. I have the perfect item to store it. This piqued Z's curiosity. What do you mean? She immediately took out a small, Rubik's-like cube, surprising Z. Anything we put inside the indefinite cube will disappear without a trace. That's a mythical item from the Singwa auction. So many people bid on it. How did you manage to buy it? Hearing that, she smiled even more smugly. Zipper held the item with delight. This thing can erase all traces of unrevealable secrets. There's no reason for me not to buy it at all. Z was surprised and covered her mouth. It can even erase secrets. She immediately requested, "Let me borrow it later, okay?" Zipper agreed without a problem. Sure. Baphomet was still talking. The way to destroy the mana beasts and go to the next floor? It's very simple. We'll set an alarm and a stopwatch. Hearing this, Nelia immediately objected. No, the condition is that we cannot use electronic devices in that room. Baphomet retorted, then we'll just go in and attack it with all our might. Civil also objected, our abilities are different. We can't predict the time of death of that mana beast that way. He put his hand on his forehead, a little impatient because all his ideas were being rejected. Or how about we just fight it until it's exhausted? But in the end, they said just do as we say. A voice from behind made Baphomet turn to look. It was Griffin, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed. We know this tower better than you. He glared back. So you're telling me to shut up and listen to your orders? He opened his eyes and looked straight ahead. You're thinking a bit negatively, but that's actually good. Baphomet started to get conflicted. What do you want? This made Nelia have to remind them, ahem, hunters, calm down. You two shouldn't be arguing like this. You two need to cooperate. At this moment, another, more stern voice cut in, attracting the attention of the two who were about to clash, Hunter Griffin and Hunter Baphomet. A pair of gloves were taken off and thrown straight to the ground. You two are too aggressive. As teammates, you shouldn't act like that. Civil punched his fists together, looking very intimidating. Instead of fighting each other, how about you fight me for a round? Baphomet, bored, asked him back. What? In contrast, Griffin seemed more obedient. Hunter Civil, with the time we'd spent fighting, we could have tried to clear the stage once. His eyes were still very scary. What's wrong? Are you two not confident enough to beat me? He continued to provoke them. It seems you guys are still just cowardly, A-Ray. Hunters, their pride wounded, the two of them charged at him at the same time. As for the two girls who had been in their own world, a strong gust of wind blew past behind them. The two of them then witnessed the fierce fight and wondered, what's going on? Civil had actually managed to block their blows. Is that all you've got? Quite disappointing for the reputation of A-rank hunters. Baphomet gritted his teeth in anger at his words. In contrast to him, Griffin showed clear surprise on his face. What nonsense! Leaving Griffin behind, he recklessly charged forward again. I'm just getting started. He then stopped attacking and stood frozen, observing the ongoing battle. It didn't take Baphomet long to approach him. As fast as lightning, he threw a punch. He jumped high, gaining momentum to swing down on Civil. But before he could act, a second later he was thrown back by him. Baphomet gritted his teeth in extreme frustration at Civil's words. You're a skilled martial artist. Your combat strength is quite high. His eyes lit up menacingly, but you have no sophisticated techniques. He clenched his hand into a fist. A powerful blow sent Baphomet flying far away. Fortunately, his combat experience allowed him to hold on. But before he could think of anything else, just as he stood up, Civil was right in front of him, preparing to deliver another devastating blow. The ground shook from Civil's attack. He couldn't help but say hello to the ground. Taking advantage of him being focused on him, he closed in on Civil from behind. But these two were too green for the old man. With a slight dodge, he easily evaded it. Griffin only had time to glance at him. Then his eyes widened in surprise. Civil flew out of Griffin's attack range more perfectly than could be imagined. He smiled and offered a compliment to Griffin. Fast speed, and you have technique, but a second later, Griffin's face was parallel to the ground. The girls who had been watching all this time were holding their breath, following this unbalanced contest of strength. The movements were grand but cumbersome. Just like that, the two men were rolling on the ground. Seeing this, everyone had to exclaim, truly S-rank. After the provocation, Civil dropped the act and chuckled. Your skills are top-notch. I'm really looking forward to the future generation of hunters in this world. He then rambled on, but it seemed the two of them didn't answer. If you two like, you can find me to practice anytime. Nelia looked at Civil out of the corner of her eye. He did it. Scene change to the Holy Tower. Reaper was engrossed in writing something. It's been a few days since we joined up with the Vanguard Hunter team. According to Hunter Nelia, mana beasts sometimes appear in the waiting room where we are. Nelia really talked a lot about this issue. If we don't want to deal with the mana beasts that appear naturally, we have to periodically attack the mana beast in that room. Nelia continued to speak to the expressionless person in front of her. When it was just the three of us here, we took turns doing it. Civil had a serious expression. The mana beasts always act in a pattern, so we must also handle them with an identical pattern to have a higher success rate. Each person's fighting style and skills have their own characteristics, so we should avoid using skills and should use a new, unified fighting style. Only one person can enter each room. Whether we can successfully climb the 49 floors of the tower depends on Hunter Baphomet and Hunter Griffin. Although the tension from before was gone, Griffin still maintained a certain arrogant attitude. "Let me follow you." Griffin, thinking he misheard, asked again, "What?" He calmly explained to him, "You've probably killed these mana beasts hundreds of times. You must know when they're about to go down." Baphomet swallowed his pride. "Show me. I'll learn from you." At the same time, Griffin picked up a steel bar. Gently and fundamentally, Griffin executed a few light blows to demonstrate for him. Finishing his performance, Griffin's gaze turned towards him. Finally, he tossed the steel bar to him, signaling for him to try. He only advised it doesn't need to be too precise. Baphomet nodded, listening to him. "Anyway, I don't think you'll be able to copy it in just one try." Suddenly, Baphomet's eyes opened wide, a fiery red. Once again, Griffin's eyes widened in astonishment. So, in just one brief observation, Baphomet successfully replicated his performance exactly. After finishing, Baphomet asked, but the other three were speechless. "Was that okay?" Reaper then said nothing, just silently assessed. "The movements aren't just similar, they're an exact copy. At this level, I think they'll succeed no matter what." The door swung wide open. By natural reflex, Baphomet immediately took a defensive stance while he, probably knowing what this was, just crossed his arms and watched. Then Nelia entered. Hunter Baphomet was a little slower. One more time, but it doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Again, at Nelia's request, he did it again, but still received the same repeated phrase, "One more time." At some point, Nelia lost her patience, her voice becoming somewhat harsh again. This caused the two men to be stunned for a moment. Nelia was still not satisfied with the current level. Again, it echoed in the hall. Again, it continued like this again. At some point, Nelia paused. Nelia's eyes darted to the right. By now, the two hunters were already drenched in sweat from the continuous training, so she temporarily let them off, take a short break. On the dark brick wall were rays of light sneaking in through the ventilation duct of this place. Baphomet stood in front of it, letting the sweat and the stuffy heat dry off. A voice from behind Baphomet caught his attention, making him turn a look. He said it so confidently. Although a bit of arrogance emanated from Griffin, what he said next was truly surprising. "Maybe I should be the one following you." As soon as he finished speaking, Griffin walked away while he was still watching his back. "Hey, you bastard." After that, Baphomet was probably about to say something else to him, but was stopped by a voice, Baphomet. And the owner of that voice was, unsurprisingly, Reaper. "I will pay you in full like that." Baphomet didn't quite believe it. "What?" Seeing his attitude, she leaned against the wall to explain. "In any case, you came to this tower as a mercenary, so I will pay you. Even if you give up halfway and leave, I won't deduct your pay." "Stop it. I came here to conquer this tower anyway." "All right, if you say so. You seem to be very rich. That's not a small amount of money, yet you're willing to pay me. Is archaeology that interesting?" Reaper showed a slightly annoyed attitude. "You know I didn't come here just for that." Baphomet's next question made her silent for a moment. Then, for what other reason? She wasn't silent for long. Reaper then answered quite boldly, "Because I want to end this war as soon as possible." And so she poured out in a long breath. "I realized a few things after hearing what Hunter Z said. Everyone knows that mana beasts are just vicious creatures in the eyes of humans. But looking at it from another perspective, to mana beasts, humans might also be vicious creatures." Her face grew visibly cold. "So how long will this war last? 1 year, 10 years, or 20 years? Even after we die of old age, will it continue?" "Baphomet, you said that mana beasts slaughter innocent people without purpose, but I don't think so." What she was presenting now might have touched Baphomet's emotions. He stared intently at Reaper in her story. They also have their own pride and history. If we explore the tower and find the reason behind their hell, then we will find the answer, an answer that ends everything peacefully. Baphomet stammered. One would think Baphomet would be very moved by her presentation, but instead Baphomet said, "You're being ridiculous." This made her gape. What? She was completely frozen by this hunter's attitude. He sat pondering something in his head. We are in a situation where we are forced to kill the man of beasts. That being said, but wait, if we don't do that, we won't be able to find any clues. His expression at this moment could not be described as anything but tense. Why is the 49th floor so hard to pass? Suddenly, Baphomet's eyes flew open, as if he had just realized something. It's not like everyone can share thoughts telepathically to be able to pass this 49th floor. Baphomet jumped up, making her heart leap as well. That's it. What? Us. The fact that we are here is already ridiculous. At the same time, a figure happened to step up beside them. In that case, Nelia stood between them and suggested, "Shall we continue?" As was her old habit, Nelia raised her index finger while speaking. "Are you two ready?" Seeing Baphomet not answering, she turned to ask him directly, "Hunter Baphomet, are you listening?" Baphomet answered obediently, "Yes." She also didn't forget to show concern for Griffin. "Even if you're tired, please hang in there. You both know it, the time gap between you two is getting shorter and shorter." As for him, the one who was probably rated the highest among them, Civil just crossed his arms and said nothing. She seemed to talk nonstop in that case. Looking towards the wide-open door, "Let's begin." But for some reason, none of them moved. She sighed as if all her strength was gone. "If we really can't do it, we should consider going down." But right after that, Civil finally spoke up. "This time will be a success. I know we have to be determined in a positive way, but no, I'm serious." "What? How can you be so sure?" At the same time, a dazzling light flashed behind her. It was so bright it almost touched Nelia. The system appeared along with the shining portal. The simultaneous elimination mission has been completed. The path to the 50th floor is open. Baphomet crossed his arms, his expression undeniably serious. "How could you know that those two doors were interconnected?" His question successfully made Griffin and Civil fall into deep thought. At the same time, Nelia was also brought into the three-way conversation by Baphomet. "Did Hunter Nelia tell you? So there's a flow of mana between the two doors, like a thread connecting them. So have you thought about severing that connection?" He immediately answered. Hunter Nelia already tried to do that, but she couldn't completely sever the connection. He could only reply, "Then let's drop it. What about using those mana pathways to share information?" The two people opposite Baphomet showed looks of confusion and surprise. Civil asked again, "What do you mean? How is that possible? You think it's possible to use those mana pathways to share information?" He closed his eyes and asked him back, "Why not?" Griffin probably thought this guy was crazy. "Are you serious?" Impatient anger was clear on his face, and he didn't hesitate to unleash a long tirade. This holy tower belongs to the mana beasts. Therefore, all the traps and challenges are designed to support the mana beasts. These towers are set up to make things difficult for hunters. It's impossible for us to take advantage of those mechanisms. But right after that, Baphomet retorted, "That's just your subjective opinion." This made Griffin pause for a moment. He began to present the arguments drawn from his thoughts. That's not right. Fundamentally, it's set up to be fair for both hunters and mana beasts. The tower was simply formed for mana beasts and hunters to confront each other. As for taking advantage of the conditions inside the tower, both sides are equal without distinction. What he had just presented was actually very reasonable, quickly pulling the other two into contemplation. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, a smile creeping onto his face. If you say the tower favors mana beasts, then why don't they just destroy the tower and go outside? Why would they endure being trapped in here like animals in a cage? A slightly hesitant voice said, "That." He didn't even bother to look at Baphomet. "You have a rather strange perspective, like the viewpoint of a mana beast, not a hunter." Griffin glanced at him. He also returned Griffin's gaze. After thinking for a while, Civil began to speak. "All right, so what is this mechanism for sharing information through mana pathways? Can you two explain it to me?" The two men went silent for a moment upon hearing that. My old mind has a hard time absorbing new things. Finally, Griffin spoke first. It's like he said, we'll use the information sharing mechanism just like the mana beasts do. The conversation continued. So you two will be able to sense each other? Can it be done? Griffin replied, in theory, yes. As for doing it, we'll have to see in actual combat. At this point, Griffin glanced at him, but that also depends a lot on that guy. Anymore, Baphomet lifted his chin confidently. He smiled. All right, just trust me. The gate was still open, the light still brilliant. Nelia kept a smile on her face. How did you do it? Hearing her ask that, 3 assessing gazes immediately turned straight towards Nelia. Baphomet patiently repeated, as we speculated, we had to destroy the magical beast together at the same time. She replied, yes, we already knew that. Baphomet summarized it more precisely. The time taken to destroy the magical beast had to be the same. Tiny beads of sweat started to appear on Nelia's face. What do you mean specifically? Baphomet explained, if the room the hunter Griffin entered is A and the one I entered is B, this room is designed so that when there are movements in room, a magical link transmits to B, causing it to move accordingly. To put it simply, it's like controlling a puppet. Baphomet gently raised his hand. However, the magic power transmitted between the two sides isn't always the same. The 3 women in the group all turned their eyes towards him, listening that IT can be faster or slower at times. In short, the mechanism is quite complex. That's why no matter what Hunter Griffin and I did, the timing was never synchronized. His sword was already in his hand. Therefore, this time I entered the room in an unconscious state without any thought. Baphomet's eyes, perhaps for that reason, became ferocious. The magic power then automatically enveloped my body. The more she listened to Baphomet, the more sweat inexplicably beaded on her face. That means the magic power would also be transmitted to the other room and envelop Hunter Griffin. The sweat on Nelia's cheeks increased. Now, both sides were synchronized, and the result is as you see. Before Baphomet could even finish his sentence, she lost control and fainted, to the surprise of everyone present. Hunter Nelia. She came here as the strategist for the Vanguard Hunter team. She must have been shocked that she couldn't fulfill her role well. The others had placed a pillow under Nelia's head and a wet cloth on her forehead to make her more comfortable. But her face was still very pale. That I'm sorry, everyone. I've caused you all so much trouble. Baphomet stood behind, placing a hand on his forehead. It's enough that you understand now. Only by recognizing your own shortcomings can you do better. Meanwhile, in front of her, the old man gently helped Nelia up, asking with concern, are you all right? Yes, thank you, I'm fine now. You must pay attention to your health. Hearing this, Nelia felt very heart-warmed. She nodded and smiled. Nelia offered a compliment, which drew his gaze from Gripper to her. That you're truly intelligent, Hunter Baphomet. I heard you reached A rank so quickly. Your skills are truly impressive. Being praised, the ever-prideful Baphomet said, it was nothing special. After that, all of them entered the gate one by one. The young women of the team went first, and when it was Baphomet's turn, he paused for a moment. Behind Baphomet, he hadn't entered yet either. Griffin's gaze was fixed on him. Civil spoke up, that kid did a good job. He just ranked up to a not long ago, but his skills and judgment are far beyond that. Griffin then also said, when I was doing the mission with him in that room, I could feel the difference. He's so young, and yet he could do that. I guess. Before entering with him, Griffin glanced back again. His experience and knowledge of this tower surpass all of ours. The gate quickly transported them to a desolate, ruined place. She stepped out of the gate. Under the sparkling light, she truly looked like a celestial beauty. Gripper slowly opened her eyes. She couldn't help but be surprised by the space around her now. What is this? This place is... It wasn't just her. Baphomet also showed clear surprise at this place. There were high-rise buildings and unfinished structures, but all of them were in ruins, heavily damaged. Could this be a city? It looked as if it had been abandoned for a very long time. He stood speechless, witnessing the desolate scene. Gripper, still astonished, asked, is this a floor inside the tower? At the same time, the system displayed a message. This place is a virtual reality recreation. Complete the assigned mission to advance to the next floor. Seeing this, they couldn't help but discuss it. Virtual reality? A mission. Griffin and Baphomet's eyes widened in clear astonishment at the same time. While the three young women's attention was still on him, not noticing what was in front of them, Baphomet shouted loudly. In front, a white thread lunged out from nowhere. As expected of elite hunters, it didn't take them long to dodge the attack. But right at that moment, the one in danger was him, as a huge, crimson magical beast had approached right beside him. Smoke billowed up from the ground. Baphomet's foot was stepping on the rough skin of the magical beast. Afterwards, he was completely unscathed, still handsome and cool, standing on a massive monster. What's going on? Another purple snake targeted the young man, standing not far from it. The next one was Civil. Civil had also just found an opponent for himself. All the team members did not hesitate to engage in combat. Only she stood still. Her face was once again filled with fear. In the ruined city, the monsters now gathered in large numbers. The monsters rampaged, attacking. Suddenly, a small hand was raised, and, before his wide eyes, the person spoke. "Are you a hunter?" A girl with a grimy face, crawling on the ground, tried to grab on Baphomet. "Please save us." Seeing this, Baphomet asked humans. As for her, Gripper, her limbs went limp. "How can this be?" Gripper's face also turned pale. Gripper. Behind him, Griffin spoke up. "You don't know about this?" His eyes grew much colder. "You knew so much about the tower below, so how can you be surprised here? This place." Neela bit her lip, her face devoid of any vitality. On the other side, Civil was no better, his face covered in sweat. Z's expression became many times more serious and wary than before. So this ruined scenery was already familiar to them. It was recreating the scene of the gate breach from before, somewhere else, but not quite like that area. A luxury car was parked on the road. "That it's okay. Don't worry. We have a hunter team going in for support." In the car, Hage Guck was talking on the phone. "Soon you'll see Hunter Civil conquer that holy tower, so you can rest assured." After speaking, he hung up, a not-so-benevolent smile on his lips. He was all sweet talk just now, but after hanging up, he did a complete 180 to "This Nebula Gill master is so annoying, bothering me so much just because his brother entered the tower. It's just like the rumors say, these family members are always concerned about each other. It's true." At that moment, a figure walked past the front of his car. "Oh well, I don't need to think about that anymore." Huh. That man has an impressive aura, looking very much like someone from the intellectual class. Team leader Ma? Hage Guck's eyes widened. Seeing that his car was heading in the same direction, he wondered his direction of travel. The two cars continued driving in the same lane. Why is he going in the same direction as me? The scene shifts to a house with a distinctively classic style. The phone screen was on, along with the voice of its owner. It's easy to say. Haba was sitting with his legs crossed, not looking very happy. But how can you not worry when it's family? Nebula Guild's Haba. He looked out the balcony, where a white-haired man was standing. Since he said so, we have to trust him. He's already added a hunter team for support. The man replied, "You trust those bastards who work for the government." Haba replied, "Well, I don't trust them either, but that's how things are." The man with a mysterious air couldn't help but ponder. Thinking about the tower again, I feel quite uneasy because there's something different, something strange about that holy tower. The mysterious man stood with his arms crossed. Finally, Haba looked at his phone and reluctantly said, "All right, I'll call for more people." It was already dark outside. The arrangement for more people had been prepared in advance. Now, it was just a matter of calling them. Are they skilled? Don't worry, they're experts. As long as the price is high, they'll work themselves to death without hesitation. On the other end, a mysterious person cloaked in black had probably just received a message from Haba. The person said to their companion, "We've got contact. Let's go." All right. The two of them stood facing each other, talking. What about the other one? They're not here yet. Speak of the devil. The person they just mentioned arrived from behind. Sorry I'm late. Under the dim light, it wasn't hard to see the person smile. The elf hunter? Yes, that's enough of us. Our objective is to ensure the safety of the Vanguard hunter team that entered the Holy Tower and to conquer that tower. I thought there was a hunter team going in as reinforcements already. If they meet up with the Vanguard team, we can rest easy. The latecomer's expression visibly darkened. Then she smiled again that let's just ignore the team behind them. But having Hunter Pommet, there's going to be a pain. Hearing that, the other person asked, "What? Which Pommet?" This made her flustered, waving her hands and feet. It's nothing. After that, the young woman fell silent and followed her ally's lead. This is our first time working together, so let's do our best. Her face was finally clearly visible. It was Pitmaker. They left, leaving behind a corpse behind the bushes. Ba Anjabu reflexively turned towards the source of the sound. "That I'm glad I found you here." Sujin ran over, prompting him to ask, "What's wrong, sis?" She replied, "I want to borrow your ladder to climb in my house. The battery on my door lock is dead, and now I can't open the door." Ba Anjabu asked again, "You mean you want to use a ladder to climb in and then open the door?" She confirmed that's right. Ba Anjabu put a hand to his chin and thought for a moment. He then took out a small battery. This is a 9-volt battery. Hold it near the lock for a few seconds. And so a young woman had to stand aside and watch a little kid work. "It's working again," Ba Anjabu added. "When the lock works again, you just need to enter the password." Even a passerby couldn't help but praise the boy. That's really amazing. Jin Yu is so smart. The old woman just offered her praise and then excused herself. At this point, Sujin curiously asked him, "How did you know such a cool trick?" He smiled smugly and replied, "I learned it on YouTube. Haven't you ever watched things like this on there?" Later, after they were inside Sujin's house, she answered him, "I don't really pay much attention to things like this, since I'm busy studying a lot of things at school." Ba Anjabu was holding a small book. He asked excitedly, "Can I read this book, sis?" She had no problem with it and agreed. "Go ahead and read it." Sujin sat on a chair, leaning back slightly, and asked, "But I notice you're always at home, aren't you? I don't see you going to school or anything. Or has elementary school already started summer break?" He replied, "I don't go to school." Hearing this, Sujin was astonished. "Huh? You don't go to school? Is it because you don't want to? Or does your brother not let you?" Ba Anjabu was focused on the book in his hands oh, this is on me. He doesn't really care. Hearing that, she immediately objected. "That's not right. You kids have to go to school. You go there not just to study, but also to get to know and interact with your friends." He retorted, "I don't need that either." All this time, Ba Anjabu hadn't taken his eyes off the object in his hands for even a moment. "That won't do. Let me talk to your brother about this. Then you'll have to wait a long time. He went into the tower a few days ago and hasn't come back yet." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. He suddenly shot up, startling Sujin. "What's wrong with you?" The scene changes to a seemingly deserted yard. "I helped someone open their door, and now someone is coming to open mine." The gate was closed. A second later, it was gently pushed open. A completely cloaked stranger stepped this Hunter Pomet's house. Just then, Ba Anjabu arrived home just in time. He floated above the person's head. "You bastard. Is he a magical beast disguised as a human? I'll do whatever it takes to expose this truth." In the ruined city, getting a little closer to that pile of scrap metal, huge magical beasts were relentlessly hunting them, to the point where Civil had to carry a person in his arms while running. In the critical moment, he hurriedly asked, "Where is the destination?" Neela replied, "About 1,200 meters ahead." "No, only about 900 meters. Perhaps their ancestors had blessed them this time, as the safe zone was just a few steps away. There it is." Civil's eyes suddenly widened. He bent his knees to gather momentum. The next second, before Neela's eyes, he used his strength to jump high into the air. He finally landed successfully with the small girl in his arms. At the same time, the system display changed from the number 0 to 1. 10. At the same time, the girl in his arms also disappeared. Neela, focused on Civil, was careless and let a monster lick the back of her neck. "We've completed this mission." But before the magical beast could make a move, a blade was instantly thrust through its neck. Then, one strike after another was delivered to it. Pomet's body was now all twisted, his eyes white. On the other side of the battlefield, his companion Griffin was in no better shape. Just like that, the two of them, in perfect coordination, chopped off the massive dragon's head. The place, already in ruins, looked even more like a junkyard after the battle. Pomet, long since shirtless, his body contorted, bent down. Damn it. He and Griffin try to wipe the bloodstains from their faces. All the new equipment is now covered in monster blood. Suddenly, it started to rain, leaving the two of them somewhat bewildered. Above them was a constellation named... No, that thing was a sparkling, colorful rainbow. Neela chuckled and explained to them, "I was going to save you two from the magical beast's stomach, but you managed to do it yourselves. You're truly promising hunters." Civil and Z stood in the rain created by Neela while she was still talking to Pomet. "You got me all wet." Don't worry, it'll dry soon. Civil crossed his arms, looking at where Z was also gazing. Is this a device used to counter monsters? She replied without haste, that's right. It's a device used to conceal our presence from magical beasts through the wavelength it emits while we're in this safe zone. We should figure out how to deal with the current situation and a method to pass this trial floor. You prepare everything so thoroughly. She then shifted her attention to civil. It wasn't me. This was prepared by Hunter Gripper, but at that moment, the girl Z mentioned was sitting with her head down for some unknown reason. Griffin looked at the display screen. 0.9 more people left. He glanced at Nelia, standing next to him. I wonder what the next trial is. She spoke with a hesitant voice. I'm not sure either. This is the first time I've seen this trial. Baphomet, with his muscular body, looked more ripped than ever. Are you asking if the next stage of the trial is the next floor? Nelia replied. If so, when we find out once we get to the next floor. Baphomet glanced over. I wonder if the next floor will have the same method and environment as this one. You mean floor 51? Will it have the same kind of environmental simulation as here? I don't know how long these kinds of trials will last either, but if I were the boss of this holy tower. Griffin crossed his arms. He was silent. Seeing his gaze on him, he smiled. Just a hypothetical. Once again, they looked towards the decaying structures. SO. Would it be too wasteful to use this place only once and then discard it? Nelia's eyes were fixed on Baphomet. Because if they keep this simulated gate breach setting and just let more magical beasts pour out to attack us, it would be very convenient, wouldn't it? Then there would be no need to design a new tower clearing. Stage. Nelia suddenly cut him off. Hunter Baphomet. He paused at what Nelia said next. You seem really calm. Have you experienced situations like a gate breach before? For me, just being in a virtual space, simulating such a situation already feels incredibly suffocating. Gripper, after a while, finally looked up. The person reflected in her eyes was ZET this point. For those with a less stable mentality, it could even cause psychological trauma. But for you, it seems like nothing happened, doesn't it? Baphomet was silent for a moment. A gate breach? How could I have experienced something like that? Are you feeling a bit better now? The surprised gazes of Gripper and Zet quickly turned towards him. Seeing Nelia standing there, Gripper finally spoke. I'm sorry. As a hunter, I'm too weak compared to everyone else. Hearing this, Nelia comforted her. You don't need to blame yourself. A gate breach situation like this is very dangerous, so it's normal for you to feel a bit overwhelmed. Everyone's experience and endurance are different. Gripper's expression fell. She looked very sorrowful. Nelia just looked at her and smiled gently. She then began to tell her story. When the gate breach first happened, I hadn't been married for very long. That day was a date with my husband after a long time of being busy with both our jobs. We were buying clothes in a shopping mall when it happened. It was an attack by magical beasts. Nelia's memories of that day returned. When I woke up, I saw that my husband was injured. He got hurt shielding me. I tried my best to get him out of the danger zone, and I was quite lucky. Her eyes also became vacant. I awakened right at that moment. Nelia smiled as if it wasn't a sad story. With the power I gained after awakening, I was able to get him out safely. In some room, the sound of a conversation echoed continuously. I heard what the doctor said. You're pregnant. Her husband lay on the hospital bed. I can finally become a father. I'm so happy. But Nelia didn't seem very happy. Why do you look so sad about such happy news? You know, our current situation is very difficult for all of us because of the gate disaster. Honey, I can't forget. Her face was filled with fear and trauma. When we were running from the building at the supermarket after I awakened, I heard so many desperate screams from people. Along with that were so many sounds of shrieking everywhere. I was so scared. I couldn't save anyone but you. So what's the point of having this power? The man spoke up. Why would you say that? You didn't just save me. He gently placed a hand on Nelia's belly. You also saved the little one in your belly right here. Her eyes widened. Besides you, this is the life I saved after gaining that power. She recounted with a proud voice. After that day, I was determined to become a hunter so that I could help save more people. The other two women listened in silence. Of course, when I think back on that day, it's a sad memory but thanks to it, I became more determined. She also sat down with them. The reason I'm telling you this is mainly for you, Hunter Gripper. I know you've been through a difficult time, but isn't our goal in coming to this holy tower to destroy it? Only by doing this can everyone live a peaceful life, right? Nelia always kept a smile on her face that we are hunters. So this is the goal we must achieve, isn't it? So you should pull yourself together quickly. Gripper remained silent. In a moment of silence, Zet spoke up. Sorry to interrupt, but I have a question for Hunter Nelia about what you said. You said you had a child after you got married, right? It's been about 10 years since the gate breach. So your age. She placed a hand on her chest and said nonchalantly, I'm 40 now. Baphomet leaned against the wall, saying nothing. Huh? You look so young, though. I get that compliment a lot. It's simply due to skincare and the doctor in Gangnam who takes care of me. Who is that doctor? Don't worry. After we get out of this tower, I'll introduce you to. If you see that doctor, we'll stay young and beautiful for a long, long time. The last man was finally safe. The mission proceeded smoothly. The group watched as the man gradually disappeared into the light. The system display appeared once again. Now it was their turn to leave, proceeding to the next trial. They all departed under the brilliant light. The scene blurs. The light once again successfully brought them to another place. Civil and Nelia were both blinded by the light. The scenery this time was the same as before. Just as Hunter Baphomet predicted, we've moved to another simulated gate breach space. The number of people to rescue this time is 9. Zet spoke up. The number of people to rescue has decreased. As we advance to the next floor, the number of people to rescue decreased significantly. But along with that, the magical beasts also became much stronger and more numerous. We decided to split into 3 teams to operate more quickly and efficiently. It was still the same ruined scenery as the previous floor. The mission was to rescue the survivors to advance to the next trial stage. 0/9. They walked step by step on the ground. Now we just need to find 3 more people. Baphomet said in a commanding tone, let's find and rescue them quickly. Griffin glanced slightly at him. To another area. He silently observed his surroundings. Still in ruins. Suddenly, Baphomet spoke up that I feel like someone is watching us. Griffin said unexpectedly, is that a viewpoint you're expressing as a magical beast? Faced with his suspicion, he smiled. Interesting. I've said this before. Why do you keep suspecting me? Do you want to start a fight like back in training? His eyes turned icy in an instant. And do you remember what I said? His eyes were no less cold, that if you prove that I'm a magical beast, I will kill you immediately. So you should think a little, is it really necessary to do that? Their faces were seemingly only a few centimeters apart. And no matter what you say or do, I will always believe you are a magical beast. Griffin's eyes widened. This is inside a tower. Even if it collapses and people find your corpse later, no one will be able to figure out if it was a human or a magical beast that did it. He didn't back down either. Seems you want to have a go at me again. Suddenly, a cry for help cut through the tension between them. Help me. Baphomet had to say, let's save the person first. We can fight later. Saying that, he ran off first, leaving him behind with a look of astonishment this tone. A voice. A young boy tried to run away. Help. A giant worm-like monster followed behind him. It quickly received a slash, and the sword was gradually lowered. Done. Baphomet just scored, so the mission is complete. He turned back to see him standing opposite that kid. He couldn't form a sentence. It seemed the boy's figure was all too familiar. He turned his head and said, me? A thread appeared and wrapped around the monster's head. Another thread wrapped around its arm, and then the monster's leg. Finally, all of the monster's limbs were bound by Gripper. Immediately, she gave a signal, Hunter Zet. Hunter Zet, following her command, a person wielding a great sword charged down. Zet plunged the great sword straight into the monster's head. Right after that, a massive, deafening explosion occurred. Fortunately, Zet managed to jump off the monster just before it blew up. At this moment, Gripper let out a sigh of relief. It ended smoothly. Zet continued for her. I can't predict anything because the magic beasts keep appearing endlessly. They're definitely trying to recreate the gate overflow incident. Realizing she had misspoken, she quickly cried out sorry. Gripper asked blankly what? Realizing the issue, she immediately reassured Zet, "It's fine. I'm really fine. You don't have to worry about me. Besides, I'm not the only one who's experienced the gate overflow incident. Every hunter here is just like me." After saying that, the two fell into a moment of silence, their eyes meeting. To avoid the awkwardness, one of them spoke first. "We should get moving quickly." "All right, this is no time to be lazy." "Right." After that, the two of them turned and left. They didn't expect that the monster behind them was starting to sprout small branches. At this moment, Reaper, walking in front, was briefly lost in thought. She was blaming herself. "I can't believe I made others worry about me. It's just as Baphomet said, I'm really not a good hunter." Thinking this, as if feeling embarrassed about what happened earlier, Reaper turned and said, "Hunter Z, about before." When she turned back, she saw the monster rising up behind Z. Reaper immediately cried out in alarm, "Hunter Z." A moment later, Nelia was playing with a small fox when she sensed something. It was Reaper helping the injured Z inside. Immediately, Lia began to examine the wound. "This is a rare poison that causes paralysis. I don't think regular magic potions will work on it." At this point, Z, feeling guilty, spoke up, "I'm sorry. I was too careless and ended up holding everyone back." Lia gently comforted her. "Come on, we've prepared for times like this. You should stay here until you've recovered." Here, Lia placed a cute creature on Z's wound. This little one has healing abilities. Upon seeing it, both Z and Reaper had the same thought, "So cute." Then the scene changes to the desolate city outside. After finishing Z's treatment, Lia was taking a walk with Reaper. She stretched refreshingly and said, "Since you're not well either, let's just wander around and look for survivors." Suddenly, Lia turned around and saw Reaper smiling, puzzled. "Why is our beautiful hunter Reaper smiling?" "Well, because you're very cute." "Oh my, even though I'm just an ordinary woman in my 40s, your summons are just as cute." Mentioning that, Lia revealed, "My summons are influenced by my son. Their original form wasn't like this at all." She began to recall a scene of her son whining to her, "Mommy, let me see your summons. I want to play with them." To indulge her son, Lia summoned two majestic beasts. Seeing them, her son was stunned, frozen in place. Then, the little boy screamed in terror, his voice echoing. "So scary." Ending the flashback, Lia said reluctantly, "After that, I changed the appearance of my summons to be cuter." At the same time, she also explained further, hunters who specialize in weapons might not know this, but the bond between a summoner and their summons is very important. The stronger the bond, the greater their power. Reaper, as if enlightened, replied, "I see." Then, Reaper remembered something and mentioned, "I've heard before that when you summon them, they will do everything they can to protect you." Lia continued her thought, "That's a really rare case. I've only seen it happen twice." She recalled for a moment and then recounted, "It was a young hunter. Many people advised him to stop, but that person was very determined." Lia calmly stated the information she knew. "I was curious about what happened to that person, so I tried to ask around. That person is now an S-rank hunter and the guild master of famous guild." Then she paused for a moment. "Anyway," Lia turned to ask Reaper, "You look more relaxed now. Are you feeling okay?" "Ah, yes. Sorry for making you worry." "There's nothing to be sorry about." At this moment, Reaper expressed her inner feelings. "I don't know why I always feel anxious even though this is just virtual reality. If the gate overflow incident happens again, I won't be able to help anyone with this cowardly nature of mine." Lia immediately cried out, cutting her off, "What do you mean?" She confidently encouraged Reaper, "There won't be any more gate overflow incidents because we're doing our best to conquer the towers." Then Lia laughed with amusement and said, "First, we have to conquer this tower." After saying that, she paused for a bit. Besides, Lia's attitude immediately changed as she glanced behind them. "We've searched every nook and cranny but still haven't found any survivors." Reaper agreed with her. "You're right, there should at least be a few people." As soon as she finished speaking, a little girl appeared from behind a door. They saw the trembling girl and exclaimed, "Oh my God, a survivor!" This time it's a child. Lia quickly approached and asked the little girl, "Are you okay? Don't be scared. We'll take you to a safe place." "Here." The little girl hesitated and said, "My leg." Lia then noticed the girl's leg and exclaimed, "So you're injured?" She sat down and opened her arms to welcome the girl, comforting her, "Don't worry, this Andy will carry you." How old are you? I think you're about the same age as my son. Reaper, standing behind, heard her mention her son and smiled gently. Looking at you reminds me of my son. So much. Suddenly, something splattered onto Reaper's face as she was listening to Lias say, if we conquer this tower quickly, I can take my son out to play for 2 whole weeks. When she looked again, Lias had been impaled by a drill. Lias stared blankly at the thing that had pierced through her. As for Reaper, she was stunned speechless. Hey! Patterns appeared on the little girl's body as she flashed a demonic smile. Right after Reaper's scream, a shocking explosion erupted. Hunter Nelia. That explosion even startled Minwoo in his location. A faint, weak voice cried out as he was wondering about the noise. What's that noise? Minwoo turned to glance at the trembling boy beside him. The boy clutched his head in fear, shaking uncontrollably. The story goes back a few hours. A surprised voice exclaimed, "What? Bro?" Minwoo pointed at the boy on the ground, looking at Soo-hyuk in disbelief, asking Javan. He took a closer look at the boy again, this kid, and indeed, Minwoo could see Javan's image in the boy, asking blankly, "Is that Javan?" Minwoo was officially speechless. A series of questions appeared in his mind. So he dyed his hair? Wait, does that mean Griffin too? The young Javan suddenly spoke, cutting off his train of thought. Please save me, and my parents and my little brother too. Minwoo asked, confused what? Just then, the system appeared in front of Soo-hyuk and Minwoo as well. Both of their system windows displayed the same mission, Emergency Quest, protect the survivor from the horde of magic beasts. Reading the quest title, they were both surprised. An emergency quest? Back to the present. Minwoo clicked his tongue in annoyance. I can't believe I have to hide like this. Minwoo glanced at the magic beast passing by him and lamented internally. Again, the magic beasts here are all high level. He looked at them and tried to calculate in his head. I wonder if the casualties in this gate overflow area are severe. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk, feeling a headache, spoke up, I don't get the location thing. Minwoo noticed him and replied, the safe zone? Then we need to get to the base first. Then he mentioned the young Javan, startling the boy. The problem is we have to get past the magic beast while carrying this kid. Suddenly, the young Javan cried out loudly, no, I'm sorry. I know this is asking for too much. Soo-hyuk was surprised to see the young Javan showing concern for him and pleading, but can you please save my little brother? I went out to look for my parents and left my little brother alone. If I knew this would happen, I would have stayed with him. Hearing this, Soo-hyuk gritted his teeth in anger. He spoke in a scolding tone, you shouldn't have gone out. Minwoo suddenly cut in, this is strange. The young Javan, seeing him looking, asked worriedly, what is it? Minwoo said something the boy couldn't understand. Why do you have a sense of self? The survivors we've met could only say, please save me. Then, he reassured the young Javan, besides, your little brother is fine. With that, Minwoo pointed towards Soo-hyuk and introduced him. That hunter over there, he's your little brother. Hearing this, the young Javan became confused. Huh? What do you mean? What are you talking about? Minwoo searched for a reasonable explanation for the B-O-Y.T. Oh, put it bluntly, it's like that novel ZBUP used to read. Ah, that's right, it's like this. Minwoo gave an unbelievable answer. We came from the future to save you. He gestured towards Soo-hyuk, who was turning his head away. Your little brother became a hunter in the future. The young Javan was surprised. Repeating his words, Soo-hyuk became a hunter? The boy suddenly fell silent. Then the boy cried out in denial in a way. The young Javan's rebuttal left Minwoo stunned. There's no way Soo-hyuk would dye his hair such a flashy color. Hearing the boy say that, Minwoo tried to hold back a burst of laughter, while Soo-hyuk just clicked his tongue softly. Right after, Minwoo began to explain whitening. It's a phenomenon that occurs in a specific area where a gate overflow happens. This phenomenon only happens to the survivors in that area. He recalled the time he and Soo-hyuk charged in to save the boy. He said, a part of their body will turn white, for example, their hair. The two of them competed to shield the young Javan, but this didn't stop Minwoo's explanation that IT only happens in certain areas, and only the survivors experience that phenomenon. A magic beast lunged towards the young Javan as he was hearing the crucial point, including you and your little brother. The image of Soo-hyuk slicing the magic beast in half followed the young Javan's question, including us. The boy stared, stunned, at the person who had just cut the magic beast in two and heard Minwoo's answer. Only Soo-hyuk and you are the only ones left. Alive. The young Javan couldn't believe his ears, astonished. What? The boy still seemed to be searching for a glimmer of hope. Only Soo-hyuk and me? What about my parents? Soo-hyuk stared at the boy without answering. Suddenly, he sensed something and turned. His head. Many magic beasts appeared out of nowhere, surrounding them. One of the two immediately threw a cube to the young Javan. Take this and get inside the building. That person shouted urgently, followed by a shocking explosion. Go now. Inside the building, the young Javan gently placed the cube down. He looked around cautiously, remembering what he was told. The hunter said that with this, the magic beasts won't be able to get close to me. The young Javan was planning to do something so until they come. Then suddenly, something happened that made the boy panic. A strange atmosphere and phenomenon unfolded before the boy's eyes. The young Javan stammered, "Dad, Mom." Outside the ruined building where the young Javan was hiding, a strange light accompanied by a loud noise rang out. After the shockwave passed, only plumes of blue smoke remained. Billowing up, Minwoo opened his eyes and looked at what was in front of him. Surprised, what? Soo-hyuk was also stunned, in disbelief. The young Javan, amidst the green-blue smoke and fire, said with resentment that I will not forgive you. A single tear rolled down the boy's cheek. The young Javan's body gradually transformed and grew larger, his voice filled with indignation. All of you. The young Javan had now become the adult Javan. He stepped forward, his voice dangerously low, that I will kill you all. The story goes back a few minutes to something that had stunned the young Javan. In front of the boy were two impaled corpses. The young Javan stammered, "Dad, Daddy." The boy was terrified, his eyes welling with tears as he let out a weak sound. The more he looked at his parents' bodies, the more agitated the young Javan became. The image seemed to be seared into the boy's mind, as tears streamed down the young Javan's face. And then he repeated the words Minwoo had said. The only survivors are me and my little brother. That thought seemed to break the boy's last defense, and Javan began to sob. The boy covered his face in anguish, his eyes filled with resentment. Immediately after, an explosion occurred, accompanied by the boy's piercing scream. Minwoo and Soo-hyuk, hearing the explosion, froze. They turned their heads in astonishment to look at where the explosion had occurred. A powerful gust of wind blew past them. When the wind died down, Minwoo and Soo-hyuk were still stunned, along with the monsters behind them, when a fire suddenly erupted, engulfing the magic beasts. One was burned to a crisp, then two, and then three, four. A whole series of magic beasts were completely incinerated by the blue flames. Minwoo exclaimed in shock, "What the hell?" Suddenly, Soo-hyuk was slightly stunned. He remembered feeling this way when he was little. I remember. Soo-hyuk remembered his younger self looking at the figure in the blue flames and thinking to himself, the reason why I survived. That person reached out his hand towards the young Soo-hyuk and called his name, Soo-hyuk. The young Javan, standing in the terrifying flames, said, "It's dangerous over there. Come here." Just as Soo-hyuk was lost in a daze, a voice rang out, pulling him back to reality. I will. The adult Javan stepped out from the flames, his voice a low growl, "Kill you all." His eyes were filled with a deadly killing intent. Seeing him, Soo-hyuk cried out in alarm. Javan! Minwoo, standing beside him, was frozen and silent. Then he suddenly broke into an amused smile. Before his eyes was a system notification. Emergency Quest 2, Punish Javan 21. At the same time, on the other side of the city, Aelium reached out her hand in terror. In front of her, Leah, with a large hole in her body, was falling. Time seemed to slow down for a moment as Aelium ran to catch Leah, while the monster behind them laughed loudly. As for Aelium, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Hunter Leah!" A figure flickered in the smoke after the explosion. Aelium, carrying Leah, flew out of the smoke. The monster, now back in its true form, quickly gave chase. Ielium's system immediately popped up. Emergency quest, punish Goliath 17. The system displayed another notification. Access to the outside will be blocked until they are punished. At this moment, the monster chasing the two of them spoke up. "Where are you running, humans?" Ielium ignored its contemptuous laughter and focused on carrying Leah and running away. "Are you hiding, you coward?" She quickly veered in another direction, causing the chattering pursuer to miss. "You weak humans will never be able to touch our king." Immediately, the monster Goliath 17's feet left the ground. It asked mockingly, "Oh, you know why?" The monster behind Ielium leaped high into the air. Its eye gleamed with a confident light as it said, "Because this place will be your grave." It immediately fired a laser beam in Ielium's direction. The laser beam got closer and closer to her. Ielium turned her head and glared. The system continued to display a notification. Legendary item, Emerald Shield, has been used. A sphere immediately enveloped Ielium, blocking the monster's laser beam. The block took the monster by surprise. It looked at the shield with disdain. "Cheap tricks. You think that flimsy thing can stop me?" The system displayed a notification. Used. A series of notifications quickly followed. Use 2 high-grade blood potions. Leah, regaining a bit of consciousness, moved slightly amidst the sound of the system notifications. Hemostatic drug used, painkiller used. She looked at Ielium, who was relentlessly using resources to heal her. That high-grade blood potion, hemostatic drug, and regeneration potion used. Ielium, at this moment, seemed unable to hear Leah's call, "Hunter Zipper." In her mind, there was only the image of a panicked child crying out, "Mom, Mommy." Leah, weak and pale, reassured Ielium, "Hunter Zipper, I'm fine. Thank God, you're still okay." Zipper. Her words reminded Ielium of her own mother. "I'll be fine, as long as you survive." Every word Leah said, "So hurry," was like every word Ielium's mother had uttered. "Hurry." Just as Leah uttered the last word, "Run," Ielium leaned in close to her and cut her off. "Shut up." Leah seemed startled and frightened. "What?" Ielium cut her off again. "You are a hunter." She lectured Leah while outside. A gun was aimed at the shield. "You can go without food for a week because you're a hunter. And now you're giving up just because of a wound like this." Leah quickly retorted, "My heart was pierced. What's left is just." Amidst the heavy rain of bullets, Ielium stubbornly argued back, "Your heart wasn't pierced, and your head didn't explode or anything. Of course, any hunter would die in a situation like that." Her words confused Leah. "What are you talking about, Hunter Zipper?" As soon as Leah finished speaking, the two fell silent. Ielium's eyes were terrifying as she questioned her. "Oh, you want your son to become an orphan?" Her words frightened Leah. "Hunter Zipper." After saying that, Ielium placed something with a clock effect inside Leah. The system displayed a notification. Legendary item, Callus's pocket watch, is being used. The system changed the next notification. Time has been temporarily frozen within the range. Ielium stood up and instructed, "Wait here." Ielium affirmed with determination that "I will not let you die." At this moment, the monster outside was relentlessly provoking her. "How arrogant. You think you can hide by crawling into that little ball?" It compared her scornfully, like a mouse hiding in its hole. Just then, a sudden voice rang out. Ielium gradually emerged from the sphere, her eyes cold as she asked, "Who did you say was hiding in a hole?" The monster, seeing her, cried out in excitement, "You're finally out, you filthy rat." Without another word, it thrust its sharp-bladed tentacles towards her. Ielium quickly dodged, while simultaneously releasing her wires. The wires wrapped around the monster's tentacles one by one. The monster let out a loud, contemptuous laugh. Ielium remained unfazed by its laughter. Watching her nimbly dodge its attacks, it cried out, "Quite surprising, human." Ielium continued to release her wires, some of which embedded into a slab of rock. Other wires also embedded into another slab of rock. Ielium pulled the wires taut, flinging the two boulders towards the monster. The moment the boulders were about to hit it, the monster fired beams of light that shattered them. It angrily stomped on Ielium's position and scolded, "You human, how dare you?" Ielium, unafraid, continued to release her wires. She controlled the wires to strike in one direction, but missed the monster. Seeing this, it laughed mockingly. "When did I get hit? Great technique, but your accuracy is 0. The The monster provoked her continuously. I'm over here. But Ielium's expression remained unchanged as she continued to attack, despite its taunts. Missed again. The sound of the monster echoed around the buildings. What are you doing? It felt like this was just entertainment for it. I'm over here. After a moment, Ielium's wires intertwined above the monster's head. It quickly jumped to the side to dodge. Too slow. At this point, it thought of something and said, "It seems like you're trying to miss, aren't you?" And only then did it realize there was a net above its head. The monster was stunned. Since when was that? Only now did Ielium speak. I never intended to hit you. Hearing her words, the monster was shocked. What? At the same time, the system appeared. Skill activation conditions have been met. The monster had truly fallen into the spider trap Ielium had set. She softly uttered, "Skill, Amy's sanctuary." As soon as she finished speaking, the space around the monster began to change. Suddenly, the area around the monster became pitch black. It looked around in a panic, wondering, what the hell is this place? Ielium approached from behind it, her calm voice echoing, "I am not a combat-type hunter." The monster attacked based on the sound of her voice. Human, but Ielium had already dodged, saying, "Whenever I enter a tower." She gently appeared from another direction, startling the monster, and continued, "I always feel scared." Ielium's terrifying eyes glanced at it as she expressed, "I don't want war. I've always believed there's a way to resolve the problems between humans and magic beasts without fighting. That is peace." The monster paused for a moment and turned to look at her. It immediately fired beams of light everywhere, loudly refuting, "Absurd. You and I cannot coexist." Its voice was filled with confidence. "We were born for this war, and we will be the species that survives." But suddenly, its voice began to stammer, losing its previous power that we will stand above the human race and rule them. This is the mission of... Its words were cut short, as if suppressed by something of. Unbeknownst to it, the monster had been pierced and lifted by Ielium's threads. It weakly uttered, "Stunned us." Ielium, resting her chin on her hand, looked at it and remarked, "That's what you think, and I respect that." The monster tried to struggle, questioning, "Human, what did you do?" "I can't move." Ielium answered as she undid her hair tie. "You'll make a good test subject." As soon as her beautiful hair was let down, the threads inside the monster seemed to be pulled taut. It panicked. What? It hurriedly screamed, "Stop!" But without giving it a chance to beg, Ielium tore the monster to pieces. Her eyes were cold and determined as she softly uttered, "For peace." In the silent space of the Ani's sanctuary, a system notification appeared along with the steady echo of footsteps. "Quest successful. You have killed Goliath 13. The beautiful Ielium walked to the sound of the notification, restoring the separate dimension. When the surrounding space had returned to a peaceful state, Ielium glanced behind her. She looked at the monster she had torn to shreds. Suddenly, a mysterious voice rang out, "You hypocrite." A girl unexpectedly appeared beside Ielium, speaking strange words. On second thought, "You definitely did something." But when Ielium turned back, she saw no one. While she was bewildered, someone called out, "Hunter Zipper." Ielium came to her senses and ran to the person who called her, exclaiming, "Hunter Leah." Seeing her, Leah praised, "You're amazing. To think you could defeat a demonic beast alone, as expected of an A-rank hunter." Ielium asked with concern, "How are you feeling?" She looked at Leah, calculating for a moment. "There's no perfect treatment in this world. You need to leave the tower and get proper treatment." Leah smiled gently and replied, "Should I?" But her next words caught Ielium's attention. "What is that green wall?" The two of them looked at the green wall and assessed it. "It doesn't look natural." "That's right. It's as if this place is a completely different dimension." Ielium, completely puzzled, thought to herself, shouldn't the separate dimension have returned to its original state after the emergency quest? Impossible. Doubt arose in her heart. Has something similar happened elsewhere? A strange scene appeared. Jinyu was holding up a phone, teasing, "Is this true love?" Your keyboard is auto-completing Jawan's name. Minyu, having just stepped out of the bathroom, snatched the phone with an angry look. "Who said you could take my phone? You brat." Jinyu, despite being scolded, calmly continued, "If you want information about that guy, I get it." He looked at the listening Minyu and slowly enunciated each word, "But he's dead. Jawan is gone. Minyu lowered his eyes, clicked his tongue, and replied, I know. Who doesn't? But I just... A regretful thought appeared in his mind. I just wanted to fight him one more time. At that moment, Jawan appeared from within a blue flame, pulling him back to reality. Following Jawan's attack motion, the system appeared. Emergency quest. Annihilate Jawan 21. Minyu and Su Hyok both jumped to dodge, ignoring the system's reminder. Until he is eliminated, you are not allowed to leave this place. Su Hyok had just landed and hadn't had a chance to move when Jawan appeared at the speed of light, startling him. Fortunately, Su Hyok's reflexes were fast enough to block Jawan's sword in time. Jawan's eyes were murderous. Su Hyok gritted his teeth, sweating as he glanced at the blade near his neck. Immediately, he ducked and deflected Jawan's slash. Jawan's blade, enveloped in blue flames, quickly lunged forward. Every one of Jawan's sword strikes was skillfully dodged by Su Hyok. Jawan's gaze was unwavering, aimed straight at the target. He raised his sword with both hands, preparing to thrust forward. Su Hyok was now in a difficult position, gritting his teeth as he looked at the blade aimed straight at him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, You shouldn't have considered me a partner. A sword tip shot quickly towards Jawan's face. He immediately swung his sword to deflect it. The deflected sword chain was quickly caught by Minyu. It was his weapon. Minyu, with his characteristic handsome look, gave an amused smile and spoke, Long time no see, Jawan. Jawan silently watched him intently. Every word from Minyu was filled with a killing intent that sent a chill down Su Hyok's spine. Even if you're just a wandering soul, I've always wanted to meet you again. Minyu's mouth uttered dangerous words. I should treat you with respect, shouldn't I? At the same time, a notification appeared. Locked passive skill has been activated. Minyu's eyes seemed to bore into his opponent, showing a look of interest. Because when fighting you, I can't do anything stupid. The system displayed a final notification. Locked active skill can now be used. As soon as the system disappeared, the atmosphere around him instantly changed. Minyu's expression had now become more serious and frightening. Without many words, he launched himself forward, throwing his sword chain at Jawan. Jawan quickly leaned to dodge. Immediately after, Jawan also crouched down to gain momentum. He leaped and shot straight in front of Minyu. While retracting his sword chain, Minyu skillfully dodged a strike from Jawan. The two continuously took turns attacking each other. Minyu furrowed his brow, gritting his teeth as he dodged. The image of him fighting Jawan in his vomit form back then appeared in his mind. Minyu mused to himself, this feeling is so familiar. He let out a few amused laughs. Then, Minyu quickly landed on the ground. Jawan landed on the ground after him. Without a moment's rest, Minyu raised his sword chain again. Jawan tilted his head, dodging the sword chain that was thrown at him. But immediately, another sword chain shot down from above towards him. Jawan immediately jumped to dodge. Just as he jumped, Minyu crouched down. He dashed quickly in front of Jawan, surprising him. Immediately, Minyu slashed straight down at his head. Jawan calmly watched the blade coming down at him. With a quick reaction, he smoothly dodged to the side. Following the momentum, Jawan immediately raised his leg high above Minyu's head. A powerful kick came down on Minyu's head, sending him flying straight to the ground. The dust cloud dissipated, revealing a greatsword blocking in front of Min. He had managed to use his sword to shield his face. Minyu's eyes peeked from behind the greatsword, looking at the light in the sky. A flame flared up behind Jawan, heading towards him. Time seemed to freeze at the moment Jawan looked at Minyu. Minyu was also stunned to see the way Jawan was looking at him. Jawan looked at Minyu. Minyu looked at Jawan. Then, Minyu gave a satisfied smile and exclaimed internally, just as I expected. He then immediately raised his greatsword. Minyu struck the ground beside him with great force, causing earth and rock to rise up. Just then, Jawan also launched his flaming sword towards the wall of earth Minyu had raised as a shield. Immediately after, Minyu sliced the stone shield in two. Behind the blue flame was Minyu's dangerous face, exclaiming, This is fun. Instantly, he knocked the rock fragments back towards Jawan. Jaewon calmly executed slashes to cut through the rocks. A greatsword appeared, following the path of a bisected rock. Minyu used a large, newly split rock to close in on Jaewon. He spoke provocatively to the man before him, entertain me even more. Jaewon 21 let out a cry, as if in response to him. A piercing sound of metal rang out between them. Then, Minyu retracted his greatsword and raised it. He changed his attack stance to a different direction, and Jaewon quickly blocked it. Minyu spun around and raised his greatsword again. The giant blade quickly came down. Jaewon immediately used his sword to block it. Then, Jaewon's small sword moved. Now it was Minyu's turn to use his greatsword to parry Jaewon's sword. Jaewon attacked, Minyu blocked. Minyu attacked, Jaewon struck back. The two fought each other from one place to another. A joyful sound rang out. This is so much fun. After a while, Minyu landed on the ground, and Jaewon landed after him. Minyu's body began to tremble from overexertion. His eyes widened as he looked at the person before him, and he cried out in his mind. But Jaewon, not at all tired, slowly walked towards Minyu. He frowned slightly, his lips pressed tight. Minyu's mind was filled with an unpleasant thought. Why does it feel like something is holding back my enjoyment? That thing must be. Without hesitation, Minyu immediately dashed toward Jaewon. He watched the calm Jaewon as he closed in. Minyu got closer and closer to Jaewon when suddenly a hand was raised in front of him. Immediately after, Minyu was sent flying by an invisible force. In the empty space, a thought echoed. It's this body. His hair flew gently in the wind along with a disdainful thought. It's weak. Minyu, still flying back with no sign of stopping, had a dazed look on his face as he cursed internally this ridiculously weak state of mind. Then, Minyu crashed into the wall behind him, creating a shocking sound. Jaewon remained in his stance, watching intently. Suddenly, he glanced to one side. Suhyok was now rushing in to attack from behind. Minyu, stuck to the wall, cursed internally, damn it. He lamented resentfully. If it were before, he wouldn't have been able to beat me into this state. Minyu looked at the two figures clashing and thought, this is the perfect opportunity. There won't be a third or fourth time. He narrowed his eyes slightly at the scene before him. A series of thoughts flashed through Minyu's mind. Even if I have a chance, can the result change? In the past, I used the tower's advantage to fight Jaewon. So if our conditions were equal, I probably couldn't beat him. He continued to think, but why am I enjoying this so much? It seems I've gotten weaker. Suhyok was now using two swords to fight with Jaewon. Minyu, however, remained in the same position, unmoving. On the other side, Suhyok jumped to dodge the flames that Jaewon shot out. Over here, Minyu's mouth opened slightly. His hand clenched as he cursed, but who cares? A stream of thoughts appeared in his mind. Am I always like this when I fight? Of course not. I always kill my opponent. A pair of mysterious eyes slowly opened. Those eyes opened wide like normal eyes. Minyu cried out internally, that's the kind of person I am. As soon as the words finished, those eyes opened wide, revealing pupils of bright red. Then a red aura surrounded Minyu, and he declared dangerously, that's what Baphomet is. On the other side, a cloud of dust rose after the battle between the other two. A sword was pointed at Suhyok, who had fallen to the ground. Jaewon stood still, pointing his sword at him, but something was very different. Suhyok looked at him, confused. Jaewon's face was now pale, as if he was afraid of something. Something in the thick smoke was moving. This terrifying power was radiating from behind Jaewon. The image of Baphomet gradually became clearer. Jaewon anxiously and slowly turned his head, eyes glowing with a crimson light, and a form gradually materializing before him. Baphomet had appeared. A robot sitting in the tower's control room wondered, is he insane? He observed everything through the large machine in front of him and judged, it's normal for humans to use the tower system to clear floors, but this is a bit too much. Suddenly, the robot administrator's voice changed, shouting, I can't believe someone could hack the system. Are you trying to steal power from my tower? He looked at the image of Minyu, beginning to transform, and growled his name, Baphomet. Minyu's eyes were now blood red. The system displayed a notification. Ruler Baphomet's unique skill, second advantage, domination. The system continued to change, and then asked for his input. Can hack and use the tower with a 15% success rate. Do you wish to use it? Minyu softly and decisively uttered yes. At that, Minyu's finger joints began to twitch. The system went silent for a moment, then it announced, "Skill has been used." The system displayed a small reminder. The current skill's range is not wide enough. The system then showed a warning. There will be unforeseen consequences due to lack of stability and the skill's low level. But Minyu didn't care. He gritted his teeth, enduring the transformation. The system continuously displayed notifications. As the level increases, the skill will become stronger and you'll be able to dominate the tower. Level up, seize the throne. Minyu's eyes, completely blood red, widened as his body convulsed. Then, after a moment of silence, the system's voice rang out steadily. "Sit like a supreme king, my lord Baphomet." Immediately after, a loud explosion erupted behind Ja. 121. A terrifying aura rushed towards him. The figure of Baphomet slowly stood up, becoming a tangible entity. A chill ran down Jawan's spine as he slowly turned his head. Baphomet's blood-red eyes bored straight into him. A familiar face was gradually revealed. Seeing that towering body appear, a gasp of astonishment escaped Baphomet. Minyu looked at the stunned Su-hyok before him and thought, "I can see Griffin's doubt." He looked into his wide, disbelieving eyes. Looking into those eyes, I can see him trembling in fear. Minyu exclaimed in surprise. I've never seen him scared before, in his mind. An image of a young boy standing in a sea of blue flames flashed by, even in the past when he awakened in the middle of the shock gate. Then he remembered the moment Su-hyok stabbed another tower master, or even when he cleared the tower alone. Minyu assessed that emotion. What he's feeling right now, a flame ignited with his every word, is rage. Only rage. Then Minyu asked himself, but what should I do now? Even the fake Jawan has a very genuine response. He looked at Jawan's trembling sword and mused, the end of this world is trembling. Minyu looked up at those deep eyes and described, his eyes are filled with anger and many different emotions. He cried out internally with delight, Jawan, the embodiment of rage, is afraid. Minyu, in Baphomet's form, stepped forward, crying out internally, because I am Baphomet. A small thought flashed by as he looked at the monster before him. Baphomet? Baphomet? Su-hyok stared, frozen, at the scene before him. Is that the king of the Hell Tower? You defeated and killed Jawan. He suddenly wondered, don't tell me I'm trembling, because he's the one who killed Ja. 1. Su-hyok associated the image of Minyu with the terrifying feeling he radiated. The amount of magic power he's emitting is equivalent. Then he suddenly cried out, I knew it. Su-hyok shouted loudly, startling Jawan beside him. You're a demonic beast, aren't you? Suddenly, Jawan turned and called his name, surprising him. Su-hyok. Jawan stepped forward and asked him, are you Su-hyok? Hearing this, he was confused. Huh? Jawan continued with a series of questions. Su-hyok, when did you get here? No, I mean, what's going on? Su-hyok. Su-hyok looked at Jawan, who was staring blankly at himself. Strange. It doesn't make any sense. His heart was filled with a strange feeling. What is this reaction? It's as if he's alive. Jawan, now completely astonished, exclaimed, but I was already dead. Witnessing this scene, Minyu, in Baphomet's form, laughed with amusement. This is it. He laughed even more maniacally. This is it. Jawan looked seriously at the man who was going crazy before him. The system really is useful. It even possesses my data. Su-hyok also didn't know what more to say to the gloating man. With this power, Jawan and I, suddenly, just as Baphomet was at his peak excitement, a series of magic circles appeared. We're going to have a lot of fun. What happened next made Minyu freeze. Huh? Chains from behind him flew straight towards the two brothers. He frantically tried to stop them. Wait, what the... Immediately, the two brothers jumped to dodge the attack. Su-hyok's two swords lying on the ground now suddenly glowed. Then they immediately flew up, and Su-hyok quickly caught them with ease. Jaewon landed beside him and began to speak. I'd really like to understand what's going on, but it'll be difficult with him attacking like this. He glanced at Su Hyok and warned sternly, be careful. He's the mythic grade boss of the Tower of One. If I hadn't cleared it, it would have been the strongest tower. You still can't. Without letting him finish, Su Hyok cut him off. Don't worry and shut up. The opponent that needs to be killed in this tower, he reminded him as he charged forward, is you. Know your place. As Su Hyok charged, he calculated in his mind, Baphomet and Jaewon. If this goes well, I can take care of both of them at once. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoed in his head. Nothing has changed. At this rate, an S-rank hunter is still too much for you. Following that voice, an image of a mysterious person in a shirt appeared. Thinking of that image, Su Hyok fell silent for a moment. His sword-wielding hand was enveloped in a blue aura. Su Hyok softly called out, skill. He immediately sent 2 slashes towards Baphomet, shouting, wind slash. Baphomet casually blocked the technique with his hand. Taking advantage of this moment, Su Hyok attacked from above Baphomet's head, but unexpectedly, his sword was caught by him easily. Su Hyok was startled and amazed. Immediately after, Baphomet forcefully threw him away. Just as Su Hyok was about to collide with the wall behind him, he nimbly twisted his body. He used his feet to make contact with the wall, using the force to gain momentum. Instantly, Su Hyok shot quickly towards Baphomet and raised his sword. A light sword stroke glided past. He had cut him into pieces, but Su Hyok remained in his finishing pose, unmoving, because he was hiding the fear on his face. I can't feel it. Looking at Baphomet's intact body, he was horrified. I couldn't cut anything at all. Baphomet glanced down at the small human below. That gaze made Su Hyok freeze. Immediately after, Baphomet let out a huge roar. While Su Hyok was trying to withstand it, the system appeared. You feel extreme fear from a stronger opponent. Su Hyok's system continued to announce amidst Baphomet's roar. Your experience is reduced by 50%. The system displayed his status. Your body is frozen in fear. Su Hyok gritted his teeth, drenched in sweat, thinking, is this mythic grade? Just as Baphomet's roar subsided, a final notification appeared. You are currently unable to move. Immediately after, a giant, terrifying hand reached for Su Hyok. Just as Baphomet was about to touch him, Jaewon flew in and powerfully blocked it. Their hands collided, creating a small explosion that knocked them both back. Jaewon spoke reproachfully, you really haven't changed at all. You haven't even improved one bit. He glanced at Su Hyok and reminded him, your goal is to kill me, right? Su Hyok, shocked, looked at the man before him and stammered a reply. Huh. Without many words, Jaewon charged straight forward. Baphomet stood frozen, making no move. But in reality, he was cursing internally. Why is it like this? Minyu, confused, watched Jaewon fly up and charge straight at him. I can't control my body as I wish. Impossible. Suddenly, he remembered the system's warning. There will be unforeseen consequences due to lack of stability and the skill's low level. Jaewon charged straight at Baphomet while he was still wondering to himself, is it because the skill level is low? In the thick cloud of dust, Minyu in Baphomet's form cursed internally, damn it. He looked at Jaewon and cursed, damn it. Baphomet thought as he summoned his weapons. I can't believe he's like this. Jaewon jumped to dodge the 2 great swords that came down on him. The annoying thing is, Baphomet remained in that same posture, complaining in frustration. Jaewon suddenly became stronger. Jaewon raised his sword, preparing to strike. Another small shockwave occurred between the two. Baphomet judged it's as if the two fought from the air until they landed on the ground. Baphomet made a firm conclusion. He's as if he's still alive. Then, Baphomet let out a roar, radiating power. Jaewon was no less formidable. His whole body also radiated power. In the clashing space of red and blue, the 2 contrasting powers gradually touched in a dramatic fashion. The image of Baphomet and Jaewon facing off symbolized the battle between these 2 colors. At this moment, Baphomet's greatsword was brought out. Jaewon's thin sword was as well. Both of them thrust their swords towards their opponent. Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, Jaewon suddenly realized something. He let out a cry and leaned to the side. I see. Jaewon spun his sword. Then his eyes became dangerous as he aimed straight at his target. He immediately used all his power and launched his sword. Jaewon's sword plunged straight into a robot sphere. Minyu exclaimed in astonishment. Was that the gaze I felt before? The tower's robot administrator saw this and was also stunned. He growled angrily. How dare you? Jaewon now solved his own confusion. Although I'm dead, I feel as if I'm still alive. So the tower system must have used my data and turned me into a demonic beast. A soft, mocking sigh was heard. Jaewon angrily cursed, "You arrogant demonic beast, how dare you?" Minyu, in Baphomet's body, was still so shocked he listened to his questioning in silence. So there's no other way to handle this situation? Minyu couldn't believe what was before his eyes and cried out, "Impossible!" Jaewon then turned around and said, "You need to." Just then, a sword thrust forward along with a panicked shout to stop. "No!" As Jaewon uttered his final words, the great sword pierced through him. "Kill me." A moment later, the system displayed a notification. Quest successful. Jaewon 21 has been eliminated. Minyu had now returned to his human form and was angrily cursing. The system continued to announce, "Tower floor cleared." Minyu didn't care and continued to curse. That bastard Jaewon. The Jaewon opposite him gritted his teeth in discomfort. Am I programmed to feel pain too? Ignoring them, the system continued its job. The two skills, Second Advantage and Domination, will be unusable on the next floor. Skill usage time has ended. After the system disappeared, Minyu remained in the state of having stabbed Jaewon and uttered, "What is going on?" Suddenly, Jaewon reached his hand forward. He grabbed Minyu's collar and pulled him close. Jaewon spoke with difficulty. "You become human, Baphomet. But how can a demonic beast become human?" He didn't want to delve deeper and said softly, "Never mind. In this chaotic world, things like this can happen. But I'm also curious how you became." "It's possible." Jaewon spoke, surprising Minyu by asking if it was thanks to the mission. If so, then anything really is possible. As he was speaking, his body began to fade away, because it's also thanks to the mission that I am here. Jaewon slightly lowered his eyes, looking straight at Minyu. He continued to ramble on. "When you became human, it seems you couldn't keep your true power, huh? That body isn't yours either." Jaewon asked him sarcastically, "But even with that human body, is this the extent of your power?" Hearing this, Minyu was bewildered. What? At this moment, Jaewon's body faded even more. He gently criticized, "It seems you don't know how to use that body at all." Just before his voice completely disappeared, he said something. Seeing this, Minyu was astonished. He stared blankly at the figure gradually fading before him. Minyu stood frozen in silence. A moment later, after Jaewon had completely vanished, he finally reacted. "What did you say?" Afterwards, a deep, steady voice rang out, "I see." The hunters had now regrouped at the base. Civil asked for clarification, and a named demonic beast appeared in every district. Hearing this, Aelrium was surprised. "IT was the same for you, Hunter Civil." He recalled that moment and replied, "Yes, they pretended to be a pair of twins. When they found my opening, they revealed their true nature." Then he calmly reassured them, "But fortunately, we managed to kill them all." Aelrium continued, "Yes, we've cleared it, but although Hunter Leah's condition is no longer critical, because I gave her emergency first aid, she can't move like this." To continue, Leah was weakly leaning against a wall, her summoned beast hugging her and crying. Civil looked at the situation before him and quietly considered his options. He walked over to Leah and spoke. "Hunter Leah, Hunter Chiyu, can you endure it?" "Yes, I can still continue clearing the tower with everyone. Please don't worry." Civil was silent for a moment. Then he made a decision that let's go back. Leah frantically tried to stop him. "You don't have to do that for my sake." Civil immediately retorted, "Do you think I can't see your condition? We've been working together ever since you joined the guild." Civil reassured her that we can clear the tower next time. "Your health is the top priority." Leah hesitated worriedly, but suddenly, someone spoke up in refusal that I'm not going. Minyu, standing behind Aelrium, said resentfully, "If you're going down, go by yourselves." Aelrium whirled around in confusion. "Huh? What did you say? Are you planning to clear the tower alone?" Minyu didn't answer, glancing at her with a displeased expression. Aelrium was stunned, wondering to herself, he's been in a bad mood for a while now. What happened? Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts that I'll stay too. Aelrium looked at the person who just spoke and exclaimed, "Hunter Griffin." Suhyuk calmly replied to her, "We've come this far. It would be a waste to go back now." Then he looked over at Minyu. And there's something I want to know. Soo-hyuk's terrifying gaze was fixed on Minyu. Minyu, not backing down, glared back at him. Hearing the wishes of the two, Civil could only agree that I understand. Besides Hunter Fomet and Griffin, does anyone else want to stay? Zet spoke up, offering I'll go down with you. If it weren't for my injury, Hunter Liao wouldn't have been so badly hurt. She looked at Liao, full of self-blame that I won't be able to rest easy until Hunter Lia's injuries have stabilized. Hearing her self-reproach, Liao quickly consoled her, it's not your fault. Then, Civil asked Aelrium, what about you? Me? Aelrium glanced towards Minyu, then let out a soft sigh. Finally, she decided, I'll continue climbing the tower with Hunter Fomet and Griffin. Suddenly, a hand shot up, interrupting Aelrium. Me too. Maker raised her hand, enthusiastically volunteering, I'll climb with you all too. She gave a mysterious and somewhat amused smile. Maker quickly brushed past Aelrium, who was starting to speak to her. Well then, Hunter Goblin. She approached Minyu and cheerfully struck up a conversation, and I'm really looking forward to working with you. At this point, Civil spoke up to give orders. Then it's decided. Zet, Liao, and I will descend the tower. He instructed them, you all will continue. When Hunter Lia's injuries have improved, I will climb the tower again. Zet approached Aelrium to remind her, be careful, Hunter Reaper. You too, please take care of Hunter Liao. Then Zet glanced towards Minyu and apologized silently that I'm sorry, sir. I couldn't complete the task you gave me. A moment later, a stream of light appeared in the air. A spatial gate opened, and 3 figures stepped inside. Afterwards, the gate gradually shrank. When the gate disappeared, Minyu turned to leave. Let's go. Aelrium thought to herself as she followed them. Will we be okay on our own? This tower is rated as epic grade, but I was the one who led Hunter Fomet into this tower. She pressed her lips together firmly as, I have to go. Aelrium's eyes were full of determination. I have to try and hold out until Hunter Civil climbs the tower again. Though she was determined a second ago, the next second Aelrium was crying and running away. Well, that was the plan, but Aelrium screamed as a giant monster chased them from behind. What the hell is this? Then another monster's hand appeared, and Aelrium cried out internally. Please! Fighting alongside Minyu, she screamed, please! Then a swarm of robot bees appeared. Aelrium wailed, please, just stop. Watching them fight fiercely, she prayed, give me a break. Then a giant robot appeared, and the two of them, Minyu and Soo-hyuk, appeared and dealt with it effortlessly. At this point, Aelrium's frustration reached its peak, causing her to scream loudly, startling them. Please, give me a break. The other 3 turned to look at her, confused. Aelrium, now dizzy and lightheaded, said, can we rest for a bit? After that, a light flashed in the dark space. The system then appeared over a glowing golden cup. You have used a magic item, Golden Incense Burner. The system continued to introduce the cup's effect. The stamina of all party members, including yourself, will slowly recover. At this moment, Aelrium was silently giving thanks. Thank heavens we're in a waiting room. She immediately opened the system to check. The floor we cleared was the 89th floor. The results are quite good. Suddenly, Soo-hyuk stood up, catching Aelrium's attention. Where are you going? Soo-hyuk immediately answered her. Staying in one place is a waste of time. I'm going to warm up. He glanced at the person next to him, pausing slightly. Besides, Soo-hyuk gestured towards Minyu with disgust. Being in the same place as him makes me sick. Hearing him say that, Minyu asked resentfully, are you talking about me? Soo-hyuk didn't reply, just looked at him silently. Minyu stared back at him seriously. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two of them, Aelrium worried. Why has the atmosphere become like this? What on earth happened earlier? Flustered, she quickly spoke up, hey everyone. She glanced over at Maker beside her. Then Aelrium stood up and started the introductions. Come to think of it, we haven't had a chance to introduce ourselves to Hunter Goblin yet. I'm Reaper, they are Fomet and Griffin, and this is Hunter Goblin. Maker immediately continued for her. I received a request from the Sun Gun Guild. They asked me to join the Sun Gun Guild members and protect them so they could clear the tower safely. She recalled that time and continued. On the way up here, I met Hunter Civil. Minyu suddenly cut her off. I'm sure you didn't climb the tower alone. What happened to the others? Maker raised her hand to describe it. They were killed by a trap set by a demonic beast. They didn't know that her words were full of hidden meaning, that she had killed those people with her own hands. The attack was very sudden. Maker's eyes looked emotionless, but the corners of her mouth held a demonic charm. Only I survived. Hearing her answer, Minyu scoffed. They died? To think that the people sent as protection were weaker than the Vanguard Hunter team. Look, Baphomet. Aelrium approached to complain to Minyu, not noticing the look from behind. She lost all her comrades and had a hard time climbing the tower. How can you say that? Then she turned to console Maker. Please don't mind what he said. He has a sharp tongue. Hearing her say that, Minyu was displeased. What? Maker, who had been watching them silently, seemed annoyed and hesitantly replied to Aelrium, "Ah." The strange reply made Aelrium freeze. She suddenly remembered something. Ever since a while ago, this hunter, a few minutes ago, when the gun-wielding robots charged, Aelrium lightly jumped up to dodge the barrage of bullets fired at her. But because of that carelessness, she didn't notice the one above her. Aelrium panicked and dodged, but the blade was already close to her. Luckily, she managed to fall to the ground in time, so the blade didn't hit her. After that, Aelrium was astonished by the sight before her. A sword had pierced through the robot's head. Minyu had appeared out of nowhere and attacked it from behind. Aelrium dazedly called out, "Thanks." Immediately after, she noticed something beside her. Maker appeared and lightly fired a shot, destroying the robot in front of her. Aelrium was stunned, her hair a mess, and she fearfully uttered, "Thank you." At that moment, the look in Maker's eyes as she looked at her was a bit strange. Seeing that look, Aelrium panicked and cried out internally. Since then, she's seen me as a thorn in her side. Maker no longer paid attention to Aelrium and turned to Minyu, showering him with praise. "Amazing, Hunter Baphomet. Are you really an A-rank hunter? How strange." Aelrium slowly stood up and assessed them. She's not following Hunter Griffin from the Sungun Guild, but is clinging to Baphomet, who has nothing to do with that guild. Then she wondered to herself, is she in love with Baphomet and thinks I'm a rival? At that thought, she became angry. That's ridiculous. I don't have any feelings for Baphomet at all. A while later, a cracked ceiling appeared. Two figures stood before two giant doors. 99th floor. Minyu looked at them and assessed. There are two large doors. Which one is the real one? Griffin added, I think we need to check both. That said, he turned to look at the two people behind him. Griffin's and my strengths are about equal. So if we go through the same door, it won't be very efficient. We should keep this in mind, plus the distance. At this moment, Aelrium was fuming with anger next to Maker. Minyu saw this situation and froze for a moment. Aelrium was now full of determination and desire. Pick me. I know he's not interested in me at all, but I'm so annoyed, so you'd better pick me. Minyu closed his eyes and thought for a moment. And finally, Minyu decided, Goblin will go with me. Hearing his answer, Aelrium shouted angrily, Huh? Why? After that, the two had a small argument. Your vines almost hit me when we were fighting earlier. Well, I'm too lazy to dodge those vines of yours. Griffin is agile, so it's best if you two go together. After a while, once the groups were settled, Minyu told them, All right, we've split into groups. Now let's go. Aelrium watched the two of them walk past her. She saw Maker give her a challenging smile. Seeing that smile, Aelrium became angry again. This little brat, really. Watching her back as she walked away, Aelrium decided for herself, she's very suspicious. But Aelrium's expression was terrifying. She silently commanded, activate skill, identity. Suddenly, Aelrium's eyes widened. It was unclear what she saw, but her voice was filled with astonishment. What is this? After Minyu's group stepped inside, Minyu looked at the tunnel and lamented, This tunnel is quite long. Did we choose the wrong door? Perhaps. Then Maker turned her head back to look at him. She asked him a surprising question. That IS Hunter Reaper your girlfriend? Minyu replied dismissively. Huh? Of course not. Maker thought for a moment, then replied, I see. But she didn't let him off and continued to ask about IT. Dio, you have a girlfriend? You probably do, right? You seem popular. Minyu asked, confused, Why do you keep talking about other people? What? He stepped closer and said suggestively, It's just the two of us here. Hearing this, Maker was bewildered and wondered, Huh? What do you mean? Just then, Minyu suddenly lunged at her with a dagger. In the pitch-black space of the long tunnel, Maker quickly dodged Min-Yu's blade. Her face was grazed by his attack. Min-Yu voiced his suspicion that you're no rookie. In the terrifying atmosphere, Min-Yu slowly advanced. You approached me with an ulterior motive, didn't you? He spoke each word grimly. That's fine. I'm tired of dealing with empty-headed fools. Anyway, Min-Yu's eyes were full of danger as he suggested. So how about I just chop your head off right now? A few minutes before entering the gate, Aelrium had approached to stop Min-Yu. Wait a minute, Baphomet. He turned back, confused, and asked her as she glanced at Maker. What is it? Just then, a system notification appeared. Hunter Reaper has sent you a direct message. Would you like to receive it? With a blank face, Min-Yu operated the system panel. Aelrium sent him a strange message. Something feels off about Hunter Goblin. I don't think she's an official hunter. Min-Yu didn't understand and asked back. What do you mean? Not an official hunter. Aelrium sent a reply that it seems she's a hunter who hasn't registered with the government. After reading the message, Min-Yu spoke, startling Aelrium that I see. I thought she was a bit suspicious, but then he leaned in closer, causing her to flinch away in alarm. What did you say? What's going on? Right after that, Min-Yu made a suggestion. When we're done here, let's go get a meal. That's why this later scene happened. A foot shot forward quickly. The opponent's foot also shot forward quickly. Maker took out a gun and aimed straight ahead. Min-Yu lightly used his dagger to deflect and counter the bullet. He quickly got in front of her and slashed horizontally. But Min-Yu's face showed a hint of surprise because Maker had quickly switched weapons to block him. Immediately after, a gun was pointed at his face. Min-Yu instantly used his dagger to block the bullet, sending it flying. Min-Yu's eyes were bloodshot and filled with killing intent. He spun around, raising his dagger behind him. Instantly, Maker leaped into the air, dodging Min-Yu's slashes. In midair, she took out a gun and aimed. Min-Yu drew his hand back to gather power. Then, at the same time Maker fired the bullet, he struck, knocking it away. Following that, Maker raised her leg. Min-Yu also threw a punch. A punch and a kick collided, creating a small shockwave between the two. After that small shockwave, both Min-Yu and Maker were knocked back. Maker landed lightly on the ground and watched Min-Yu, who had been knocked back, breaking to a stop. Min-Yu glanced at her with annoyance. Maker remained calm, giving a smile that unsettled people. Suddenly his dagger spoke. Hey boss, that woman can change weapons at will, but I don't think she's using a weapon with its own consciousness like me. The speed at which she changes weapons in her inventory is too fast. He looked at Maker in front of him and replied silently. She's an illegal hunter, not on the government's list. I heard she's using an illegal system to avoid the government's eyes and ears. The dagger voiced its suspicion. Could it be because of Min-Yu's gaze sharpened as he speculated? It seems this isn't her first time doing this. He looked at that demonic smile and confirmed she has definitely killed countless people. At this moment, he spoke to probe her. Did you hide your identity and sneak in here for me? Maker replied, you're quick on the uptake. That's right. I have some business to settle with you, Baphomet. Min-Yu got straight to the point. Are you here to kill me? Hearing him ask that, she replied lightly, yes. Then she suddenly changed her answer. Wait, or maybe I should just tell you straight. Let me explain. She looked at him and revealed, someone requested me to kill you. But you see, when I take on a mission like this, I have one condition. It depends on whether I feel like doing it or not. 2. Maker placed a finger on her chin, feigning coyness, and said, but I think it's such a waste. She looked at his body and wondered to herself, is it really necessary to kill you? Then she looked at his handsome face and made her choice or maybe I should just eliminate all the factors that make you dangerous and let you live. Her words echoed eerily in the air, because that's what my grandmother did. Maker recalled an image of a broken teddy bear and recounted, my grandmother always said, in a memory from her childhood. She stared blankly at the scene before her. An elderly woman beside her was whispering something to her. In front of them was a man tied tightly to a chair. Maker repeated the words one by one. Playing with a living toy is much more fun than a dead one. Returning to the present, Maker hugged her body, trembling, and said, so I plan to let you live and take you home. A perverted look of ecstasy appeared on her face I'll be sure to love you very much after I cut off your arms and legs." Then she clutched her cloak and said, "So you'd better remember this. From now on, your master is not Goblin." Maker laughed, threw off her cloak, and charged forward with her gun, declaring grandly, "But Maker." Minyu jumped up to dodge the barrage of bullets fired at him. The dagger spoke, asking for his opinion. "Hey boss, what do you want me to do?" Minyu calculated and replied to it. "A large weapon won't work because the space here is limited. Give me a medium-sized weapon, but one that's still enough to block her bullets." While Maker aimed her gun up at him again, the dagger took the opportunity to warn him. "Understood. But boss, this woman is strong. You need to be careful." Minyu quietly repeated a word from its sentence. "Strong." He remembered the image of Javan disappearing before his eyes. Then, Minyu lightly deflected the bullets that were shot at him. He landed and asserted, "Compared to that guy, this is nothing." Then Minyu remembered the image of Javan again and softly uttered, "Besides." He spoke with a confidence that surprised the dagger. "I don't think I'll lose to her." Instantly, something shot towards Maker. The moment it was about to pierce her eye, she quickly jumped back to dodge. The one who had just attacked was Minyu, with a small axe in his hand. His weapon quietly replied, "I understand." Maker looked at him with amusement and exclaimed, "Your eyes have changed." Minyu suddenly cut her off. "Did you just call me a toy?" Minyu slowly stood up and retorted, "The one who's going to become a toy here isn't me. You know." Then he suddenly closed in on her and said menacingly, "It's you." Maker quickly leaned back to dodge. Minyu's slash. Without a moment's pause, he quickly leaped up. Maker immediately used the body of her gun to block his axe. Minyu gave an amused smile, while Maker struggled to force a smile. Instantly, she weaved and jumped back. As soon as she dodged, he also quickly landed. Just then, she changed weapons again and said menacingly, "You've gotten stronger, haven't you? It seems I'll have to fight you seriously." Her next weapon was a whip. She immediately lashed the whip towards Minyu. He turned and skillfully dodged, but she unexpectedly swung the whip in a circle, about to loop around Minyu's neck. He immediately ducked to avoid the noose. Next, Maker raised a gun and aimed it straight at him. The gun fired, aiming straight for his leg. Minyu instantly dodged. He skillfully dodged her whip attacks. Maker's smile now held a hint of worry. After a while of dodging, Minyu was a good distance away from her. Minyu looked at his target, cool and unfazed. At this moment, a thought crossed his mind. Ever since I met Zaven, my mind has become strangely calm. Minyu gently raised his axe, and he shattered the rock in front of him as he charged forward. He advanced towards Maker with powerful steps. She immediately raised her hand, shattering the rock in front of her to attack him. But suddenly, Maker noticed something unusual. Minyu was nowhere to be seen in front of her. Somehow, he had appeared behind her back. A strong will flashed through Minyu's mind that I don't think I'll lose. Then, he delivered a kick to Maker. She looked at him with interest and exclaimed, "You're a tough one." Then she immediately lashed her whips towards him, shouting, "Taming you will be a lot of fun." In the thick cloud of dust, Minyu stomped his foot on the ground and told himself, "But I still can't help but hope." He gathered all his strength. An axe flew towards Maker as Minyu thought, "What if my current opponent was Zaven?" She leaned slightly to dodge, giving a strained smile as she changed the weapon in her hand. Minyu dodged while asking himself, "What if I were a little stronger?" He glanced at her and raised his axe. He immediately threw it at Maker as he asked himself, "If I had another chance to fight Zaven, what would happen?" Suddenly, Maker glanced behind her, her eyes widening in surprise. Suddenly, splatters of blood flew through the air. Minyu reached out and caught his axe. Maker's legs buckled slightly, while Minyu remained standing tall. Maker was now clutching her injured arm, staring at him in a daze. His eyes were blazing red as he looked at her coldly. Maker let out a small laugh. Then she burst into loud laughter, her mind seemingly having collapsed. Minyu stood silently, watching her laugh maniacally. Afterwards, the sound of Maker's laughter seemed to quiet down and then fell silent. She was now frantically in denial, "Oh, this can't be. You were supposed to be my toy." "That's right." She tilted her head and looked at him, like her image from the past. Both of them questioned the person before them in unison. "Why won't you listen to me?" Her eyes darkened as she looked at him, and along with the child from the past, she asked the person before her menacingly, "Do you want me to punish you?" Then Maker raised her hand to scold him. Stupid. She summoned a giant gun. How truly stupid. She angrily pointed the gun at him and said, I really don't want to do this. Both her present and past selves frantically blamed the person in front of her. It's like you're forcing me. Right after, a giant beam of light was fired, straight towards Minu. Minu's bloodshot eyes stared at that light. His eyes were filled with danger. A soft curse echoed in the air. Damn it. Streaks of blood shot out from the Maker, and blood flowed from the corner of her mouth in shock. She looked down at her body and discovered that a battered Minu had attacked her at some point. Bitmaker seemed to go crazy, shouting as she prepared to strike. You're forcing me to do this. A stream of blue electricity was released, rushing towards Baphomet. Along the way, they created earth-shattering tremors. Bitmaker was suddenly stunned, seemingly not believing what was happening before her eyes. Her eyes widened. Her mouth clamped shut, unable to speak. Baphomet not only didn't retreat, but charged toward her attack. He charged forward fearlessly, his eyes glowing red like a true beast. His eyes were filled with determination, as if he was very confident about this attack. Seeing Minu's insane action, she questioned loudly, Are you crazy? Are you planning to take the hit head-on? The thought was clear in her mind. No A-rank hunter has ever survived this skill of mine. Yet he raised the small blade in his hand, preparing to strike. She found what he was doing more and more unbelievable, exclaiming in her mind, Impossible. Then Minu lunged forward to attack her, but luckily, she managed to block it. She was pushed back, the collision creating fierce shockwaves. Baphomet now got into a ready stance, holding two small blades in his hands, preparing to charge and attack again. Bitmaker truly didn't understand. She wondered, how did he get so much stronger in such a short time? He quickly threw the two blades. They spun to form a red circle that shot swiftly towards her. She quickly dodged it. With her senses, she glanced behind her, predicting he's planning to attack from behind again. But suddenly, he appeared in front of her. She angrily gritted her teeth. Her hand holding the gun had also reacted. But it seemed it was too late, as Minu already had his fist ready to strike. When the attack landed, her gun flew from her hand, and blood splattered from her body. She opened her eyes wide, as if she could feel death approaching. She looked down at her body, and discovered that where he had placed his hand, there was now a hole. Her pupils contracted, as if feeling a horrifying fear. Then she collapsed to the ground, blood staining the floor as she screamed. It hurts so much. She cried out for her grandmother. Grandma, it hurts so much. Baphomet saw this and said nothing, just coldly stepping on her wound again. Then he suddenly realized the mission window didn't appear, which means he concluded amidst her confusion. You're not an apostle. Apostle? What are you talking about? His foot pressed down harder on her, making her cry out in pain. Then he questioned, but you said someone asked you to kill me? There's only one person who would want to eliminate me that much. The one who's doing everything he can to stop me from killing him first. The image of Loki appeared in his mind with the label, that pervert. Hearing this, like a drowning person grabbing a lifeline, she hurriedly tried to bargain with him. Pervert, are you talking about Zaki? Don't tell me you're looking for Zaki? Then I'll tell you where he is, she boldly proposed, despite Baphomet's suspicion. But in return, please spare me. How do I know you're telling the truth? She humbly tried to persuade him. I won't run. Besides, you've already seen my face. If I don't keep my word, you could just kill me, right? He looked at her, silent, not saying a word. Her face was covered in sweat, clearly showing her tension and fear as she begged. Please. He remained pensive, seemingly thinking. Like a bucket of cold water, he bluntly refused to her astonished face. Never mind. Then he explained, while taking out his purple scythe, I have my own way of finding him, so I don't need you to reveal it to me. For now, I'm ignoring him because I'm preparing for him to disappear from this world forever. He even cruelly said it outright. In the meantime, you're just a sacrifice. Seeing that there was no more room for compromise, she immediately jumped up. Quickly, she pulled out one of her guns, preparing to fight back. She looked straight ahead and shouted, No way I'm going to be your sacrifice. However, a sword strike as fast as lightning flashed by. Looking again, her head was already severed from her neck right after that. Slash! Once again, she hadn't anticipated it, only managing to let out an ah. She felt her life gradually fading away. Grandma, am I going to die? Her eyes were lifeless, as if she had understood her fate. Her eyes had begun to well up with tears. An image of her as a child suddenly appeared in her mind. That moment when the man swung his arm, she had wondered, who is that cool man? That man turned his face away coldly. Who was the one who killed Grandma? Then the cold image of Minu appeared, deeply etched in her final memory. He gently turned and walked away, ignoring Bitmaker's headless body lying still on the ground, covered in blood. Then he began to think and talk to Bitmaker's corpse. Is it okay to just kill her like that? Someone told me there's no way to know if this was caused by a demonic beast or not. Besides, I needed a place to vent my anger. Bitmaker's corpse, and he continued to argue. You're right, but killing her is such a waste. We could have used her to find that pervert. From the beginning, the one who gave the order was the demon manager, so he should be the one to find that guy and Beelzebub. He suddenly noticed Bitmaker's body. Looking at her corpse for a moment, he questioned with doubt. What's that red light? Don't tell me it's a time bomb. Her corpse continued to ask, and Baphomet calmly answered. Hey bro, it seems to be the type of time bomb that activates once the user dies. Then he also coldly turned away. Screw it. A very large explosion occurred. Suddenly a drop of water fell from somewhere onto someone's head. It turned out to be Reaper. She screamed in fright. Bagan heard the sound and turned his head, making her quickly explain. I'm sorry, it was just a drop of water. Then she expressed her worry. It's so dark in here that even with glowing worms, we still can't see anything. We can't even see the ground. I don't know if I should feel at ease. I wonder if Baphomet and the Golan Hunter are in the same situation as us at that other door. Then she remembered her conversation with Baphomet. Is Baphomet okay? I already warned him, and those words of his, he probably said that to reassure me, right? She started to imagine and speculate wildly. There's no way he would say that for no reason, but if it wasn't to reassure me, then it could only be because he's interested in me. What a pity, but you're not my type, Baphomet. The two of them suddenly stopped in front of the system screen. Bagan pointed at it and said, isn't that the record of the Holy Tower? He assessed it. Actually, this record is quite detailed. Based on it, it seems we are very close to the top floor. Is that so? Reaper began to think to herself. She evaluated Bagan. He knows quite a lot about the tower, and his skills are good too. I wonder why he hasn't become an S rank yet. A speck of light suddenly appeared from nowhere. It slipped between the two of them. Their footsteps suddenly slowed. Reaper wondered and Bagan began to speculate. What's wrong? It seems. He guessed that there's an entrance there. The place they had just noticed opened up. Both of them were stunned by what was before their eyes. They saw the outside world and normal people walking around. They even saw children happily running and playing together. Unable to hold back, they exclaimed, "What is this?" Quickly realizing, an amusement park? It seems this is also a part of the virtual reality. Suddenly a girl running and shouting loudly caught their attention. It's a misunderstanding, Director. Then the girl and the man she called Director argued with each other. What do you mean a misunderstanding? No, you're mistaken, sir. That person and I have nothing to do with each other. They continued amidst Bagan's sigh. Stop it. I don't want to talk about this with you anymore. Secretary Kong, Director, what the heck? He suggested that they should stay away, but looking over at her, he saw she was very seriously eavesdropping. I think it's best to keep our distance from them for now. Then, under Bagan's judgmental gaze and reminder, Reaper shouted loudly, "Why won't you give her a chance to explain? Why are you so serious?" She continued to add fuel to the fire as the Director walked away and the girl chased after him. She wants to clear up the misunderstanding between you two. Let her talk to you. You have to communicate clearly. She said very seriously, that's the problem with romance dramas. They could just sit down and talk to clear up the misunderstanding, but they just keep dragging out the trouble for no reason. Madrama, huh? Suddenly a voice rang out, startling both her and him. Oh my, you think so too? Suddenly something like a washing machine fell from above and crushed the Director from before. The girl fell to the ground in fright. Then she let out a terrified scream. Tiny dots suddenly appeared in the blue sky. It turned out to be Jezebel, and the thing from before seemed to be her weapon, looking like a die. Seeing this, Reaper exclaimed, "It's a named demonic beast." The people below were still unaware and naively asked, "What the heck is that? It looks interesting." Is it an event organized by the amusement park? Jezebel remained motionless in the sky. Then it suddenly declared along with its attack, "I'm bored, so get lost, all of you." In Reaper's mind, she suddenly noticed the light. The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Along with her thought, it disappeared. She stood motionless looking forward, then turned around to investigate. Suddenly, she seemed to fall down right in front of Bagan. He called out, "Hunter Reaper," then he quickly felt something strange. He realized that he couldn't feel its presence. In the darkness, a voice said, "Finally." Bagan still stood still, seemingly not having realized what was happening. A red hand reached out from the darkness. Jezebel's voice rang out again. As Reaper was trapped in a birdcage, the casting process is complete. She shouted loudly. While it remained very calm, "What's happening? I'm tired of watching the virtual stories that humans create." It continued. So it rested its chin on its hand with an interested look. "You all better show me a really interesting story. Let me have some fun." A new mission suddenly appeared, titled Destroy Jezebel. The monster rested its chin on its hand calmly. "Hey, what genre do you all like?" As Du Soo-hyuk ran in the endless darkness, the monster's voice continued to echo. Detective, no, action, comedy, fantasy. His face was somewhat worried as he listened to it speak, but you have no other choice. It rested its hand on the table, finishing its story, because I like a romance story. Ryong put all her strength into her leg and kicked. Now Ryong kicked the wall in front of her with great force. Seeing her kicking and punching like that, the monster shouted, "How rude. What do you think you're doing? Let me out. What are you plotting?" She thought to herself, "I put all my strength into that kick, but it had no effect." Item inventory. Her system appeared, but it was glitching. She was astonished. What's wrong with the system? Seeing her like that, it laughed loudly and explained, "The most important step when casting a play is to get to know the actors well. Reaper, I know you're a hunter who likes to use many different items, so I played around with the system a bit." It thought for a moment and continued. As for the villain, it looked at him and said, "Griffin, the younger brother of the legendary hunter Jawan. But unfortunately, your strength can't possibly compare to your brother's." His eyes widened in surprise upon hearing that. Na Ryong stood in an iron cage observing the monster, thinking to herself, so virtual reality is being used here. Unlike other towers, the demonic beast in this tower has information about the outside world. Her face showed worry, and she began to calculate. But I have no way of knowing how much information they have on us. It's best not to act carelessly. Something flashed, glowing in the air. That thing hit the slithering monster on the head. Seeing that scene, she shouted in astonishment, "Hey, Hunter Griffin." He still held his posture. Du Soo-hyuk slowly lifted his head. His face darkened. She was frozen on the spot, a little surprised. The monster still hadn't recovered from his recent action. After a moment, it laughed loudly and said, "It seems you are all ready." It snapped its fingers and continued. "Now then, shall we begin our little play?" Purple lights appeared, making her feel confused. It began to introduce its play. Once upon a time, in a certain village, there was a girl. "Who was ugly, that's her, huh?" It ignored her and continued to narrate. "That girl had reached marriageable age. I'm still plenty young, you know. However, no young man in the village wanted to marry the ugly girl." "What are you talking about?" "There's a long line of men for my wealth and beauty." Now it turned its gaze towards him and continued. "Except for one person. This young man was famous for being the youngest and most handsome." You're giving me goosebumps. Du Soo-hyuk was cold upon hearing his role. It didn't care about his attitude and continued. "Why would such a good young man like a girl who is ugly both inside and out? It seems that unlike his appearance, this handsome boy is very smart." The monster was almost lost in its own story. One day, the ugly girl was locked in a birdcage out of jealousy for Jezebel 215, the most beautiful girl in the world. He was now gliding through the endless space. Can a young man save the ugly girl? His face was dazed and emotionless as the voice continued to echo. After saving her, can they live happily ever after? Du Soo-hyuk jumped high, aiming a kick straight at the monster's head. It tilted its head slightly. Many square blocks with red dots surrounded him as the monster said mockingly, "Let me reveal it to you. This play has an unhappy ending." A large explosion occurred, emitting a pink light that displaced the square blocks. He appeared in midair amidst the smoke. Du Soo-hyuk jumped onto a nearby square block and powerfully plunged his sword into it. The surrounding square blocks moved very quickly. quickly. He looked at them with determined eyes. Du Su-hyuk threw something of his at the stationary square blocks. He very quickly jumped onto those square blocks to move. He raised his long sword. Hi. Du Su-hyuk pointed his sword at the standing monster. It conjured countless small square blocks towards him. Seeing that action, Na-I-ryong was astonished. He was also surprised for a moment. Another large explosion occurred. After the explosion, the smoke gradually cleared. From within the smoke was the image of Du Su-hyuk in free fall. Luckily, he found a square block to use as a foothold. He placed his foot on the square block to gain momentum and jump high. Using his sword, he slashed that square block in half. At this moment, two other blocks closed in on him. Another large explosion occurred at his feet. Another square block had closed in behind Du Su-hyuk. It shot a laser beam, but luckily he dodged it. The square blocks were still approaching their target. He thought to himself, more and more coming. They began to shoot out laser beams. He struggled to dodge those beams, the thought still appearing in his mind. The speed of these things is gradually getting faster and catching up to me. Moreover, just as he thought this, he saw a giant hand closing in on him. He was pushed hard and fell to the ground. Na-I-ryong, standing in the iron cage, was alarmed Hunter Griffin. Looking at the square blocks in front of her, she worried. They've gotten faster. Did they analyze how to defeat Hunter Griffin before moving? He lay on the ground in pain. His face was scratched, but then he remembered something. Du Su-hyuk stood up, grabbed his sword, and thought, As quick as a flash, he jumped onto those square blocks again, continuing half completely. He used his hand to cover his face, being attacked by the square blocks that now had an arm. They tried their best to chase him. His thoughts echoed, overwhelming. Du Su-hyuk tried to fight, feeling very anxious. Could I be the one to run out of stamina first? The square blocks with hands and drills headed towards him. Du Su-hyuk seemed to fall into a dark space. Seeing this, both she and he were alarmed and had the same thought. Are our senses being blocked? He now fell into a panic. I can't hear, can't detect, can't feel anything. Suddenly, a few purple lights appeared next to him. Those light beams began to attack Du Su-hyuk. Unexpectedly, on his outfit were a few purple glowing crystals. He took something out from his person. Throwing it forward caused a large explosion. Du Su-hyuk bit the hilt of his sword on guard. He sensed something, raised his sword, and blocked a slash from above. He deflected that slash away. At this moment, two other weapons aimed straight at him. Du Su-hyuk jumped to avoid the two weapons, causing both to slash down on the ground. But at this moment, a strange object appeared behind him. Two square blocks had caused the ground where he stood to crack in two. Du Su-hyuk was astonished as he fell. Na-I-ryong shouted, Hunter Griffin. She stood worriedly in the iron cage. If Hunter Griffin, who is famous for his speed, can't keep up, but then she realized something and analyzed it in her mind. The problem arose when the light disappeared. When there's no light, we can't use our senses. It's the light. If he uses glowing worms, he can know the demonic beast location. But before she could finish her sentence, two pieces of tape were placed over her mouth. The monster looked at the iron cage and warned, Shut up and sit still. Du Su-hyuk had heard her. He thought to himself, light. He opened the system, selected something, and said, Item inventory, glowing worms. A beam of light then flashed in front of him. The monster controlling those square blocks spoke smugly. I told you, didn't I? It's an unhappy ending. It pointed at Du Su-hyuk and continued, Handsome young man, if you have someone to blame, blame yourself for being too weak. It directed a barrage of square blocks towards Du Su-hyuk, then laughed with delight. With her mouth taped, she could only make muffled sounds. Du Su-hyuk's body was covered in injuries. He had passed out, but his thoughts still emerged. I'm too weak. At this rate, I can't become an S rank. Am I really not good enough to surpass my brother? People's whispers echoed in his head. Hunter Jawont's younger brother. Well, being the youngest A-rank hunter is impressive. His whole body collapsed on the ground. But he's a long way from being as good as his brother, right? He still lay unconscious, thoughts still appearing. I can't deny the fact that I was very surprised. An image of Du Su-hyuk in the past appeared. Back then he had met Cha Min-woo. Remembering it, he thought, I didn't expect you to become so strong in such a short time. He just stood there stunned, thinking, was it because of the demonic beast? No, it can't be just that. That doesn't make any sense, but why can't I? Behind him, an image of Jaewon appeared. He said, "You haven't improved at all. Is it because I died?" Do Soo-hyuk turned to look at his brother with stunned eyes. Jaewon still looked at his brother calmly. His voice echoed again. "They say that unlike other regular hunters, irregular hunters need to meet certain conditions to grow. Your condition was me, but since I'm dead, what a pity. Does that mean you can't improve anymore?" Suddenly another voice rang out. "Why do you think you can't improve anymore?" The image Do Soo-hyuk saw now was of someone stabbing his brother's blood splattering on his face. His brother's murderer gave a devilish smile and said, "If that will give you the motivation to become stronger, then you just need to make it your goal." The murderer's face was partially revealed as he continued to speak. "You just need to make me, the one who killed Jaewon, your goal." Do Soo-hyuk still stood there stunned. A bolt of lightning flashed in front of him along with the other person's final words. "What do you think?" An explosion of energy blew away the square blocks. The monster was surprised and turned around. "What?" Do Soo-hyuk appeared with lightning surrounding him. He looked at his hand and said, "All right, as you wish, I will make use of you." His eyes showed clear, killing intent. "From now on, you are my target, Baphomet." Soo-hyuk kept telling himself, "Faster." Jezebel was amazed and exclaimed, "What?" The voice in his head continued to echo, "I need to get stronger quickly." Iryong, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but worry and stutter, "Hunter Iryong." Meanwhile, Soo-hyuk was lost in his own space. "That bastard," Soo-hyuk said to himself, "I need to." As soon as Minwoo's face appeared clearly, a murderous intent was instantly carved into Soo-hyuk's mind. Kill him. At this moment, the lightning bolts flared up even more violently and radiated terrifying power. A second later, Soo-hyuk opened his eyes, his gaze now completely changed. Right after that, Soo-hyuk placed his hand on the ground. The lightning bolts precisely targeted each of the floating cubes in the air and completely destroyed them. Jezebel, seeing this, was somewhat terrified and couldn't react in time. Right after, as if it sensed the killing intent from him, it immediately shouted an order, "Stop him." But Jezebel's defensive stance was completely useless against Soo-hyuk's direct blow. Then, at some point, a bolt of lightning had managed to reach Jezebel's body. A second later, a series of lightning bolts struck it directly. The pain from this attack made it scream incessantly. Faced with this blow, Zabin collapsed, down, convulsing continuously. Zabin wondered in astonishment, is there a lightning bolt that this body of mine cannot withstand? On this side, it seems Soo-hyuk had no intention of stopping. A stream of thoughts was constantly urging him to act. I hear voices in my head. They're telling me how to use this power. After the recent defeat, an unwilling Zabin shouted loudly while launching a counterattack. I don't know what just happened. But didn't I tell you that this play wouldn't have a happy ending? As the cube approached its target, Zabin roared, "Go die." Then it looked at the rubble ahead with a puzzled expression. Zabin wondered to itself, why don't I feel anything? From the pitch-black space, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed and grew larger and larger. Immediately after, Soo-hyuk's fist punched forward forcefully. The cubes completely covering his body suddenly had lightning bolts appearing around them. Just a second later, Soo-hyuk immediately used his own power to break the encirclement and escape. Zabin's recent attack didn't seem to scratch him at all. The sight before was so unbelievable, even it couldn't process it. But not long after, Zabin took the opportunity to launch the next attack. Faced with the large object moving at high speed before him, Soo-hyuk was not flustered at all and quickly stretched his hand forward. Then he retracted his hand, his eyes filled with killing intent, carefully observing the object. Soo-hyuk paused for a moment to gather momentum. And as soon as the object reached the right position, he immediately raised his hand and slashed it away. Just like that, powerful blows were relentlessly unleashed. The surrounding objects were slashed in half by Soo-hyuk's lightning bolts, to the opponent's astonishment. Faced with Soo-hyuk's current frenzy, Zabin involuntarily exclaimed, "What?" Zabin, full of anger, said in a trembling voice, "How dare you?" As soon as the words were out, its entire body underwent a major change, its whole body covered in gun barrels aimed straight at him. It was completely driven mad by Soo-hyuk's provocation and screamed, "How dare you, you arrogant bastard!" Immediately after, streams of power were instantly shot from its body and aimed straight at him. At this moment, Soo-hyuk's voice suddenly rang out. "What are you doing?" He had appeared right behind Zabin without anyone noticing. His eyes, filled with killing intent, stared intently at the opponent. Zabin stammered, "When did you move behind me?" Hearing this, Soo-hyuk smirked maliciously. Then he said in a low, threatening voice, "D." Immediately after, countless lightning bolts struck Zabin's body directly. At this moment, it struggled to utter, "An unhappy ending is for me." As soon as the words were out, Zabin immediately exploded into pieces. At the same time, the system also displayed a notification. "Mission successful. Target eliminated." From behind, Iel Riam's footsteps became more hurried. Witnessing what just happened, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Hey, Hunter Griffin, that was amazing just now. When did you get?" As she got closer to him, Iel Riam exclaimed in shock, "You're bleeding." It seemed even Soo-hyuk himself wasn't aware of this. Then he slowly replied, "It seems my body is trying to get used to this new power." After defeating Zabin, Soo-hyuk didn't get to rest, but continued to defeat the remaining ones. With just a raise of his hand, he sent 3 of Iel Riam's subordinates to the afterlife. Then he frantically dealt with the remaining obstacles. The scenery also gradually changed, and Soo-hyuk suddenly announced, "Let's go to the next floor." Watching his back, Iel Riam thought to herself, "In terms of attributes, it seems he's even stronger than my brother, Hunter Zabin. Awesome, I just have to follow without doing anything. Oh, whatever." Then she continued to look around and wonder, "I have a feeling we've arrived, but why aren't we at the boss room yet? I wonder if Baphomet's group is okay?" Not far away, a familiar figure suddenly appeared and spoke. "What took you two so long?" It was Minyu. Seeing him, Iel Riam rushed to reply, "Baphomet, thank God you're alive." She looked around as if searching for someone, and then asked, "Where's the Goblin Hunter?" Hearing that, he just replied nonchalantly, "She's dead." At this news from Minyu, Iel Riam couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What?" And right after that, Soo-hyuk's and his eyes accidentally met. Soo-hyuk, full of suspicion, wondered, did he get here all by himself? Minyu, on his side, also noticed something unusual about him and thought to himself, "Oh, look at him, he's leveled up." Then Iel Riam suddenly asked him, "Was the Goblin Hunter killed by a magic beast?" Minyu replied with some hesitation, "Something like that." At his answer, she felt something was very strange. Immediately after, Minyu placed his hand on the gate behind and said, "This door, I can't open it alone." Hearing that, Iel Riam went over to observe the small device that appeared nearby and said, "I think this is a biometric scanner." Then she pointed forward and continued, "There's one over there too. So does that mean we have to put our hands on both places at the same time?" That's probably it. So at least 2 survivors had to make it. Here, after saying that, the 3 of them fell into contemplation. Minyu suddenly spoke, "Do you feel it?" He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "The boss is on the other side of this door." After Minyu said this, Iel Riam felt a little scared and thought to herself, "The boss, even with the 3 of us A-rank hunters, we can't possibly clear this floor." Then she quickly suggested, "Let's wait for the specialized healer hunter. He should be here soon." At the same time, a thought appeared in Iel Riam's mind, just to be safe. But suddenly, a strange sound was heard. A second later, the gate transmitted a notification. The entrance to the King's Tower Challenge has been opened. Hearing this, Iel Riam's whole body froze. Then she gradually came to her senses and hurriedly shouted in a reproachful tone, "What the hell were you thinking? You two, Hunter Griffin, there's no way the 3 of us can clear this floor. What were you two thinking in a place like this?" But the sight before her made her shut up immediately. Strange arches appeared before her eyes. Along with them were large stones erected all around. An unidentified object was constantly emitting a bright light that attracted their attention. A deep voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. "You finally arrived." The 3 of them immediately reacted and looked up. Immediately after, an extremely loud noise was heard, accompanied by incredibly strong gusts of wind. Because of this, Iel Riam instinctively raised her hand to shield her eyes. At this moment, Fajia Ong appeared right in front of them, and it immediately mocked. "Too slow. I was getting bored waiting for you." But Fa Jia Ong didn't hold back its praise. You two seem quite skilled. You've defeated all the subordinates under my command, that magic beast was. But I have collected all your data from the battles with my subordinates. No matter how much you struggle, you're just dancing in the palm of my hand. I heard you rank power by letters. 3A ranks. I can already see the result of this battle. I will give you one last chance to serve under me. Instead of being weak humans, I will grant you the most advanced technology. Before it could finish, a voice cut in. What are you talking about, you pile of scrap metal? This was completely outside of Fa Jia Ong's calculations. It stood frozen for a moment without reacting. Then Fa Jia Ong's voice spoke with a hint of anger. What? Minyu gathered power in his hand and replied, Is your stomach plated with diamonds or something? On this side, Su-hyuk had also gotten into a ready stance. He added, We'll know once we split it in half. Both of them were mentally prepared to fight. Minyu spoke with an excited voice. Then let's go take a look. Hearing that, Fa Jia Ong said in a low voice, Oh, you look confident. Then it aimed its gun barrel straight at the two of them and provoked. Let me see what you're made of. Come on. As soon as the words were out, the clash between Fa Jia Ong, Su-hyuk, and Minyu truly began. At the same time, elsewhere, a conversation was taking place. A slightly surprised voice rang out. Oh my, why are you still here? Haven't you gone home yet? Hearing that, Mizu replied, I'm working overtime today. Immediately after, the colleague's voice continued. That sucks. How about we have a coffee in the lounge when I get back from my smoke break? Hearing her colleague's offer, Mizu thought and said, Should I? I can't. What if someone clears the tower while I'm away? I need to report it to the manager immediately, or I'll get scolded for neglecting my duties. Seeing this, the female colleague offered, Do you want me to bring you some coffee then? Hearing that, she smiled shyly and replied, I'd be so grateful. A second later, Mizu's voice suddenly became surprised. What's happening? Her colleague next to her also asked curiously. What is it? She hesitated and said, Well, the tower was just created not long ago, but someone is already. Immediately after, shattered pieces of crystal rained down onto the floor. Through the observation screen, Mizu exclaimed in astonishment, The holy tower has been cleared. In the towering skyscrapers, the people bustled about. Suddenly, a man put his hand to his mouth to feign a yawn, but his eyes were actually glancing in one direction. In the distance, there was a person wearing a white hoodie with the hood pulled up tightly. Suddenly, there was a loud shout. There she is. Everyone walked quickly towards Fang. The voice continued to ring out. I heard she cleared the Hell Tower. The government has reported that the Hell Tower's level is legendary. Please tell us in detail how an A-rank hunter could clear a legendary rank tower. Fang, not revealing her face, was about to say something but stopped, finally opening her mouth hesitantly. Two other people silently held up their phones. Then he suddenly bolted, shouting back the rest of his unfinished sentence. Was the one who delivered the final blow. Fang kept running, not daring to look back, ignoring the calls from behind. Miss Hunter. He only glanced back quickly, his eyes slightly surprised, sweat rolling down his hot cheek when he heard a call. Hunter Reaper. Elsewhere, Gene was leisurely eating ice cream. Leaning against a wall, he said, So you mean, according to the system, the only one who cleared the Hell Tower was Hunter Reaper? Minyu, wearing a white fedora, had a pensive face and a thoughtful gaze as he heard Gene mention him. But wasn't it mainly you and Hunter Griffin who did the fighting? A cloud of white dust rose up. Griffin and Minyu were covered in scratches. Glancing sharply in the direction of the voice, Well done, you two. The pieces shattered, and erratic electric currents flashed. The voice continued, but my body. Then Fa Jia Ong knelt on the ground. The shattered pieces looked like they were about to reassemble, the electric currents still flashing nonstop. Fa Jia Ong's voice, trembling with a hint of smugness, continued the unfinished sentence, Will regenerate itself. Griffin and Minyu just stared wide-eyed, as Fa Jia Ong continued to speak while regenerating, as countless as an Azuda. Minyu explained, so we had no other choice. He shouted loudly, calling Reaper's name, who was standing dazed and holding her injured arm in the back. Reaper. Reaper saw him call her name. She just stared with wide eyes. Listening blankly, you still have that mythic grade item that can erase anything trapped inside it, right? Throw it at that bastard. Minyu glanced at her and shouted angrily, urging her on. Hurry up. Seeing that, Reaper squeezed her eyes shut, her face scrunching up. Immediately after, she threw the item straight at Fa Jia, separating Griffin and Minyu to either side. Fa Jia just stood there, staring blankly as the mysterious cube hurtled towards it, the electric sparks still glowing brightly behind it. The cube opened up and then closed down, sucking Fa Jia completely inside. Then it closed and fell to the ground, its tail and some debris falling off, and a few broken electric sparks flashed. Not long after, the cube suddenly glowed brightly. Jinyu took a bite of his ice cream and asked, unable to hide his curiosity, and then an explosion happened? It was probably because the magic stone embedded in the item collided with the boss monster's magic stone. Holding the ice cream stick, he spaced out with regret. What a waste. A magic stone containing tech magic power would probably sell for a high price. Minyu chimed in, not to mention the mythic grade item that Hunter Reaper brought was also destroyed along with the magic stone. A blue sphere with a rotating triangle inside appeared in Minyu's hand. At least we got its sigil. Jinyu changed the subject. So, can we go take care of our unfinished business now? Minyu crossed his arms, leaning his face close to him. He asked suddenly, you said the guy I caught is locked in the warehouse? The door to that room was still shut tight. Minyu spoke loudly, so the person inside could hear, not only did you follow me, but you also found where I live and broke in? Opening the door, he crossed his arms and looked inside, questioning, you're that guy, aren't you? The mage who was in our group, in the Labyrinth Tower. Looking at the person kneeling with his face down, he emphasized, who the hell are you? Fane remained silent, bowing his head and glancing quickly to one side. Suddenly, he bolted for the outside. Minyu, not in a hurry, still had his arms crossed as he glanced at him. The doorway suddenly flashed brightly. Fane felt like he had just slammed his face into some kind of transparent membrane, his eyes widening in shock. Then he was thrown backward, falling in front of Minyu. Seeing Jinyu standing outside, eating ice cream, he scrambled up, realizing in shock, a barrier magic. Did that kid? How can a kid this age use such high-level magic on his own? Then Fane stood up and said angrily, as expected, when you're a worshipper of the demon Baphomet, even a child is no ordinary person. His voice rang out, to be precise. From behind, he knelt on one knee, staring at him and asking, how did you know I was the demon Baphomet? I didn't get a good look at you back then. Looking at the round face, big cute eyes, and gentle shoulder-length hair, he was surprised. Huh, a girl? Wait, you look familiar. At his mistake, he went crazy with anger and snapped, making him jump. I'm a man. Minyu also got angry, grabbing his collar, raising his hand as if about to slap him. You dare trick me? Suddenly, he put on a pitiful and weak act, the corners of his eyes welling up with tears. His trembling voice spoke, please, please don't hit me. His expression made Minyu and Jinyu freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, his pupils contracted. It seemed he had just discovered something. Long, soft pink hair flew. A cute face, he mumbled. I just remembered this face. The eyes are also bright pink, round and cute. He remembered now a beautiful and cute girl he once knew and shouted in shock, you're that girl with the pigtails? The memory returned to that time. He, with the code name Fane. He was in the form of a girl, bravely standing before a terrifying monster, which was Minyu, because he was an S-rank mage hunter. Fane was confident in his current appearance, but thought to himself, but right now I'm cross-dressing for a very legitimate reason. But next, Minyu in his monster form grabbed his pigtails and lifted him upside down. Although I was very eager to climb the Hell Tower ruled by Baphomet, the result was truly tragic. He cried in pain, begging in a small voice, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Fane's eyes widened in shock when he heard him say, you can't satisfy my hunger either. Then the monster with red eyes looked at him and growled. One of its hands still held him upside down by his hair. In that instant, his face turned pale with fear, his eyes wide with terror. Then his whole body lit up, gradually disappearing. Fane had used his forbidden skill, an instant teleportation skill, to escape the boss room in case of an emergency. He had vanished without a trace. Minyu looked around, seemingly unable to believe his eyes. Where did he go? However, the price was a penalty that halved his abilities. Huddled on the floor, Fane lowered his head sadly. That's why I lost my S-rank hunter title. I went to the Labyrinth Tower to regain my lost abilities. He had his hands in his pockets, one hand rubbing the back of his neck, and was startled when Fane pointed straight at him. But since you recognize me like that, you must be Baphomet. But how did you become human? Fane's face went blank when he replied curtly. So what? Jinyu stood leaning against the wall, scrolling on his phone, not caring his menu, and Fane argued back and forth in the room. So what difference will it make? Well, I'll tell the other hunters. You think other hunters will believe what you say? Then I'll go to the Hunter's Central Headquarters. Minyu laughed loudly. Then he suddenly leaned close to Fane's paling face and threatened. Do you have any proof? You must be out of your mind to dare to come to my territory. Fane was scared to death by his threat, stumbling against the wall, unable to say anything. He pressed on. Now how do you want me to kill you? Minyu, with his glowing red eyes and a large hand in front of his face, bent over and smiled slyly. Want me to tie you up and beat you until your own parents can't recognize you? Or do you want me to stab you and drain all the blood from your body? Or should I just rip off your limbs? One by one, his frightened voice rang out. Stop it. Fane was so scared by his threats that he started crying, tears rolling down his cheeks, his voice trembling with occasional sobs. What are you going to do to me? Both Jinyu and Minyu looked at him like that with slightly unnerved faces. A black hood was suddenly pulled over Fane's head. Waving his hands in front of him, he listened silently as he spoke. If you want to live, listen carefully. You need to do two things for me. He stood there holding up one finger. First, you must find a hunter named Zaki. He was surprised. Zaki? He continued on and on. You won't be able to find him through normal means, because there's a high chance he's not a government-registered hunter. Second, you need to find the bastard in this drawing. He waved his hands in a gesture. Wait, you want me to gather information for you? Minyu stuck his foot out in front of him when he heard him yell. You think I'll work for a demon like you? Clenching his fist and raising his leg higher, he emphasized, I don't think you have many choices right now, Baphomet. At this point, Jinyu spoke up nonchalantly. I planted a demon slave in your body when I locked you in the room. The moment you disobey our orders, the demon slave will spread a deadly poison throughout your entire body. Fane was even more horrified. What? Minyu threatened him again, causing Fane to sit still without moving. You can go around telling everyone that I'm Baphomet. I don't care if I'm the boss of the Hell Tower, but now that you've entered our territory, it's a different story. He gave a sly smile. I will exploit you to the bone. Jinyu also smiled, darkness obscuring most of his face, until you clearly understand how terrifying a demon can be. With a cunning smile and blood-red eyes, Minyu laughed loudly. I'm really looking forward to the day he sinks into despair, Baphomet. He also laughed loudly. Is there anything more delicious in this world than a despairing soul, Baphomet? The cackling laughter echoed throughout the room, making Fane tremble even more. Afterwards, somehow, Fane managed to escape from that room. He ran while throwing off the black hood. Minyu and Jinyu stood there watching him. Seeing Fane's figure running out into the street, he asked, planting a demon slave in him, you were just kidding, right? He quickly replied, I don't even think that's necessary to make him work hard. The voices of the two discussing still echoed from the house. But why didn't you just call Captain Ma? He could get a lot of things done much faster. I've lost contact with him for a while, and besides, I need another source of information to act independently. Turning to leave, Minyu suddenly stopped. Oh, right. He turned back and glanced at Jinyu. Teach me some magic. On the rooftop of the house, Jinyu was holding one hand up to his stomach, a bright screen appearing behind him, with occasional sparks of light running around it. Jinyu stood there, softly chanting, create barrier, the same technique he had used earlier. He asked with some confusion, what's with you? You've never asked me to teach you before. It seems you had some kind of realization in the tower. Huh? He seemed to understand Minyu and analyzed, should I start by teaching you the basics? I don't think I need to teach you high-level magic, since you prefer to use brute force. He protested no. With serious eyes, staring at Jinyu, I want you to teach me high-level magic. The sky was still a deep blue, occasionally dotted with fluffy white clouds. Jinyu stood there speechless, looking at Minyu. Suddenly he turned his head to the left, then to the right, a smile breaking out on his lips. What? He was still standing there, and around Jinyu, Sparks of light appeared again, circling around. He asked in surprise, "How did you do that?" Jin, you seem to not believe this reality. He kept wondering, "I only showed you once. How could you follow it? You've never even tried it before." Raising his hand, Minyu stared at it intently, ignoring Jin Yu's rambling. "I don't know what you just did, but you have potential. Change your class. You have great potential to become." He said softly, "I know." Minyu shared in a low voice, "Just like that guy said, I've been using this body the wrong way." He was startled, his eyes wide. "Body?" Still keeping his arm across his stomach, he said quietly, "That's right, this body belongs to someone else." Jin Yu's voice was alarmed. "What body are you talking about?" "Hunter Fane." After escaping from that house, Fane went to meet Sung Hun. As soon as he saw him, he angrily reprimanded, "What's wrong? Didn't we agree to meet?" He also hurried. "I can explain." But Sung Hun's anger hadn't subsided. "You told me you would reveal Hunter Min Yu's secret, but then you didn't keep in touch." He explained in a mumble, "I was going to call you after I found concrete evidence." The two then went back and forth. "So did you find that evidence?" "Oh well, so what is it?" Fane remained silent, unable to produce any evidence, their two pairs of feet still standing motionless. Then Sung Hun turned to leave. "That you're wasting my time. I'm going." Fane said helplessly, "He is the Tower King." Sung Hun was quite surprised by Fane's words. He had told Sung Hun that Hunter Min Yu was actually the Tower King monster, Baphomet in human form. Scene change. Jin Yu was stunned by Min Yu's words, unable to say anything, just staring at him. Seeing that he was still staring at his own hand, he asked again, "What did you just say?" With eyes as cold as a knife, he emphasized, "This body belongs to Joan." Sung Hun was a little shocked to hear what Fane said. He mumbled, "The Tower King monster." Min Yu stood frozen as Ja wrapped her arms around him, her enchanting voice speaking, "I am fulfilling your wish." He was a little confused. "That you're fulfilling my wish?" Ja's hand reached out and placed itself on Min Yu's upturned palm. "That's right, ever since you met Jaon in the tower." Recalling the image of when he was a monster, her voice rose and fell. "And when you were stabbed, you wished to be like Joan." That enchanting voice continued steadily. "And you needed a body without a soul to become human." Minyu wondered, "What the hell are you?" Ja smiled with satisfaction, resting her head on his back, and said, "Finally, you're curious about me." She whispered, "Unfortunately, for now, I can only tell you my name." She hugged him from behind, one hand holding his tightly. "My name is Ja." Minyu turned back and looked down at Jin Yu, feeling a bit unconfident. "That Joan told me that I don't know how to use this body at all." He pictured the old Joan and asked, "The Joan I met in the sacred tower?" In his mind, he thought, "That body." Joan's face appeared as mine. He wanted his help. "Bonji Bup. How much magic do you think this body contains?" He brought a fist to his mouth. With a scrutinizing gaze, he replied, "I didn't care much before, so I didn't check. But now." Jin Yu's gaze turned serious as he looked at him. He saw that Min Yu was surrounded by a strange black and red aura, his body overflowing with magic. Jin Yu reasoned, "Well, considering Joan's unique fire-type magic, it's normal for you to have this much magical power." But he disagreed with that view. "No, the unique skill doesn't require magic. I can use it however I want." And the two went back and forth, huh? "I found that out when I obtained Joan's skill." "Isn't that cheating then?" Jin Yu was surprised. "Then where did Joan use all that magic?" Min Yu explained, "The Joan I met in the sacred tower was just created from virtual data, so he was weaker than the original Joan." Recalling when Joan flew into attack, Min Yu said, "Not quite understanding, but when he attacked me, it was as if he were really alive. He turned into the powerful Joan I once knew." He added, he moved on instinct. Clenching his fist, he affirmed, "It's a buff." He thought about its function. It's when a person's magic becomes stronger for a short period to deal with an enemy by using various spells. However, the drawbacks are a limited supply of magic and shortage of items. From that, he drew a lesson. In prolonged battles, it's better to use pure strength than magic. Jin Yu closed his eyes and gave his judgment. If you can use powerful, unique skills and buffs, you can easily gain the upper hand in any battle. Then he suddenly understood something, opening his eyes to stare at Minyu. So, does that mean? Minyu smiled, a very cunning look on his face upon hearing Jinyu's question. Are you going to borrow Joan's style too? He smiled happily and recounted to him, it was Joan who taught me how to coordinate with this body back when I was a low-level monster climbing the tower. I was killed countless times by the magical beasts guarding the floors, so I learned their skills. It's the same this time. He emphasized, I will follow your advice. Minyu's eyes were pensive, his voice serious. I have a buff skill, but it only activates under certain conditions. The one Joan used was more like a direct buff skill. Seeing Jinyu dumbfounded, Minyu continued, that's why you should teach me buff magic. He suddenly asked like an innocent child, what's a buff? He remained calm at the boy's feigned ignorance. Then he lunged, making him run for it. The two chased each other while arguing loudly. You little brat, you don't want to teach me, do you? What you need is a strength buff. I only know magic buffs. You said you were a great mage proficient in all magic. Only support magic. Exhausted, he suddenly heard him say, oh, that's right, there's someone perfect for this. He was curious, huh? A sweet voice, mixed with a bit of coyness, came from moving, plump red lips. Your hand is all healed. And you just cleared the tower but still look so healthy. But repeat what you just said. Kim Junsong leaned her hands on the table, her face beaming. What was it you wanted to learn from me? Minyu looked down at the girl in front of him, his fedora partially hiding his annoyed gaze of him. Minyu turned to leave, angrily telling himself, I knew I had to be crazy to ask this quack. Seeing him leave, she quickly placed a hand on his shoulder to stop him. I heard you. You said buff, right? So you didn't forget what I said and remembered that I'm a support healer. In the past, Kim Junsong had once told Minyu, so instead of a hunter, they call me a support healer. The voices of the two in the office rang out again. But why do you suddenly want to learn about buffs? Because it's useful in battle. Then you've come to the right person. She stood up from her chair, looking at him with a smile. I'll teach you. Junsong's face broke into a sly grin as she stated her condition. But it's not for free. Minyu didn't hesitate, of course. What do you want? Raising her slender, fair hand, she said as if she were being forced. What else could I want from you? Number 302. The white hat fell to the ground, her voice still soft, obviously, pressing herself against him. Her eyes filled with affection. She said flirtatiously, your body, above in the high, clear sky, small white clouds drifted lazily. At the elementary school, the small children stared with their mouths agape, looking very surprised. Minyu also looked down at them. Then suddenly, his large hand grabbed the hand of the boy in the blue shirt, causing him to stare in fear. Then he swung his arm forcefully, throwing him into the sky, ignoring his terrified screams. The boy shot through the air, screaming nonstop in fear. When he fell, he ran over and caught him safely. Minyu, with a completely different look, wearing a cat ear headband and with 2 angel wings on his back, sat silently holding the child. The other children looked on with a mix of worry and curiosity. He turned his head to look at the children, who were now smiling happily and excitedly. Lifting the little boy up, the kids below swarmed around him. Me too, me too, me too. The scene made Kim Junsong burst out laughing. All right, little ones. A bright pink banner with a picture of an adorable cat, identical to Minyu's look, was stretched neatly on the wall. Below, her voice continued to rise and fall. If you agree to a health checkup, you can play with the big brother. Instantly, the children stood still obediently for her to examine them one by one. Outside in the yard, he was still busy playing with the kids. Inside, Junsong continued to examine the children one by one, this time a little girl with a broken leg. Suddenly, a ball flew straight into his face, startling the boy next to him. The sun was still shining brightly in the sky, but there were more clouds than before. Then, finally, sunset arrived, the weak rays of sunlight leaving only a corner of the sky glowing gold. The person in charge here was overjoyed and gushed, "Thank you, director. Thanks to you, the children weren't bored and had a lot of fun." She was also modest. It's nothing. I just wanted to check if the children were healthy. The one who worked hard is that handsome guy over there. Pointing towards Minyu, who was sitting exhausted on a bench, a female staff member brought a hand to her mouth as if letting out a small cheered, "Oh my, thank you so much." Completely exhausted, he slumped onto the bench, one hand still holding the cat ear headband, while whispers continued to buzz. Even an A-rank hunter can't handle a few dozen hyperactive kids. Ah, so that's how it is, he whispered, a child's stamina. Seeing Jun Song approach, he looked up tiredly. Are we done? I've done as you wish, so now. She cut him off, huh? Not yet. Holding up 2 fingers, she was cheerful while he was miserable. We have 2 more places to go. The sky had turned red, signaling that it was almost dark. So fed up, he swore, but she still didn't care. But it's late now, so let's continue tomorrow. He muttered another curse to, oh my. You're looking forward to it too, aren't you? In the car, his curses mixed with her taunts. But don't you know what's going on? Teaching magic to others is taboo in the first place. Besides, are you going to give up after just one day? She dropped him off on a deserted road. Looking at his haggard face was enough to know how tired he was today, yet she still insisted that's not reasonable at all. In the car, Jun Song smiled and waved. See you there tomorrow, bye-bye. He stood watching until the car was completely out of sight. On his tired face, a faint smile now appeared. But that was the beginning of an explosion of anger in Minyu. He was like a wild beast roaring, I had to wear that disgusting headband and work my butt off, and this is how you treat me? I knew that quack couldn't be trusted. Suddenly, 2 heads popped out to look at his face and ask, what kind of disgusting headband? He blurted out, well, he was startled to see the 2 people appear, Minyu's eyes wide with shock. He spoke up, Reaper. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and said, your phone was off, so I went to your house, but only your younger brother was there. Then her voice suddenly turned serious, seemingly angry. And don't call me by my codename out here. Call me Naim. Reaper walked away first, saying as she went, you have time, right? Let's go. He watched her go where? She said curtly, T-O-E. The other 2 remained silent, watching her. Standing in front of a red car, Reaper put her hands on her hips. Get in. On the road, the red car sped off. Inside, she praised. Your younger brother is so polite. She recalled the moment he bowed politely to say goodbye. See you later, miss. It delighted her he greeted me so politely. Minyu rested his chin on his hand, thinking to himself, that's because you're rich. He looked at her and said, hey, but. She recalled the time he had also invited her to eat. When we're done here, let's go get a meal. But it didn't turn out that way. I said let's eat together, but I didn't mean this. What I meant was, she cut in, I know. Reaper focused on driving, but didn't forget to talk to him. You wanted all of us to eat together. He was surprised. All of us. Minyu maintained his cold, tired demeanor, his hand supporting his chin as he glanced at her upon hearing that. Everyone worked so hard to clear the tower. Just think of it as a celebration party. Suddenly, the car passed a billboard with Reaper's picture on it. He pointed, his voice hurried. Hey, that's you, right? On the billboard was a picture of her in a cute pose with the words, congratulations on clearing the tower, Genius Hunter Reaper. One would think she'd be proud, but no, she shouted angrily. What the hell is that? At a restaurant, Reaper's voice was still shrill, and no matter how many times I think about it, this is definitely my uncle's doing. She put her hands on her face and hung her head low. Plastering my face in the hotel lobby wasn't enough. He had to put up a billboard too. He walked beside her, consoling her. It's good that you're becoming famous, isn't it? She looked like she was about to cry. I've had enough of calls from reporters, you know? Besides, I didn't become a hunter to be famous. I wanted to be an archaeologist. Seeing Reaper's figure, Ayu Young, sitting at a nearby table, stood up and waved, calling out loudly, over here. The 3 of them were there waiting for them. There was a brick wall separating the rooms. Reaper asked with concern, are you feeling better? Ayu Young was delighted that I've recovered. Oh, and you guys are amazing. Reaper, Minyu, and Griffin stared wide-eyed at where the voice came from. The 3 of you clear the sacred tower. Minyu picked up a glass of water to drink, his eyes still fixed on Griffin, the praises still ringing out, as expected of promising A-rank hunters. Griffin didn't care and looked down at the menu. Minerva, sitting next to Reaper, was friendly that I saw the article about you too. Reaper waved her hands dismissively. I didn't do anything. It was all Minyu and Griffin. But in her head, she was very embarrassed. Please don't mention it. Looking at the empty surrounding tables, they all wondered, but this is strange. We're the only ones in this restaurant. As far as I know, it's very difficult to get a reservation here. Reaper spoke up nonchalantly, causing Minerva, sitting next to her, to stare in astonishment. I rented it out. The rest of the group was just as surprised. Huh? How is that possible? raising a bottle of wine. Reaper beamed when she heard the question that is it okay for us to be here. She quickly changed the subject. It would be a waste to just have one meal, right? Then she laughed loudly, a hand resting lightly on her shoulder. It turned out Ayu Young had come over and put an arm around her, and the two were cheerful. Round two. Let's go for round two. Reaching the gate, Griffin bowed to everyone that I'm leaving. Civil crossed his arms. Yeah, you can go. But someone else asked, what's up? We should go for a second round. Where are you going? But Griffin quickly left, ignoring everyone's attempts to keep him, and don't go. Suddenly, his feet stopped abruptly, his suspicious eyes focused straight ahead. It turned out Minyu was also there, his hands in his pockets. Griffin turned and asked curtly, what is it? He maintained his cold attitude, that I should be the one asking that. Minyu looked straight into Griffin's eyes, questioning him. Why didn't you reveal my identity at the party? What are you planning? Griffin thought without saying anything. A few moments later, he spoke that I don't have any proof, so telling them would be useless. And suddenly, Griffin emphasized that I can't stop now. I need to become stronger. And to achieve that, he stared at him, stating his purpose clearly that I need to make use of you. In his heart, he thought, you can't die yet. His eyes were as sharp as a knife, his metallic hair falling loosely. That wouldn't it be more meaningful if I killed you? Griffin continued to say slowly. During my final mission, he still clenched his teeth. So, then he turned sharply in the opposite direction, walking away and calling back. Make sure you get stronger. Griffin's broad back was gradually blending into the night. Minyu just stood there staring, thinking to himself, this arrogant brat, sitting on a bench on the street. He recalled that I once said the same thing to you. Then he looked up at the sky. The moon was full and bright. He said to himself, the moon is full tonight. Suddenly, Reaper's voice came from behind him. Cha Minyu. Minyu glanced behind him, a little worried. Ice cream? You ate so much just now. She said nonchalantly, I have a separate stomach for ice cream. Besides, I don't want to hear that from a glutton like you. Minyu asked, where are the others? She was a little regretful. They left. I wanted to go for a second round. Then she looked up at the sky. Both of them stared blankly, watching the full moon cast its gentle light down. A full moon, Reaper said. It's midnight. I should go to sleep. He raised his hand to wave. Okay, go. But he glanced over when he heard her say, but before that, I have to do this. First, her hair flew in the wind. Then suddenly Reaper bent down, tilted Minyu's head back, and kissed him on the lips. His eyes looked like they were about to fall out, while she closed her eyes and enjoyed it. His pupils were about to explode. Finally, she stopped, releasing his lips. Her cheeks were flushed as she left with the ice cream in her hand. Sleep well. Minyu was still leaning back on the bench. He just lay there like that. His eyes were wide open, staring at the sky, his face also turning red without him realizing it. Wiping his mouth, Minyu was annoyed. What the hell was that? Why eat ice cream all of a sudden?